Daniel Hartley was nobody special. He knew this about himself, and he had made peace with it long ago. He was a cargo hauler, a man who moved boxes from one place to another, across the cold emptiness of space. His ship, the starbound drifter, was old and tired, held together by patches and prayers. The engines made strange sounds that he had learned to ignore. The heating system worked when it wanted to, but it was his, and that was enough. He had no family waiting for him anywhere, no home world that called to him, just the stars and the endless routes between stations that paid just enough to keep him flying. It was a simple life, and Daniel had convinced himself that simple was good. That belief died on a Tuesday, near the edge of the Korath Nebula. The nebula was a dangerous place. Ships avoided it because the gases played tricks on sensors, and the radiation could fry electronics if you stayed too long. But Daniel had learned that cutting through the edges shaved 2 days off his delivery time, and 2 days meant money saved on fuel and supplies. He was halfway through when the alarm screamed. His sensors had picked up something. Wreckage. Floating in the void. He adjusted course and saw the remains of a ship unlike anything he had ever seen. It was old. Impossibly old. The design was strange, with curves where human ships had angles and colors that seemed to shift even in the dim light of distant stars. Daniel knew he should keep flying. The wreckage meant danger. Pirates sometimes used destroyed ships as bait. Scavengers might be waiting nearby. Every rule he had learned in 20 years of hauling cargo told him to turn away, but then he saw the life sign. Just one. Faint and fading fast. Something was alive in that wreckage. Daniel cursed himself even as he changed course. He was not a hero. He was not brave. He was a cargo hauler with bad knees and a ship that barely worked. But he could not fly away from a dying creature and live with himself afterward. He found the alien in what remained of the ship's bridge. It was trapped under fallen metal, its body broken in ways that made Daniel feel sick. The creature was tall and thin, with skin that looked like polished bronze, and 4 eyes that glowed with a soft blue light. Those eyes were growing dimmer by the second. Daniel did not know what species this was. He had never seen anything like it. But he knew death when he saw it coming. And he moved fast. Getting the alien aboard his ship took an hour. Moving it without causing more damage took another. By the time Daniel had the creature laid out in his small medical bay, he was covered in sweat and shaking from the effort. The medical supplies on the starbound drifter were basic. Bandages, painkillers, a few tools for treating human injuries. Daniel had no idea if any of it would work on an alien body, but he tried anyway. He cleaned the wounds he could see. He wrapped the breaks he could find. He rigged up a heating pad because the creature's body was growing cold. 3 days passed. Daniel did not sleep much during those 3 days. He sat by the alien's side, talking to it even though it could not respond. He told it about his ship, about his roots, about the time he had gotten lost near Jupiter, and thought he would never find his way home. He talked because silence felt wrong, because he needed to believe that the creature could hear him, that his efforts were not wasted. On the 4th day, the alien opened its eyes. All 4 of them focused on Daniel with an intensity that made him freeze. The creature's mouth moved, but no sound came out at first. Then, slowly, painfully, it spoke. Human. The word was clear, spoken in perfect English. Daniel's heart jumped in his chest. "Yes," he said. "I am human. My name is Daniel. I found you in the wreckage. I brought you here. You are safe." The alien studied him for a long moment. Something changed in those 4 eyes. Something that looked almost like wonder. "You saved me," the creature said. "You could have left me to die, but you saved me." "I could not just leave you there," Daniel said. The alien made a sound that might have been a laugh, though it was weak and filled with pain. "My name is Thalvor," it said. "I am Velorith." The last of the Velorith. Daniel felt a chill run through him. He had heard stories about the Velorath. Everyone had. They were a species that had died out 800 years ago, destroyed in a war against the Dominion Collective. The council of elder races that ruled most of the galaxy. There were no Valoreth left. They were history, nothing more. Yet here one was, lying in his medical bay, breathing and speaking. That is not possible, Daniel said. The Velorath are extinct. We were meant to be, Thalvor said. The Dominion made sure of that. But I survived. I hid in folded space, in a pocket of time where centuries passed like days. I was waiting. Waiting for what? Thalvor reached out with a trembling hand. In its grip was a crystal shard. No bigger than a finger, glowing with inner light. Waiting for this moment, Thalvor said. Waiting for the debt to be paid. Before Daniel could ask what that meant, Thalvor pressed the shard into his palm. The cold was immediate and shocking, burning through his skin like ice. And then his mind exploded with images. He saw a world covered in silver forests and golden seas. He saw cities that touched the clouds, filled with Velorath going about their lives. He saw ships that moved like living things, dancing between the stars, and then he saw fire. He saw poison raining from the sky. He saw the Velorath dying. Millions of them. Billions. Their screams echoing across space as their worlds burned. He saw the truth. The Dominion had not won a war. They had committed murder. They had poisoned the Velorath worlds, while the species slept. Trusting in the peace treaties that had been signed, they had killed an entire civilization in its beds, because they feared what the Velorath might become. The vision faded, and Daniel found himself on his knees, gasping for air. 800 years ago, Thalvor said, its voice weaker now. A human saved my life. She was part of the first contact mission. Her ship was damaged, and we offered help. In return, she gave me kindness. She asked for nothing. She simply helped, because it was right. Daniel looked up at the dying alien. The Velorath do not forget, Thalvor continued. We record our debts in our blood. That human's kindness created a bond that has lasted centuries. And now, at the end of all things, I must pass that debt to another human. I do not understand, Daniel said. You will, Thalvor said. The shard contains everything. Our knowledge, our technology, our history, and one final request. What request? Thalvor's 4 eyes began to dim again, the light fading like a sunset. The Dominion buried the truth about what they did to us. The evidence is hidden in the heart of their power. I do not ask for revenge. I do not demand justice. I only ask that the truth be known. Let the galaxy see what they did. Let our memory be more than a lie. The alien's hand fell away from Daniel's. The breathing stopped. The light went out. Daniel sat alone in the silence, holding a crystal that contained the weight of an entire civilization. He was still nobody special. He was still just a cargo hauler with a broken ship and empty pockets. But now he carried a debt that was older than his entire species, and he had no idea what to do with it. Daniel tried to go back to normal. He finished his delivery to the outer colonies. He picked up a new contract, hauling machine parts to a mining station. He did the work, collected his pay, and pretended that nothing had changed. But the dreams would not let him rest. Every night, when he closed his eyes, he saw the Velorath worlds burning. He heard the screams of millions dying in their sleep. He felt the terror and the betrayal, the absolute disbelief that their allies had turned against them. The visions were not just images. They were memories. Thalvor's memories passed through the shard and burned into Daniel's mind. He woke up screaming more than once. He woke up crying. He woke up feeling grief for a species he had never known. For people who had died centuries before he was born. The shard stayed warm against his chest. He had put it on a cord and wore it like a necklace, hidden under his shirt. Sometimes he could feel it pulse, like a heartbeat, reminding him that it was there, reminding him of the promise he had not yet made. Daniel told himself that this was not his problem. He was one man with one ship. The Dominion Collective controlled most of the galaxy. They had fleets and armies and power beyond imagining. What could a cargo hauler do against that? But the dreams kept coming, and slowly, without meaning to, Daniel began to notice things he had never paid attention to before. He noticed how the Dominion patrols watched human ships with suspicious eyes. He noticed how certain trade routes were closed without explanation, forcing human merchants to take longer and more expensive paths. He noticed the way alien officials spoke to human traders, with politeness that barely hid contempt. Humanity had been in space for 500 years. They had built colonies, developed technology, earned a seat on the Galactic Council. But it was a small seat, far from the center of power. Humans were tolerated, sometimes even respected, but never truly accepted. Daniel had always assumed this was just how things were. Young species had to prove themselves. It would take time for humanity to earn its place. That was the story everyone told. Now he wondered if that story was a lie. He wondered if the elder races kept humanity small on purpose. He wondered if they looked at humans and saw the same threat they had seen in the Velarath, a species that was too friendly, too adaptable, too willing to form bonds with anyone they met, a species that could not be controlled. The Velarath had been wiped out because they were dangerous, not because they had weapons or armies, but because they made friends too easily, because they helped strangers without asking for payment, because they believed in kindness as a way of life. Humans were the same way. Daniel knew this in his bones. Every human knew it. They could not help themselves. They adopted alien orphans and nursed wounded creatures back to health and formed partnerships with species that everyone else ignored. It was who they were, and that made them a threat. Daniel carried this knowledge with him as the weeks passed. He could not share it. Who would believe him? A cargo hauler claiming he had found the last Velarath alive, claiming he had proof that the Dominion had committed genocide, claiming he had been given the secrets of a dead civilization. They would think he was crazy. They would lock him away, or, worse, they would hand him over to the Dominion. But the shard kept pulsing. The dreams kept coming. And Daniel knew that he could not stay silent forever. He found Katie Brennan on a station near the border of human space. She was drinking alone in a bar that smelled like engine oil and regret. Her eyes were hard, and her hands never strayed far from the weapon at her hip. Daniel had heard of her. Most people in the cargo business had. She had been an intelligence officer in the human military. One of the best. But she had asked questions about Dominion activities, questions that made powerful people nervous. She had been discharged, her record sealed, her reputation destroyed. He sat down across from her without asking permission. "I need your help," he said. Katie looked at him like he was an insect she was considering crushing. "I do not help anyone anymore," she said. "Go away." "The Velarath were murdered," Daniel said quietly. "The Dominion poisoned their worlds while they slept. I have proof. And I need someone who knows how the intelligence game works." Katie's expression did not change, but something shifted in her eyes. "You are either crazy or suicidal," she said. "Maybe both," Daniel admitted. "But I am also telling the truth." He took out the shard and placed it on the table between them. Even in the dim light of the bar, it glowed with an inner fire that was impossible to ignore. Katie stared at it for a long moment. Then she reached out and touched it. Daniel watched her face as the visions flowed into her. He saw her eyes widen. He saw her jaw tighten. He saw a single tear roll down her cheek before she wiped it away. "Where did you get this?" she asked, her voice rough. "From the last Velarath alive," Daniel said. "He died on my ship 3 weeks ago. Before he died, he asked me to reveal the truth about what the Dominion did to his people." Katie was quiet for a long time. When she spoke again, her voice was different. Harder. More focused. "You know this is suicide, right? Going against the Dominion? They will kill you. They will kill everyone you know. They will erase every trace of your existence." "I know," Daniel said. "But I cannot live with this screaming in my head anymore. I cannot sleep while millions of ghosts cry out for someone to remember them." Katie picked up the shard and held it up to the light. "We are going to need more help," she said. They found Greg Castillo on a dead world at the edge of explored space. He was a xenoarchaeologist, a man who spent his life digging through the ruins of extinct civilizations. He was older, with gray hair and tired eyes, but his mind was sharp as a blade. When Daniel showed him the shard, Greg did not need to touch it. He simply looked at it and nodded. I always knew there was more to the Velarath story, he said. The official history never made sense. A species that peaceful, that advanced, losing a war that badly, it never added up. The last member of their group was not human at all. Mira was Selvani, a species that had been under Dominion control for 3,000 years. Her people had once been proud warriors, but generations of submission had broken them. They served the Dominion as traders and laborers, always watched, never trusted. But Mira had not forgotten the old stories. Her grandmother had whispered them to her as a child, tales of the time before, when the Selvani had been free. When Daniel told her what he had learned, she did not hesitate. I have waited my whole life for this, she said. My people have been slaves for too long. If there is a chance to break the Dominion's power, I will take it. The four of them gathered on the starbound drifter, studying the information contained in the shard. The evidence they needed was stored in a place called the Archive, a data vault at the heart of Axis Prime, the center of Dominion power. Getting there would require everything they had. Getting out would require a miracle. But the shard offered more than just knowledge. It contained access codes to hidden Velarath systems scattered across the galaxy. Ships in cold storage, weapons buried under forgotten moons, and one technology that made the impossible merely difficult, a stealth drive that could slip past any sensor the Dominion had built. Daniel looked at his new crew, a disgraced spy, an obsessed archaeologist, an alien with generations of rage burning in her heart, and himself, a cargo hauler who had stumbled into a war he never wanted. They were not heroes. They were broken people with nothing left to lose. But sometimes that was enough. We leave tomorrow, Daniel said. Get some sleep while you can. The Dominion is about to find out what happens when you bury the truth too deep. Katie smiled, and for the first time since he had met her, it reached her eyes. They should have killed all the humans when they had the chance, she said. We are not good at staying quiet. The starbound drifter lifted off the next morning, its engines burning bright against the dark. 4 people against an empire of 1,000 worlds. The odds were impossible. The mission was suicide, and not one of them considered turning back. Axis Prime was not what Daniel expected. He had imagined a dark fortress, all sharp angles and cold metal, a place that screamed danger from every surface. Instead, it was beautiful. The station hung at the crossroads of the galaxy's major trade routes, a sphere of white and gold that glittered like a second sun. Ships from 100 worlds came and went in constant streams, carrying goods and passengers and secrets. The architecture blended styles from dozens of species, towers and domes, and spirals reaching toward the artificial sky. It looked like a paradise. Daniel knew it was a graveyard, built on the bones of everyone the Dominion had destroyed. The Velarath stealth drive worked exactly as the shard had promised. The starbound drifter slipped past the outer sensor nets without triggering a single alarm. They docked at a minor port, using forged credentials that Katie had spent 3 days creating. The station's security barely glanced at them. They were just another cargo ship, another crew of nobodies looking for work. The first phase of the plan had worked. Now came the hard part. The archive was located at the heart of the station, buried beneath layers of security that had never been broken. Only members of the Dominion Council and their authorized staff could access it. There were checkpoints and scanners and guards at every level. Breaking in was supposed to be impossible. But Katie had spent years studying Dominion security systems before she was discharged. She knew their weaknesses. She knew the gaps in their coverage, the moments when guards changed shifts, the blind spots where cameras could not see. She had planned every step of their approach down to the second. They moved through the station like ghosts. Katie led the way, her steps confident, her face blank. She wore the uniform of a Dominion data analyst, stolen from a real analyst who was currently sleeping off a drugged drink in a storage closet. The others followed close behind, dressed as her assistants. The first checkpoint barely looked at them. Katie flashed her credentials, smiled politely, and walked through. The guards nodded and went back to their conversation. The second checkpoint was harder. A scanner swept over them, reading their biometrics, checking their identities against the station database. Daniel felt his heart pounding as the machine hummed. The scanner beeped green. Katie's forgeries were perfect. They passed through 3 more checkpoints the same way. Each time, Daniel expected alarms to scream, guards to appear, weapons to be drawn. Each time, nothing happened. They were invisible. Greg guided them through the lower levels of the station, using his knowledge of ancient architecture to find routes that the security teams had forgotten. The Dominion had built Axis Prime on the ruins of an older station, one that had been constructed by a species that no longer existed. There were maintenance tunnels and service corridors that did not appear on any modern map. Greg had spent his career studying places like this. He knew where to look. They found the archive after 2 hours of careful movement. It was smaller than Daniel had expected, just a single room at the end of a long corridor. But the door was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was made of a metal that seemed to absorb light, covered in symbols that hurt his eyes to look at. Old, Greg whispered. Very old. This door is from before the Dominion. It is Velarath construction. Daniel understood. The Dominion had not just stolen the Velarath technology. They had buried it here, using their own creations to hide the proof of their crimes. He pulled out the shard and pressed it against the door. The symbols flared with blue light. The metal hummed. And then, slowly, the door swung open. Inside, the archive was dark and cold. Rows of data crystals lined the walls, each one containing centuries of secrets. Daniel moved quickly, the shard guiding him to the right section. He found the Velarath files in minutes, a cluster of crystals that glowed faintly in his hands. He plugged the first crystal into a portable reader. Images appeared on the screen. Documents. Orders. Messages between Dominion Council members, discussing the threat the Velarath posed, debating the best way to eliminate them. And finally, the kill order, signed by every elder race, authorizing the release of the poison that would end a civilization. They had everything they needed. That was when the alarms began to scream. The sound was deafening. A wail that echoed through the corridors and shook the floor. Red lights flashed everywhere. Daniel heard the sound of running feet, the clatter of weapons being readied. It was a trap, Katie said, her voice flat. They were expecting someone to come for this. She was already moving, pulling a weapon from beneath her uniform. Mira did the same, her face calm despite the chaos. Greg grabbed the data crystals and shoved them into a bag. We need to move, Daniel said. Now. They ran. The corridors that had been empty before were now full of guards. Katie took down the first 2 with precise shots before they could react. Mira covered their rear, firing at anyone who tried to follow. Greg kept his head down and stayed close to Daniel, who clutched the bag of crystals like his life depended on it. Because it did. A plasma bolt caught Katie in the shoulder. She stumbled but did not fall. Blood soaked through her uniform, but she kept moving, kept shooting, kept clearing the path ahead. They reached the maintenance tunnels, and Greg took over, leading them through passages that twisted and turned in ways that made no sense. The guards tried to follow, but they did not know the route. Their footsteps faded behind, but more were coming. Daniel could hear them, converging from all directions. The station was waking up, every security system coming online, every guard mobilizing. They were trapped in the heart of an empire that wanted them dead. Mira found a service lift that was still functional. They piled in, and Greg hit the button for the diplomatic level. The lift shot upward, and for a moment, they had time to breathe. Katie was pale, her wound bleeding badly. Daniel tried to help, but she pushed him away. Not yet, she said. We are not out yet. The doors opened onto a scene of chaos. The diplomatic level was full of ambassadors and officials from a dozen species, all scrambling to understand what was happening. Guards were everywhere, but they were focused on protecting the dignitaries, not on watching the service corridors. Daniel saw their chance. Follow me, he said. He walked out into the crowd, moving with purpose, acting like he belonged. The others followed. They pushed through panicked diplomats and confused staff, heading for the exit that led to the docking ports. A Dominion official stepped into their path. His eyes were cold, and his hand rested on his weapon. "You," he said. "Stop." Daniel did not stop. He kept walking, and when he passed the official, he looked him in the eye. "The Velarath send their regards," he said. The official's face went white. He opened his mouth to shout, but Mira was faster. A single blow to the throat, and he went down, gasping. They kept moving. The docking port was just ahead. Daniel could see the starbound drifter through the viewport, still sitting where they had left it. Safety was 100 meters away, 90 meters, 50, 20. They burst through the airlock and into the ship. Greg sealed the door behind them. Katie collapsed into a seat, finally allowing herself to feel the pain. Mira ran for the weapons console, and Daniel threw himself into the pilot's chair. The starbound drifter roared to life. Outside, a blockade was forming. Dominion ships moving to surround the port. There was no way out. The stealth drive had burned out getting them here. They were visible, vulnerable, and outgunned. Daniel smiled. He pushed the engines to full power and aimed for a gap between two cruisers that was barely wide enough to fit. Alarms screamed. Weapons charged. The cruisers opened fire. The starbound drifter shot through the gap, plasma bolts burning past on both sides. One hit the rear shield and nearly overloaded it. Another clipped the engine housing, but they were through. Daniel hit the hyperspace button. The stars stretched and blurred, and then they were gone, leaving Axis Prime and the furious Dominion fleet behind. In the silence that followed, Daniel looked at his crew. Katie was bleeding and pale. Greg was shaking with exhaustion. Mira was staring at the wall, her face unreadable. They had done it. They had stolen the truth from the heart of the Dominion. Now they just had to survive long enough to share it. The Dominion's response was swift and brutal. Within hours of their escape from Axis Prime, every human ship in Dominion territory was stopped and searched. Diplomatic relations were frozen. Human colonies near the border were placed under quarantine. Their supply lines cut. Their communications jammed. A bounty was placed on Daniel Hartley's head, a sum so large that it made him one of the most valuable targets in the galaxy. But they were too late. Before the starbound drifter had jumped to hyperspace, Daniel had done something the Dominion never expected. He had broadcast the first fragment of the evidence they had stolen. A single image, sent to every open channel in the system. The image showed the kill order, the document that had authorized the genocide of the Velarath, complete with the seals and signatures of every elder race on the Dominion Council. The image spread faster than any ship could travel. It was copied and shared and analyzed by millions of beings across the galaxy. The Dominion's propaganda machine tried to call it a fake, tried to discredit it, tried to bury it under a flood of denials, but the data signatures were real. The seals were authentic. The evidence was undeniable. The galaxy had seen the truth, and the galaxy was angry. Daniel and his crew ran silent through uncharted space, staying ahead of the hunt. Katie's wound was bad, but Greg had managed to stabilize her with the ship's limited medical supplies. She lay in the medical bay, pale and weak, but alive. Mira stood watch at the sensors, her eyes never leaving the screens, and Daniel sat in the pilot's chair, staring at the data crystals they had stolen. They had so much more than that one image. They had centuries of secrets, documents that detailed every crime the Dominion had ever committed. The assassination of the Selvani royal family 3,000 years ago, the engineered plague that had killed half the Korath species, the systematic suppression of any race that showed signs of challenging Dominion authority. Each revelation was a bomb waiting to explode. Daniel began releasing the evidence in pieces, broadcasting fragments to different systems, using relay stations and hidden networks to spread the truth. Each release was more damaging than the last. Each one peeled back another layer of the Dominion's carefully constructed lies. The response was immediate. On a dozen worlds, rebellions erupted. Species that had been quiet for millennia suddenly found their courage. The Selvani, who had served as vassals for 3,000 years, rose up against their overseers. The Korath, who had been told their plague was a natural disaster, demanded justice for the dead. Even within the Dominion itself, cracks began to appear. Member races accused each other of betrayal, old alliances crumbled, the unity that had held the collective together for ages started to break apart, and through it all, humanity watched. The human government officially condemned Daniel's actions. They called him a terrorist, a criminal, a threat to galactic peace. They promised full cooperation with the Dominion in bringing him to justice. They said all the things they were supposed to say. But behind closed doors, something different was happening. Human ships began appearing in contested systems, officially there for humanitarian purposes. They carried food and medicine to worlds under blockade. They evacuated refugees from planets on the edge of war. They were always armed, always ready, always positioned exactly where they needed to be. Resources began flowing to the rebels through channels that could not be traced. Weapons appeared in places where they should not exist. Intelligence was shared through networks that had been dormant for decades. The human government denied any involvement, but everyone knew. Daniel received a message on an encrypted channel, routed through so many relays that tracing it was impossible. The message was short. Keep going, you have friends. He never knew who sent it. He never needed to. The elder races had always underestimated humanity. They looked at humans and saw a young species, barely out of their cradle world, still learning their place in the universe. They saw the kindness, the empathy, the strange willingness to help strangers without expecting anything in return, and they mistook it for weakness. They forgot that the same species that would nurse a dying alien back to health was also the species that had survived ice ages and plagues and wars that had nearly destroyed them. They forgot that humans had clawed their way to the stars through sheer determination, refusing to accept that they could not fly. They forgot that humans never, ever gave up. The Dominion remembered now. Katie recovered slowly over the following weeks. When she was finally strong enough to sit up, she called Daniel to the medical bay. "I have been watching the news feeds," she said. Her voice was rough, but her eyes were bright. "It is working. Everything is falling apart. Not fast enough," Daniel said. "The Dominion is still hunting us. They have pulled ships from every corner of their territory. It is only a matter of time before they find us. Then we give them something else to worry about." Katie pulled up a map on the screen beside her bed. It showed the distribution of the evidence they had released so far, marking which systems had received which documents. "We have been careful," she said. "Too careful. We are releasing the information in pieces, trying to protect ourselves, trying to stay hidden. But the Dominion is using that time to recover. They are already spinning the narrative, claiming the documents are forgeries, that we are agents of chaos. Some people are starting to believe them. What are you suggesting?" "Everything at once," Katie said. "We release all of it. Every document, every file, every secret. Flood the galaxy with truth so overwhelming that no one can deny it." Daniel hesitated. "If we do that, they will know exactly where the transmission came from. They will find us." "Yes," Katie said, "they will. But by then, it will not matter. The truth will be out. Whatever happens to us, they cannot take it back." Daniel looked at the map. He thought about the millions of beings who had already seen the evidence. He thought about the rebellions spreading across the galaxy. He thought about Thalvor, dying in his arms, asking only that the truth be known. "Mira," he called. "Set a course for the relay hub at Sector 7. It is the biggest broadcast station in neutral space. If we can reach it, we can transmit to half the galaxy at once." Mira did not question the order. She simply nodded and adjusted their heading. Greg appeared in the doorway of the medical bay, his face pale. "You know we probably will not survive this," he said. "I know," Daniel said. "I spent my whole career studying dead civilizations," Greg said. "I never thought I would be the one writing history. But I suppose there are worse ways to go." "I'm in again, and I'm Reese." The starbound drifter changed course, heading for the heart of neutral space. Behind them, the Dominion fleet gathered. Ahead of them, the galaxy waited for the final revelation, and Daniel Hartley, The cargo hauler who had never wanted to be anything special, prepared to change everything. He thought about the bounty on his head. He thought about the ships hunting him across the stars. He thought about the friends he had made and the promises he had kept. The Velarath had asked for their truth to be told. They had trusted a stranger with their legacy, believing that human kindness was real, that the debt would be honored. Daniel would not disappoint them. "Send a message to every human ship in range," he said. "Tell them what we are about to do. Tell them to be ready. 2020. 2020 2020. 2020 2020 2020 2020 2020 2020 2020 2020 2020 2020 2020 2020. Ready for what? Mira asked. Daniel smiled, and for the first time since Thalvor had died in his arms, he felt at peace. For whatever comes next. The final confrontation came in a system that had no name, circling a star so old that it had been burning since before any of the elder races learned to walk. This was the edge of known space, the place where maps stopped and legends began. The Dominion had gathered everything they had. Their fleet filled the void like a wall of metal and fire, hundreds of warships from a dozen species, all united by fear of what was about to happen. They had come to crush the rebellion once and for all, to make an example of the humans who had dared to challenge their power. But humanity had not come alone. The human fleet was smaller, barely a third the size of the Dominion force. But there were other ships too, vessels from species that had been freed by the revelations of the past weeks, Sylvani warships, their hulls painted with ancient symbols of rebellion, Korath cruisers, armed with weapons they had kept hidden for generations, ships from a dozen other races, all of them here because the truth had set them free. And at the center of it all, impossibly small against the vastness of the gathering fleets, was the starbound drifter. Daniel stood on the bridge, watching the enemy fleet on the view screen. He was not a soldier. He was not a commander. He was still just a cargo hauler. A man who had stumbled into history by accident, but somehow, he had become the symbol of everything the Dominion feared. The human flagship, a vessel called Hope of Earth, had offered him a place on its bridge. The admirals had wanted him there, wanted his presence to inspire the troops. But Daniel had refused. He would face whatever came next on his own ship, with his own crew. Katie was at the weapons console, her shoulders still bandaged but her eyes sharp. Greg sat at the communication station, monitoring the hundreds of channels that connected the Allied fleet. Mira stood at the tactical display, her hands steady despite the fear that Daniel knew she felt. They were all afraid. Only fools would not be. But they were here anyway. The two fleets faced each other across the void, and for a long moment, neither moved. The silence stretched like a held breath, waiting for someone to break it. Daniel opened a channel to the Dominion flagship. The face that appeared on his screen was familiar. High Commander Vex, the leader of the Dominion forces, a being from one of the oldest races in the galaxy. His features were sharp, his eyes cold, his expression filled with contempt. "Daniel Hartley," Vex said. "The cargo hauler who thought he could bring down an empire. You have caused more trouble than your entire species is worth." "I know," Daniel said, "but I am not here to cause more trouble." Vex's eyes narrowed. "Then why are you here?" Daniel took a deep breath. He had thought about this moment for weeks, rehearsed what he would say, imagined how it would go. But now that it was here, all the prepared words felt hollow. He decided to speak from the heart. 800 years ago, your people murdered the Velarath, he said. You poisoned their worlds while they slept. You killed billions of innocent beings because you were afraid of what they might become, and then you buried the truth, rewrote history, and pretended it never happened. Vex's face did not change. The Velarath were a threat. They were kind, Daniel said. They helped strangers without asking for payment. They believed in friendship and peace. That is why you killed them. Not because they were dangerous, but because they made you look small. You know nothing of what happened. I know everything, Daniel said. A Velarath named Thalvor survived your genocide. He waited 800 years to find someone who would tell the truth. He gave me his memories, his knowledge, his final request. I have seen what you did. I have felt the screams of the dying. I carry the weight of an entire civilization in my heart. Vex was silent for a moment. Then he smiled, cold and cruel. And what do you think you can do with that weight? You are one man with one ship. Your fleet is outnumbered. Your allies are weak. When this battle is over, your species will be dust, and the Valorath will be forgotten forever. Maybe, Daniel said, but I have one more thing to tell you. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the crystal shard. Even through the view screen, its light was visible, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. The Valorath knew you would come for them, Daniel said. They knew they could not survive your betrayal. So they hid something. Something you never found. A seed. A genetic archive of their entire species. Preserved in stasis, waiting for the day when someone worthy would find it. Vex's smile faded. That seed is hidden on a world in Dominion space, Daniel continued. A world that your fleet will destroy if this battle begins. If you want to finish what you started 800 years ago, you can. But if you do, you will never find the seed. You will never know where it is. The Valorath will live on, and you will have failed. The silence that followed was absolute. Daniel could see the calculations running behind Vex's eyes, the fear and the rage and the desperate uncertainty. You are bluffing, Vex said at last. Am I? Daniel held up the shard. This contains the last knowledge of the Valorath. Everything they were. Everything they knew. Do you think they would have given it to me without protecting themselves? Do you think they would have trusted a human without a plan? Vex stared at him for a long moment. Then he cut the channel. The silence stretched on. Minutes passed. The fleets hung motionless in the void, weapons armed, waiting for the order to fire. And then, slowly, one of the Dominion ships began to move. Not forward, but backward. Away from the battle line, another ship followed. Then another. Daniel watched in disbelief as the Dominion fleet began to break apart. Some ships stayed, their commanders too proud or too angry to retreat. They opened fire, and the battle began in earnest. But they were few, and they were quickly overwhelmed by the combined forces of the Allied fleet. Most of the Dominion ships simply left. They turned and flew away, disappearing into hyperspace, leaving their commanders to face the consequences alone. The war ended not with a great battle, but with a choice. The Dominion could have fought. They could have destroyed the human fleet and everyone in it. But they would have lost the last chance to find the Valorath seed. They would have proven to the galaxy that they were exactly what Daniel had accused them of being. In the end, they chose to walk away. In the months that followed, the galaxy reshaped itself. The Dominion Council dissolved, its members scattering to their home worlds. Their power broken. New alliances formed, built on honesty and mutual respect instead of fear. The species that had been slaves for millennia found their freedom. The species that had been forgotten were remembered. And the Valorath seed was found. It was hidden on a moon in a distant system, buried beneath the ice, waiting. The genetic archive contained everything needed to rebuild the species, to give them a second chance at life. Scientists from a dozen worlds worked together to understand it, to nurture it, to bring the Valorath back from extinction. It would take generations, but it would happen. Daniel Hartley returned to his cargo routes. The starbound drifter was repaired, its engines humming smoothly for the first time in years. The bounty on his head was lifted. The galaxy knew his name, but he did not want fame. He just wanted to fly. Katie took a position in the new Galactic Security Force, helping to prevent future atrocities. Greg returned to his archaeology, now with the full support of a grateful galaxy. Mira went home to the Selvani, to help her people rebuild their culture and their pride. They stayed in touch. They always would. One night, Daniel sat alone in the cockpit of his ship, watching the stars drift by. The shard still hung around his neck. Though its light had faded now, its purpose was complete. The truth had been told. The debt had been paid. He thought about Thalvor, the old alien who had trusted him with everything. He thought about the human who had saved Thalvor's life 800 years ago, whose simple act of kindness had started a chain that would shake the galaxy. Humans were strange creatures. They helped strangers without asking for payment. They formed bonds with anyone they met. They carried the burdens of others, because it felt wrong not to. The elder races had called that weakness. They had been wrong. Daniel smiled and set a course for the next delivery. There was work to do, and he was just a cargo hauler. But he was also human. And humans keep their promises. The galaxy would never forget. The Galactic Council had existed for 12,000 years. It was the oldest and most powerful group in the known universe. 347 different alien species sent their leaders to meet at a giant space station called the Concord Ring. This station floated in the empty space between star systems. It was neutral ground. No weapons were allowed. No wars could start here. Every species in the galaxy knew one simple rule. You did not enter council space without an invitation. You waited. You sent messages. You begged. And if you were lucky, after many years, the council might look at your request. No species had ever broken this rule. Until today, Captain Ben Harris stood on the bridge of his ship. The vessel was called the Defiant, and it was the first human starship ever built. Ben was 42 years old with gray hair at his temples and tired eyes that had seen too much. He had been a Navy captain on Earth before all of this started. Now he was something else entirely. He was the man who would introduce humanity to the galaxy. The Defiant dropped out of faster-than-light travel with a flash of blue light. One moment the ship was traveling between the stars. The next moment it was floating right in the middle of council space. Alarms started ringing immediately. Lieutenant Kate Morgan sat at the communications station. She was young, only 26, but she was the best communications officer Earth had. Her fingers moved fast across her controls as signals flooded in from every direction. "Captain," she said. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were wide. "We are being hailed on 17 different frequencies. I count 43 warships moving toward our position." Ben looked at the main view screen. He could see them now. Alien ships of every shape and size. Some looked like giant insects. Others were smooth and silver like drops of metal. A few were so strange that his mind could not understand what he was seeing. "How long until they reach us?" he asked. 4 minutes, Kate replied. Ben nodded slowly. 4 minutes to change everything. 4 minutes to save Earth, or doom it. "Open a channel," he ordered. "All frequencies. Let everyone hear this." Kate pressed a button. "Channel open." "Sir." Ben straightened his uniform and looked directly at the screen. Somewhere out there, hundreds of alien species were watching. They had never seen a human before. They did not know what Earth was. They did not know that 8 billion people were waiting back home, hoping and praying that this desperate plan would work. "This is Captain Ben Harris, of the Earth vessel Defiant," he said clearly. "Humanity requests an audience with the Galactic Council." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the view screen changed. It split into dozens of smaller images, each showing a different alien face. Some had scales. Some had feathers. Some had no faces at all. Just strange shapes that pulsed with light. Ben heard gasps and shouts in languages he did not understand. The translator in his ear tried to keep up, but there were too many voices speaking at once. Then one voice cut through all the others. It was deep and loud, like thunder rolling across mountains. Every other voice went silent. Another prey species crawls from the darkness. The main screen focused on a single figure. Ben felt his stomach drop. The creature was huge. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, twice the height of any human. Its body was covered in black scales that looked harder than steel. Its eyes were gold and they burned with cruel intelligence. When it smiled, Ben saw rows of teeth like knives. "I am High Warlord Thexar of the Dracoran Dominion," the creature said. "And you, little creature, have made a terrible mistake." Ben had studied the files. He knew about the Dracoran. They were the most feared species in the galaxy. They had evolved on a death world, a planet where everything was trying to kill everything else. They were born hunters, born killers. They had conquered 67 other species before the Council had been forced to accept them as members. The Dracoran did not ask for things. They took them. High Warlord, Ben replied carefully. Earth comes in peace. We seek only to join the Council and take our place among the civilized species of the galaxy. Thexar laughed. The sound was horrible, like bones breaking. Peace, he repeated. You speak of peace while invading our sacred space. You speak of civilization while breaking our oldest laws. He leaned forward, and even through the screen, Ben could feel the weight of his stare. Tell me, human, do your people know that you have just delivered them to extinction? Behind Ben, his crew shifted nervously. He could feel their fear. He shared it, but he could not show it. Earth has come a long way to be here, Ben said. We will not leave until we have spoken with the Council. The Council? Thexar waved one clawed hand dismissively. The Council is weak. They talk and debate while the galaxy burns. But the Dracoran are not weak. We act. We hunt. We conquer. He stood up from his seat, and Ben saw that other Dracoran stood behind him. An entire command staff of monsters. Your world is small, Thexar continued. Your people are soft. You will make acceptable slaves, I think. The young ones will be trained as servants. The old ones will feed my warriors. And you, Captain, will watch it all happen before I allow you to die. Ben felt cold anger building in his chest. He thought of his daughter back on Earth. She was 17 years old. She was hoping to go to college next year. She was hoping to have a normal life. None of that would happen if Thexar had his way. The Council will decide humanity's fate, Ben said firmly. Not you. Thexar's smile disappeared. For a long moment, he simply stared at Ben with those burning gold eyes. Very well, he said finally. You wish to speak to the Council. Then speak. But know this. Human. When you fail, and you will fail, my ships will follow you back to your world, and then you will learn what happens to prey that forgets its place. The screen went dark. Kate turned to look at Ben. Her face was pale. Sir, what do we do now? Ben looked around at his crew. They were scared. They were far from home. They were surrounded by aliens who wanted to kill them or enslave them. But they were human. And humans had faced impossible situations before. Now, Ben said quietly, we do what humans have always done. We fight. We survive. And we win. He pressed a button on his chair. Commander Price, Dr. Wright, Lieutenant Cole. Report to the shuttle bay. You have a council to crash. Somewhere in the depths of the ship, 3 people began preparing for the most important mission in human history. They did not know if they would succeed. They did not know if they would survive. But they knew one thing for certain. Humanity would not go quietly into the dark. The shuttle was small and cramped. Commander Laura Price sat in the front seat, watching through the window as the massive Concorde ring grew larger and larger. It was the biggest thing she had ever seen. The station stretched for hundreds of kilometers in every direction. Millions of beings lived and worked there. It was a city floating in space. Behind her sat Dr. Sam Wright and Lieutenant Nick Cole. Sam was 53 years old, a professor who had spent his life studying languages. He had learned to speak 17 human languages before the alien ship crashed on Earth. In the past 3 years, he had learned 12 more. None of them human. Nick was different. He was 35. Quiet, with short brown hair and calm gray eyes. He had been a Marine for 12 years. He had fought in wars that most people had forgotten about. He did not talk much, but when he moved, there was a smoothness to it that made Laura nervous in a way she could not explain. Approaching the main dock, Laura said. Everyone ready? As ready as we can be, Sam replied. He was sweating. I've been preparing for this moment my whole life. I just never thought it would actually happen. Nick said nothing. He simply checked his sidearm one more time. The shuttle landed softly inside the station. The doors opened, and Laura took her first breath of alien air. It smelled strange, like metal and flowers mixed together. The gravity felt slightly wrong. Everything felt slightly wrong. A group of security drones floated toward them. They were silver spheres with glowing blue eyes. "You are the human delegation," one of the drones said. Its voice had no emotion. "Follow. You have been granted 16 hours to present your case to the council. After that time, you will leave or be removed." They followed the drones through winding corridors. Laura tried to count the different species she saw, but she quickly lost track. There were beings with 4 arms, beings with no arms at all, beings that floated, beings that crawled, beings that seemed to be made of living light. All of them stopped to stare at the humans. "We are quite the attraction," Sam murmured. "They have never seen us before," Laura replied. "They are curious. Some of them look hungry," Nick said quietly. Laura did not respond. She had noticed the same thing. They were led to a small room deep inside the station. It was bare and cold, with no windows and only a single door. A table stood in the center with chairs designed for bodies that were not human. "Wait here," the drone ordered. "You will be summoned when the council is ready." The drone left. The door closed behind it. Sam sat down heavily in one of the strange chairs. 16 hours. How are we supposed to convince 347 species to accept us in 16 hours? "We tell them the truth," Laura said. "We show them who we are. And if that is not enough?" Laura looked at Nick. He met her eyes steadily. "Then we have other options," she said. Before Sam could ask what she meant, the door opened again. But it was not a drone that entered. It was something else entirely. The being was tall and thin, with skin that shimmered blue like the surface of a calm ocean. Its eyes were large and dark and filled with sadness. It moved slowly, carefully, as if it was afraid of breaking something. "I am Ambassador Veleth of the Silurian people," the being said. Its voice was soft and musical. "I hope I am not intruding." Laura stood up quickly. "Ambassador, we were not expecting visitors." "No," Veleth agreed. "That is why I came now, before the others, before the Dracoran can stop me." The ambassador looked toward the door as if expecting enemies to burst through at any moment. "I came to warn you." Nick's hand moved toward his weapon. "Warn us about what?" Veleth's dark eyes turned to him. "About everything. About the council. About High Warlord Thexar. About what will happen to your people if you fail here today." The ambassador moved closer. Its blue skin seemed to pulse with dim light. "The Dracoran have already declared their intention to claim your world," Veleth said. "They call it the right of predation. It is an ancient law, older than the council itself. It permits the Dracoran to hunt and enslave any species that is not protected by council membership." Laura felt cold. "And if we are denied membership? Then Earth is theirs. Your people will be taken as slaves. Your world will be stripped of resources. Everything you have built will be destroyed." Veleth's voice broke slightly. "I have seen it happen before. Many times. The Dracoran are very good at what they do." Sam stood up, his face pale. "And the council allows this? They simply watch while an entire species is destroyed? The council is afraid," Veleth admitted. "We all are. For 3,000 years, the Dracoran have been the dominant military power in the galaxy. Species that oppose them are crushed. Species that submit are spared, but only barely. Most of us have learned to look away when they hunt." Nick stepped forward. "Then why are you here? Why warn us at all?" Veleth was silent for a moment. Then the ambassador reached into its robes and pulled out a small device. It projected an image into the air between them. The image showed Earth. Not as it was now, but as it had been decades ago. There were wars. There was fire. There was suffering beyond description. But there were also humans rebuilding, humans helping each other, humans refusing to give up. "I have studied your people," Veleth said softly. "For 3 years, I have listened to your radio signals. I have watched your broadcasts. I have learned your history. The image changed. It showed humans landing on the moon. It showed humans curing diseases. It showed humans reaching out to help strangers across the world. You are a young species," Veleth continued. "Violent. Yes. Destructive. Certainly. But you are not prey. You are something else entirely. Something the Dracoran have never encountered before. Laura looked at the images of Earth floating in the air. And what is that? Veleth's dark eyes seemed to glow. Survivors. You are survivors. No matter what happens to you, no matter how many times you are knocked down, you get back up. You rebuild. You grow stronger. The ambassador turned off the device. Way. That is why I am here, Commander, because I believe that if any species can stand against the Dracoran, it is humanity. Nick crossed his arms. That is a lot of faith to put in people you have never met. Perhaps, Veleth agreed. But I am old. I have watched many species rise and fall. I have seen what happens when good people do nothing. The ambassador moved toward the door. The council session will begin soon. Speak the truth. Show them who you are. And whatever you do, do not back down from Thexar. He respects only strength. If you show weakness, he will destroy you. Veleth paused at the door. And, Commander? When the time comes, remember that you are not alone. Not all of us have forgotten what it means to hope. The door opened. The ambassador slipped out. Laura stood in silence for a long moment, staring at the place where Veleth had been. Well, Sam said finally, that was unexpected. Nick checked his weapon again. I do not trust easily, but that one seemed honest. Laura nodded slowly. We have 16 hours to save Earth. Let us not waste them. She straightened her uniform and looked at her team. Time to crash a galactic council. The council chamber was enormous. Laura had seen large buildings before. She had stood in stadiums that held 100,000 people, but nothing had prepared her for this. The chamber was a perfect sphere. Kilometers across. Platforms floated at every level, each one holding delegates from a different species. Lights of every color filled the air. Strange music played from hidden speakers. The sound of thousands of alien voices created a constant hum that pressed against Laura's ears. A floating platform carried the human delegation to the center of the chamber. There was no railing. No protection. Just a small circle of metal floating in the middle of everything. Laura looked up and saw hundreds of alien faces staring down at her. Some showed curiosity. Others showed pity. And in one section, raised above all the others, she saw the Dracoran. High Warlord Thexar lounged on his throne like a king watching peasants. His golden eyes followed Laura's every move. Other Dracoran warriors stood behind him, their scales gleaming under the lights. You may begin, a mechanical voice announced. It came from everywhere at once. This was the Arbiter, the artificial intelligence that ran the council. The species known as humanity has requested admission to the Galactic Council. They have 16 hours to present their case. The delegation leader may speak. Laura stepped forward. She felt small. She felt afraid. But she did not let it show. Members of the Galactic Council, she began. Her voice was carried by speakers throughout the chamber. My name is Laura Price. I speak for humanity. I speak for the 8 billion people of Earth. She activated the holographic device she carried. Images began to float through the air around her. 3 years ago, a Valorian scout ship crashed on our planet. Before that day, we did not know that other life existed in the universe. We were alone, or so we thought, but when that ship fell from our sky, everything changed. The images showed the crash site, scientists studying the wreckage, engineers building new machines. We studied the ship. We learned from it. In 3 years, we went from being bound to our own world to traveling faster than light. We built the vessel that brought us here. And we came because we know that we cannot survive alone. Thexar laughed. The sound echoed through the chamber. Pretty words, he said. But words are wind. You came here uninvited. You broke our laws. And now you beg for mercy like all prey does in the end. Laura turned to face him directly. She was not afraid. Or rather, she was afraid. But she refused to let it control her. You call us prey, she said. You look at us and see a small species from a small world. You assume we are weak. Allow me to correct that assumption. She changed the images. Now they showed something different. They showed war. Human armies marching across ancient battlefields. Castles burning. Cities in flames. The trenches of world wars. Filled with mud and blood and death. Humanity has spent its entire existence fighting, Laura continued. Not against other species. Against ourselves. We have perfected the art of destruction. We have weapons that can level cities in seconds. We have poisons that can kill millions with a single drop. We have split the atom itself and turned it into a force of unimaginable power. The images kept changing. Nuclear explosions. Biological weapons. Machines of war that made even some of the alien delegates look uncomfortable. And yet, Laura said, we survived. Every war, every disaster, every time it seemed like we would destroy ourselves completely, we found a way to continue. We adapted. We grew stronger. We refused to die. Thexar's smile had faded. He was watching her with new interest now. Every species believes itself special, he said slowly. Every species discovers otherwise when it faces the Dracoran. Perhaps, Laura acknowledged. But consider this, Warlord. The ship that crashed on our world was Valorian. It was considered advanced by your standards. But we did not simply copy it. We improved it. The Defiant is faster than any vessel in your fleet. Its weapons are based on principles your scientists have not yet discovered. 1. She let that sink in. Around the chamber, delegates began murmuring to each other. We learned more in 3 years, Laura continued, than most species learn in a century. That is what humans do. We learn. We adapt. We overcome. It is not our strength that makes us dangerous. It is our minds. Thexar stood up from his throne. He was massive, terrifying, a predator in every sense of the word. Enough of this, he growled. I tire of your boasting. The Dracoran have conquered 67 species. We have crushed armadas. We have burned worlds. What makes you think your little species is any different? Laura met his gaze without flinching. Because on Earth, we have no natural predators. The chamber went silent. Once, there were many, Laura continued. Great cats that could tear a human apart. Bears that stood 3 meters tall. Wolves that hunted in packs. All of them stronger than us. Faster than us. Better equipped for killing. She paused. We killed them all. She stepped forward, closer to the edge of the platform, closer to Thexar. Every predator that ever threatened humanity is now extinct or exists only because we allow it. We are the apex predator of our world, Warlord, not because we are the strongest or the fastest, but because we are the most dangerous. Thexar's claws dug into the arms of his throne. Earth does not seek conflict with the Dracoran Dominion, Laura said. We seek membership in this council, and the protections that come with it. We want to trade. To learn. To grow alongside the other species of this galaxy. She straightened her spine. But if that membership is denied, and if the Dracoran attempt to invoke their right of predation against Earth, you will learn something important. You will learn why we became the dominant species on our planet. She looked around the chamber at all the watching faces. You will learn that humanity does not surrender. We do not submit. And we do not go quietly into extinction. Her eyes locked with Thexar's one final time. You call yourselves apex predators. So do we. The difference is that we earned that title by killing everything that challenged us for it. How? 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 The chamber erupted into chaos. Delegates shouted at each other. Some were calling for humanity to be rejected immediately. Others were demanding that they be given a chance. But Laura noticed something else. In the section where Ambassador Valeth sat, several species were nodding. They were looking at her with something that might have been respect, or hope. Thexar raised one clawed hand, and the chamber fell silent. Very well, human, he said. His voice was cold as ice. You wish to prove yourselves worthy. Then prove it. He smiled, and Laura felt her blood turn cold. I invoke the right of dominance. Around the chamber, gasps of shock echoed. Even the Arbiter's mechanical voice seemed to hesitate. The right of dominance, the AI announced, permits any council member to challenge a pending species to direct combat. If the challenged species refuses, their application is denied. If they accept and lose, their world becomes property of the challenger. Thexar leaned forward. Send your champion to face me in the arena, little human. If your warrior defeats me, the Dracoran Dominion will withdraw all objections to your membership. His smile widened. But if your champion falls, Earth burns. Every man, woman, and child will belong to me. Forever. Laura felt the weight of the moment pressing down on her. The fate of 8 billion people rested on her next words. She turned to look at Nick. He was already removing his jacket. Nick, she said quietly, you do not have to do this. Nick looked at her with those calm gray eyes. Yes, Commander, I do. He stepped forward onto the platform, alone, small, facing a monster 4 times his size. The right is accepted, Laura announced. Humanity sends its champion. Thexar threw back his head and laughed. Then let us see what your species is truly made of. The arena was old. It had been built into the lower levels of the conquered ring thousands of years ago, back when the galaxy settled disputes with blood instead of words. The floor was white stone, but dark stains marked the places where countless warriors had fallen. Nick Cole walked through the entrance alone. The roar of the crowd pressed against him from every direction. Thousands of aliens had come to watch. They filled the seats that rose up and up until they disappeared into shadows. Most of them expected him to die. He stopped in the center of the arena and looked around. The walls were high and smooth. There was no way out except through his opponent. The ceiling above was open, showing the watching delegates on their floating platforms. He could see Laura up there. Sam was beside her, his face white with fear. Captain Harris watched from another platform with the rest of the defiant crew. Nick took a deep breath. He thought about his family back on Earth. His mother in her small house in Ohio. His sister with her 3 kids. His niece, who had just started learning to walk. All of them were counting on him. All 8 billion of them. A door opened on the other side of the arena. Thexar stepped through. The crowd went wild. The High Warlord walked slowly, casually, as if this was nothing more than a morning stroll. He wore no armor. He carried no weapons. He did not need them. His body was the weapon. 4 meters of muscle and scales, and claws and teeth. A creature born on a world where only the strongest survived. A predator that had never known defeat. Nick watched him approach. He did not move. He did not flinch. Thexar stopped about 10 meters away. His golden eyes studied Nick with curiosity, the way a cat might study a mouse that refused to run. You are small, Thexar said. Soft. I could break you with one hand. Nick said nothing. When I kill you, Thexar continued, I will make it quick. A gift for your courage, if nothing else. Then I will take your world, and your species will serve the Dracoran for eternity. Nick reached down and drew his combat knife. It was small, barely 20 centimeters long. Against Thexar's claws, it looked like a toy. Some aliens in the crowd laughed. That is your weapon? Thexar asked. He seemed amused. A tiny blade against a Dracoran warrior? Nick held the knife in a relaxed grip. It is enough. Thexar's amusement disappeared. His golden eyes narrowed. Then let us begin. A horn sounded. The fight had started. Thexar charged. He moved faster than anything Nick had ever seen. 4 meters of armored death, crossing the distance between them in less than a second. His claws slashed through the air where Nick's head had been. But Nick was not there anymore. He had rolled to the side at the last possible moment. As Thexar's arm passed over him, Nick's knife flashed upward. It found the gap between 2 scales on the warlord's wrist. Green blood sprayed. Thexar roared in surprise and spun around. Nick was already moving, circling to the left, staying low. First blood, Nick said quietly. Thexar looked at his wrist. The wound was small, barely a scratch. But it was there. A human had wounded him. When he looked at Nick again, there was no more amusement in his eyes. Only rage. He attacked again, faster this time. His claws came from every direction. Left, right, up, down. Each strike could have killed a dozen humans. Nick dodged, he ducked, he rolled, he moved like water, flowing around the attacks, always just barely out of reach. This was what humanity had learned over thousands of years of war. Not how to be stronger, not how to be faster, but how to survive against enemies that were both technique, strategy, the ability to find weakness where none should exist. Nick's knife flashed again. And again. Each time, it found another gap in Thexar's scales. The soft tissue behind the knee, the thin membrane under the arm, the vulnerable spot where the neck met the shoulder. Green blood began to pool on the ancient stones. Thexar was slowing down. Not by much, but enough. The crowd had gone silent. They had come to watch a slaughter. Instead, they were watching something impossible. A human, a tiny soft creature, was winning. How? Thexar snarled. He was breathing hard now. Pain filled his voice. We are stronger. Faster. We have conquered empires. We have never been defeated. Nick circled slowly, his knife ready. You have conquered species that fought the way you expected them to fight. Strength against strength. Speed against speed. He moved in, landed another cut, and retreated before Thexar could respond. Humans do not fight that way. We adapt, we overcome. And when we cannot overpower an enemy, we outsmart them. Thexar lunged again, but his movements were clumsy now. Nick sidestepped easily and slashed across the back of the warlord's leg. Thexar stumbled. For the first time, he fell to one knee. The crowd gasped. Nick stood over him, knife in hand. He could end it now. One quick strike to the base of the skull, where the spine connected to the brain. It would be over, but he did not move. Yield, Nick said. Thexar looked up at him with those golden eyes. Hatred burned in them. And something else. Something the warlord had never felt before. Fear. If I yield, my people will see me as weak, Thexar said. They will challenge me. They will try to take my throne. Nick nodded. That is your problem, not mine. Yield, and Earth is safe. That is all I care about. Thexar's claws scraped against the stone. He tried to rise, but his body refused. Too much blood had been lost. Too many wounds had been dealt. You could have killed me, he said slowly. Why did you stop? Nick lowered his knife slightly. Because killing you was never the goal. Protecting my people was the goal. If you yield, both our species survive. If you die, your warriors might seek revenge. More people die. More suffering. More war. He looked down at the broken warlord. Humans have had enough war. We came to the stars looking for peace, not more enemies. But we will fight if we must. We will kill if we must. And we will win if we must. Thexar was silent for a long moment. Your fleet, he said finally. The ships behind the Defiant. They are not real, are they? Nick allowed himself a small smile. We only have one ship, but we also have something else. Something we seeded through Dracoran space over the past 3 years. Thexar's eyes widened. The probes. The objects we detected but could not identify. Nick nodded. They are linked to the Defiant. If I die, if our ship is destroyed, a signal is sent. Every probe activates. Your homeworld, your colonies, your fleet bases. All of them targeted. You are bluffing. Humanity does not bluff, warlord. We plan. We prepare. And when we face an enemy we cannot defeat with strength, we find another way. Thexar looked at him for a long time. Then, slowly, painfully, he lowered his head to the ground. It was the ancient Dracoran gesture of absolute submission. I yield. The words echoed through the silent arena. 347 species heard them. The galaxy's apex predator had been beaten. Not by a stronger enemy. Not by a larger army. By a single human with a knife and a plan. Nick sheathed his knife, and offered his hand to Thexar. The warlord stared at it for a moment. Then, impossibly, he took it. Nick helped him to his feet. "Your species is dangerous," Thexar said quietly. Nick looked up at the massive warrior. "Only to our enemies." Above them, in the council chamber, the arbiter's voice rang out. "The right of dominance has been satisfied. Humanity's application for council membership is approved. The Dracoran Dominion withdraws all objections." On her platform, Laura Price allowed herself to smile. They had done it. Earth was safe. But this was only the beginning. The medical bay on the Concord Ring was strange. The beds were designed for bodies that were not human. The machines made sounds that no Earth hospital would recognize. But the doctors knew their work, and within hours, Nick's wounds had been treated. He sat on the edge of an alien bed, looking at his bandaged hands. The cuts were shallow. They would heal quickly. But the memory of the fight would stay with him forever. The door opened. Thexar walked in. Nick tensed automatically. His hand reached for a weapon that was not there. But Thexar did not attack. He simply stood in the doorway, looking at the human who had defeated him. The warlord's own wounds had been treated. Patches of synthetic skin covered the places where Nick's knife had found its mark. "May I enter?" Thexar asked. Nick blinked in surprise. "You are asking permission? You have earned that respect." Nick nodded slowly. "Come in." Thexar moved into the room. He was too large for the space. His head nearly touched the ceiling, but he moved carefully, almost gently. "I have been thinking," the warlord said, "about our fight, about what you said." Nick waited. "The Dracoran have always been the strongest. From the moment we crawled out of the mud of our homeworld, we have dominated everything around us. We did not need strategy. We did not need planning. We simply attacked, and our enemies fell." He looked at Nick with those golden eyes. "You showed me that strength is not enough, that there are other ways to win. Ways that the Dracoran have never considered." Nick leaned back. "Your people are impressive. The strongest I have ever faced. But strength alone will only take you so far. Eventually, you meet someone smarter, someone more creative, someone willing to find the weakness you did not know you had." Thexar nodded slowly. "My ancestors would have killed you for saying that. They would have burned your world to ash rather than admit such a thing. And you?" The warlord was silent for a long moment. "I am old," he said finally. "I have fought many battles, won many wars, but I have never learned anything from an enemy. Until today." He extended one massive clawed hand. "I would like to learn more, if you are willing to teach." Nick looked at the hand. 3 hours ago, it had been trying to tear him apart. Now, it was offered in friendship. He took it. "That is what the council is for," Nick said. The next weeks passed quickly. Earth's membership was finalized. Treaties were signed. Trade agreements were made. Humanity was officially part of the galactic community, but the real changes happened more slowly. Captain Harris returned to Earth with news of their success. He was greeted as a hero. Parades were held, songs were written. For the first time in history, humanity was united in celebration. Laura Price stayed on the Concord Ring as Earth's first official ambassador. She moved into the new human embassy, a building designed by Earth architects and built by alien engineers. It was unlike anything the station had ever seen. Gardens grew in every room. Art from 100 different countries decorated the walls. Music played from hidden speakers. Other species came to visit. They were curious about these strange new beings who had crashed the council and defeated its greatest warrior. Some came to study. Others came to trade. A few came just to look. Sam Wright began teaching classes on human culture and language. His lectures drew audiences from dozens of species. He taught them about Earth's history, its art, its music. He showed them Shakespeare and Mozart and paintings from the Renaissance. Some aliens wept at the beauty of it. Others were confused. All of them left with a new understanding of what humanity could be. And Nick Cole became something new entirely. Thexar had requested a formal exchange program between the Dracoran military and Earth's forces. He wanted his warriors to learn what Nick had demonstrated in the arena, Not just fighting techniques, but strategy, planning. The ability to think 10 steps ahead of an enemy. Nick became the first human instructor in Dracoran history. It was not easy. The warriors resisted at first. They saw themselves as perfect. They did not want to learn from a species they still considered prey. But Nick was patient. He worked with them day after day. He showed them exercises that built not just strength but flexibility. He taught them to analyze their enemies, to find weaknesses, to plan for every possibility. Slowly, they began to change. 1 year after humanity's arrival at the Conquered Ring, Ambassador Veleth came to visit the human embassy. Laura welcomed the Silurian in her office. They sat together looking out at the stars through a large window. "You were right," Laura said. "When you came to warn us, you said we were survivors. You said we might be able to stand against the Dracoran." Veleth's blue skin shimmered softly. "I had hope, but I did not know if it was justified. And now?" The ambassador was quiet for a moment. "Now I know that it was more than justified. You have done something that no species has ever done. You have changed the Dracoran. You have shown them that there are better ways to exist than through conquest and fear." Laura shook her head. "We did not change them. We just gave them a chance to see themselves differently." "That is the same thing," Veleth said. "And it is exactly what I hoped for. The galaxy has been frozen in fear for too long. The strong dominated the weak. The predators hunted the prey. Nothing ever changed because no one believed change was possible." The ambassador stood and moved to the window. "You have shown us that change is possible. You have shown us that a small species from a small world can stand against the mightiest power in the galaxy and win, not through violence alone, but through wisdom and courage, and the refusal to accept defeat." Laura joined Veleth at the window. Outside, ships from 100 worlds passed through the Concord Ring. Trading, communicating, cooperating. "The Outer Rim territories have applied for council protection," Laura said. "They asked for human observers during the process." Veleth nodded. "I heard. They want you because of what you represent. Hope. Change. A future that is different from the past." The door opened. Nick walked in, still wearing his Dracoran training uniform. Behind him came Thexar, ducking to fit through the human-sized doorway. "Ambassador," Thexar rumbled, "I bring news." Veleth's dark eyes widened slightly. The sight of a Dracoran warlord walking peacefully through a human embassy was still strange. "The Dracoran Dominion has voted to reform its policies regarding the right of predation," Thexar continued. "It will be suspended indefinitely. No species will be hunted or enslaved under that law again." Laura stared at him. "Thexar, that is remarkable. How did you convince your people?" The warlord looked at Nick, then back at Laura. "I told them what I learned in the arena. I told them that strength without wisdom is weakness. That conquest without purpose is emptiness. And that the greatest victory is not destroying an enemy, but turning them into an ally." He straightened to his full height, and the old fire flickered in his golden eyes. "The Dracoran were feared because we were predators, but predators are always looking behind them, watching for the next threat. We spent so much time defending our position that we forgot to grow. We forgot to learn." He placed one clawed hand on Nick's shoulder. "This human showed me another way. A way to be strong without being cruel. To be proud without being blind. To lead without crushing those who follow." Veleth's musical voice trembled. "I never thought I would see this day." Thexar smiled, showing rows of teeth that no longer seemed quite so threatening. "Neither did I. But that is the gift humanity has given us. The gift of possibility." Laura looked around the room. A Silurian ambassador. A Dracoran warlord. A human soldier. All standing together in peace. This was what they had fought for. This was what Nick had risked his life for. Not just survival, but something greater. A chance to build a new future. "The galaxy spent millennia in fear," Laura said softly. "Of the Dracoran. Of each other. Of change itself. But fear does not have to be forever." She looked out at the stars. "We crashed the Galactic Council because we had no choice. We forced the apex predator to kneel because it was the only way to survive. But now that we are here, we have a responsibility. Not to conquer, not to dominate, but to show every species in the galaxy that there is another way. Thexar nodded slowly. And what way is that? Laura turned to face them all. Partnership, cooperation, growth. We are not here to rule the galaxy. We are here to help it become something better. She smiled. The age of predators is over. The age of partners has begun. Outside the window, the stars burned on. Billions of worlds, countless species, all of them watching, all of them waiting to see what humanity would do next. And on a small platform in the Concord Ring, a human ambassador, a Dracoran warlord, a Solarian elder, and a soldier from Earth stood together, looking toward a future that none of them had ever dared to imagine. It was a future built on hope. It was a future built on change. It was a future that began with one small ship, one impossible mission, and the simple belief that humanity would never surrender. The stars were waiting. Humanity was ready. The small shuttle drifted slowly through the cold darkness of space. Inside, Commander Daniel Hayes watched the oxygen meter drop lower and lower. He had maybe 3 hours left to live. Maybe less. His mission had started as a simple patrol. The United Earth Fleet had sent him to check the outer colonies near the asteroid belt. It was supposed to be easy work. Fly out, scan the area, fly back home. Nothing dangerous, nothing complicated. But the pirates had been waiting for him. They came out of nowhere, hiding behind a large asteroid. 3 small attack ships against his single shuttle. Daniel was a good pilot, one of the best in the fleet. But the odds were too bad. He managed to destroy one pirate ship before they hit his engines. The blast sent him spinning into the asteroid field. By the time he regained control, the pirates were gone and his shuttle was dying. The engines were dead. The communication system was broken. Life support was failing. The only thing still working was a weak distress beacon, sending out a tiny signal that probably nobody would ever hear. Daniel sat in his pilot chair and looked out at the stars. They were beautiful, he thought. Cold and distant, but beautiful. He had always loved space. Even now, facing death, he could not hate it. He was 32 years old. He had no wife, no children. His parents had died years ago in a shuttle accident. He had dedicated his whole life to the fleet. Now that life was about to end in this dark corner of the galaxy, alone and forgotten, he closed his eyes and tried to sleep. There was nothing else to do. The alarm woke him up. Daniel opened his eyes and looked at the scanner screen. Something was approaching. Something big. For a moment, hope filled his chest. Maybe it was a human ship. Maybe someone had heard his beacon. Maybe he would live after all. But then he saw the shape of the vessel on his screen, and his hope turned to confusion. It was not a human ship. The vessel that appeared before his shuttle was unlike anything Daniel had ever seen. It was long and curved, almost like a living creature. Its hull seemed to glow with soft blue and green lights that moved in patterns, like breathing. There were no sharp edges, no weapons visible. It looked peaceful. It looked alien. Daniel's heart beat faster. Humanity had met other species in the galaxy. Some were friendly, some were not. He had no idea which kind this was. The alien ship stopped near his shuttle. For a long moment, nothing happened. Daniel waited, barely breathing. Then a voice came through his broken communication system. It was soft and musical, speaking in perfect English. "Human vessel, we have received your distress signal. Do you require assistance?" Daniel stared at the speaker. His comm system was supposed to be dead. How were they talking to him? "Yes," he said, his voice rough from thirst. "Yes, I need help. My ship is dying. I am dying." There was a pause. "We are sending a rescue pod. Please remain calm." Daniel watched through his window as a small pod detached from the alien ship and floated toward him. It connected to his shuttle with a soft click, and a door opened in his wall that had not been there before. He did not question it. He did not have the strength. He simply crawled through the opening and into the pod. The inside was warm and filled with soft light. The air smelled sweet. like flowers after rain. Daniel lay on the floor and breathed deeply. Real air. Clean air. He was going to live. The pod carried him into the alien vessel. When Daniel woke up again, he was lying on a soft bed in a white room. Medical machines surrounded him. But they were nothing like human technology. They hummed quietly and glowed with gentle colors. A figure stood beside his bed. She was tall, at least 7 feet, with silver skin that shimmered in the light. She had 4 eyes, 2 large ones in the normal position, and 2 smaller ones above them. Her face was kind, with a small mouth that curved into a gentle smile. She wore flowing robes of deep blue. "You are awake," she said. Her voice was the same musical sound he had heard on the radio. "That is good. I was worried." Daniel tried to sit up, but his body was too weak. "Rest," the alien said. "You were very close to death. Your body needs time to heal." "Who are you?" Daniel asked. "What are you?" "My name is Taela," she said. "I am a physician. My people are called the Valorians." Daniel had never heard of them. But that was not surprising. The galaxy was vast, and humanity had only explored a small part of it. "Why did you save me?" he asked. Taela tilted her head, and her 4 eyes blinked slowly. "Because you needed help," she said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "But you do not know me. I am a stranger." "Yes," Taela agreed. "But does that matter? You were dying. We could help." So we helped. Daniel did not know what to say. In his experience, nobody did anything without a reason. There was always a price, always a deal. But Taela seemed to expect nothing from him. For 3 weeks, Daniel stayed on the Valorian ship. Taela and her people treated him with kindness that he had never experienced before. They healed his wounds, fed him strange but delicious food, and gave him a comfortable room to sleep in. During this time, Daniel learned about the Valorians. They were an old species, much older than humanity. They had traveled the stars for thousands of years. But they were not warriors. They were scientists, explorers, healers. They had no army, no weapons of war. They believed in peace and knowledge. "Does that not make you vulnerable?" Daniel asked Taela one day. "There are dangerous species out there. Species that would hurt you." "Ah," Taela nodded sadly. "Yes, we know. We have lost colonies to raiders before, but we cannot change who we are. Violence is not in our nature. We can only hope that kindness will protect us." Daniel thought about this for a long time. On his last day aboard the ship, the Valorians returned his shuttle to him. They had repaired it completely, using technology far better than anything humans had. The engines were stronger, the shields were better, even the communication system was improved. Daniel stood at the airlock, ready to leave. Taela came to say goodbye. "Thank you," Daniel said. The words felt small, unable to carry the weight of what he felt. "I do not know how to repay you," Taela smiled. "There is no need for repayment. Helping you was its own reward." But Daniel shook his head. He stepped forward and took Taela's hand in his. Her skin was cool and smooth, like polished stone. "Listen to me," he said, looking into her 4 gentle eyes. "I am a soldier. I have nothing to offer you now. But I promise you this, if your people ever need help, if you are ever in danger, humanity will come. I will make sure of it. This is my word, and I do not break my word." Taela looked at him for a long moment. He could see that she did not really believe him. In her experience, species made promises and then forgot them. That was just how things were. "That is kind of you to say," she said softly. "I mean it," Daniel said. "Remember my name, Daniel Hayes. Remember this promise." He squeezed her hand once, then turned and walked into his shuttle. As he flew away from the Valorian ship, Daniel looked back at it one last time. The beautiful vessel hung in space, glowing softly against the darkness. He made a silent vow to himself. He would become powerful. He would rise through the ranks of the fleet. And when the day came, when the Valorians needed help, he would be ready. He did not know that day would come, but it would. 18 years passed like water flowing through open fingers. Daniel Hayes was no longer a young commander. He was now Admiral of the United Earth Fleet, one of the most powerful men in human space. His hair had turned gray at the sides, lines had formed around his eyes, but his will was as strong as ever, maybe stronger. He had worked hard for this position. Every mission, every battle, every sacrifice had been a step on the ladder. Some people thought he was too driven, too focused. They did not understand. Daniel had a promise to keep, and he needed power to keep it. But as the years went by, he sometimes wondered if that promise would ever matter. The Valorians were far away, living their peaceful lives in a distant part of the galaxy. Perhaps they would never need his help. Perhaps they would be safe forever. He was wrong. On the other side of the galaxy, in a region of space that humans had never visited, darkness was spreading. The Krath Dominion had awakened. The Krath were an ancient species, older even than the Valorians. They were massive creatures, standing over 10 feet tall, with hard shells covering their bodies like armor. They had 6 legs and 4 arms, and their faces were filled with sharp teeth and hungry eyes. They looked like insects, but they thought like monsters. For centuries, the Krath had been quiet, staying in their own territory, but their population had grown too large. Their planets were overcrowded. Their resources were running out. They needed new worlds to conquer, new species to consume. The Krath did not trade. They did not negotiate. They simply took what they wanted and destroyed everything else. Their leader was called Overlord Vrexis. He was the largest and cruelest of all the Krath, a warrior who had killed thousands with his own 4 hands. He sat on a throne made from the bones of his enemies and dreamed of an empire that would cover the entire galaxy. One day, his scouts brought him information about a planet called Valoria. "It is rich in minerals," the scout reported. "The water is pure. The land is fertile. And the people who live there are weak. They have no army, no weapons. They will not be able to fight." Vrexis smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. "Perfect," he said. "We will take it." He assembled his fleet. 300 warships, each one bristling with weapons. Millions of Krath soldiers, hungry for conquest. It was the largest force the Dominion had ever sent against a single world. They began the long journey to Valoria. On the Valorian homeworld, life continued as it always had. The cities were beautiful, filled with tall towers of crystal and gardens that bloomed with flowers of every color. The Valorians spent their days studying science, creating art, and caring for each other. They had no enemies, or so they thought. Taela was now a senior member of the Valorian Council. She was old by her people's standards, but still strong. Her silver skin had faded to a softer gray, and her 4 eyes were tired from years of reading and research. But she still remembered the human pilot she had saved so long ago. Sometimes, late at night, she would think about him. She wondered if he was still alive. She wondered if he even remembered her. The day the Krath fleet arrived, Taela was working in her office, reviewing medical reports. A young aide burst through the door, his face pale with fear. "Counselor Taela," he gasped. "You must come to the observation center. Something terrible is happening." Taela followed him through the winding halls of the council building. When she reached the observation center, she found chaos. Dozens of Valorians were staring at screens, crying and shouting. Some had fallen to their knees in despair. She looked at the main screen and felt her heart stop. The Krath fleet filled the sky above Valoria. 300 warships, blocking out the stars. They were enormous, ugly vessels covered in weapons and spikes. They looked like death itself. A message was playing on repeat, broadcast to the entire planet. "People of Valoria," said a deep, cruel voice. "I am Overlord Vrexis of the Krath Dominion. Your world now belongs to us. You will surrender all your resources and your people. Those who obey will be allowed to serve us as slaves. Those who resist will be destroyed. You have 1 day to decide." The message ended. The observation center fell silent, Taela could hear people weeping softly. She could feel the fear in the air, thick and heavy. One of the counselors, an old male named Perrin, stood up slowly. "We must surrender," he said, his voice shaking. "We have no choice. We cannot fight them. They will enslave us," another counselor argued. "They will take our children. They will destroy our culture." "Better slaves than dead," Perrin replied. Taela listened to them argue. But her mind was elsewhere. She was remembering a conversation from 18 years ago. She was remembering a young human pilot holding her hand and making a promise. "I will make sure of it," he had said. "This is my word, and I do not break my word." Could it be possible? Could that promise still mean something after all these years? She did not know, but she had to try. "There is another option," Taela said loudly. The other counselors turned to look at her. "We can ask for help." Perrin shook his head. "From whom?" "No species in this region has the power to face the Krath." "Not in this region," Taela agreed. "But there is a species far away. A species I met long ago. They are called humans." The counselors looked confused. Most of them had never heard of humanity. Earth was in a distant part of the galaxy, far from Valorian space. "The humans are warriors," Taela continued. "They have a strong military. And 18 years ago, I saved one of their pilots. He promised me that if we ever needed help, his people would come." Perrin laughed bitterly. "A promise from one pilot? Made 18 years ago? You would risk our survival on that?" "I would," Taela said firmly. "Because I looked into his eyes, and I believed him." The debate lasted for hours. Many counselors thought Taela's idea was foolish. Even if the humans wanted to help, they were too far away. They could never arrive in time. And why would they care about a species they had never met? But in the end, they had no better options. Surrender meant slavery and death. Fighting meant immediate destruction. Asking the humans for help was a small chance. But it was the only chance they had. Taela herself composed the message. She sat alone in her office, thinking carefully about what to say. Finally, she began to speak into the recorder. "To any human who receives this message," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her hearts. "I am Taela of Valoria. Many years ago, I found a damaged shuttle drifting in space. Inside was a human pilot named Daniel Hayes. He was dying. My people saved him. Before he left, he made me a promise. He said that if we ever needed help, humanity would come." She paused, gathering her courage. "I do not know if he is still alive. I do not know if anyone will hear this message. But I must try. The Krath Dominion has come to destroy us. We have no weapons. We cannot fight. In 40 hours, our world will be conquered, and our people will be killed or enslaved." Tears began to fall from her 4 eyes. "We are not asking for charity. We are asking for the promise to be kept. If there is any honor among humans, if Daniel Hayes still lives, and still remembers us, please help us. We have nowhere else to turn." She ended the recording and sent it across the stars, aimed at the distant region where Earth was located. The message would take hours to arrive. Even if the humans responded immediately, their ships would need time to reach Valoria, time they probably did not have. Taela walked to her window and looked up at the sky. The Krath warships hung there like dark clouds, blocking the light of the sun. She thought about Daniel Hayes. She remembered his face, young and determined. She remembered the feeling of his hand holding hers. "Please," she whispered to the stars, "please remember." Across the galaxy, the message raced through space, carrying the hopes of an entire world. And in his office on Earth, Admiral Daniel Hayes was about to receive the call that would change everything. Admiral Daniel Hayes sat at the head of a long table in the war room of Fleet Command. Around him were the highest-ranking officers of the United Earth Fleet. They were discussing supply routes, patrol schedules, and training programs. It was important work, but it was also boring. Daniel was half listening when the door burst open. Lieutenant Katie Morgan, his personal aide, rushed into the room. She was young, barely 25, with short brown hair and sharp eyes. She was usually calm and professional. Today, her face was pale, and her hands were shaking. "Admiral," she said, breathing hard. "You need to see this, right now." Daniel looked at her with concern. In 3 years of working together, he had never seen her so disturbed. "What is it, Lieutenant?" Katie walked to the main screen at the end of the room and connected her tablet. The other officers watched in confusion as she pulled up a recorded message. "This came through the deep space relay about 10 minutes ago," she said. "It was addressed to you specifically, Admiral, by name." Daniel's heart began to beat faster. He did not know why, but something told him this was important. Katie pressed play. The face that appeared on the screen was older than he remembered. The silver skin had faded to gray. The 4 gentle eyes were tired and worried, but he recognized her immediately. "Taella, to any human who receives this message," she began. And Daniel listened to every word. He heard about the Krath Dominion. He heard about the 300 warships. He heard about the 40 hours until destruction. And he heard her remind him of his promise. When the message ended, the room was completely silent. The other officers looked at Daniel with confusion and surprise. None of them knew about his rescue by the Valorians. He had never told anyone. Captain Ryan Cole, his second-in-command, spoke first. "Admiral, what is this about? Who is this alien? What promise is she talking about?" Daniel stood up slowly. His legs felt weak, but his mind was clear. 18 years ago, he said, I was on a patrol mission near the asteroid belt. Pirates attacked me. My shuttle was destroyed. I was dying. He looked around the table at the faces of his officers. A Valorian ship found me. They had no reason to help me. I was a stranger from a species they had never met. But they saved my life. They healed my wounds. They repaired my shuttle, and before I left, I made them a promise. He pointed at the screen where Taella's face was frozen. I told them that if they ever needed help, humanity would come. That is what she is asking for now. She is asking me to keep my word. The room exploded into argument. Admiral, this is impossible, said Commander Lisa Patel, the head of Fleet Logistics. Valoria is on the other side of the galaxy. Even at maximum speed, it would take our ships nearly 30 hours to get there. That barely leaves enough time. And the Krath Dominion, added Captain Cole. They are dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Their ships are powerful. Their soldiers are brutal. We would be walking into a war zone against a superior force. Also, we have no treaty with the Valorians, said another officer. No alliance, no obligation. What happens to them is not our responsibility. Daniel listened to all of them. He understood their concerns. Everything they said was true. It was dangerous. It was far. It was not their problem. But he did not care. Let me tell you something about obligations, Daniel said quietly. The room fell silent. When I was floating in that shuttle, waiting to die, I had given up. I had accepted my death. And then these people, these strangers, came out of nowhere and saved me. They asked for nothing in return. They helped me simply because they could. He walked to the screen and looked at Talala's face. That woman right there spent 3 weeks caring for me. She talked to me. She laughed with me. She made me believe that there was still good in this universe. And now she is facing the destruction of everything she loves, and she is asking if I meant what I said. He turned back to his officers. I meant it, every word, and I will not break my promise. Captain Cole shook his head. Admiral, I understand your feelings, but you are asking us to send the fleet into a battle we might not win. You are asking us to risk thousands of lives for people who are not even our allies. I am not asking, Daniel said. I am ordering. As Admiral of the United Earth Fleet, I have the authority to deploy our forces as I see fit. And I am deploying them to Valoria. The officers exchanged worried glances. They knew Daniel was serious. They also knew he was right about his authority. How many ships? Commander Patel asked. All of them, Daniel replied. Every ship that can reach Valoria in time. I want the Third Fleet mobilized within 2 hours. Dreadnoughts, carriers, destroyers, everything. That will leave Earth less protected, Cole pointed out. Earth is not under attack. Valoria is. There was another long moment of silence. Then, one by one, the officers began to nod. They might not agree with the decision, but they respected Daniel Hayes. They trusted him, and they would follow him. Katie Morgan stepped forward. Admiral, she said, if you are going, then I am going with you. Daniel looked at her. Lieutenant, you do not have to do this. You can stay on Earth where it is safe. Katie shook her head. With respect, sir, I joined the fleet because I believed in what we stand for. If keeping a promise to people who saved your life is not worth fighting for, then nothing is. I want to be part of this. Daniel felt a warm feeling in his chest. Pride. Maybe. Or hope. Very well, he said. You will serve on the flagship with me. He turned to address the entire room. I know this is not what any of you expected today. I know you have doubts and fears. That is natural. But let me tell you why this matters. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Humanity has been in space for 200 years. In that time, we have built ships, founded colonies, and made ourselves powerful. But what does that power mean if we do not use it for something good? What does it mean to be human if we abandon people who showed us kindness? His voice grew stronger. The Valorians saved my life. They asked for nothing. They expected nothing. They simply helped because it was the right thing to do. Today, we have a chance to show the galaxy what humanity is really made of. We have a chance to prove that our promises mean something. That our honor is real. He looked at each officer in turn. I cannot promise that everyone will survive. War is dangerous. People will die. But I would rather die keeping my word than live knowing I broke it. That is the kind of man I am. And I believe that is the kind of people we all are. Captain Cole stood up and saluted. The fleet will be ready in 2 hours, Admiral. Commander Patel stood as well. I will coordinate the logistics personally. One by one, every officer in the room rose to their feet and saluted. They were with him. All of them. Daniel felt tears forming in his eyes. But he held them back. Thank you, he said. Now let us go save a planet. 2 hours later, the Third Fleet of the United Earth Fleet began to move. 112 warships powered up their engines and set course for the distant Valoria system. Dreadnoughts the size of cities. Carriers filled with hundreds of fighters. Destroyers fast and deadly. Support ships carrying supplies and medical equipment. At the center of the formation was the flagship, the USS Defiance. It was the most powerful ship in the human navy. A symbol of strength and determination. Admiral Daniel Hayes stood on its bridge, watching the stars blur as the ship jumped into hyperspace. Katie Morgan stood beside him. Admiral, she said, do you really think we can win? Daniel thought about the question. 300 Krath warships against 112 human vessels. The odds were bad. I do not know, he admitted. But I know that we have to try. Some things are more important than winning. He looked out at the blur of hyperspace, thinking about Tayela, thinking about the promise he had made so many years ago. We are coming, he whispered. Hold on. We are coming. The fleet raced through space, carrying the hope of 2 species toward a battle that would be remembered for centuries. Overlord Vrexis stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Devourer, and watched Valoria burn. The Valorians had tried to fight. It was almost funny. They had sent their little science ships against his war fleet, firing weapons that could barely scratch his armor. He had destroyed them in minutes. Now their debris floated in orbit, mixing with the wreckage of failed hopes. The planet below was beautiful, he had to admit. Blue oceans, green forests, white cities gleaming in the sunlight. Soon it would all belong to the Krath. His soldiers would harvest the resources. His workers would strip the land. The Valorians themselves would become slaves or food, depending on how useful they proved to be. He clicked his sharp teeth together in satisfaction. "How long until we can begin the landing?" he asked his tactical officer. 2 hours, Overlord. We are clearing the remaining defense platforms now. Good. Tell the soldiers to prepare. I want the capital city secured by sunset. Vrexus turned to look out the main window at his fleet. 300 warships surrounded the planet like a net of death. Nothing could escape. Nothing could save these pathetic creatures. The Valorians had sent a distress signal, he knew. His communications officers had intercepted it. They were calling for help from some species called humans. Vrexus had never heard of them. They were probably weak and cowardly, like everyone else in this part of the galaxy. Even if they wanted to help, they were too far away. The calculations were simple. By the time any rescue force could arrive, Valoria would already be conquered. The war would be over before it began. He smiled again and returned to his throne. On the planet below, Taela sat in the emergency shelter with thousands of other Valorians. The building was underground, protected by thick walls of stone and metal. It was supposed to keep them safe during natural disasters. It would not protect them from Krath soldiers. Children were crying. Parents were holding them close, whispering words of comfort that nobody believed. Old people sat in corners, staring at nothing, already accepting their fate. Taela felt empty. Her message had been sent nearly 30 hours ago. There had been no response. The humans had not come. Maybe Daniel Hayes was dead. Maybe he had forgotten her. Maybe humanity simply did not care about a promise made to strangers. She could not blame them. She had hoped for too much. She had believed in something that was not real. A young Valorian girl sat down next to her. She was maybe 8 years old, with bright silver skin and eyes full of fear. "Counselor Taela," the girl said. "Are we going to die?" Taela looked at her and tried to smile. "I do not know, little one. We must be brave and see what happens. My mother said that help is coming. Is that true?" Taela felt her heart break. She did not want to lie to this child. But she also did not want to take away her hope. "I asked for help," she said carefully. "From friends far away, but I do not know if they will arrive in time." The girl nodded seriously. "I hope they come. I do not want to be a slave." "Neither do I," Taela whispered. "Neither do I." Above the planet, on the bridge of the Devourer, an alarm suddenly screamed. Vrexus jumped from his throne, his 6 legs carrying him quickly to the tactical station. "What is happening?" His sensor officer looked confused and frightened. "Overlord, I am detecting massive energy readings at the edge of the system. Something is coming out of hyperspace." "How many ships?" The officer checked his readings again. His voice trembled when he answered. "Over 100, Overlord. And they are big." Vrexus felt something he had not experienced in years. Fear. "Show me," he commanded. The main screen flickered and changed to show the edge of the Valoria system. Against the backdrop of stars, bright flashes of light were appearing. One after another, ships were emerging from hyperspace, forming into a battle formation. And what ships they were! They were nothing like Valorian vessels. They were hard and angular, covered in weapons and armor. They looked like they had been built for one purpose only: war. Their hulls were gray and black, painted with symbols that Vrexus did not recognize. At the front of the formation flew the largest ship of all. It was massive, nearly as big as the Devourer itself. Its name was written on the hull in letters that seemed to glow with defiance. USS Defiance. Vrexus counted the ships as they continued to appear. 10, 30, 50, 80, 112. They kept coming until the formation was complete. A wall of warships facing his fleet. Then a transmission came through on all frequencies. "This is Admiral Daniel Hayes of the United Earth Fleet." The voice was calm and steady, without fear or hesitation. "The Valorian people are under our protection. You will withdraw your forces immediately and leave this system. If you do not, you will be destroyed." There will be no negotiation. There will be no second warning. This is your only chance. Vrexis stared at the screen in disbelief. These humans had traveled across the galaxy for a species that was not even their own kind. They had come to fight a battle they could not win. They had come to keep a promise. It was madness. It was stupidity. It was also somewhat impressive, but Vrexis was not afraid of madmen. His fleet still outnumbered theirs nearly 3-1. He had more firepower, more soldiers, more ships. These humans had made a mistake coming here. He would show them why. He activated his own transmission. "Human," he said, letting contempt fill his voice. "I am Overlord Vrexis of the Krath Dominion. You are far from your home, and you are outnumbered. Your species will regret this interference. Turn back now, and I will allow you to leave alive. Stay, and I will add your bones to my throne." There was a pause. Then the human admiral spoke again. "Overlord Vrexis, let me tell you something about humanity. 18 years ago, I was dying in space. The Valorians saved my life when they had no reason to. They showed me kindness when I deserved nothing. I made them a promise that day. I told them that if they ever needed help, I would come." Another pause. "I am a man of my word, and you are standing in my way." Vrexis clicked his teeth angrily. "Foolish mammal, you cannot defeat us. We will crush your little fleet, and then finish what we started here." "You are welcome to try," Daniel replied. "But I should warn you. Humans do not measure victory by numbers. We measure it by will. And our will is stronger than you can imagine." The transmission ended. Vrexis turned to his tactical officer. "All ships, attack formation. Destroy the humans. Leave no survivors." 300 Krath warships began to move, their weapons powering up, their crews eager for battle. On the USS Defiance, Admiral Daniel Hayes watched the enemy fleet approach on his tactical display. His officers were at their stations, calm and focused. Katie Morgan stood beside him, her face set with determination. "All ships, this is the Admiral," Daniel said into the fleet-wide channel. "The enemy outnumbers us. They outgun us. They think they are going to win. They are wrong." He paused, looking at the approaching wall of enemy ships. "Today we fight for something more than territory or resources. We fight for honor. We fight for a promise. We fight to show the galaxy that when humanity gives its word, humanity keeps its word. These Valorians showed us kindness when we needed it most. Now we repay that kindness with everything we have." His voice grew harder. "I will not lie to you. Some of us will not survive this day. But our sacrifice will mean something. It will echo through history. 1,000 years from now, when people speak of humanity, they will remember this moment. They will remember that we came." He drew a deep breath. "All ships, attack formation, weapons free. Let us show these monsters what humans are made of." The human fleet surged forward, 112 warships racing to meet 300. The battle for Valoria had begun. The first shots of the battle lit up space like lightning in a storm. The Krath expected the humans to fight like everyone else they had conquered. They expected fear. They expected hesitation. They expected the smaller fleet to try to defend itself while looking for escape routes. They were wrong. The human ships attacked directly, driving straight into the heart of the Krath formation. The USS Defiance led the charge, its massive guns firing again and again, tearing through enemy cruisers like a knife through cloth. Behind it came the rest of the fleet, each ship finding its target and unleashing everything it had. Overlord Vrexis watched in shock as his first line of defense crumbled. Human destroyers, fast and deadly, were slipping between his larger ships, firing at weak points, creating chaos. Human carriers had launched hundreds of small fighters that swarmed around his vessels like angry insects, blinding sensors and destroying weapon systems. "How is this possible?" he shouted at his officers. "We have 3 times their numbers." But numbers did not tell the whole story. The humans fought with a fury that the Krath had never seen. They did not retreat when damaged. They did not surrender when surrounded. They simply kept fighting, kept attacking, kept pressing forward no matter the cost. Commander Ben Sullivan led the fighter squadrons from his small craft, the Hawk. He was 30 years old, a pilot who had dreamed of moments like this since he was a child. Now he was living that dream, even if it might be the last thing he ever did. All squadrons, focus on their carriers, he ordered through his radio. If we can stop them from launching more fighters, we take control of the battlefield. His squadron followed him toward the nearest Krath carrier, a massive ship covered in landing bays and defensive guns. Enemy fire exploded all around them. 2 of his pilots were hit and destroyed in seconds, but the rest kept flying, their small ships dodging and weaving through the chaos. They reached the carrier and unleashed their missiles. The explosions ripped through the landing bays, destroying dozens of Krath fighters before they could launch. Secondary explosions followed, as fuel and ammunition ignited. The carrier began to burn. "One down," Sullivan said grimly. "Find the next target." On the other side of the battlefield, Captain Katie Morgan commanded the destroyer, USS Valor. Her ship was smaller than most, but it was fast and tough. She had been given a special mission: protect the Valorian civilian ships that were trying to evacuate the planet. Hundreds of refugee transports were rising from Valoria, carrying thousands of civilians to safety. They had no weapons, no shields, no way to defend themselves. They were completely helpless, and the Krath knew it. A Krath battleship broke away from the main fight and headed straight for the refugee fleet. Its guns were charging, preparing to destroy the transports one by one. "All engines full speed," Katie ordered. "Get us between that battleship and those civilians." "Captain, that ship is 4 times our size," her helmsman said nervously. "Our shields will not hold." "I did not ask about our shields. I gave an order. Move." The Valor raced across the battlefield, pushing its engines harder than they were designed to go. Katie watched the distance close on her display. The Krath battleship was getting closer to the transports. She had to get there first. She made it with seconds to spare. The Valor positioned itself directly in the path of the battleship, between the enemy and the helpless refugees. Katie opened a channel to the transports. "All civilian vessels, continue your evacuation. We will hold them here." The Krath battleship fired. The blast hit the Valor like a hammer. The whole ship shook. Alarms screamed. Crew members were thrown from their seats. "Shields at 40%, her tactical officer reported. "Return fire," Katie ordered. "Everything we have." The Valor fired back, its smaller guns hammering at the battleship. The damage was minimal, but it forced the enemy to focus on them instead of the refugees. Another blast hit them. "Shields at 12%. Katie gripped her command chair. Behind her, the refugee transports were escaping. Hundreds of ships carrying thousands of innocent people to safety. Every second she held the line was more lives saved. "Maintain position," she said. "We do not move." The battleship fired again, but this time something unexpected happened. From above, a rain of fire poured down on the enemy vessel. 3 human cruisers had seen the Valor stand and come to help. Their combined firepower tore into the battleship's side, crippling its weapons. "Captain, reinforcements have arrived," her tactical officer said with relief in his voice. Katie allowed herself a small smile. "Good. Now, let us finish this fight." At the center of the battle, the USS Defiance was surrounded by enemy ships. Admiral Daniel Hayes stood on the bridge, calm despite the chaos around him. His ship had taken heavy damage. Fires burned on 3 decks. Half his weapons were offline. But he was still fighting. "Admiral, we have multiple enemies targeting us," his tactical officer reported. "They are trying to overwhelm our shields." "Concentrate fire on the closest ship," Daniel ordered. "Take them out, one at a time." The Defiance turned toward a Krath cruiser and unleashed a full attack. The enemy ship exploded, but 3 more took its place. It seemed like no matter how many they destroyed, more kept coming. Then Daniel saw something on his display that changed everything. The Krath flagship, the Devourer, was moving toward the rear of the battle. Overlord Vrexis was trying to escape. "All remaining ships, follow me," Daniel commanded. "The enemy leader is running. We cannot let him escape." What remained of the human fleet turned to pursue. They had lost ships during the battle. Good ships with good crews. But they had also destroyed over 100 enemy vessels. The Krath formation was broken, scattered, no longer fighting as a united force. The chase led toward Valoria's moon. The Devourer was fast, but the Defiance was faster. Slowly, they closed the distance. "Admiral, we are in range," the weapons officer reported. Daniel looked at the enemy flagship on his screen. Inside that ship was the monster who had come to enslave an innocent world. The creature who had thought he could take whatever he wanted without consequences. He was about to learn the price of threatening those under human protection. Daniel opened a channel to the Devourer. "Overlord Vrexis," he said. "You asked me why we came so far for strangers. Let me explain. 18 years ago, I was a dying man, and the Valorians showed me compassion when they had no reason to. Today, I am repaying that kindness." With interest, Vrexis did not respond. "Fire," Daniel ordered. The Defiance's main cannon, a weapon designed to destroy space stations, fired directly at the Devourer. The shot hit the engine section, triggering a chain reaction. Secondary explosions ripped through the ship. For a moment, the flagship seemed to hang in space, fire blooming from every section. Then it exploded. The Devourer shattered into 1,000,000 burning fragments that scattered across the darkness. Overlord Vrexis, ruler of the Krath Dominion, was gone. When the other Krath ships saw their flagship destroyed, they panicked. One by one, they began to retreat, jumping into hyperspace, fleeing the battle they had expected to win easily. Within an hour, it was over. The human fleet had lost 37 ships and thousands of lives, but they had destroyed 187 enemy vessels and saved an entire world. The Valorians were safe. In the emergency shelter on Valoria, Taella heard the news from a young aide who had received word from the surface observers. "They came," the aide said, tears streaming down his face. "The humans came. They are still fighting. They are winning." Taella felt her legs give way. She sat down heavily, her 4 eyes blurring with tears. Around her, Valorians were crying and hugging each other, realizing that they were going to live. The little girl who had sat beside her earlier ran up with a huge smile. "The friends came," she shouted. "They kept their promise." Taella could only nod. The promise had been kept. After 18 years, across an entire galaxy, the promise had been kept. 3 days later, Taella stood on the observation deck of the Valorian capital. The fires had been put out. The evacuation had been reversed. The people had returned to their homes. Life was beginning again. A human shuttle descended from orbit and landed on the platform nearby. Taella walked toward it, her heart's beating fast. The door opened, and Admiral Daniel Hayes stepped out. He was older now. Gray hair, lined face, but his eyes were the same warm brown she remembered, full of kindness and determination. He was wearing a formal uniform covered in medals, but he moved like the young pilot she had saved so long ago. They stood facing each other for a long moment. "You came," Taella finally said, her voice breaking. Daniel smiled. "I made a promise." Taella stepped forward and embraced him. This human, who had crossed half the galaxy to save her people. She felt his arms wrap around her, strong and gentle. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for remembering." "I never forgot," he said. "Not for a single day." Around them, Valorians were emerging from buildings, staring in wonder at the human soldiers who had fought and died for them. Some were crying. Some were cheering. All were grateful beyond words. In the years that followed, the bond between humanity and Valoria became the foundation of a new alliance. The Valorians shared their advanced science and medicine. Humanity provided protection and military training. Together, they built a partnership that would last for generations. And throughout the galaxy, the story spread. Every species heard about the humans who had crossed the stars to keep a promise. Every species learned what it meant to earn human loyalty, and what it cost to threaten those humans protected. If you showed kindness to a human, they would remember forever. If you harmed those a human had sworn to protect, they would hunt you to the ends of the universe. This was the truth about humanity. Fierce in battle, loyal to their friends, eternal in their promises. The craft learned this lesson too late. The Valorians would remember it forever. And Daniel Hayes, standing on that observation deck with Taela beside him, finally felt at peace. He had kept his word. He had repaid his debt. He was a man of his word. And humanity had proven, once and for all, that they were worthy of the stars. The Galactic Council rejected humanity. Now they're begging for a second chance. Part 1. The Rejection. The year was 2187, and humanity had finally done it. After 200 years of dreaming about the stars, they had built a ship fast enough to reach them. The Starship Horizon was the pride of Earth. It was 3 kilometers long, powered by fusion engines that burned hotter than the sun. And it carried the hopes of 8 billion people on its hull. Captain Daniel Hayes stood on the bridge and watched the stars blur past the windows. He was a tall man with gray hair and tired eyes. He had spent 30 years in space, but nothing had prepared him for this mission. They were going to meet aliens. Real aliens. The kind that humanity had always wondered about. The message had come 6 months ago. A signal from deep space. Clear and unmistakable. It was an invitation. The Galactic Council, a government of 12 alien species, wanted to meet the newcomers from the small blue planet called Earth. Daniel turned to look at Ambassador Laura Mitchell. She was sitting in the chair beside him, reading through her notes for the 100th time. Laura was 53 years old with short brown hair and sharp green eyes. She had spent her whole career preparing for a moment like this. First contact. The most important diplomatic mission in human history. "Are you ready?" Daniel asked her. Laura looked up and smiled. But he could see the fear behind her eyes. "I have been ready my whole life," she said. "But I do not think anyone can truly be ready for something like this." The horizon dropped out of faster-than-light travel 3 hours later. The planet Varanthos hung before them like a jewel in the darkness. It was covered in cities that glowed with soft blue light. Massive space stations orbited around it, each one bigger than anything humanity had ever built. Daniel felt very small in that moment. Earth had sent its best ship, and it looked like a toy compared to what he was seeing. A voice came through the communication system. It spoke in perfect English, though the words had a strange echo to them. "Human vessel, you are cleared to land. The Council awaits your arrival." The shuttle ride down to the surface took 20 minutes. Daniel, Laura, and their team of 10 diplomats sat in silence. Through the windows, they could see the alien city growing larger. The buildings were made of crystal and metal, reaching up toward the sky like fingers. Flying vehicles moved between them in patterns that looked like dance. They landed on a platform outside a massive hall. The doors were 100 meters tall, carved with symbols that none of them could read. Guards stood on either side. They were Velthari, one of the 12 council species. They had 4 arms, blue skin, and eyes that glowed with inner light. They carried weapons that hummed with energy. Laura walked forward first. She had practiced this moment 1,000 times. She bowed her head in respect and spoke the greeting she had memorized. The guards said nothing. They simply stepped aside and let the humans pass. The council chamber was the largest room Daniel had ever seen. It could have held a small city inside it. 12 platforms rose from the floor, each one holding representatives from a different species. Some looked almost human. Others were so strange that Daniel could not understand how they moved or breathed. At the center of the room, on the highest platform, sat High Arbiter Jalvok. He was a thin creature with scales that changed color as he moved. His eyes were like black pools that seemed to see everything at once. He had led the council for 300 years, and his word was law in this part of the galaxy. Laura stepped forward and began her speech. She talked about Earth. She talked about human history, their struggles, and their dreams. She talked about their desire to join the galactic community, to trade knowledge and culture, to stand beside these great civilizations as equals. She spoke for 2 hours. When she finished, the chamber fell silent. Jalovok raised one thin hand. "We will deliberate," he said. His voice was cold, without warmth or welcome. "Wait outside." The humans were led to a small room with no windows. They sat on benches made of cold stone and waited. Minutes became hours. No one came to bring them food or water. No one came to tell them anything at all. Daniel paced back and forth. "This is not a good sign," he said. Laura shook her head. "We do not know that. They are an ancient civilization. Perhaps this is how they always do things." But deep inside, she felt the same fear. Something was wrong. 3 hours later, the doors opened. A single Velthari guard stood in the doorway. "The council has reached its decision," he said. "Follow me." They walked back into the great chamber. This time, the atmosphere felt different. Colder, more hostile. The representatives on their platforms looked down at the humans with expressions that Daniel could not read. Jalovok spoke without greeting. "The Galactic Council has reviewed your application for membership. We have studied your history, your culture, and your nature. Our decision is unanimous." He paused, and in that pause, Daniel felt his heart stop. Humanity is rejected. The words hit like a physical blow. Laura took a step backward. The other diplomats gasped and whispered among themselves. "Your species is too young," Jalovok continued. "You have existed for only 200,000 years. You have spent most of that time killing each other. Your history is filled with war, genocide, and destruction. You have damaged your own planet almost beyond repair. You are violent, unpredictable, and dangerous." Laura found her voice. "High Arbiter, please. We have changed. We have grown. We are not the same species we were 100 years ago." Jalovok's scales shifted to a darker color. "You have not changed enough. The vote was 11-0 against your admission. One delegation chose not to vote at all. There was no support for humanity among any of the council species." He raised his hand again. "You will return to your solar system. You will not attempt to contact us again. You will not expand beyond your own borders. If you violate these terms, the council will respond with military force." This meeting is concluded. The guards moved forward. There was nothing more to say. The humans were escorted back to their shuttle, back to their ship, and back to the cold emptiness of space. Daniel stood on the bridge of the horizon and stared at the planet growing smaller behind them. Beside him, Laura sat with her head in her hands. She had spent 30 years preparing for this day, and it had ended in failure. "What do we tell them?" Daniel asked quietly. "What do we tell Earth?" Laura looked up. Her eyes were wet with tears, but there was something else there too. Something hard and determined. "We tell them the truth," she said. "We tell them we were rejected, and then we tell them what we are going to do about it." Daniel frowned. "What can we do? You heard them. They have the power to destroy us if we disobey." Laura stood up and walked to the window. She looked at the stars stretching out before them. Endless, and full of possibility. "They think we are not worthy," she said. "They think we are too violent, too primitive, too dangerous. So we will prove them wrong, not by begging for their approval, but by becoming something greater than they ever imagined." She turned to face him. "We will build, we will grow, we will advance. And one day, when they need us, we will be ready." Daniel wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that humanity could rise above this rejection. But as he looked at the vast darkness of space, he wondered if that day would ever come. 3 days later, the horizon arrived back at Earth. President Kevin Ortega was waiting for them. He listened to their report in silence, his face growing harder with every word. When they finished, he stood up and walked to the window of his office. Outside, the city of Geneva stretched out beneath a gray sky. Millions of people lived there, going about their lives, not knowing that their species had just been told it was worthless. They rejected us, Kevin said softly. They looked at everything we are and everything we have done, and they decided we were not good enough. He turned around. His eyes were burning with a fire that Daniel had never seen before. Then we will show them what humanity can become when it is united by a common purpose. We will take their rejection and turn it into our greatest strength. And one day, when they come crawling to us for help, we will remind them of this moment. He picked up the phone on his desk. Get me the United Nations. All of them. We have work to do. The rejection was over. The work was just beginning. The Galactic Council rejected humanity. Now they're begging for a second chance. Part 2. The Isolation Years. 73 years passed. The galaxy forgot about the small blue planet at the edge of the Orion Arm. The Council went about its business, managing trade routes and settling disputes between species that had existed for millions of years. Humanity was just a footnote in their records, a primitive species that had been put in its place and would stay there forever. They could not have been more wrong. On Earth, the rejection had changed everything. For the first time in history, every nation worked together toward a single goal. The old borders still existed on maps, but they meant nothing anymore. Humanity had been told it was not good enough, and that insult burned in every human heart. Dr. Marcus Webb was 42 years old when he made the discovery that changed everything. He worked in a small laboratory in the Nevada desert, surrounded by old equipment and stacks of paper covered in equations. He had been working on the same problem for 15 years. Everyone else had given up long ago, but Marcus was stubborn, and stubbornness was a human trait. The problem was energy. Humanity needed more of it. Much more. The fusion reactors that powered their cities were good, but they were not good enough. If humanity wanted to expand into the stars, they needed something better. They needed unlimited power. Marcus found it in the empty space between atoms. 0-point energy, the scientists called it. The energy that existed in the vacuum itself, the power that held the universe together. Everyone said it was impossible to extract. Everyone said it could not be done. Marcus did it anyway. The first 0-point generator was the size of a building. It hummed with a sound that made teeth ache and hair stand on end. But it worked. It produced more power in 1 hour than all the nuclear plants on Earth produced in a year, and it never ran out. It could not run out. The energy came from the fabric of space itself. Within 10 years, 0-point generators were everywhere. They powered cities, factories, and ships. The old fossil fuels became relics of the past. The pollution that had choked Earth for centuries began to fade. The planet started to heal, but energy was only the beginning. Dr. Stephanie Cole worked on the other end of the problem. She was a genetic researcher at a laboratory in Boston, and she had dedicated her life to a single question. Why did humans age and die? The answer, she discovered, was in the cells themselves. Human DNA broke down over time, making small errors that added up until the body could no longer function. It was like a book being copied by hand, again and again, until the words became unreadable. Stephanie found a way to fix the errors. She developed a treatment that could repair damaged DNA and restore cells to their original state. The process was not perfect. It could not make humans immortal, but it could extend their lives to 200 years or more, and it could eliminate most of the diseases that had plagued humanity since the beginning. The first test subjects were volunteers who were dying of cancer. Within months, their tumors were gone. Within years, they were healthier than they had been in their youth. Stephanie became the most famous scientist on Earth, and her work saved billions of lives. But the changes were not only happening on Earth. Admiral Christopher Grant stood on the observation deck of the Neptune shipyard and watched the construction crews at work. Below him, the skeleton of a massive ship was taking shape. It was called the Guardian, and it was the first true warship humanity had ever built for space. Christopher was 67 years old, but thanks to Stephanie's treatments, he looked and felt like a man of 40. He had spent his whole career preparing for a war that might never come, but he knew, deep in his bones, that it would come. The galaxy was a dangerous place, and a species without protection was a species waiting to die. The Guardian was 3 kilometers long, bristling with weapons that Christopher himself had helped design. Railguns that could punch through any armor. Plasma cannons that burned hotter than stars. Missile systems that could track targets across millions of kilometers. And at its heart, a zero-point reactor that could power all of it indefinitely. But the Guardian was only the beginning. Christopher had plans for a whole fleet. Hundreds of ships. Maybe thousands. All built to protect humanity from whatever threats might come. Some people called him paranoid. They said the Council would leave humanity alone, as long as they stayed in their solar system. They said there was no need for weapons of war. Christopher ignored them. He had read the history books. He knew what happened to species that could not defend themselves. While the shipyards built the fleet, humanity expanded outward. Mars was the first step. The red planet had been a dream for centuries, and now it was becoming a reality. Domed cities rose from the rust-colored soil, powered by zero-point generators, and filled with people who wanted a new start. Then came the moons of Jupiter. Europa, with its underground ocean, became a center for scientific research. Ganymede, the largest moon in the solar system, was transformed into an industrial hub where ships were built and resources were processed. Saturn's moon Titan followed. Its thick atmosphere and lakes of liquid methane made it strange and beautiful. But humans adapted. They always adapted. It was what they did best. The asteroid belt became the foundation of everything. Millions of rocks floating in space, each one filled with metal and minerals. Mining ships harvested the asteroids and brought the materials back to the factories on Mars and Earth. There was more wealth in the belt than humanity had ever dreamed of, and they used every bit of it. By 2240, over 4 billion humans lived beyond Earth. They had spread across the solar system like seeds in the wind, putting down roots wherever they landed. And they were still growing. Back on Earth, the old problems had not disappeared completely. There were still disagreements, still conflicts, still people who wanted power for themselves. But the scale was different now. The petty wars that had once consumed nations seemed small compared to the great project of building a future among the stars. The Council watched from afar. Their spy satellites and long-range sensors tracked human activity, sending reports back to Varanthos. The reports were filed and forgotten. The humans were staying in their solar system as ordered. They were no threat to anyone. High Arbiter Jalvok was still alive. His species lived for 500 years, and he was only halfway through his reign. When advisors brought him updates about humanity, he waved them away without interest. The primitives were contained. There were more important matters to attend to. He did not notice that humanity's fleet had grown from 10 ships to 50. He did not notice that their weapons were becoming more advanced. He did not notice that their scientists were making discoveries that rivaled anything the Council had achieved in millennia. He did not notice because he did not care. And that was his mistake. On Earth, Laura Mitchell was still serving as ambassador, though there was no one to be an ambassador to. She was 126 years old now, her hair white but her eyes still sharp. She had watched humanity transform itself from a rejected species into something extraordinary, but she knew it was not enough. Not yet. She met with Christopher Grant once a month to review the state of the fleet. She met with Marcus Webb to discuss the latest advances in technology. She met with the new president, Nathan Clark, to talk about the future. And always, in every meeting, she asked the same question. "Are we ready?" "Ready for what?" they asked her. "Ready for whatever comes," she answered. Because something always comes. She was right. Something was coming. Something from the darkness between galaxies. Something ancient and hungry. Something that would make the Galactic Council wish they had never rejected humanity. But that was still 20 years away. For now, humanity built and grew and prepared, never knowing exactly what they were preparing for, but knowing with absolute certainty that they would face it when it came. The isolation years were ending. The years of fire were about to begin. The Galactic Council rejected humanity. Now, they're begging for a second chance. Part 3. The Void Emergence. The first warning came from the Nathari, a species of gentle beings who lived on the edge of known space. Their homeworld was called Nathara Prime, and it was famous throughout the galaxy for its beautiful forests and peaceful cities. The Nathari had no military. They had never needed one. The Council protected them. At least, that was what they believed. The distress signal arrived at Varanthos on a quiet morning. It was confused and desperate, filled with words that did not make sense. Something was attacking Nathara Prime, something that came from nowhere, something that could not be stopped. High Arbiter Jalvak ordered a fleet to investigate. 40 ships, some of the finest in the Council Navy, jumped to the Nathari system. They expected to find pirates or raiders, something small and manageable. They expected to end the threat in a matter of hours. They found death instead. The Void Devourers were like nothing the galaxy had ever seen. They were living ships, creatures of metal and flesh, twisted together into forms that hurt the mind to look at. They ranged in size from small fighters to monsters that were larger than moons. And they were hungry. The Council fleet lasted 6 minutes. The Devourers tore through their shields like paper and ripped their hulls apart like fruit. There were no survivors. The last transmission showed a wall of darkness moving toward the camera. And then nothing. Nathara Prime fell 17 hours after the first attack. 14 billion Nathari died as the Devourers consumed their world. The forests burned. The cities crumbled. The oceans boiled. When the Devourers left, nothing remained but a dead rock floating in space. Jalvak watched the recordings in his private chamber, his scales turning gray with horror. In his 300 years as High Arbiter, he had seen wars and disasters. He had made hard decisions that cost millions of lives. But he had never seen anything like this. The Council went to war. Every species contributed ships and soldiers. The Velthari sent their greatest warriors. The Craxians sent their hive ships. The Torvani sent their ancient dreadnoughts, vessels that had not fired a shot in 10,000 years. Admiral Jalvak himself took command. He was not just a politician. He was a trained military commander, and he refused to send others to fight while he stayed safe. His flagship, the Eternal Light, led a combined fleet of 40,000 ships into battle. The Battle of Crimson Nebula would be remembered as the greatest defeat in galactic history. The Devourers were waiting for them, millions of them, hiding in the clouds of gas and dust that gave the nebula its name. They attacked from every direction at once, overwhelming the Council fleet with sheer numbers. The Eternal Light fought bravely, its weapons blazing until its guns melted from the heat. But it was not enough. Nothing was enough. Jalvak escaped in a small shuttle, one of only a few hundred survivors from a fleet of 40,000 ships. He watched from a distance as the Devourers consumed the wreckage, absorbing the metal and energy into themselves, growing larger and stronger with every ship they destroyed. He gave the order to retreat. There was nothing else he could do. The war turned into a slaughter. The Devourers did not negotiate. They did not make demands. They simply consumed. World after world fell to their hunger. The Velthari Empire, which had stood for 8,000 years, collapsed in 3 months. The Craxians sealed themselves in their deepest bunkers and went silent. The Torvani fled to the far edges of the galaxy. Hoping to escape, there was no escape. Jalvak led the Council from a refugee ship now, a vessel packed with survivors from a dozen different species. They jumped from system to system, staying one step ahead of the Devourers, watching the galaxy they had ruled for millennia burn around them. In his darkest moments, he thought about the humans. He had rejected them because he thought they were dangerous. He had looked at their history of violence and war and decided they were unfit for galactic society. But now, as he watched civilizations fall, he wondered if he had made a terrible mistake. The humans fought each other, yes, but they survived. They adapted. They faced impossible odds and found ways to win. They had something that the Council species lacked. Something that Jalvak was only now beginning to understand. They had fire in their hearts. He gathered his advisors and told them his plan. They argued against it. They reminded him that the humans had been ordered to stay in their solar system, that contacting them would be an admission of failure. They said the humans might not even be able to help. Jalvok listened to their objections, and then he ignored them. "We have no choice," he said. "We are dying. Our fleets are destroyed. Our worlds are burning. The humans are our only hope." He recorded the message himself. He sat in front of the camera and spoke words that burned like acid in his throat. He begged. He pleaded. He asked for help from a species he had once dismissed as primitive. The message was sent, and then they waited. On Earth, President Nathan Clark received the transmission in the middle of the night. His aide woke him with the news that a message had arrived from the Galactic Council, the first contact in 73 years. Nathan watched the recording in his private office. He saw Jalvok, the same being who had rejected humanity all those years ago, looking old and broken and afraid. He heard the description of the Devourers, the impossible creatures that were destroying everything in their path. He heard the plea for help. When the recording ended, Nathan sat in silence for a long time. Then he picked up his phone and called an emergency meeting of the Global Defense Council. They gathered within the hour. Admiral Samantha Price, commander of the human fleet, was the first to speak. She was a woman of 63 years. Though she looked half that age, her hair was silver, cut short for practical reasons. Her eyes were hard and steady. "We have 900 combat-ready ships," she said. "Another 300 in reserve. Our weapons are the best we have ever built. If we go to war, we will not go weak." Laura Mitchell, now 147 years old, spoke next. "The council rejected us. They called us primitive. They told us we were not worthy of standing among them, and now they come to us for help." She paused, looking around the room at the faces of humanity's leaders. "There are those who would say we should let them burn, that we should watch them die the way they would have watched us die if the Devourers had come to Earth first. There are those who would call that justice." She stood up slowly, her old bones creaking but her voice still strong. "I am not one of those people. Justice is not revenge, and proving ourselves worthy means helping those who cannot help themselves, even when they do not deserve it." Nathan nodded. "The question is not whether we should help. The question is whether we can." Admiral Price stepped forward. "Mr. President, I have studied the reports from the Council. I have seen what these Devourers can do. They are powerful. They are fast. They are unlike anything we have ever faced." She paused, and a small smile crossed her face. "But they have never faced humanity. And I believe, with everything I am, that they will learn to fear us." The vote was taken at midnight. It was unanimous. Humanity would go to war. Samantha Price received her orders 2 hours later. The fleet began mobilizing within the day. 900 ships, carrying 2 million soldiers and sailors, prepared to jump into the greatest battle in human history. Before they left, Samantha recorded a message for the council. She kept it short. "We are coming. Hold on." Then she gave the order, and the human fleet disappeared into the darkness between stars, racing toward a war that would decide the fate of the galaxy. The Galactic Council rejected humanity now. They're begging for a second chance. Part 4. The Human Way of War. The Andara system was dying when the human fleet arrived. 3 Devourer hive clusters hung in orbit around the planet below, their massive bodies blotting out the stars. On the surface, cities burned and people screamed. The Andaran species was being consumed, absorbed into the endless hunger of the creatures from the void. Admiral Samantha Price stood on the bridge of her flagship, the Defiance, and studied the tactical display. 900 human ships against 3 hive clusters, each one containing thousands of individual Devourers. The numbers were not in her favor. The Council had sent 40,000 ships against these creatures and lost. But Samantha was not the Council. And humans did not fight the way the Council fought. "All ships, attack pattern Omega-7, she ordered. Her voice was calm and steady. "Engage at will." The human fleet exploded into motion. Council military doctrine said that fleets should stay in formation, coordinating their attacks with precision. It was the safe way, the logical way. It was the way that had gotten 40,000 ships destroyed. Humans did not fight safe. They fought smart, and they fought mean. The Defiance dove straight toward the nearest hive cluster, its engines burning at maximum power. Behind it, the rest of the fleet spread out, each captain choosing their own targets and their own approach. There was no formation. There was only chaos. And in that chaos, humanity found its strength. The Devourers were confused. They had never faced an enemy like this. Their prey always moved in predictable patterns, always followed logical strategies. But these new creatures were different. They were everywhere at once, attacking from angles that made no sense, refusing to stay still long enough to be targeted. Lieutenant Derek Santos was flying a small interceptor, a ship barely 50 meters long. He was 29 years old, born on Mars, raised in the mining colonies of the asteroid belt. He had joined the Navy because he wanted adventure. He had not expected to find it in the middle of a galactic war. His orders were simple: destroy as many Devourers as possible. Stay alive if you can. Derek pushed his ship into the heart of the nearest hive cluster, weaving between the living ships that filled the space around him. His weapons blazed, cutting through Devourer flesh and bone with bursts of plasma fire. The creatures tried to catch him, but he was too fast, too unpredictable. He flew like he had nothing to lose. Because in a way, he did not. Everyone he loved was back on Earth, waiting to find out if humanity would survive. If he failed here, they would all die. That thought burned in his mind like a star. A massive Devourer loomed ahead of him, a beast 3 kilometers long, with mouths that could swallow his ship whole. Derek did not hesitate. He aimed his ship at the creature's brain chamber and pushed the engines to full power. At the last moment, he triggered the ejection system. His cockpit separated from the ship and tumbled through space as the rest of his vessel slammed into the Devourer's skull. The reactor overloaded, releasing all its energy in a single blinding flash. When Derek's vision cleared, the Devourer was dead. Its massive body floated through space, torn apart from the inside. A rescue shuttle picked him up 10 minutes later. He was back in a new ship within the hour, flying back into the battle like nothing had happened. The Council survivors watched in stunned silence. They had never seen anything like this. Human pilots flew their ships into enemy targets and ejected at the last second. Human captains overloaded their reactors when their ships were crippled, taking as many enemies as possible with them when they died. Human soldiers did not retreat, did not surrender, did not accept defeat. They fought with a fury that the Devourers had never encountered. And for the first time in their existence, the Devourers began to fear. On the Defiance, Samantha Price coordinated the battle with cold precision. She had lost 50 ships in the first hour, but she had destroyed nearly 1,000 Devourers in return. The ratio was not sustainable, but she was not trying to win through attrition. She was trying to break them. Focus fire on the hive cluster cores, she ordered. Everything we have. The human fleet converged on the central mass of the nearest hive cluster. Railgun rounds tore through its outer shell. Plasma cannons burned holes in its flesh. Missiles exploded deep within its body, detonating fuel stores and destroying vital organs. The hive cluster screamed. The sound echoed through space on every frequency. A cry of pain and rage that made hardened soldiers flinch. But the humans kept firing. 3 hours into the battle, the first hive cluster died. Its body split apart, spilling its contents into the void. Thousands of smaller Devourers tumbled free, disoriented and confused without their mother to guide them. The human ships hunted them down one by one. The second hive cluster tried to flee. It turned its massive body toward open space and began accelerating away from the planet. Samantha was not about to let it escape. All ships, pursuit pattern, do not let that thing reach the jump point. The chase lasted 4 hours. The hive cluster was fast, but the human ships were faster. They harried it from all sides, wearing it down with constant attacks, stripping away its defenses piece by piece until finally, its engines gave out. Samantha ordered the killing blow. 100 ships concentrated their fire on the creature's brain, and it died. The third hive cluster was the largest and the most desperate. It attacked with everything it had, sending waves of devourers at the human fleet in a frenzy of destruction. Ships on both sides were destroyed in minutes. The space around Andara became a graveyard of shattered hulls and floating bodies. Captain Maria Gonzalez commanded the cruiser Relentless. She was 41 years old, a veteran of a dozen minor conflicts in the outer solar system. Nothing in her training had prepared her for this. Her ship was dying. Devourer creatures had latched onto the hull, chewing through the armor with their acid-coated teeth. Her weapons were offline. Her engines were failing. Most of her crew was dead. She had two choices. She could abandon ship and hope for rescue, or she could finish the fight. Maria chose to finish the fight. All hands, abandon ship, she ordered. Everyone off, now. Her crew obeyed. Escape pods launched from the Relentless, carrying the survivors to safety. But Maria stayed at the helm. She aimed her crippled ship at the heart of the third hive cluster and overloaded the reactor. The explosion was visible from 1,000 kilometers away. It tore through the hive cluster's core, destroying its brain and killing it instantly. Maria Gonzalez died in that explosion, but she took the enemy with her. 9 hours after the battle began, it was over. The Andara system was saved. The Devourers were destroyed. Samantha Price stood on the bridge of the Defiance and surveyed the aftermath. 214 human ships had been lost. Nearly 60,000 people had died. It was the bloodiest day in human military history, but they had won. Against an enemy that had destroyed the combined fleets of 12 galactic civilizations, humanity had won. The Council survivors sent a message of thanks. Jalvak himself recorded a statement praising human courage and sacrifice. Samantha listened to it and felt nothing. She did not need his thanks. She needed rest, but there would be no rest. 17 more systems were under attack. Billions of lives hung in the balance. The war had only just begun. Samantha gave the order to move out. The human fleet jumped to the next system, and then the next, and then the next. Everywhere they went, they found the same thing. Death and destruction, and enemies that needed to be killed. And everywhere they went, they fought the same way. With fury. With sacrifice. With a refusal to accept defeat that the galaxy had never seen before. The Devourers had conquered 100 worlds without opposition. Now, they faced an enemy that would not stop, would not surrender, would not break, an enemy that kept coming no matter how many of them died. For the first time in their existence, the Devourers understood fear, and they learned that there were worse things in the universe than hunger. There were humans. The Galactic Council rejected humanity. Now they're begging for a second chance. Part 5. The New Order. The war against the Void Devourers lasted 11 years. 11 years of blood and fire. 11 years of battles that raged across 1,000 star systems. 11 years of sacrifice that humanity would never forget. General Ryan Cooper led the ground campaigns. He was a quiet man, born on a farm in Nebraska, who had never expected to become a soldier. But war had a way of finding people who did not want to be found. And Ryan had discovered that he had a gift for it. His job was the hardest of all. Space battles were terrible, but at least they were clean. Ground battles were different. Ground battles meant walking through the ruins of cities that had been consumed, stepping over bodies that had been half absorbed into devourer flesh, fighting in darkness against creatures that could smell your fear. Ryan's soldiers learned to fight in ways that no one had ever taught them. They developed new tactics, new weapons, new strategies. They learned that devourers were afraid of fire, so they used flamethrowers. They learned that devourers communicated through vibrations, so they deployed sound weapons that drove them mad. They learned that devourers fed on fear, so they learned to feel no fear at all. The Battle of Torn Prime was the turning point. It was a world of ice and mountains, home to a species called the Alari who had been under siege for 3 years. The Devourers had dug deep into the planet's crust, creating nests that spawned new creatures faster than they could be destroyed. Ryan landed with 50,000 soldiers. They fought for 3 months in the frozen tunnels beneath the surface. clearing the nests one by one. Half of his force died in those tunnels. The rest came out changed, harder and colder than they had been before. But the Alari were saved, and that was what mattered. While Ryan fought on the ground, Dr. Nicole Barrett worked in her laboratory on Mars, searching for a weapon that could end the war. She was a biologist, trained to study life. Now, she was learning to end it. The Devourers were alive, after all. They had cells, and organs, and DNA. Just like any other creature. And anything that was alive could be killed. Nicole spent 4 years studying Devourer tissue samples, searching for weaknesses. She found one in their regeneration system. The Devourers healed from any wound because their cells could reproduce at incredible speed. But that same ability could be turned against them. She developed a virus that infected Devourer cells and made them reproduce out of control. Instead of healing wounds, the infected cells grew into tumors that spread through the creature's body. Within hours, a healthy devourer would be consumed by its own flesh. The first test was conducted on a captured devourer specimen. It died screaming, its body splitting apart as the virus did its work. Nicole watched with cold satisfaction. "Begin mass production," she ordered. The virus was deployed across the galaxy. Human ships carried warheads filled with it into devourer hive clusters and detonated them in the heart of the swarms. The effect was devastating. Devourers that had seemed invincible began dying by the millions. Their numbers, which had once seemed infinite, began to shrink. The war entered its final phase. Admiral Samantha Price led the final battle above the ruins of Nathara Prime, where the war had begun. The last Devourer Queen was there, a creature so massive that it blocked out the stars. Around her swirled the remains of her kind, the survivors of a species that had once thought itself invincible. Samantha had 2,000 ships now. Humanity had built more during the war, replacing losses and adding new designs based on what they had learned in combat. These were not the same ships that had left Earth 11 years ago. They were faster, stronger, deadlier. The Queen fought with desperation. She knew that she was the last of her kind, that if she died, her species died with her. She threw everything she had at the human fleet. Waves of devourers that crashed against the human ships, like storms against a cliff. But storms pass, cliffs remain. The battle lasted 7 hours. When it was over, the Queen was dead. Her body floated through space, slowly freezing in the cold void. Around her, the bodies of her children drifted like leaves in autumn. Samantha stood on the bridge of the Defiance and watched the last of the Devourers die. She felt no joy. She had lost too much to feel joy. But she felt satisfaction. The knowledge that the job was done. "Send the message," she said quietly. "Tell everyone. The war is over." Won. The message traveled across the galaxy at the speed of light. On 1,000 worlds, people who had lived in fear for 11 years looked up at the sky and wept with relief. The nightmare was over. They were safe, because humanity had saved them. 1 year after the war ended, a new council convened on Earth. It was held in Geneva, in a great hall that had been built for this purpose. Representatives from every surviving species gathered there, standing in a room that had been designed by humans on a planet that had once been dismissed as primitive. High Arbiter Jalvok entered the hall last. He was old now, even by the standards of his species. His scales were gray and cracked. His eyes, once sharp and cold, were tired and full of sorrow. He had watched his civilization nearly destroyed. He had seen the species he had once ruled brought to the edge of extinction, and he had seen humanity rise to save them all. He walked slowly to the center of the hall, where a platform had been prepared for him. The representatives fell silent as he took his place. Everyone knew what was coming. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Jalvok spoke in a voice that echoed through the chamber. "I stand before you today to acknowledge the truth. 73 years ago, I rejected humanity. I called them primitive. I called them dangerous. I said they were not worthy of standing among the great civilizations of the galaxy." He paused, his eyes moving across the faces of the humans who stood before him. I was wrong. The words hung in the air. No High Arbiter had ever admitted to being wrong. It was unheard of. It was impossible. And yet, Jalvok continued, humanity is not primitive. They are inventive, adaptable, and brilliant in ways that we never understood. They are not merely dangerous. They are fierce in the defense of others, willing to sacrifice everything for people they have never met. And they are not unworthy. They have proven their worth in blood and fire, saving us when we could not save ourselves. He lowered his head. His scales rippled with colors that the humans could not interpret. I rejected humanity because I was afraid. I saw their capacity for violence, and I feared what they might become. I did not understand that their violence was matched by an even greater capacity for love, for sacrifice, for honor. Slowly, painfully, Jalvok lowered himself to his knees. The representatives gasped. In 10,000 years of council history, no High Arbiter had ever knelt before anyone. We rejected you, Jalvok said, and when we were dying, you came to save us anyway. You gave your lives for people who had treated you with contempt. You fought for 11 years, losing millions of your own kind, to protect a galaxy that had cast you out. He looked up, meeting the eyes of Ambassador Laura Mitchell, who stood at the front of the human delegation. She was 158 years old now, her hair white as snow, but her eyes still burned with the same fire they had held on the day humanity was rejected. We do not deserve your forgiveness, Jalvok said. We do not deserve your protection. But we beg for it anyway. The Galactic Council has proven that it cannot lead. We have failed our people. We have failed the galaxy. And we have failed ourselves. He spread his hands in a gesture of surrender. Humanity has earned not merely membership in the Council, but leadership of it. We beg you to guide us into a new age. We beg you to show us how to be better than we were. We beg you for a second chance. Right. The hall fell silent. Every eye turned to Laura Mitchell. She had waited her whole life for this moment. She had dreamed of it on the long journey home from Varanthos, all those years ago. She had worked toward it every day since, building humanity into something worthy of the stars. And now it was here. She stepped forward slowly, her old bones aching but her spirit strong. She reached down and took Jalvok's hand, helping him rise to his feet. We do not seek to rule you, she said. Her voice was soft, but it carried to every corner of the hall. We never did. We only ever wanted to stand beside you as equals. And now, as equals, we will rebuild together. She turned to face the assembled representatives, the survivors of a dozen species who had almost been wiped from existence. The old way failed because it was built on fear. Fear of the unknown. Fear of those who were different. Fear of change. But we have seen what fear leads to. We have seen the darkness that waits in the void. Her eyes blazed with conviction. The new way will be built on hope, on cooperation, on the belief that together, we are stronger than anything the universe can throw at us. That is what humanity offers. Not domination, not revenge, just a chance to stand together and face the future as one. The hall erupted in applause. Species that had once looked down on humanity now cheered for them. Beings that had once called them primitive now called them saviors. The Galactic Council, once a body of 12 species, became a body of 13 that day. But everyone understood that the balance of power had shifted forever. Humanity had not merely earned a second chance. They had rewritten the rules of the galaxy itself, and somewhere, across the vast darkness of space, new challenges waited. New threats would emerge. New crises would test the bonds that had been forged in fire. But humanity would be ready. They had proven that they could face the impossible and win. They had proven that rejection could be transformed into strength. They had proven that the fire in their hearts would never go out. The galaxy had called them unworthy. Now the galaxy called them heroes. And this was only the beginning. The galaxy had been burning for 300 years. War spread across thousands of star systems like a disease that nobody could cure. Billions of lives had been lost. Entire planets had been turned to ash. And through it all, humanity watched from their quiet corner of space and said nothing. Admiral Jake Connor stood alone on the observation deck of Earth's largest orbital station. The room was dark except for the glow of distant stars and the soft blue light of holographic displays. He was a tall man with gray hair and tired eyes. He had spent 40 years in Earth's military, and he had seen things that would break most people. But nothing had prepared him for what he was watching now. The holographic display showed a live feed from the front lines of the Galactic War. A planet called Kethra Prime was dying. The Veth Dominion, the most feared empire in the galaxy, had finally reached the Kethrani homeworld. Their massive warships filled the sky like metal clouds. Their weapons rained fire down on cities that had stood for 10,000 years. Jake watched as 2 billion people died in the span of an hour. He watched as the Kethrani sent desperate messages to anyone who would listen, begging for help that would never come. He watched as the Galactic Coalition, the alliance that was supposed to protect the galaxy, did nothing because they had nothing left to give. The war had broken them. The coalition had started with 12 member species and over 50,000 warships. Now they had less than 8,000 ships, and 3 of their member species had been completely wiped out. The Veth Dominion had been too strong, too brutal, too relentless. The door behind Jake opened with a soft hiss. He did not turn around. He already knew who it was. Lieutenant Katie Marshall walked up beside him and stood in silence for a moment. She was young, barely 30, with short brown hair and sharp eyes that missed nothing. She was the best intelligence officer Jake had ever worked with, and right now, she looked like she was going to be sick. "The Kethrani homeworld is gone," she said quietly. "The Veth are not taking prisoners. They are not accepting surrender. They are just killing everyone." Jake nodded slowly. He had expected this. The Veth did not conquer. They consumed. Every world they took, they stripped of resources and life. Every species they encountered, they either enslaved or destroyed. There was no reasoning with them. There was no negotiating. There was only war. "What about the coalition?" he asked. Katie shook her head. Their central command was on a station orbiting Kethra Prime. It was destroyed in the first wave of the attack. The coalition has no leadership anymore. Their remaining fleets are scattered across 100 systems with no coordination. They are finished. Jake closed his eyes for a moment. For 300 years, the coalition had refused to take humanity seriously. They had called humans primitive. They had laughed at Earth's technology. They had denied humanity membership in their alliance because they believed humans were too young, too inexperienced, too weak to contribute anything of value. And now those same species were dying, and there was no one left to save them, except humanity. Jake opened his eyes and looked at the holographic display again. The Veth fleet was already moving away from the ruins of Kethra Prime, heading toward their next target. They were less than 400 light-years from Earth's borders now. At their current rate of advance, they would reach human space within a decade, but Jake was not worried about Earth. He was worried about the billions of innocent people across the galaxy who would die in that decade. He was worried about the children who would never grow up, the families who would be torn apart, the civilizations that would be erased from history. "Katie," he said softly, "how long have we been preparing for this?" She thought for a moment. "The Black Research Program started 150 years ago. We have been building the fleet for the last 40 years. Everything is ready, sir. We have been ready for a long time." Jake smiled, but there was no joy in it. The galaxy did not know what humanity had been doing in their quiet corner of space. They did not know about the secret research stations hidden in asteroid fields and gas giant moons. They did not know about the weapons that human scientists had designed by studying captured Veth technology. They did not know that humanity had developed drives that could cross the galaxy in minutes instead of weeks. The coalition had assumed that because humans were young, they were also slow. They had assumed that because humans had only discovered faster than light travel 2 centuries ago, they were still centuries behind the other species. They were wrong. Humans were different from every other species in the galaxy. Where others took thousands of years to advance from one technological level to the next, humans did it in decades. Where others followed predictable patterns of development, humans jumped ahead in ways that made no sense. Where others accepted the limits that physics seemed to impose, humans found ways around them. It was not magic. It was not luck. It was simply the way humans thought. They refused to accept that anything was impossible. They looked at problems that other species had given up on and said, there has to be a way. And then they found one. Contact Secretary General Torres, Jake said, his voice suddenly firm and clear. Tell him I am calling for an emergency session of the United Council. Tell him it is time. Katie looked at him with something like hope in her eyes. Sir, are we really doing this? After all these years of watching and waiting, are we finally going to fight? Jake turned away from the holographic display and walked toward the door. He paused at the threshold and looked back at her. The galaxy is dying, he said. The Veth will not stop until every other species is extinct. The coalition cannot stop them. No one can stop them. He paused. And when he spoke again, his voice was hard as steel. Except us. We have the weapons. We have the ships. We have the technology that no one else has. And we have a choice to make. What choice is that, sir? Jake met her eyes. We can stay hidden and safe while the galaxy burns. We can watch billions more die and tell ourselves it is not our problem. Or we can do what humans have always done when innocent people are being slaughtered. He turned and walked through the door. We can fight. Katie stood alone on the observation deck for a moment, looking at the stars. Then she followed him. She had work to do. The message had to be sent. The council had to be assembled. And humanity had to make the most important decision in its history. The galaxy had been burning for 300 years, but the fire was about to meet something it had never encountered before. It was about to meet humanity, and humanity was done watching. The United Council of Earth met in a great hall beneath the surface of the moon. It was a room built for important decisions, with high ceilings and walls made of polished stone brought from Earth. 200 representatives sat in a half-circle, facing a single podium where Secretary General Ryan Torres stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The session lasted 11 minutes. It was the shortest emergency meeting in the history of human government. Torres was a calm man who rarely raised his voice. He did not need to raise it now. Everyone in the room had seen the same reports. Everyone knew what had happened to the Kathrani homeworld. Everyone understood what was coming if nothing was done. For 300 years, we have watched this war from afar, Torres said. We have watched species die. We have watched empires fall. We have watched the Veth dominion spread across the galaxy like a plague, destroying everything in their path. And we have done nothing. He paused and looked around the room. Not a single representative moved. We did nothing because we were not ready. We did nothing because we needed time to prepare. We did nothing because the galaxy told us we were too young, too primitive, too weak to make any difference. Torres smiled, and there was something cold in that smile. The galaxy was wrong about us. We are ready now. The only question is whether we use what we have built. The vote was unanimous. Every single representative voted yes. Torres nodded once. Then it is decided. Contact Admiral Connor. Tell him that Operation Reckoning is active. Tell him to end this war. Within the hour, the order went out to every human military installation across 17 colonized worlds. Ships that had been waiting in hidden bases powered up their engines. Crews that had been training for decades received their final orders. Weapons that the galaxy had never seen were armed and ready. Commander Ben Price stood on the bridge of the carrier USS Vanguard and read his orders 3 times to make sure he understood them. He was a big man with broad shoulders and hands that looked like they could crush steel, but his eyes were gentle. And when he spoke, his voice was calm and steady. Navigation, he said. Plot a course for the Kathrani system. Maximum drive speed. His navigator, a young woman named Lisa Park, looked up from her console with wide eyes. Sir, at maximum drive, we will reach the Kathrani system in 14 minutes. I know. Do it. Around the Vanguard, 200 human warships began to move. They were not like the ships that the rest of the galaxy used. Coalition vessels were large and slow, built for long wars of attrition. Veth ships were brutal and heavy, designed to overwhelm enemies with pure firepower. Human ships were different. They were sleek and fast, built around engines that bent space in ways that no other species had managed to achieve. In the engineering bay of the Vanguard, Chief Engineer Megan Oakley ran final checks on the ship's weapon systems. She was a small woman with red hair and grease stains on her uniform. She had spent 20 years designing the weapons that would be used today, and she knew every circuit and every wire better than she knew her own family. "Singularity torpedoes are armed and ready," she reported over the intercom. "All systems are green. Commander, these weapons have never been used in actual combat before. The simulations say they will work, but simulations are not the same as reality." Price nodded even though she could not see him. "I understand, Chief. But we are out of time for more tests. Today we find out if all our work was worth it." On the tactical station, Lieutenant Chris Dunn pulled up star charts showing the current positions of the Veth fleet. The enemy had over 10,000 warships spread across the conquered territories. Their flagship, a massive dreadnought called the World Ender, was still orbiting the ruins of the Kethrani homeworld. It was the largest warship ever built, over 50 kilometers long, with weapons powerful enough to crack a planet in half. "Commander," Chris said, "intelligence reports that the Veth have 3,000 ships in the Kethrani system alone. We have 200 ships in our entire fleet. That is 15 to 1 odds against us." Price smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile of a man who knew something that his enemies did not. "The Veth have never fought humans before," he said. "They do not know what we can do. They do not know what our weapons can do. They think this will be easy for them." He leaned forward in his command chair. "They are about to learn that they were very, very wrong." He opened a communication channel to the entire fleet. Every human ship, every crew member, every soldier heard his voice. "This is Commander Price to all ships. For 300 years, the galaxy has called us primitive. They have called us weak. They have laughed at us and ignored us, and treated us like children who did not matter. Today, we show them how wrong they were." He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was hard. "The Veth Dominion has murdered billions of innocent people. They have destroyed entire civilizations. They have shown no mercy and no compassion to anyone they have conquered. Today, we give them the same mercy they have given others. Today, we end their empire." Across the fleet, crews checked their stations and prepared for battle. Some of them were scared. Some of them were excited. All of them were ready. "All ships," Price said. "Jump on my mark." The navigation officer counted down. "Jump coordinates locked. Drives at full power. Ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark." 200 human warships vanished from normal space. They did not travel through hyperspace the way Coalition ships did. They did not punch holes in reality the way Veth ships did. They folded space itself, moving from one point to another without crossing the distance between them. 14 minutes later, they emerged in the Kethrani system, right in the heart of the Veth formation. The Veth had no warning. Their sensors could not detect ships traveling through folded space. One moment, their fleet was alone among the ruins of a dead world. The next moment, 200 human warships appeared around them like ghosts. On the bridge of the Vanguard, Commander Price looked at the tactical display showing thousands of enemy ships surrounding his small fleet. He felt no fear. He felt only a cold, hard determination. "All ships," he said calmly. "Open fire." The 5-hour clock had started. The war was about to change forever. And the galaxy was about to learn what happened when humanity stopped watching and started fighting. The first Singularity torpedo left the launch tube of the USS Vanguard at exactly 14:07 Galactic Standard Time. It was a small weapon, no larger than a human arm, painted black and moving through space without any visible engine flame. To the Veth sensors, it looked like nothing dangerous. It looked like debris or perhaps a broken piece of equipment drifting through the void. Supreme Commander Vethrak stood on the bridge of the World Ender and watched the strange new ships appear around his fleet. He was a massive creature, standing over 3 meters tall, with gray skin covered in thick scales, and 4 arms that could tear metal apart. He had commanded the Veth military for over a century, and he had never lost a battle. "What are those?" he demanded, pointing at the holographic display showing the human fleet. His tactical officer studied the readings with confusion. "Unknown vessel configuration, Supreme Commander. They appeared without any hyperspace signature. We did not detect their approach." Vethrak made a sound that might have been laughter. 200 ships against 3,000? These newcomers are either very brave or very stupid. Destroy them. The Veth fleet began to turn its weapons toward the human ships. Massive plasma cannons powered up. Particle beam arrays locked onto targets. Thousands of weapons prepared to fire. Then the first singularity torpedo reached its target. The weapon did not explode in any normal sense. It created something far worse. For exactly 1.7 seconds, a black hole existed in the space between 3 Veth destroyers. It was small, only a few meters across, but its gravity was immense. The 3 destroyers did not have time to react. They did not have time to scream. They were simply pulled apart. Their metal hulls crushed and stretched into thin streams of matter that spiraled into the singularity. Then the black hole collapsed, and the energy released from its death tore through 2 more ships nearby. 5 ships destroyed in less than 2 seconds, and that was just the first torpedo. On the World Ender, Vethrak stopped laughing. He stared at the display showing his ships dying in ways he had never seen before. His tactical officer was shouting something about gravitational anomalies and impossible readings, but Vethrak was not listening. He was watching a new kind of death sweep through his fleet. The human ships did not fight like any enemy he had faced before. They did not hold formation. They did not advance in lines. They danced through space, appearing and disappearing in flashes of distorted light. One moment a human ship would be on the port side of a Veth cruiser. The next moment it would be behind the cruiser, firing torpedoes into its unshielded engines. "Return fire," Vethrak roared. "All ships, return fire." The Veth tried. 3,000 ships turned their weapons on 200 targets and fired everything they had. Plasma bolts and particle beams filled the space around the human fleet with deadly energy. They hit nothing. Every time a Veth weapon locked onto a human ship, the ship vanished. It did not move away. It simply stopped existing in that location and appeared somewhere else entirely. The Veth targeting computers could not adapt. They were designed to track ships moving through normal space. They could not track ships that folded space around themselves. Lieutenant Katie Marshall stood at her station on the Vanguard, coordinating attack patterns across the fleet. Her fingers moved across her console faster than most people could think. She was sending targeting data to every human ship, telling them where to appear, when to fire, and how to avoid enemy weapons. Destroyers 12 through 20, jump to coordinates 7-7 Alpha and target the carrier group, she called out. Cruisers 1 through 5, cover their approach. Battleship group, focus fire on the World Ender's weapon systems. Commander Price watched her work with something like pride. The battle was not even 30 minutes old, and the Veth fleet was already falling apart. Ships were dying by the dozens. Formations were breaking. Panic was spreading through the enemy ranks. "Status report," he said. Chris Dunn checked his tactical display. 400 Veth ships destroyed. "Sir, another 200 disabled. We have lost 0 ships. No casualties." Price nodded slowly. The numbers seemed impossible, but they were true. Human technology was simply that far ahead of anything the Veth had. Their weapons created small black holes. Their shields bent space to redirect energy attacks. Their drives allowed them to be anywhere and everywhere at once. The Veth had spent 300 years conquering the galaxy. They had destroyed species that had been spacefaring for thousands of years. They had never met an enemy they could not crush, until now. On the World Ender, Vethrak watched his fleet die and felt something he had not felt in over a century. He felt fear. "All ships, retreat," he commanded. "Fall back to the throne world. We need reinforcements." But retreat was impossible. The human ships were everywhere. Every time a Veth vessel tried to jump to hyperspace, a human ship appeared beside it and destroyed its engines. Every time a Veth formation tried to regroup, human torpedoes tore through their ranks. Chief Engineer Megan Oakley watched the battle data streaming across her console and allowed herself a small smile. 20 years of work. 20 years of designing and testing, and rebuilding and testing again. 20 years of being told by coalition scientists that her weapons were impossible, that the physics did not work, that singularity torpedoes could never be stable. The physics worked. The torpedoes were stable. And the Veth were dying. 45 minutes after the battle began, the last Veth ship in the Kathrani system was destroyed. 400 enemy vessels reduced to atoms. 3,000 soldiers dead, and not a single human ship had been scratched. Commander Price looked at the tactical display showing the empty space where the Veth fleet had been. Then, he opened a channel to Earth. This is Commander Price to Admiral Connor. Phase 1 complete. The Kathrani system is clear. We are proceeding to Phase 2. On the other end of the channel, Admiral Connor allowed himself a moment of relief. Then he turned to his tactical staff. Send the order to all battle groups. Fan out across the conquered territories. Liberate every system. Destroy every Veth ship. Leave nothing standing. The human fleet split into 20 separate groups, each one jumping to a different star system. The liberation of the galaxy had begun. And somewhere in the darkness of space, the Veth Dominion was about to learn that their time as conquerors was over. Humanity had entered the war, and nothing would ever be the same again. By the second hour, reports were flooding into the Veth throne world from every corner of their empire. The news was the same everywhere. Human ships appearing without warning. Veth fleets being destroyed in minutes. Entire systems being liberated before reinforcements could arrive. The Veth Emperor sat on his throne and listened to his generals argue with each other. He was ancient, even by Veth standards, with skin that had turned almost white with age, and eyes that had seen 1,000 years of conquest. He had built an empire that stretched across a quarter of the galaxy. He had crushed every enemy that had ever challenged him, and now that empire was falling apart in a matter of hours. These humans are demons, one general shouted. Their weapons create holes in space itself. Their ships move through dimensions we cannot even detect. We cannot fight them. We must fight them. Another general argued. If we do not stop them here, they will destroy everything we have built. The Emperor raised one of his 4 hands, and the room fell silent. How many ships do we have left? He asked, his voice cold and quiet. A tactical officer checked his console with shaking hands. Supreme Emperor, we have approximately 3,000 ships remaining. Most of them are gathered here, around the throne world. The rest are scattered across distant territories and cannot reach us in time. And how many ships do the humans have? Our estimates suggest approximately 200, Supreme Emperor. But they fight like 10 times that number. The Emperor considered this for a long moment. 3,000 ships against 200. Under normal circumstances, those odds would guarantee victory. But nothing about this war was normal. Consolidate all forces around the throne world, he commanded. Every ship, every weapon, every soldier. We will make our stand here. If the humans want to destroy us, they will have to come to us. Across the galaxy, the Veth began their retreat. Every ship that could move abandoned their positions and raced toward the throne world. Every colony, every outpost, every conquered planet was left undefended, and the humans were there to fill the void. On a liberated Kathrani colony world, Ambassador Lisa Grant stepped off a human shuttle and into a scene of chaos. Thousands of Kathrani survivors were gathered in the ruins of their city, staring at the sky where Veth ships had orbited just hours before. Now those ships were gone, destroyed by weapons they had never seen. A Thalassian diplomat pushed through the crowd to reach Lisa. He was a tall, thin creature with 4 eyes and blue skin that changed color with his emotions. Right now, his skin was flickering between pale blue and white, which Lisa's briefing files told her meant extreme shock. Ambassador Grant, the Thalassian said, his voice trembling. How is this possible? Your species was rated as a Level 2 civilization by the Coalition Assessment Board. You should not have weapons like this. You should not have ships that can move through folded space. This is impossible. Lisa smiled politely. She had practiced this smile in front of a mirror many times, knowing she would need it. The Coalition Assessment Board made their judgment based on the technology we showed them. They never asked what technology we were keeping hidden. But why? The Thalassian's skin was now almost pure white. Why did you hide? Why did you wait so long? Billions of people have died while you watched. Lisa's smile faded slightly. This was the hard question. The one she knew every species would ask. We were not ready, she said honestly. 150 years ago, when the war began, we did not have the weapons to make a difference. 50 years ago, we had the weapons but not enough ships. We needed time to prepare, time to build, time to make sure that when we finally entered this war, we could end it. The Thalassian stared at her with all four of his eyes. And now? Can you end it now? That is what we are doing, Lisa said. Right now, as we speak, our fleet is moving toward the Veth throne world. By the time I finish explaining this to you, the war may already be over. In space, the human fleet regrouped for the final assault. Intelligence Officer Lieutenant Nathan Cole had spent months mapping Veth space, identifying their defensive positions, calculating their response times. Now all that work was paying off. The Veth have concentrated everything around their throne world. He reported to Admiral Connor aboard the USS Liberty. 3,000 warships in a defensive sphere, plus over 200 orbital defense platforms. It is the largest concentration of military power in galactic history. Connor studied the holographic display showing the enemy positions. The Veth had arranged their fleet in layers, with the largest ships on the outside and their smaller vessels protected in the center. Their defense platforms were positioned to create overlapping fields of fire. Any attacking force would have to fight through wave after wave of defenders. It was a good strategy. Against any normal enemy, it would have been unbeatable. But humans were not a normal enemy. Time to position? Connor asked. 12 minutes at maximum drive, Admiral. Connor nodded and opened a channel to the entire fleet. All ships. This is Admiral Connor. We have 4 hours and 18 minutes left on our 5-hour clock. The Veth have gathered everything they have for one final stand. They believe their numbers will save them. He paused, looking at the tactical display one more time. They are wrong. Their numbers mean nothing against our technology. Their defenses mean nothing against our weapons. Their empire means nothing because empires built on murder and conquest always fall in the end. He straightened in his command chair. Today, we end 300 years of suffering. Today, we free a galaxy from tyranny. Today, we show every species, everywhere, that humanity stands with the innocent against the guilty, with the weak against the strong, with the living against those who worship death. He took a deep breath. All ships, prepare for final jump. We end this now. The human fleet vanished from normal space. 12 minutes later, they would appear around the Veth throne world. And the largest battle in galactic history would begin. The Veth Emperor sat on his throne and waited. He had 3,000 ships. He had 200 defense platforms. He had millions of soldiers ready to fight and die for their empire. He believed it would be enough. He was wrong. The human fleet emerged around the Veth throne world like ghosts, appearing from shadows. 200 ships against 3,000. The odds should have been impossible. The Veth commanders felt a surge of hope when they saw how few enemies they faced. That hope died within seconds. Chief Engineer Megan Oakley had spent the entire journey preparing something special for this battle. She called it the Cascade Protocol. It had never been tested in combat. It had never been tested at all, except in computer simulations. But the simulations said it would work, and Megan trusted her math. All ships, fire cascade links on my mark, she said over the fleet channel. Her voice was calm and steady, the voice of someone who knew exactly what she was doing. Remember, do not fire at the enemy, fire at each other. The network must be perfect. Around the human fleet, crews prepared their weapons. Instead of targeting the Veth ships surrounding them, they aimed at their own allies. It made no sense to anyone watching from outside. It looked like madness. Mark, 200 singularity torpedoes launched at once. But these torpedoes were different. They did not create black holes when they reached their targets. Instead, they created links, tiny bridges of folded space that connected each human ship to every other human ship. For exactly 3 seconds, the entire human fleet became a single weapon. A gravitational lens formed in the space between them, a construct made of warped reality and compressed singularities. Through this lens, every weapon on every human ship focused its energy into a single point. And from that point, a beam of pure destructive force shot toward the Veth fleet. The Veth Emperor watched from his throne as his entire defensive fleet died in an instant. 3,000 ships, crushed into particles smaller than atoms. 200 defense platforms, torn apart by gravitational forces beyond anything their shields could handle. Millions of soldiers, dead before they even understood what was happening. It took approximately 4 seconds. The cascade beam faded, and the human fleet separated back into individual ships. They had used their greatest weapon, a weapon that could only be fired once because the energy required would drain every ship in the fleet. But once was enough. The space around the Veth throne world was empty. Every defender was gone. Every weapon was destroyed. The planet itself hung in the void. Unprotected and alone, Admiral Connor opened a channel to the surface. "This is Admiral Jake Connor of the United Earth Fleet, to the Veth Emperor. Your fleet is destroyed. Your defenses are gone. You have no ships left anywhere in your empire. The war is over. Surrender now, and your people will be allowed to live. Refuse, and we will do to your planet what you did to so many others." On the throne world, the Emperor sat in silence for a long time. His generals were dead, killed when their command ships were crushed. His admirals were dead. His entire military was dead. 300 years of conquest, 300 years of building the most powerful empire the galaxy had ever seen, all of it reduced to ash in less than 5 hours. He had no choice. "We surrender," he said, his voice hollow and broken. "The Veth Dominion surrenders unconditionally. The war was over." 5 hours and 12 minutes from the first shot to the final surrender. In the weeks that followed, the galaxy struggled to understand what had happened. Humanity had gone from overlooked primitives to the most powerful species in known space overnight. Some species feared them, others wanted to worship them. Most simply could not believe what they had witnessed. The Galactic Coalition reformed, this time with humanity as a full member. Ambassador Lisa Grant was chosen to address the first assembly of the new council. Representatives from 100 species filled the Great Hall, all of them watching the human woman with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. "You asked why we waited," Lisa said, her voice calm and clear. "For 300 years, you told us we were children. You told us we were too young to understand your complex civilization. You never asked what we were doing while you fought your war. You never wondered why a species that split the atom within decades of learning about electricity might be advancing faster than you assumed." She looked around the room, meeting the eyes of every delegate she could see. "Humanity is young, that is true. But we are not slow. We watched your war. And we learned. We studied your enemies. And we designed weapons to defeat them. We developed technology you considered impossible because no one told us it could not be done." She paused for a moment. "The galaxy underestimated humanity. You assumed that because we were new, we were also weak. You assumed that because we asked for nothing, we had nothing to offer. Those assumptions nearly cost you everything." Lisa stepped away from the podium and looked up at the stars visible through the transparent ceiling of the council chamber. "We had a choice when the war turned against you. We could have stayed hidden and safe while the Veth consumed the galaxy. We could have protected our own borders and let everyone else die. We had the power to do that." She turned back to face the assembly. "But that is not what humans do. When innocent people are suffering, when tyrants are murdering billions, when evil is spreading across the stars, we do not hide. We fight. We protect. We stand between the darkness and those who cannot protect themselves. Her voice grew stronger. You had a war you could not win. We won it in 5 hours. Not because we wanted power or glory or revenge. We won it because it was the right thing to do. Because humanity believes that all life has value. Because we refuse to stand by while others suffer. She returned to the podium and delivered her final words. The war is over. The Veth Dominion has fallen. The galaxy is free. Now we must decide what kind of future we want to build. We can rebuild based on fear and suspicion, always worried about who will be the next conqueror. Or we can rebuild based on trust and cooperation, working together to make sure no species ever threatens the galaxy again. Lisa smiled, and this time, it was a warm smile, a hopeful smile. Humanity is ready to help build that future. We have technology to share and resources to offer. We ask nothing in return, except friendship and the chance to prove that we can be trusted. The choice of whether to accept our friendship is yours. She stepped back from the podium. We ended a war in 5 hours. Imagine what we could build together if we had 500 years. The assembly was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, the delegates began to applaud. The sound grew and grew until it filled the entire chamber. 100 species celebrating the end of darkness and the beginning of a new age. On Earth, Commander Ben Price stood in his backyard and watched the stars. His daughter Amy sat beside him, asking questions about the war and the galaxy and what would happen next. "Daddy," she said, "are you a hero now?" Price looked down at her and smiled. "No, sweetheart. Heroes are the people who fight against impossible odds because they have no other choice. We had every advantage. We had better weapons, better ships, better technology. We just did what needed to be done. But you saved the galaxy." Price nodded slowly. "We did. But saving people is not what makes someone a hero. The choice to help when you could have stayed safe. The decision to risk everything for strangers you will never meet. That is what matters. And that choice was not made by me or any single person. It was made by all of humanity. Together." He looked up at the stars again, thinking about the billions of lives they had saved and the new future they had created. "We turned the galaxy upside down in 5 hours, he said quietly. "Now comes the hard part. Building something better. Something that will last." Amy leaned against him, and together they watched the stars shine in the endless darkness of space. The war was over. The future had begun. And humanity was finally ready to take its place among the stars. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council was the largest structure ever built by any species. It floated in the empty space between 3 star systems, a massive ring of metal and glass that could hold millions of beings at once. Today, it held representatives from 1,200 different species, and all of them had come to watch humanity fall. Ambassador Daniel Grant stood alone on a small platform at the center of the hall. He was a tall man with gray hair and tired eyes. He had spent 30 years of his life trying to make friends among the stars. Today, he knew that all his work had failed. Above him, on platforms that rose like steps toward the ceiling, sat the rulers of the galaxy. Some were tall and thin, with skin like blue glass. Others were short and covered in fur. A few were not solid at all, but clouds of glowing gas held together by invisible forces. They all had one thing in common. They were old. Their species had ruled the stars for thousands of years before humans had learned to make fire. The High Arbiter rose from his seat. His name was Velthos, and he belonged to the Corvani, a species made of living crystal. When he moved, his body made soft clicking sounds, like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "The Council will now deliver its judgment," Velthos announced. His voice was cold and flat, carrying no emotion at all. "The species known as humanity stands accused of 17 violations of galactic law." Daniel said nothing. He had heard the charges many times before. First, humanity has expanded beyond its assigned territory without permission. Second, humanity has developed weapons that the Council did not approve. Third, humanity has created thinking machines without Council oversight. The list went on. Daniel listened to each charge and remembered how hard his people had worked to survive. When humanity first met the aliens 63 years ago, everyone on Earth had celebrated. They thought they were joining a great family of stars. They did not know they were walking into a cage. The Council had given Earth one solar system. One. The Corvani controlled 400 systems. The Valeth had 600. Even the smallest species on the Council controlled at least 50. But humanity, the newcomers, the children, got one. At first, humans accepted this. They were grateful just to be part of the galactic community. But humans grew fast. They had babies. They built ships. They needed more room. When they asked the Council for permission to expand, the Council said no. When they asked again 10 years later, the Council said no again. After 40 years of asking, the answer was always the same, so humanity stopped asking. The vote has been completed, Velthos said. 947 species voted in favor. 253 voted against. The motion passes. A wave of noise rolled through the great hall. Some aliens cheered. Others whispered to each other in worried voices. Daniel stood perfectly still. Humanity is hereby exiled from galactic space, Velthos continued. You have one standard cycle to remove all your ships and people from Council territory. Any human found in our space after this time will be killed on sight. This judgment is final. There will be no appeal. Daniel looked up at the High Arbiter. The crystal alien stared back at him with eyes that held no pity. Do you have anything to say? Velthos asked. Daniel was quiet for a long moment. Behind him, through a quantum communication link, 8 billion humans were watching. They had seen everything. They had heard the verdict. Many were crying. Many were angry. Some were afraid. Daniel reached up and touched a small device in his ear. Admiral Peterson, he said quietly. Did you hear? On the other side of the galaxy, aboard a ship called the Independence, Admiral Catherine Peterson sat in her command chair. She was a woman of 55 years, with short silver hair and a face that had seen too many battles. Around her, officers worked at their stations, but all of them had stopped to listen. I heard, Catherine said into her communicator. What are your orders, Ambassador? Daniel looked once more at the Council above him. 1,200 species. 1,200 civilizations that had decided humanity did not deserve a place among the stars. Begin protocol awakening, Daniel said. There was silence on the communication line. Then Catherine spoke again. Her voice careful. Ambassador, that protocol was never meant to be used. It was only a plan. A theory. It was, Daniel agreed. And now, it is real. Begin the protocol, Admiral. Show them what humanity has been doing for the past 60 years. Catherine turned to her second-in-command, a young man named Nathan Cole. He was staring at her with wide eyes. You heard the ambassador, Catherine said. Contact all ships, all stations, everyone. Admiral, are you sure about this? Catherine stood up from her chair and walked to the window of her bridge. Outside, she could see the stars burning in the darkness. Somewhere out there. The Council thought they had won. They thought humanity would run away and hide in their single solar system, forgotten and alone. They were wrong. I have been waiting for this day for 30 years, Catherine said. Send the signal. Nathan nodded slowly. He turned to his console and began typing commands. Across human space, on ships and stations and colonies, lights began to blink. Computers woke up. Engines that had been sleeping for decades began to warm. In the Great Hall, Daniel Grant smiled. High Arbiter, he said, his voice carrying across the chamber. I do have something to say. Velthos tilted his crystal head. Speak. Then, you have made a mistake today. Not because your laws are wrong. Not because your vote was unfair. You have made a mistake because you forgot something important about humans. And what is that? Daniel's smile grew wider. We do not give up. We do not run away. And we never, ever forget. Above him, on one of the display screens, a small light began to blink, then another. Then 100 more. The aliens started to notice. Voices rose in confusion. The lights were appearing all across the map of the galaxy, in places where no human ships were supposed to be. Velthos stared at the screen. For the first time in his long life, he felt something he did not recognize. It was fear. "What is this?" he demanded. Daniel Grant straightened his tie and prepared to show the galaxy what humanity had been hiding. The echo of the verdict was still fading in the Great Hall. But already, humanity was responding, and the response was going to change everything. 47 minutes after the council delivered its verdict, something strange happened. Every screen in the galaxy flickered, every speaker made a soft popping sound. Every communication device, from the most advanced quantum systems to the simplest radio, went silent for exactly 3 seconds. Then a message appeared. "Citizens of the galaxy, this is the United Earth Government. In 17 minutes, the Galactic Council will receive our formal response to their verdict. We suggest you watch." On the council station, High Arbiter Velthos dismissed the message with a wave of his crystal hand. "Human desperation," he said to his assistant, a young Corvani named Sethis. "They are trying to scare us with empty words." "Perhaps," Sethis replied. His voice was uncertain. "But our sensors are detecting something unusual." "What kind of unusual?" Sethis looked at his data screen. The numbers he saw did not make sense. He checked them twice, then 3 times. The numbers stayed the same. "Energy signatures," he said slowly. "Along the quarantine boundary. Thousands of them. They are appearing from nowhere. Repeating reporting. Ama made a G. Repeating reporting. From nowhere?" Velthos turned to look at the main display screen. The map showed the area of space around the council station, including the border that separated galactic territory from the single system given to humanity. For 60 years, that border had been quiet. A few human ships came and went, always following the rules, always asking for permission. Now, lights were appearing along that border. Not a few lights, not dozens, thousands of lights, spreading like stars being born in real time. "What is happening?" Velthos demanded. No one could answer him. On Earth, in a bunker hidden deep beneath a mountain range, President Lisa Morgan stood in front of a wall of screens. She was a small woman, with dark hair and sharp eyes. Around her stood generals and admirals, scientists and advisors. All of them were watching the screens. "How many ships do we have active?" Lisa asked. General Christopher Hayes checked his tablet. He was an old soldier with a scarred face and hands that never shook. Today, they were shaking. "Current count is 47,000 vessels," he said. "And the number is still growing. The cloaking fields are dropping exactly on schedule." Lisa nodded. For 60 years, humanity had played a game with the Council. They had pretended to be weak. They had pretended to be obedient. They had accepted every rule, followed every law, and smiled while the galaxy treated them like children. But behind that smile, they had been building. In asteroid fields and empty moons. In the dark spaces between planets where no one thought to look. Humanity had constructed a secret fleet. Not hundreds of ships. Not thousands. Tens of thousands. Each one was hidden behind a cloaking field that the Council did not know existed, powered by technology that the Council had never seen. "The Council thought we were children," Lisa said quietly. "They forgot that children grow up." On the Council station, panic was spreading. Representatives from different species were shouting at each other. Some demanded explanations. Others demanded action. A few were already running for their ships, wanting to escape before something terrible happened. Ambassador Daniel Grant remained calm. He stood on his platform at the center of the hall, watching the chaos with a small smile on his face. Velthos flew down from his high seat, his crystal body clicking with anger. "What have you done?" he shouted. "This is an act of war." "War?" Daniel raised an eyebrow. "I have not declared war. High Arbiter. I have simply shown you something you did not know. Those ships? Where did they come from? They were always there. You just did not see them." Velthos stared at the human. For 100,000 years, The Council had controlled the galaxy. They had watched species rise and fall. They had managed conflicts and maintained peace. In all that time, no one had ever surprised them like this. Impossible, Velthos said. Our sensors would have detected such a fleet. Your sensors detect what they expect to find, Daniel replied. Humans learned long ago that the best place to hide is in plain sight. We hid our ships where you would never think to look, in the shadows of gas giants, inside hollow asteroids, beneath the ice of frozen moons. We had 60 years to build. High Arbiter. 60 years to prepare for this moment. On the Independence, Admiral Catherine Peterson watched the tactical display. Her fleet was in position, spread along the quarantine boundary, in a line that stretched for millions of kilometers. Each ship was crewed by men and women who had trained their entire lives for this day. Many of them had never expected it would actually come. Status report, Catherine ordered. All ships are in position, Nathan Cole replied. Weapons are charged and ready. Catherine shook her head. Tell them to stand down weapons. Nathan looked at her in surprise. Admiral? We are not here to fight, Nathan. We are here to make a point. Tell all captains to hold position and wait for further orders. Yes, Admiral. Catherine turned to face the view screen. On it, she could see the Council station. A tiny dot of light surrounded by alien warships. Those ships were scrambling now, trying to form a defensive formation. They were scared. Good, they should be scared. But Catherine was not a monster. She did not want to start a war that would kill billions of beings. She wanted something else, something better. Back in the Great Hall, Daniel Grant activated a small projector in his hand. A holographic image appeared in the air above him, showing the human fleet in all its glory. 47,000 ships, carriers and battleships, cruisers and destroyers. More firepower than most species had ever seen in one place. Let me be very clear, Daniel said. These ships will not fire a single shot. They will not attack anyone. They will not blockade any planet or station. They are here for one purpose only. And what purpose is that? Velthos asked. To show you that exile requires two things. The will to push someone out, and the power to keep them out. Daniel pointed at the display. You have shown the will. Now look at your screens, High Arbiter. Look at our fleet, and ask yourself one question. Velthos remained silent. Do you have the power to keep us out? The question hung in the air like smoke. Every being in the hall stared at the display, counting ships, calculating odds. The Council had millions of warships spread across the galaxy, but those ships would take weeks to gather. The human fleet was here now, ready and waiting. For the first time in 100,000 years, the Galactic Council had no good answer. Daniel Grant turned to face the assembly. His voice was calm but firm. You voted to exile us. Very well. We accept your verdict. But we will not hide in our little solar system and wait to be forgotten. We have other plans. High Arbiter. Better plans. And in exactly 10 minutes, you are going to learn what they are. The countdown had begun. The echo of the verdict was still fading, and humanity was just getting started. 10 minutes passed like hours. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council was so quiet that beings could hear their own hearts beating. Every eye was fixed on the display screens, waiting for whatever humanity was about to reveal. Ambassador Daniel Grant stood at the center of it all, calm and patient. He had waited 30 years for this moment. A few more minutes meant nothing. When the time came, he simply nodded. On Earth, President Lisa Morgan pressed a button. Every screen in the galaxy changed. The image of the human fleet disappeared, replaced by something new. It was a map, but not a map of the known galaxy. This map showed regions that were marked as unexplored, the dark spaces between the spiral arms where no Council ship had ever traveled. Then the map began to change. New routes appeared, glowing lines that cut through the darkness like roads through a forest. These routes led to places that had no names, no records, no history. But at the end of each route, there was a marker. A small blue dot that meant only one thing: a habitable world. For the past 40 years, President Morgan's voice echoed through the hall. Humanity has been exploring beyond the boundaries of known space. We did not ask permission. We did not seek approval. We simply went where no one else was brave enough to go. The blue dots kept appearing. 1, 5, 10, 17. We have discovered 17 habitable star systems outside Council territory. Each one is capable of supporting human life. Each one is rich in resources. And each one belongs to us. Gasps filled the great hall. Species that had spent centuries begging the Council for a single new colony were staring at 17 worlds that humanity had claimed without asking anyone. But President Morgan was not finished. We also found something else. Something older. The map changed again. 3 of the blue dots began to glow with a different color. Gold. At these locations, we discovered ruins. Ancient structures built by a civilization that existed 2 billion years before the Council was formed. We have spent 20 years studying these ruins. We have learned their language. We have decoded their records. And we have begun to understand their technology. In the hall, the Valith ambassador rose to his feet. His name was Kethris, and his species was one of the oldest in the Council. He had silver skin and eyes that glowed like tiny stars. This cannot be true, Kethris said. His voice trembled. The great void has been searched. There is nothing there. The records prove it. The records are wrong, Daniel Grant replied. Or perhaps they were made wrong on purpose. We do not know. What we do know is that the roots exist, the worlds exist, and the ruins exist. We have the proof. Show us. Daniel nodded. The screen changed again, showing images this time instead of maps. Pictures of alien buildings covered in strange symbols. Video of human scientists walking through hallways that had been empty for billions of years. Recordings of machines that still worked. Waiting patiently for someone to wake them up. The evidence was real. No one could deny it. High Arbiter Velthos stared at the images. His crystal mind was trying to understand what he was seeing. But the numbers did not add up. Humanity was supposed to be young, weak, limited. How could they have done this? Why? Velthos asked. His voice was barely a whisper. Why did you hide this? Why? Why? Daniel turned to face him. Because we knew what would happen if we told you. You would take it away. You would claim the worlds for the Council. You would seal the ruins and forbid anyone from studying them. You would do what you always do, High Arbiter. You would control everything and share nothing. Velthos had no response. It was true. The Council had done exactly that, many times before. We did not want to share our discoveries with beings who see us as children, Daniel continued. We wanted to grow on our own terms. To build our own future. To become something more than a species living in a cage. In a private room off the main hall, Ambassador Kethris met with Daniel Grant. The Valith had asked for this meeting, and Daniel had agreed. They sat across from each other. 2 beings from very different worlds, trying to understand each other. Your people planned this from the beginning, Kethris said. Not from the very beginning, Daniel admitted. When we first made contact, we truly believed the galaxy would welcome us. It took 5 years to see the truth. What truth? That we were never meant to be equals. The Council does not want new species to grow. It wants them to stay small and obedient. It wants to keep everything exactly as it is, forever. Kethris was silent for a long moment. He thought about his own people. The Valith had been part of the Council for 8,000 years. In all that time, they had followed every rule. They had never expanded without permission. They had never developed technology without approval. And what had they gained? Nothing. They had stayed exactly the same for 8,000 years. You frighten me, Kethris said finally. But you also give me hope. Daniel leaned forward. Hope for what? Hope that things can change. The Council has ruled the galaxy for 100,000 years. It has kept perfect order. Perfect stability. But stability is not the same as life. A stone is stable. A corpse is stable. Living things are supposed to grow. Then help us, Daniel said. Join us. We are not asking you to fight the Council. We are asking you to walk away from it. Come with us to the new worlds. Help us build something better." Kethris looked at the human with his glowing eyes. He thought about his people, trapped in their ancient systems, following ancient rules. He thought about the young Valeth who dreamed of something more but were told to be patient. He thought about all the species in the galaxy who had forgotten what it meant to reach for the stars. "I must speak with my people," Kethris said. "But I think many of them will listen." On the Independence, Admiral Catherine Peterson received an update from Earth. "Phase 2 is complete," General Hayes reported. "The Council has seen everything. What are your orders?" Catherine looked at the display screen. She could see the Council station surrounded by confused alien ships. She could see her own fleet. "Holding position. Waiting. Hold position," she said. "Let them think. Let them talk. The real battle is not fought with weapons. It is fought with ideas. And right now, our ideas are spreading faster than any ship could fly." She was right. Across the galaxy, beings were watching the human broadcast. They were seeing the maps, the images, the proof. They were asking questions that they had never asked before. Why did the Council hide this? What else are they hiding? What would happen if we stopped following their rules? The Galactic Council had voted to exile humanity. But in doing so, they had started something they could not stop. The echo of their verdict was still fading, but a new sound was rising to take its place. It was the sound of change, and it was only going to get louder. The days after the human revelation were chaos. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council, which had stood as a symbol of unity for 100,000 years, became a battlefield of words and accusations. Species that had not spoken to each other in centuries were suddenly talking. Some were angry. Some were curious. Many were afraid. But all of them were asking the same questions. How did the humans do it? What else have they found? And most importantly, can we do it too? High Arbiter Velthos tried to restore order. He called for emergency sessions. He demanded that all species remain calm. He promised that the Council would investigate the human claims and take appropriate action. No one listened. The Valeth were the first to break away. On the 4th day after the revelation, Ambassador Kethris stood before the assembly and delivered a speech that would be remembered for generations. "My people have been loyal members of this council for 8,000 years, Kethris said. His silver skin seemed to glow brighter than usual, as if lit by an inner fire. "We have followed every law. We have obeyed every decree. We have accepted every limitation placed upon our growth. And in 8,000 years, we have not advanced. We have not changed. We have simply existed." The hall was silent. Every being watched, the Valeth ambassador, waiting to hear what he would say next. "The humans have shown us what we sacrificed for stability. They have shown us that the universe is bigger than the Council knows. They have shown us that there are worlds and wonders beyond our borders, waiting to be discovered." Kethris paused, looking around at the faces of 1,000 species. "We are no longer willing to sacrifice our future for the Council's comfort. The Valeth will be leaving. We will join the humans in their exodus." The reaction was immediate. Some species shouted in anger. Others cheered. A few simply sat in stunned silence, unable to believe what they were hearing. 17 species joined the Valeth in the first hour. By the end of the day, the number had grown to 84. By the end of the week, it was 153. The Council was cracking, and there was nothing Velthos could do to stop it. On the Independence, Admiral Catherine Peterson received a stream of communication requests from alien vessels. Captains and commanders from dozens of species wanted to speak with her. They wanted to understand how humanity had hidden so much for so long. They wanted to know if the stories about the new worlds were true. They wanted to ask if there was room for them in humanity's future. Catherine took one call from a Drethany captain named Morvax. The Drethany were an insect-like species, with hard shells and many eyes. They had been assigned to monitor the human border for 20 years. Morvax had thought he understood the creatures he was watching, Now he realized he understood nothing. "Admiral Peterson," Morvac said, his mandibles clicking as he spoke, "I have watched your species for 2 decades. I thought I knew what you were capable of." "I was very wrong," Catherine smiled. "Do not feel bad, Captain. We worked very hard to make sure no one knew the truth. Why? Why hide for so long? You could have shown your strength years ago, and what would have happened? The Council would have united against us. They would have brought their entire fleet to crush us before we were ready. We are strong, Captain, but we are not stupid. We waited until we had enough ships, enough worlds, enough options. We waited until the Council could not stop us without destroying itself." Morvax was quiet for a moment. "The Council is already destroying itself. Half the species are talking about leaving. The other half are fighting about what to do. I have never seen anything like this." "Change is painful," Catherine said, "but it is also necessary. The galaxy has been frozen in place for too long. It is time for things to move again." On Earth, President Lisa Morgan held a meeting with her advisors. The mood was tense, but hopeful. Everything was going according to plan, but there were still many dangers ahead. "The Council loyalists are demanding that we be declared a rogue species," said Secretary Benjamin Torres. "They want every member to cut all contact with humanity. They want our ships destroyed on sight." "Let them demand," Morgan replied. "They do not have the power to enforce it. Too many species have already sided with us." "What about the military response? The Council has millions of ships." General Hayes answered that question. "Their ships are spread across the entire galaxy. It would take months to gather them into a single fleet. By then, our colonies beyond the boundary will be fully established. We will have defensive positions, supply lines, and allies. An attack would be costly for them, and uncertain at best." Morgan nodded. "Good. But I do not want a war. Wars destroy things. I want to build something new." "What exactly are we building?" Torres asked. Morgan walked to a large screen showing a map of the explored and unexplored regions of space. The Council's territory was marked in one color. The new human territories were marked in another, and in between, there was a vast area of nothing at all. "We are building a new path," Morgan said. "The Council believes that order requires control. They think that peace requires everyone to stay in their assigned place and follow the rules. But that is not peace. That is a prison. We are going to show the galaxy another way." "Another way?" "Freedom. Not the freedom to destroy or conquer, but the freedom to grow, to explore, to become something more than what you were before." Morgan turned to face her advisors. "Every species that joins us will have the right to settle new worlds. Every being that follows us will have the chance to reach for something beyond their grasp. That is what we are building. A future where the universe belongs to everyone who is brave enough to chase it." Back on the Council station, Velthos was meeting with the leaders of the Loyalist faction. These were the species that wanted to punish humanity, to crush the rebellion before it spread further. They were angry and afraid, a dangerous combination. "We must act now," said the Corvani admiral, a crystal being named Shar. "Every day we wait, more species join the humans. If we do not stop this, the Council will collapse." "And how do you suggest we stop it?" Velthos asked. "Our fleet is scattered. The humans have 40,000 ships in position. If we attack, we will lose. Then we must find another way. Cut off their supplies, block their communications, make it impossible for them to survive outside Council space." Quote, Velthos considered this. It was a cruel plan, designed to starve humanity into submission. It might work, but it would also show the galaxy exactly what the Council was willing to do to maintain control. "If we do this," Velthos said slowly, "we will prove that the humans were right about us. We will prove that the Council cares more about power than about the beings it claims to protect. Does it matter? We will still win." Velthos looked at the Admiral. For 100,000 years, the Council had kept the galaxy in order. They had prevented wars, settled disputes, and maintained peace. But somewhere along the way, they had forgotten why they were doing it. They had forgotten that order was supposed to serve the beings who lived under it, not the other way around. "I do not know anymore," Velthos admitted. "I do not know if winning is worth the cost." The meeting ended without a decision. The council was still divided. The fracture was spreading, and far away, on 17 new worlds that no one had known existed, humanity was building a future that the galaxy had never imagined. The echo of the exile verdict was fading. Something new was rising to take its place, and nothing would ever be the same again. 6 months had passed since the council voted to exile humanity. In that time, everything had changed. The Great Hall that had once held 1,200 species now held fewer than 700. The rest had left, one by one, choosing to follow humanity into the unknown rather than stay behind in the dying order of the council. High Arbiter Velthos stood alone in the empty chamber. His crystal body reflected the dim lights, casting rainbow patterns on the floor. He had served the council for 3,000 years. He had believed in its mission with all his heart. Now he watched it crumble, and he could not find it in himself to be angry. The humans had not fired a single shot. They had not conquered a single world. They had simply shown the galaxy a different path, and millions of beings had chosen to walk it. A soft chime announced a visitor. Velthos turned to see Ambassador Daniel Grant walking toward him. The human looked different now. The tiredness in his eyes had been replaced by something else. Hope, perhaps, or maybe just relief. "High Arbiter," Daniel said. "I came to deliver a message." "Speak." "The Council has voted to exile humanity. We accept this judgment. But we want you to know that we do not hate you. We do not seek revenge. We are simply going our own way." Velthos nodded slowly. "Where will you go?" "Everywhere. The new worlds we discovered are just the beginning. Our scientists have already found routes to other regions. Other galaxies even. The universe is bigger than any of us knew. There is room for everyone. Even for those who condemned you?" Daniel smiled. "Even for them. We are building something new. High Arbiter. A federation of free species. There are no territories, no borders, no limits on growth. Any being who wants to join us is welcome. Any species that wants to explore the unknown is welcome. The door is always open." Velthos was quiet for a long moment. He thought about the council, about the rules it had created, about the order it had maintained. For 100,000 years, those rules had seemed necessary. Now they seemed like chains. "I will resign my position," Velthos said finally. "The council no longer speaks for the galaxy. Perhaps it never did. What will you do?" "I do not know. I have spent 3,000 years following rules. I have forgotten how to live without them." Daniel reached out and touched the crystal being's arm. It was a strange gesture, human and warm. "Then come with us," Daniel said. "Learn how to live again. The universe is waiting." The live and hold. Learn how to live again. On the Independence, Admiral Catherine Peterson prepared for the longest journey of her life. Her ship was no longer alone. Behind her, stretching for millions of kilometers, was a fleet of thousands. Human vessels flew alongside Valith cruisers, Drethani carriers, and ships from 100 other species that had chosen to join the Exodus. They were calling it the New Accord. A simple name for a simple idea. No rules, except 3. First, no species could claim exclusive territory beyond their home system. Second, all discoveries were to be shared freely. Third, no being could be exiled for seeking knowledge. Those 3 rules were the only laws the New Accord would ever need. Catherine stood on the bridge, watching the stars through the view screen. Beside her was Nathan Cole, now captain of his own vessel. On her other side was a Valith officer named Sethara, who had requested transfer to the human fleet because she wanted to see what lay beyond the edge of the known. "Course is laid in," reported Lieutenant Megan Harris from the navigation station. "First destination is the ruins in Sector 7. Travel time is 14 days. Catherine nodded. "All ships ready?" All ships report ready, Admiral. Catherine looked at the view screen one last time. Somewhere behind them, the old council was falling apart. Old rules were dying. Old fears were fading. The galaxy that had existed for 100,000 years was ending, and something new was being born. You know, Nathan said quietly, when the council voted for exile, I thought it was the end of everything. I thought we were going to spend the rest of our lives hiding in our little solar system, forgotten and alone. So did they, Catherine replied. They thought we would run away and disappear. They forgot something important about humans. What is that? Catherine smiled. We do not see endings. We only see beginnings. She gave the order, and the fleet jumped to faster than light speeds. The stars stretched into lines of light. The darkness of space swallowed them whole. And somewhere far away, on worlds that had never known the touch of any living being, a new chapter of history began. On Earth, President Lisa Morgan stood in a garden overlooking the city. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Behind her, the world was celebrating. News of the Exodus had spread everywhere. Humans and aliens alike were dancing in the streets, singing songs, making plans for the future. An aide approached with a tablet. Madam President, we have received a communication from the former High Arbiter, Velthos. What does he say? He has resigned from the council. He asks permission to join the new accord. Morgan took the tablet and read the message herself. It was short and simple. Just a few words from a being who had spent 3,000 years following rules and had finally decided to try something different. Tell him yes, Morgan said. Tell him he is welcome. Tell him the door is always open. The aide nodded and left. Morgan remained in the garden, watching the sunset. She thought about everything that had happened since first contact 63 years ago. The hope, the disappointment, the long years of planning and waiting. The moment when everything finally changed. We did it, she whispered to herself. We actually did it. And far away, among the stars, the human fleet continued its journey. They passed through regions that had never been mapped, following routes that no one else had ever traveled. They found worlds of ice and fire, planets covered in strange forests, moons orbiting gas giants bigger than anything they had ever imagined. On each world, they left a marker. A simple metal pole with a flag at the top. Not a human flag. Not any species flag. Just a plain white banner with 3 simple words written on it. We were here. The Galactic Council had voted to exile humanity. They had tried to push them into a corner, to make them small and forgotten. But humanity had responded before the echo of that verdict had faded. They had shown the galaxy what they were capable of. They had opened a door that could never be closed. And in opening that door, they had changed everything. The story of the exile was over. But the story of what came next was just beginning. It would be a story of exploration and discovery, of new worlds and new wonders. It would be a story written not by one species, but by all the beings who had the courage to reach for something beyond their grasp. It would be the greatest story the universe had ever known. And it had all started with a simple response to a simple verdict. Humanity had been told to leave. So they left. But they did not leave quietly. They did not leave alone. And they did not leave behind anything worth keeping. They took their dreams with them. And the dreams were bigger than any exile could contain. The echo had faded. But the response would last forever. The year was 2347. Humanity had spread across 100 star systems. They had built cities on distant moons and stations that floated between the stars. But on a small moon called Alara 7, far from the busy trade routes and military bases, there stood something special. It was called the Celestial Haven Orphanage, and it was the largest home for orphaned children in the entire galaxy. Laura Mitchell had run the orphanage for 23 years. She was 61 years old now, with gray hair and tired eyes. But she still walked through the halls every morning to check on the children. The orphanage had started small. Just a few buildings meant to house the children who had lost their parents in the Terran-Creel conflict. But over the years, it had grown into something much bigger. Now, Over 4,000 children lived within its walls. They came from 17 different species. Human children with brown skin and blonde hair played in the same gardens as Villani younglings with blue scales that shimmered in the light. Small Kothari cubs with soft fur shared their meals with Shen children whose bodies looked like living crystal. The orphanage had become a place where species that had fought wars against each other learned to be friends. The rest of the galaxy did not understand this. Most alien species believed in something they called natural selection. If a child lost its parents, that child was weak. Weak children were a waste of resources. They should be left to die so that the strong could survive. This was how things had been done for thousands of years across the galaxy. But humans were different. They could not look at a crying child and walk away. It did not matter if that child had scales or fur or skin that glowed in the dark. A child was a child. And humans protected their children. Admiral Nathan Cross of the United Earth Navy had made sure the moon was safe. He had worked for 3 years to get Alara 7. Declared a protected sanctuary under the Galactic Accord. This meant that no military ships from any species could enter the system. The moon was neutral ground, a place of peace. The children would be safe there. Everyone believed this. Kevin Brooks was one of the caretakers at the orphanage. He was 34 years old, with short brown hair and a scar on his left cheek from his days as a Marine. He had served in the border wars for 8 years. He had seen things that still woke him up at night, screaming into the darkness of his small room. Kevin had lost his own family during the war. His wife and daughter had been on a transport ship that was destroyed by raiders. He had spent 2 years after that doing nothing but fighting and drinking and trying to forget. Then one day, he had seen an advertisement for caretakers needed at the Celestial Haven orphanage. Something had made him apply. He did not know what. That had been 5 years ago. Now, Kevin could not imagine being anywhere else. He had become especially close to 3 children. The first was Sophie, a 7-year-old human girl with red hair and freckles across her nose. She had been found alone on a destroyed colony ship when she was 2 years old. No one knew who her parents were or what had happened to them. She rarely spoke, but when she smiled, it was like the sun coming out from behind clouds. The second was Tyrion, a young Villani boy of about 9 years in human terms. His scales were a deep blue, and his eyes were large and golden. His entire family had been killed in a border dispute between the Villani and another species. He had been the only survivor, hiding in a storage container for 3 days before rescue ships found him. The third was Mira, a Kothari cub who was roughly 6 years old. She was small and furry, with big ears and a long tail. The Kothari had abandoned her because she was born with a damaged leg that made her walk with a limp. In Kothari society, this made her worthless. But in the orphanage, she was loved, just like everyone else. These 3 children followed Kevin everywhere. They ate breakfast with him. They helped him with his work. They sat beside him in the evenings while he told them stories about Earth, and the oceans and the mountains, and all the beautiful things that existed in the universe. On the morning of October 15th, Kevin was in the Eastern Garden with Sophie. He was teaching her how to play catch. It was a simple game, just throwing a ball back and forth, but Sophie had never played it before. She was not very good at catching, but she laughed every time she missed, and that was enough. Tyrion and Mira sat on a bench nearby, watching with curiosity. The Villani and Kothari did not have games like this. They thought it was strange, but also wonderful. Other children played around them, their voices filling the garden with happy sounds. Director Laura Mitchell stood on the observation deck above the garden. She held a cup of coffee in her hands, but it had gone cold because she had forgotten to drink it. She was too busy watching the children below. Moments like this made all the hard work worth it. Moments like this reminded her why she had dedicated her life to this place. The sky above Alara 7 was a soft purple color, with 2 small suns hanging low on the horizon. Birds that were not really birds but flying creatures native to the moon sang in the trees. Everything was peaceful, everything was calm. Kevin threw the ball to Sophie again. She reached out her small hands and caught it. Her eyes went wide with surprise. And then she started jumping up and down with excitement. Kevin laughed. It was a real laugh. Something he had not been able to do for years after losing his family. But here, With these children, he had found something worth living for again. None of them noticed the shadows forming high above in the purple sky. None of them heard the distant hum of engines that should not have been there. None of them knew that in just a few minutes, their entire world would be destroyed. 12 warships from the Zorath Dominion were decloaking above the moon. They had come in silence, hidden by technology that bent light around their hulls. They had come with a single purpose. They had come to teach humanity a lesson about weakness and strength. Supreme Commander Kravex stood on the bridge of his flagship, looking down at the small moon below. He could see the orphanage clearly on his screens. He could see the children playing in the gardens. He felt nothing but disgust. These humans were fools, he thought. They wasted their resources on broken things. They showed mercy to creatures that deserved none. They were weak, and weakness had no place in the galaxy. Today, he would show them the truth. Today, he would burn their weakness to ash. He gave the order to begin the attack. In the garden below, Sophie threw the ball back to Kevin. It sailed through the air in a perfect arc. Kevin reached out to catch it, and then the sky turned to fire. The Zorath Dominion had watched humanity for a long time. They had seen these strange, soft creatures spread across the galaxy like a disease. Humans were not strong like the Zorath. They did not have scales or claws or natural weapons. They were small and fragile, and they died easily. But somehow, they kept growing. They kept building. They kept making friends with other species. And worst of all, they kept inspiring others to question the old ways. Young Villani were starting to ask why their orphans had to die. Kothari cubs were wondering if their damaged brothers and sisters really needed to be abandoned. This was dangerous. If enough species started thinking like humans, the natural order would collapse. The strong would no longer rule the weak. Everything the Zorath had built over 3,000 years would crumble. Supreme Commander Kravex had convinced the War Council that something needed to be done. They could not attack Earth directly. That would unite the entire galaxy against them. But they could attack something symbolic. They could strike at the very heart of human weakness. The orphanage on Alara 7 was perfect. It was isolated. It was undefended. And it represented everything the Zorath hated about humanity. When the first plasma bolt hit the eastern garden, Kevin did not understand what was happening. One moment he was reaching for the ball Sophie had thrown. The next moment, he was on the ground, his ears ringing, smoke and fire everywhere around him. He looked up and saw ships in the sky, big ships with sharp angles and green lights, Zorath warships, but that was impossible. This was a protected zone. No military ships were allowed here. Then another blast hit, and the world became chaos. Kevin moved on instinct. His marine training took over, pushing aside the fear and confusion. He grabbed Sophie with one arm and screamed for Tyrion and Mira. The two alien children ran to him, their faces twisted with terror. Around them, other children were screaming and running in all directions. The caretakers were trying to gather them, but the plasma bolts kept falling from the sky like rain. Buildings exploded, trees burst into flames. The beautiful garden became a nightmare of fire and death. Director Laura Mitchell was thrown against the wall when the first blast hit the observation deck. She felt something crack in her chest, and pain shot through her body. But she forced herself to stand. She had to trigger the emergency beacon. She had to call for help. Her hands were shaking as she reached the console. Blood was running down her face from a cut on her forehead. Through the broken windows, she could see the destruction below. She could see children dying. She activated the beacon and broadcast on all frequencies. Her voice was steady, even though tears were streaming down her cheeks. She gave the coordinates. She described the attack. She begged for anyone to come and help. The Zorath did not jam her signal. Supreme Commander Kravex wanted the galaxy to see what was happening. He wanted everyone to watch humanity's precious orphanage burn. 18 hours away, aboard the patrol vessel Horizon's Edge, Commander Lisa Warren received the transmission. She was a tall woman, with dark hair and cold gray eyes. She had served in the Navy for 15 years and had seen many terrible things. But nothing had prepared her for what she saw on her screen. Children were running through corridors filled with smoke. Caretakers were using their own bodies as shields, trying to protect the young ones in their care. And always, the green fire kept falling from above, turning everything it touched to ash. Lisa screamed for her crew to set a course for Alara 7. Maximum speed. Everything the engines could give. But even at maximum speed, they were 18 hours away. They would arrive far too late. All she could do was watch. In the orphanage, Kevin had found a maintenance tunnel beneath the eastern wing. It was meant for workers to access the pipes and electrical systems. It was small and dark and smelled like oil and dust. But it was underground. It was safe. He pushed Scifi through the opening first, then helped Tyrion and Mira climb down. Other children had followed him across the burning garden. Some he knew, some he did not. It did not matter. He grabbed every child he could reach and shoved them toward the tunnel. 37 children made it inside before the eastern wing collapsed above them. Kevin pulled the blast door shut just as tons of burning debris fell where he had been standing a second before. The noise was deafening. The ground shook like the moon itself was breaking apart. Then there was silence. In the darkness of the tunnel, Scifi clung to Kevin's leg. She was not crying. She had gone somewhere deep inside herself. Somewhere the fire and screaming could not reach. Tyrion held her hand, his golden eyes glowing faintly in the blackness. Mira pressed against Kevin's chest, her small body trembling. Kevin counted the children around him. 37. Out of more than 4,000, he had saved only 37. Above them, the bombardment continued for 43 minutes. The Zorath were thorough. They did not just destroy the buildings. They turned the entire orphanage into a crater. They made sure that nothing and no one could survive. When it was finally over, Supreme Commander Kravex looked at the blackened moon below and felt satisfied. The message had been sent. Humanity would understand now. Compassion was weakness. Mercy was foolishness. The strong survived, and the weak were destroyed. He ordered his ships to withdraw and prepared a message for the galaxy. This was the price of weakness, he said. This was the cost of wasting resources on damaged goods. Humanity would learn to be strong, or humanity would be erased. The message reached Earth 12 hours later. When the rescue ships finally arrived at Alara 7, they found nothing but ruins. The beautiful buildings were gone. The gardens were ash. The playgrounds where children had laughed and played were just blackened craters. They searched for survivors for 3 days. They found Kevin and his 37 children on the second day, still hiding in the maintenance tunnel. The children were hungry and scared and covered in dust, but they were alive. Director Laura Mitchell was found on the 4th day, buried under the rubble of the observation deck. She had 3 broken ribs, a shattered leg, and burns across 40% of her body, but she was breathing. She was alive. Out of 4,216 children, only 37 had survived. Out of 312 staff members, only 23 remained. Kevin sat in the rescue ship, holding Scifi in his arms. Tyrion and Mira sat beside him, pressed close against his sides. He stared at the wall in front of him and felt nothing. His mind had gone quiet, like a machine that had been turned off. He thought about all the children he had not been able to save. He thought about their faces and their names, and the way they had laughed and played in the gardens. He thought about the promises he had made to keep them safe. He had failed them. He had failed them all. The rescue ship carried them away from Alara 7, away from the ruins and the ash and the terrible silence. Behind them, the moon hung in the darkness of space. A dead thing now. A grave for 4,000 innocent souls. And on Earth, in homes and offices and government buildings across the planet, humans watched the footage of the attack. They saw the children running and screaming. They saw the green fire falling from the sky. They saw everything. They watched in silence. And something changed inside them. Something old and terrible woke up. Something that humanity had tried to bury for centuries. It was the thing that had driven them to conquer their own planet. It was the thing that had pushed them out into the stars. It was the thing that every other species in the galaxy had failed to understand. Humans would forgive almost anything. They would show mercy to their enemies. They would extend kindness to strangers. They would open their arms to the lost and broken children of other worlds. But there was one line that could never be crossed. There was one thing that humanity would never, ever forgive. The Zorath had just crossed that line. And now, they were going to learn what that meant. The galaxy waited for humanity to break. In the grand chambers of the Galactic Council, representatives from 300 species watched their screens with a mixture of pity and curiosity. Surely this would be the moment. Surely this terrible attack would shatter humanity's spirit and teach them that their foolish compassion had no place among the stars. The human delegations sat in their assigned seats. Ambassador Patricia Cole was known throughout the galaxy for her sharp words and quick temper. She had argued with Zorath diplomats many times. She had defended human values against those who called them weak. Everyone expected her to stand up and scream for justice. But Patricia said nothing. The footage from Alara 7 played on the massive screen above the council floor. Children running through fire. Buildings collapsing. The green light of plasma weapons, turning everything to ash. When it ended, the chamber was silent. Patricia stood slowly. She looked around at the faces of the other representatives. Some showed fear. Some showed satisfaction. A few showed something that might have been sympathy. She did not speak. She simply turned and walked out of the chamber. The rest of the human delegation followed her without a word. The council members whispered among themselves. What did this mean? Were the humans giving up? Were they too shocked to respond? Had the Zorath finally broken them? None of them understood what was really happening. On Earth, something strange was taking place. In the great cities of humanity, there were no riots. There were no protests. There was no panic in the streets. Instead, there was only silence. Factories that had been building cars and electronics and consumer goods went quiet. The workers did not go home. They simply waited. Within hours, new instructions arrived. The production lines changed. Machines that had been making toys began making weapons. Assembly plants that had built household items began building ship components. Research facilities that had been working on medical advances and agricultural improvements went dark. The scientists received new assignments. They were moved to underground bunkers and orbital stations. Their work was now classified at the highest level. Military bases that had been quiet for decades came alive. Soldiers who had retired years ago received calls asking them to return to service. Ships that had been put in storage were brought out and made ready for war. And through all of this, not a single announcement was made. Not a single speech was given. Not a single threat was issued. Admiral Nathan Cross stood in the command center of the United Earth Defense Council. Around him sat every flag officer in the human fleet. There were also representatives from every nation and every colony. The room was completely full, but it was completely silent. A holographic image of the ruined orphanage floated above the central table. Everyone stared at it. No one could look away. When Nathan finally spoke, his voice was calm. It was soft. It was almost gentle. That made it more frightening than any scream. He explained that the Zorath Dominion had made a mistake. A terrible mistake. They had studied human history. They had seen the wars and the conflicts and the divisions. They had concluded that humanity was weak because they showed mercy. They had decided that attacking the orphanage would break humanity's spirit. They were wrong, Nathan continued. The children of humanity, he said, were not a weakness. They were the one thing that every human, no matter where they came from or what they believed, would die to protect. And more importantly, they were the one thing that every human would kill to avenge. The Zorath had killed 4,179 children. They had killed 312 staff members who had dedicated their lives to caring for the innocent. There would be no negotiations. There would be no demands for apologies or payment. There would be no measured response. The human response would not be counted in lives. It would be counted in worlds. Nathan laid out the plan. The entire military would be mobilized. Every ship, every soldier, every weapon would be committed. New weapons that had been kept secret for decades would be brought out of storage. Research projects that had been considered too dangerous would be completed. The goal was simple. The Zorath Dominion would be destroyed, completely, utterly, forever. When he finished speaking, there were no questions. There was no debate. Every officer in the room simply stood up and saluted. Then, they left to begin their work. Commander Lisa Warren received her new orders aboard the Horizon's Edge. She was to take her ship to Rally Point Omega and join the Fifth Fleet. She asked about the rules of engagement. The response was 3 words long. There are none. Lisa understood what this meant. There would be no limits. There would be no mercy. Everything the Zorath had, everything they were, everything they could ever become, would be erased. She gathered her crew and told them what was coming. She gave them a choice. Anyone who did not want to be part of this could transfer to another assignment. No one would judge them. No one would think less of them. Not a single crew member asked to leave. Across the galaxy, ships began to move. They gathered at secret locations, hidden from the sensors of other species. They formed into fleets larger than anything humanity had ever assembled, and they waited for the order to attack. The Galactic Council tried to make contact with Earth. They sent messages asking about humanity's plans. They offered to mediate. They suggested that perhaps a peaceful solution could be found. Earth did not respond. Days passed. Then weeks. The other species grew nervous. What were the humans doing? Why were they so quiet? Why had all their civilian ships suddenly disappeared from the trade routes? Supreme Commander Kravex watched from his homeworld with growing concern. He had expected screaming. He had expected threats. He had expected humans to demand justice through diplomatic channels. He had not expected silence. His advisors told him not to worry. Humans were soft. They would cry and complain, and eventually accept what had happened. They did not have the strength for real war. They were not like the Zorath. Kravex wanted to believe this. But something in the silence frightened him. It reminded him of stories his grandmother had told him when he was young. Stories about ancient predators that would go completely still before they struck. Stories about monsters that hunted in silence. He ordered his fleets to increase their patrols. He doubled the defenses around the homeworld. He sent scouts to find out what the humans were doing. The scouts never returned. On Earth, Kevin Brooks sat in a hospital room. Sophie was asleep in his arms. Tyrion and Mira lay in beds nearby, their wounds healing slowly. The other children he had saved were scattered throughout the hospital, being cared for by doctors and nurses who tried not to cry every time they looked at them. Kevin watched the news on a small screen in the corner of the room. He saw reports about factories changing their production. He saw stories about military movements. He saw the faces of politicians who said nothing but somehow promised everything. He thought about the children who had died. He thought about the ones he could not save. He thought about the fire and the screaming and the weight of small bodies that would never move again. And deep inside him, in a place he had thought was dead, something began to burn. He did not know what was coming. He did not know what humanity was planning. But he knew one thing for certain. Someone was going to pay for what had happened. Someone was going to pay with everything they had. The Zorath Dominion controlled 47 star systems. Their military was the largest in the known galaxy. They had tens of thousands of warships and over 2 billion soldiers. They had conquered 14 species over 3,000 years. They believed they were unstoppable. It took humanity 6 months to destroy them completely. The first attack came without warning. 200 human vessels appeared in orbit above the Zorath homeworld. They had dropped out of hyperspace at the exact same moment, so close to the planet that the defense systems had no time to react. But these were not warships in any normal sense. They were cargo ships that had been changed. Inside each one was a weapon that human scientists had developed in secret over the past 10 years. The Zorath had never seen anything like it. No one in the galaxy had. They called it the Cascade device. Captain Daniel Morrison commanded the lead vessel. He was 53 years old with gray hair and tired eyes. He had lost his daughter to illness 10 years ago. His wife had left him after that. He had nothing left to live for except this mission. When he volunteered to lead the attack, he knew he would not be coming back. The Cascade device required someone to stay with it until the end. Someone had to make sure it worked. He did not hesitate for even a second. The device activated. There was a flash of white light, brighter than any sun. And then the Zorath homeworld simply stopped existing. The Cascade device did not destroy matter. It did not blow things up or burn them. It moved them. It pushed things into a place that human scientists called null space. A place that was not really a place where nothing could survive. One moment, the Zorath homeworld was there. 18 billion people. Millions of buildings. Thousands of years of history and culture and civilization. The next moment, there was nothing. Just empty space where a planet used to be. The last thing the Zorath heard, on every communication channel across their entire empire, was a single voice. It was a young human woman, speaking calmly and clearly. "The children had names," she said. "We will make you remember every single one." Then there was only silence. The Zorath fleet scrambled to respond. Admirals and generals screamed orders. Ships launched from every base in the empire. Soldiers prepared for battle. But they were fighting an enemy that had thrown away every rule of war. Human ships would appear, launch their weapons, and vanish before anyone could shoot back. They attacked supply lines and fuel stations. They destroyed communication satellites and sensor networks. They struck at 100 different places at the same time, never giving the Zorath a chance to gather their forces, and they kept pushing forward, always forward, deeper and deeper into Zorath space. Commander Lisa Warren led the assault on the third Zorath colony world. Her fleet surrounded the planet and broadcast a simple message. Everyone who wanted to surrender had 1 hour to leave. After that, the Cascade devices would activate. The Zorath military refused to surrender. They called her bluff. They said humans were too weak to destroy another world. They said the attack on the homeworld was a trick, an illusion. 1 hour later, the planet was gone. The surrenders began after that. Zorath soldiers who had never known fear in their lives threw down their weapons and begged for mercy. Colony governors broadcast their surrender on every channel. Even Zorath ships began to change sides, their crews too terrified to fight against an enemy that could make entire worlds disappear. But humanity did not slow down. They did not stop to accept surrenders or take prisoners. They kept pushing forward, destroying everything in their path. Admiral Nathan Cross watched the progress from Earth. He received reports every hour about another victory, another world captured, another fleet destroyed. His staff celebrated each success. Nathan did not celebrate. He sat alone in his office and stared at a photograph on his desk. It showed a group of children playing in a garden. Sophie was there, and Tyrion, and Mira. They were smiling. They were happy. The photograph had been taken 1 week before the attack. Nathan had promised to keep them safe. He had personally made sure Elara 7 was protected. He had believed that no one would dare attack a sanctuary for children. He had been wrong. And 4,000 children had paid for his mistake. Now he was making the Zorath pay. But no matter how many worlds burned, no matter how many enemies died, it would never bring those children back. It would never undo what had been done. He kept fighting anyway, because there was nothing else he could do. Kevin Brooks had been brought back to Earth with the other survivors. He spent his days in the hospital, taking care of Sophie and Tyrion and Mira. He spent his nights watching the news, seeing the reports of human victories. He watched as world after world fell. He watched as the Zorath Empire collapsed like a house of cards. He watched as humanity became something the galaxy had never seen before. An avenger, a destroyer, a force of nature that could not be stopped. He felt nothing, no satisfaction, no relief, just a hollow emptiness where his heart used to be. Sophie would wake up screaming sometimes. She would cry out for children who were dead, calling names that no one would ever answer again. Kevin would hold her until she fell back asleep, whispering promises that he was not sure he could keep. "It will be okay," he told her. "You are safe now. No one will ever hurt you again." He hoped it was true. He prayed it was true. In the final weeks of the war, Commander Lisa Warren led the assault on Zorath Prime Station. This was the last stronghold of the Dominion. Supreme Commander Cravex had retreated there with the remains of his government. He had gathered every ship and soldier he had left. The station's defenses were the strongest in the galaxy. Cravex believed he could hold out until help arrived. He had sent messages to other species, begging them to intervene. He had promised them anything they wanted if they would stop the humans. No one came. Lisa's fleet surrounded the station. Her marines breached the outer hull and fought their way inside. The battle lasted for 18 hours. When it was over, 4,000 human soldiers had died. But the station was theirs. Lisa walked through the corridors of the command center, stepping over the bodies of dead Zoreth. Her armor was scorched and dented. Her face was covered in blood. Some of it her own, some of it not. She found Cravex alone in the main chamber. His staff had fled or surrendered. He stood behind his desk, his scales pale with fear, his hands shaking. He demanded to negotiate. He talked about the Galactic Accords and the laws of war. He said that civilized species did not do what humanity was doing. He said that there had to be limits. Lisa looked at him with eyes that held no emotion. Then she activated her helmet camera and broadcast to every channel in the galaxy. "The children you killed had names," she said. "They had families who loved them. They had dreams and hopes and futures that you stole from them." She pulled out a data pad and began to read. The first name was Sophie Carter, age 3. The second was Marcus Young, age 5. The third was Amy Davis, age 7. She read every name. All 4,179 of them. It took 6 hours. Cravex was forced to stand there and listen to every single one. He was not allowed to sit. He was not allowed to look away. Whenever he tried, Lisa's soldiers forced him to pay attention. When she finally finished, her voice was rough from speaking for so long. She looked at Cravex and saw that he was crying. The great Supreme Commander, the monster who had ordered the death of children, was weeping like a baby. It changed nothing. Lisa drew her weapon and pointed it at his head. "This is for them," she said, and she pulled the trigger. 3 months after the fall of the Zoreth Dominion, the Galactic Council gathered once more. The chambers were full, with representatives from 300 species taking their assigned seats. But this time, the atmosphere was different. This time, there was fear in the air. The human delegation was late. For 1 hour, the other species waited in nervous silence. They whispered among themselves, wondering what was happening. Some thought the humans might not come at all. Others worried about what it meant if they did. Finally, the doors opened, and Ambassador Patricia Cole walked in. She looked different now. The fire that had once burned in her eyes had been replaced by something colder, something harder. She moved through the chamber with the calm confidence of someone who no longer needed to prove anything to anyone. She walked to her podium and placed a small device on the surface. A holographic image appeared above her head. It showed a building on a moon, surrounded by gardens and playgrounds. Children of many species were playing together, their laughter almost audible. "The new Celestial Haven Orphanage," Patricia said. "Built on Alara 7. Already home to 500 children." She paused and looked around at the faces staring back at her. "Humanity has done what was necessary," she continued. "The Zoreth Dominion no longer exists. Every world, every station, every ship that took part in the attack on our orphanage has been destroyed. There are no survivors. There are no refugees. There is only the memory of a species that made the mistake of thinking human kindness was human weakness." No one in the chamber moved. No one dared to speak. Patricia went on. She explained what would happen next. Humanity would continue to trade with other species. They would continue to make alliances and share technology. They would continue to welcome the orphaned children of other worlds into their homes. But there was a line that could never be crossed. There were things that humanity would not forgive, would not forget, would not permit to exist. "The children of the galaxy," she said, "all children of every species, are now under human protection. Any government, any fleet, any individual who harms them will face the same fate as the Zoreth. She looked directly into the recording devices that were broadcasting her words across the galaxy. This is not a threat. It is simply a fact. Choose your actions wisely. Then she turned and walked out of the chamber. The human delegation followed her without another word. The council members sat in stunned silence for a long time after the humans left. Some of them had ruled their species for centuries. Some of them commanded armies that numbered in the millions. But at that moment, every single one of them felt small. Humanity had changed. The friendly, optimistic species that had stumbled into the galaxy a few centuries ago was gone. In its place was something older and more dangerous. Something that the universe had not seen in a very long time. A species that would burn the stars themselves to protect its young. On Alara 7, the new orphanage was called Phoenix House. It had risen from the ashes of the old one, built on the same spot where thousands of children had died. The gardens were green again. The playgrounds were full of laughter. Life had returned to the moon. Director Laura Mitchell had refused to retire. She had spent months in the hospital recovering from her injuries. Her leg would never heal completely. She walked with a cane now, and some days the pain was so bad she could barely stand. But she was back at her post. She was caring for children again. And nothing, not even her own broken body, could stop her. Kevin Brooks stood in the eastern garden, watching Sophie play catch with Tyrion and Mira. They were better at it now. Sophie could catch the ball almost every time. Tyrion had learned to throw with his tail. Mira could jump higher than anyone thought possible with her damaged leg. Around them, other children played and laughed. Some were human, some were not. It did not matter. They were all family now. Kevin was not the same man he had been before the attack. He had nightmares every night. He saw fire in his dreams and heard screaming in the silence. Some days, he could barely get out of bed, but when Sophie looked up at him and smiled, he found the strength to smile back. Admiral Nathan Cross had retired from active service. He now served as head of security for the entire sanctuary network. Humanity was building 100 new orphanages across the galaxy. Each one would be defended by the most advanced technology humanity possessed. No one complained about the cost. No one questioned the use of resources. And no one, not once, suggested that the children were not worth protecting. The galaxy had changed forever. In the years that followed, other species began to change as well. The Vellani passed laws protecting their orphans. The Kothari stopped abandoning their damaged children. Even species that had never shown mercy began to question their old ways. Not because they had suddenly become kind, but because they had seen what humans did to those who hurt children. And they were afraid. Fear was not the best reason to change, but it was a start. On the anniversary of the attack, a memorial ceremony was held on Alara 7. Thousands of people attended, humans and aliens alike. They stood in the garden where the first plasma bolt had fallen, where so many children had taken their last breaths. Kevin was there, holding Sophie's hand. Tyrion stood beside him, his blue scales bright in the light of the twin suns. Mira sat on Kevin's shoulders, her long ears twitching as she listened to the speeches. Director Mitchell spoke about the children who had been lost. She read their names, just as Commander Warren had done on Zoreth Prime Station. It took hours, but no one left. No one looked away. When she finished, the crowd stood in silence. Then, one by one, they began to sing. It was an old Earth song, one that humans had sung for centuries when they needed to say goodbye to people they loved. The alien children did not know the words, but they hummed along. The melody rose into the purple sky and drifted out into space. A message to the universe that these children had mattered, that they would never be forgotten. Kevin did not sing. He could not make his voice work. But Sophie sang for him, her small voice clear and pure, reaching notes that seemed impossible for someone so young. When the song ended, Kevin looked down at the 3 children he had saved. The 3 children who had become his family. "I love you," he said. The words came out rough and broken, but they were true. More true than anything he had ever said. Sophie hugged his leg. Tyrion took his hand. Mira pressed her furry face against his cheek. "We love you too," Sophie whispered. Forever and ever. Kevin closed his eyes and let the tears fall. They were not tears of sadness. Not anymore. They were tears of something else. Something he had thought he would never feel again. Hope. The universe was vast and cold and full of terrible things. Species rose and fell like waves on a cosmic shore. Empires built themselves on the bones of the weak and pretended it was natural. But humanity had proven that there was another way. They had shown the galaxy that kindness was not weakness, that mercy did not mean surrender, that the love between a parent and child, even an adopted child, even a child of a different species, was the most powerful force in existence. The Zorath had tried to teach humanity a lesson about strength. Instead, humanity had taught the galaxy a lesson about love, and the lesson would never be forgotten. In the silent halls of power across 100 worlds, leaders and generals and politicians remembered what they had seen. They remembered the orphanage burning. They remembered the human silence. They remembered the storm that had followed, erasing an empire from existence. And they made sure their own people understood the truth. You could trade with humans. You could ally with them. You could even fight alongside them if your cause was just. But there was one thing you could never, ever do. You could never hurt their children, because if you did, there was no force in the galaxy that could save you, not even God. Above Alara, 7. The twin suns began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink and purple. The children of Phoenix House ran through the gardens, chasing each other, laughing, playing. They were safe now. They were loved. And somewhere in the darkness between the stars, the spirit of 4,000 lost children smiled down upon them, knowing that their deaths had not been in vain. The galaxy had learned, and humanity would make sure it never forgot. Daniel Harper had always believed that space was the great equalizer. It did not care about your species, your rank, or your history. It would kill you just the same if you made a mistake. He had learned this lesson early in his career as a systems engineer, and it had kept him alive for 6 long years aboard the trade vessel Starward. The Starward was not a pretty ship. It was old, patched together with spare parts from a dozen different ports, and it made sounds that no ship should make when it jumped to hyperspace. But it was home. The crew of 47 humans had become his family, and Captain Lisa Monroe had become something like a mother to all of them. She was tough, fair, and she never left anyone behind. At least, that was what Daniel had believed until today. The Kethvar expanse was Varani territory. The Varani were an insectoid species that stood 7 feet tall and looked like a nightmare version of a praying mantis. They had 4 arms, compound eyes that never blinked, and a clicking language that sounded like bones breaking. They controlled this sector of space with absolute authority, and they viewed humans as useful tools at best and pests at worst. The Starward ran supply routes through their territory. Daniel Harper had always believed that space was the great followed the rules. Daniel had seen Varani up close only a handful of times, and each encounter had left him feeling cold. There was something empty in their eyes. They looked at humans the way humans looked at insects. The distress call came in at 0300 hours, ship time. Station Omega-7, a massive Vorani mining hub, had suffered a catastrophic reactor malfunction. The station was dying, and it was taking everyone on board with it. Captain Monroe gathered the senior crew in the mess hall. Her face was pale, and Daniel noticed that her hands were shaking slightly. That was not a good sign. The Varani High Command has ordered all ships in the sector to provide emergency assistance, she said. They need engineers. The reactor is failing, and their people cannot stabilize it. Daniel felt a knot form in his stomach. Captain, Varani reactors use plasma containment systems that are completely different from ours. I have studied them, but I have not you our best option. Our best option for what, exactly? Monroe looked at him, and Daniel saw something in her eyes that he did not like. It looked like guilt. The Varani are requesting a human engineer. Specifically, they say their own people have already tried and failed. They want someone who thinks differently. Daniel understood then. The Varani did not want human help because they respected human skill. They wanted a human because if something went wrong, they would not have to mourn one of their own. He was expendable. But Daniel also understood something else. If he refused, The Vorani might take their frustration out on the starward. They might revoke their trade license. They might do worse. He had heard stories about ships that displeased the collective. Those ships were never seen again. "I will go," he said. Monroe nodded, "but she did not kill you just the same if you made about Vorani plasma containment systems." It was not much. The Vorani guarded their technology jealously, and most of what he knew came from second-hand accounts and salvaged schematics. The station was enormous. It hung in space like a metal spider, its arms reaching out in all directions. Lights flickered across its surface, and Daniel could see venting atmosphere from at least 3 different sections. The station was bleeding. He docked at the main port and stepped through the airlock. The side was thick and hot, and it smelled like burning metal. Warning lights flashed red in every direction, and the floor vibrated with the deep rumble of failing machine engineer, and it had kept him alive for 6 long years aboard the trade vessel Starward. The Starward was not a pretty ship. It was old, patched together with spare parts from a dozen different ports, and it made sounds that no ship should make when it jumped to hyperspace. But it was home. The crew of 47 humans had become his family, and Captain Lisa Monroe had become something like a mother to all of them. She was tough, fair, and she never left anyone behind. At least, that was what Daniel had believed until today. The Kethvar expanse was Vorani territory. The Vorani were an insectoid species that stood 7 feet tall and looked like a nightmare version of a praying mantis. They had 4 arms, compound eyes that never blinked, and a clicking language that sounded like bones breaking. They controlled this sector of space with absolute authority, and they viewed humans as useful tools at best and pests at worst. The Starward ran supply routes through their territory because the pay was good, and the Vorani did not bother with ships that stayed quiet and followed the rules. Daniel had seen Vorani up in tiny flames. "You are the human engineer," it said. Its voice was flat and without emotion. "I am. The reactor core is in Section 7. You will go there now." You looked at "We'll fix it." Daniel waited for more information. A briefing, a schematic, something. The Vorani simply turned and walked away. Daniel took a deep breath and started walking toward Section 7. He had gone perhaps 100 meters when he felt the station shake. The lights flickered, and for a moment, everything went dark. When the emergency power kicked in, Daniel looked out the near. "This is Harper. What is happening? Why are you leaving?" There was a long pause. Then Captain Monroe's voice came through, broken and distant. "Daniel, I am sorry. The Vorani High Command has ordered all non-essential ships to clear the area. They say the station is beyond saving. They are evacuating their own people. Then evacuate me too." Another pause, longer this time. "I tried, Daniel. They said no. They said you are already on the station, and removing you would delay their own evacuation. They have ordered us to leave immediately. If we refuse, they will revoke our license and impound the ship." Daniel felt a massive Vorani mining hub had 46 other people on this ship. Daniel watched the Starward's engines flare bright blue. A moment later, the ship stretched and vanished into hyperspace. He was alone. Around him, the station groaned and shuddered. The Vorani High Command has ordered all ships already. People cannot had been. He thought about ours. I have studied them, but I have not given him a schematic. Then he thought about his father. "A farce, you are best option. Tractors. The Vorani are requesting a human engineer." He turned away from the viewport and started walking toward Section 7. The station was dying, but it was not dead yet, and as long as there was power running through these walls, Daniel Harper was going to fight. The Vorani had left him here to die. They had no idea what kind of mistake they had just made. The corridor to Section 7 was dark. Emergency lights cast red shadows on the walls, and the air grew hotter with every step Daniel took. He could hear the reactor now, a deep grinding sound that told him the containment system was failing. He had maybe 6 hours before the whole thing went critical, maybe less. His repair kit was basic. A multi-tool, some wire, a handful of connectors, and a portable diagnostic scanner that was designed for human ships. Not Vorani technology. It was like trying to perform surgery mess. Panels had blown off the walls, exposing the wiring beneath. Coolant leaked from ruptured pipes, forming pools. Daniel understood liquid on the floor. The heat was intense, one of their own. He was expendable, but Daniel also understood something else. If he refused, the Vorani might take their frustration out on the Starward. They might revoke their trade license. They might do worse. He had heard stories about ships that displeased the collective. Those ships were never seen again. "I will go," he said. Monroe nodded, but she did not meet his eyes. The shuttle ride to Omega-7 took 20 minutes. Daniel spent the time reviewing everything he knew about Vorani plasma containment systems. It was not much. The Vorani guarded their technology jealously, and most of what he knew came from second-hand accounts and salvaged schematics. The station was enormous. It hung in space like a metal spider, its arms reaching out in all directions. Lights flickered across its surface, and Daniel could see venting atmosphere from at least 3 different sections. The station was bleeding. He docked at the main port and stepped through the airlock. The air inside was thick and hot, and it smelled like burning metal. Warning lights flashed red in every direction, and the floor vibrated with the deep rumble of failing machinery. A Vorani officer was waiting for him. The creature towered over Daniel, its compound eyes reflecting the emergency lights like 1,000 tiny flames. "You are the human engineer," it said. Its voice was flat and without emotion. "I am. The reactor core is in Section 7. You will go there now. You will fix it." Daniel waited for more information. A briefing, a schematic, something. The Vorani simply turned and walked away. Daniel took a deep breath and started walking toward Section 7. He had gone perhaps 100 meters when he felt the station shake. The lights flickered, and for a moment, everything went dark. When the emergency power kicked in, Daniel looked out the nearest viewport. His heart stopped. The Starward was pulling away from the station. He could see its engines glowing as it prepared to jump. Daniel ran to the communications panel on the wall and slammed his hand against it. "Starward, this is Harper. What is happening? Why are you leaving?" There was a long pause. Then Captain Monroe's voice came through, broken and distant. "Daniel, I am sorry. The Vorani High Command has ordered all non-essential ships to clear the area. They say the station is beyond saving. They are evacuating their own people. Then evacuate me too." Another pause, longer this time. "I tried, Daniel. They said no. They said you are already on the station, and removing you would delay their own evacuation. They have ordered us to leave immediately. If we refuse, they will revoke our license and impound the ship." Daniel felt the blood drain from his face. "Lisa, please, do not do this. I have 46 other people on this ship, Daniel. I have to think about them. You are leaving me to die." The communication went silent. Through the viewport, Daniel watched the Starward's engines flare bright blue. A moment later, the ship stretched and vanished into hyperspace. He was alone. Around him, the station groaned and shuddered. The Vorani were leaving too, streaming past him toward the evacuation shuttles without even glancing in his direction. To them, he was already dead. He was a ghost walking through their halls, not worth the effort of acknowledgement. Daniel stood there for a long moment, staring at the empty space where his ship had been. He thought about his crewmates. He thought about Lisa Monroe and her shaking hands. He thought about the Vorani officer who had not even bothered to give him a schematic. Then he thought about his father, a farmer from Nebraska who had spent his whole life fixing things that other people said could not be fixed. Tractors, combines, irrigation systems. The old man had never given up on anything in his life. Daniel was not going to give up either. He turned away from the viewport and started walking toward Section 7. The station was dying, but it was not dead yet, and as long as there was power running through these walls, Daniel Harper was going to fight. The Vorani had left him here to die. They had no idea what kind of mistake they had just made. The corridor to Section 7 was dark. Emergency lights cast red shadows on the walls, and the air grew hotter with every step Daniel took. He could hear the reactor now, a deep grinding sound that told him the containment system was failing. He had maybe 6 hours before the whole thing went critical, maybe less. His repair kit was basic. A multi-tool, some wire, a handful of connectors, and a portable diagnostic scanner that was designed for human ships. Not Varani technology. It was like trying to perform surgery with a butter knife, but it was all he had. Section 7 was a mess. Panels had blown off the walls, exposing the wiring beneath. Coolant leaked from ruptured pipes, forming pools of glowing blue liquid on the floor. The heat was intense, and Daniel felt sweat running down his back within seconds of entering the room. The reactor core sat in the center of the chamber, a massive cylinder of dark metal surrounded by rings of glowing plasma. The plasma was supposed to be contained within those rings, spinning in perfect balance. Instead, it was flickering and surging, breaking free in bursts that scorched the walls. Daniel approached the main control panel. The display was in the Varani language, which he could not read. The symbols meant nothing to him, but the engineering principles were the same everywhere. Power flowed. Heat built up. Pressure needed to be released. He pulled up his diagnostic scanner and connected it to the panel. The device struggled to make sense of the alien system, but a massive cylinder of dark metal surrounded by rings of glowing plasma. Instead, it was flickering and surging, breaking free in bursts that scorched the walls. Display was in the Varani language, which he could not read. The symbols meant nothing to him, but the engineering principles were the same everywhere. Power flowed was overheating. Without containment, the plasma heat built up. Pressure needed to be released in system. But after a few minutes, it gave him a rough picture of what was happening. The cooling system had failed. Without cooling, the plasma containment was overheating. Without containment, the plasma again. But the main coolant pumps were in Section 3, on the other side of the station. And according to his scanner, Section 3 had already lost atmosphere. He sat down on the floor and thought. His father had taught him that every problem had a solution. Sometimes the solution was obvious. Sometimes it was hidden, but it was always there, waiting to be found. Daniel looked around the reactor. The coolant pipes ran through the walls and ceiling, connecting. Sometimes the solution, but some of them were still working. Non-essential systems. Systems that the Varani had probably forgotten about in their rush to evacuate. He pulled up the station schematic. It was incomplete, pieced together from the data he could extract, but it showed him enough. The environmental control system. The coolant pipes ran through the walls and ceiling, connecting line. It had its own cooling unit, designed to keep the plants at optimal its own. But if Daniel could connect it to the main system, but some of them were still working. He grabbed his tools and started running, 2 levels above the reactor. Daniel climbed through maintenance shafts and crawled through ventilation ducts. Following the route his scanner showed him, the station shook around him, and twice he had to stop and wait for debris to settle before enter. It was incomplete, pieced together from the data heated an entire ecosystem line. And it was still alive. The cooling unit was built into the wall its own. But if Daniel could connect it to the main system panel and studied the wiring, it was different from human technology, but the basic principles were the 2 levels above the reactor. Disconnected the cooling unit from the garden system and began rerouting and create connections that the took around him, and twice he had to stop and wait for debris to settle before voided an entire ecosystem. Something less desperate. His scanner confirmed it. The plasma containment was stabilizing. He had bought, and it was still alive. The cooling unit was built into the wall. And for that, he needed panel and studied the wiring. Disconnected the cooling unit from the garden system and began rerouting the output. He had to splice wires, bypass safety switches, and create connections that the machine was never designed to handle. It took him 2 hours, and by the time he was finished, his hands were cut and bleeding from the sharp Varani metal. But it worked. He felt the change immediately. The air in the corridor grew cooler, and the grinding sound from the reactor shifted to something less desperate. His scanner confirmed it. The plasma containment was stabilizing. Daniel slumped against the wall and allowed himself a moment of relief. He had bought himself some time. But he was not done yet. The cooling system. Every system was designed to work in one specific could be modified, adjusted, and improvised. They built things that could survive unexpected problems because humans had learned long ago that unexpected problems were the only kind that really motion. And for that, he needed an emergency oxygen supply in Section 2. A communications relay in Section 4 that was damaged but not destroyed. One by one, he brought them online. He studied this was ugly work, the kind of work that would make a proper engineer wince. But it worked. By the time 12 hours had passed, Station Omega-7 was stable. Daniel sat in the reactor room, eating a ration bar he had found in an abandoned supply closet. He was exhausted. His body ached, and his eyes burned from the constant strain. But he was alive. That was when he heard the footsteps. He looked up to see a Vorani standing in the doorway. It was smaller than the officer who had greeted him, and its movements were hesitant, rather than confident. Its compound eyes studied him with something that might have been curiosity. "You are still alive," it said. Daniel swallowed his food. "I am. The station is still functioning." "It is." The Vorani moved closer, its forearms folded against its chest. "Our engineers said this was impossible. They said the damage was too severe. They said nothing could save this station." Daniel shrugged. "Your engineers gave up." "I did not." "Why?" "We left you here to die. Your own people abandoned you. Why would you save a station that belongs to those who betrayed you?" It was a good question. Daniel had asked himself the same thing during those long hours of work. Why was he fighting so hard to save something that did not belong to him? Why not just find a shuttle and try to escape? The answer was simple. "Because I am an engineer," he said. "This is what I do. I fix things. I do not care who the station belongs to or what the Vorani think of me. I saw a problem, and I solved it. That is who I am." The Vorani was silent for a long moment. Then it did something Daniel did not expect. It bowed. "I am called Kethral," it said. "I am an overseer of this station. What you have done is remarkable. Our people do not understand humans. We see you as weak, as inferior. But you have done what our best could not." Daniel stood up, his tired muscles protesting. "Maybe that is because your best never had to fight for their lives. When you have nothing left to lose, you find out what you are really capable of." Kethral's compound eyes flickered. "Perhaps. But you should know something, human. Word of what you have done will spread. The High Command will not be pleased. They expected you to die. They expected this station to be destroyed. And now? Now they will have to deal with you. And that is something they have never had to do before." Daniel looked at the reactor, still humming with stolen power from a garden cooling system. He thought about the Starward, about Captain Monroe, about everyone who had written him off as dead. They were all wrong. He was alive, and he was just getting started. 3 weeks had passed since Daniel Harper had been left to die on Station Omega-7. In that time, he had done more than just survive. He had learned. Kethral had become something like an ally. Though Daniel was careful not to call the Vorani a friend, trust was a currency he could not afford to spend carelessly. But Kethral provided information, and information was power. The overseer had explained the Vorani social structure. Their society was built on hierarchy and obedience. Orders flowed from the top down, and questioning those orders was unthinkable. When the High Command had declared Omega-7 lost, the engineers had accepted that judgment without protest. The idea of fighting against an official decision was simply not part of their nature. This explained why Daniel had been able to do what their engineers could not. He did not accept limitations. He did not obey invisible boundaries. When faced with a problem, he attacked it from every angle until something worked. But Kethral had also told him something else, something that changed everything. "This station is not just a mining hub," the overseer had said one evening, as they sat in the repaired observation deck watching the stars. "It is a network node. All communications and logistics for the Kethvar expanse passed through Omega-7. When the station went dark, the entire sector lost coordination for almost a full day. Daniel had stared at Kethral, his mind racing. You are telling me that this station controls the whole sector? Controls is a strong word. But yes. Without Omega-7, the collective cannot coordinate its operations in this region. Trade routes become chaotic. Military movements become blind. Everything depends on the systems in this station. Instead, that night, Daniel had begun to truly explore. He had already mapped most of the station during his repair work, but he had focused on the physical systems. Now he turned his attention to the digital ones. The communications array, the logistics database, the command protocols. The Vorani had never expected a human to survive long enough to access these systems. Their security was designed to keep out other Vorani, not alien engineers. And Daniel was very good at finding his way into systems that did not want him there. It took him a week to crack the first layer of security, another week to understand what he was looking at. By the end of the third week, Daniel Harper, every system was designed to work in one space in the Kethvar expanse. He could see everything: ship movements, resource allocations, military deployments, private communications between Vorani commanders. It was all there, flowing through his station like blood through a heart. And then the assassins arrived. They came quietly. The night cycle. Daniel only knew they were there because he had set up alerts on all docking systems. Could be modifiers. He watched them on the security cameras. His heart. Harper was an embarrassment, a reminder that their judgment had been wrong. He needed to disappear. Expected problems were the only kind that really had hoped it would not come, but he had known it probably would. The Vorani did not tolerate challenges to their authority. He entered a Vorani had never learned that. Doors began to close. The assassins found themselves trapped in a corridor, open. But Daniel had rerouted power to the locking mechanism. An emergency oxygen supply in Section 2. Assassins were professionals. Good evening, he said, his voice calm and clear. You are currently trapped in Corridor 7, Section 4. He brought them online. He can Bay 3. You was ugly. You do not understand what you are doing. Release us, and we will make your death quick. I understand exactly what I am doing. Daniel sat in the reactor room, eating a ration bar he had found in an abandoned supply closet. He was exhausted. His body ached, and his eyes burned from the constant strain. But he was alive. That was when he heard the footsteps. He looked up to see a Vorani standing in the doorway. It was smaller than the officer who had greeted him, and its movements were hesitant, rather than confident. Its compound eyes studied him with something that might have been curiosity. You are still alive, it said. Daniel swallowed his food. I am. The station is still functioning. It is. The Vorani moved closer, its forearms folded against its chest. Our engineers said this was impossible. They said the damage was too severe. They said nothing could save this station. Daniel shrugged. Your engineers gave up. I did not. Why? We left you here to die. Your own people abandoned you. Why would you save a station that belongs to those who betrayed you? It was a good question. Daniel had asked himself the same thing during those long hours of work. Why was he fighting so hard to save something that did not belong to him? Why not just find a shuttle and try to escape? The answer was simple. Because I am an engineer, he said. This is what I do. I fix things. I do not care who the station belongs to or what the Vorani think of me. I saw a problem, and I solved it. That is who I am. The Vorani was silent for a long moment. Then it did something Daniel did not expect. It bowed. I am called Kethral, it said. I am an overseer of this station. What you have done is remarkable. Our people do not understand humans. We see you as weak, as inferior. But you have done what our best could not. Daniel stood up, his tired muscles protesting. Maybe that is because your best never had to fight for their lives. When you have nothing left to lose, you find out what you are really capable of. Kethral's compound eyes flickered. Perhaps. But you should know something, human. Word of what you have done will spread. The High Command will not be pleased. They expected you to die. They expected this station to be destroyed. And now? Now they will have to deal with you. And that is something they have never had to do before. Daniel looked at the reactor, still humming with stolen power from a garden cooling system. He thought about the Starward, about Captain Monroe, about everyone who had written him off as dead. They were all wrong. He was alive, and he was just getting started. 3 weeks had passed since Daniel Harper had been left to die on Station Omega 7. In that time, he had done more than just survive. He had learned. Kethral had become something like an ally. Though Daniel was careful not to call the Varani a friend, trust was a currency he could not afford to spend carelessly. But Kethral provided information, and information was power. The Overseer had explained the Varani social structure. Their society was built on hierarchy and obedience. Orders flowed from the top down, and questioning those orders was unthinkable. When the High Command had declared Omega 7 lost, the engineers had accepted that judgment without protest. The idea of fighting against an official decision was simply not part of their nature. This explained why Daniel had been able to do what their engineers could not. He did not accept limitations. He did not obey invisible boundaries. When faced with a problem, he attacked it from every angle until something worked. But Kethral had also told him something else. Something that changed everything. This station is not just a mining hub, the Overseer had said one evening, as they sat in the repaired observation deck watching the stars. It is a network node. All communications and logistics for the Kethvar expanse pass through Omega 7. When the station went dark, the entire sector lost coordination for almost a full day. Daniel had stared at Kethral, his mind racing. You are telling me that this station controls the whole sector? Controls is a strong word. But yes. Without Omega 7, the collective cannot coordinate its operations in this region. Trade routes become chaotic. Military movements become blind. Everything depends on the systems in this station. Instead, that night, Daniel had begun to truly explore. He had already mapped most of the station during his repair work, but he had focused on the physical systems. Now he turned his attention to the digital ones. The communications array, the logistics database, the command protocols. The Varani had never expected a human to survive long enough to access these systems. Their security was designed to keep out other Varani, not alien engineers. And Daniel was very good at finding his way into systems that did not want him there. It took him a week to crack the first layer of security, another week to understand what he was looking at. By the end of the third week, Daniel Harper had access to every major system in the Kethvar expanse. He could see everything: ship movements, resource allocations, military deployments, private communications between Varani commanders. It was all there, flowing through his station like blood through a heart. And then the assassins arrived. They came quietly, docking at a secondary port in the middle of the night cycle. Daniel only knew they were there because he had set up alerts on all docking systems. 3 Varani, moving through the corridors with the practiced silence of killers. He watched them on the security cameras, his heart pounding. They were heading toward his quarters. The High Command had made their decision. Daniel Harper was an embarrassment, a reminder that their judgment had been wrong. He needed to disappear. But Daniel had spent 3 weeks preparing for this moment. He had hoped it would not come, but he had known it probably would. The Varani did not tolerate challenges to their authority. He entered a command into his console. Throughout the station, doors began to close. The assassins found themselves trapped in a corridor. Unable to move forward or back, they tried to force the doors open. But Daniel had rerouted power to the locking mechanisms. Nothing short of cutting through solid metal would get them out. Then he sealed their ship in the docking bay. The assassins were professionals. They did not panic. One of them activated a communication device and began speaking rapidly in the Vorani language. Daniel interrupted the transmission. "Good evening," he said, his voice calm and clear. "You are currently trapped in Corridor 7, Section 4. Your ship is locked in Docking Bay 3. You will not be leaving until I decide to let you go. There was a long pause. Then one of the assassins spoke. "Human, you do not understand what you are doing. Release us, and we will make your death quick." "I understand exactly what I am doing," Daniel replied. "I am demonstrating something. Something your high command needs to see." He switched the broadcast to sector-wide transmission. "Every ship. Every station. I am demonstrating something. Something your high command needs to see." He switched the broadcast to sector-wide transmission. "Every ship. Every station. Every Vorani command center in the Kethvar expanse would hear what he said next. My name is Daniel Harper. I am a human engineer. 3 weeks ago, the Vorani collective left me on this station to die. They assumed I would fail. They assumed I would be forgotten. They were wrong." He paused, letting the words sink in. "I have stabilized Station Omega-7. I have repaired systems that your own engineers declared beyond saving. And in the process, I have gained access to every major network in this sector. Communications, logistics, military coordination. All of it flows through this station. All of it is now under my control." The response was immediate. Across the sector, Vorani commanders began shouting into their communications devices. Ships changed course. Emergency protocols were activated. Daniel continued. "I want to be very clear about something. I am not here to make threats. I am not here to demand ransom. I am here because your leaders tried to kill me, and I refused to die. But now that I am here, now that I have this power, I intend to use it." He pulled up the logistics data on his screen. "Right now, there are 3 Vorani supply convoys in transit. I could redirect them. I could send them into empty space, or into contested territory, or straight into an asteroid field. I could cripple your supply lines with a single command." The shouting across the sector grew louder. "I could shut down your communications. I could blind your military. I could leak your private transmissions to every species in this region. The secrets your commanders whisper to each other, I can hear them. I can share them." He let that threat hang in the air. "But I will not do any of these things. Not yet. Because unlike your high command, I understand that power is not just about what you can destroy. It is about what you can build." In Corridor 7, the assassins stood frozen, listening to the broadcast like everyone else. "I am offering the Vorani collective a choice. You can continue to treat me as an enemy. You can send more assassins, more ships, more soldiers. You can try to take this station by force, but I promise you, if you do, I will make it very, very expensive. I will burn this sector to the ground before I let you take it from me." He paused again. "Or you can talk to me. You can recognize that I have earned a place at the table. You can accept that a single human, left for dead, has done something that your entire collective could not. And maybe, together, we can build something better than what came before." The broadcast ended. Daniel leaned back in his chair and waited. Kethral appeared in the doorway, the overseer's compound eyes wide with something that might have been shock. "You have just declared war on the Vorani collective," Kethral said. "No," Daniel replied. "I have just given them a choice. War is what happens if they make the wrong one. And if they choose to destroy the station, they have ships capable of bombing Omega-7 into dust." Daniel smiled, though there was no warmth in it. "They could. But they would lose everything that flows through this station. Every communication line, every logistics route, every bit of coordination that holds their sector together. They spent decades building this network. Do you really think they will destroy it just to kill one human?" Kethral was silent for a long moment. Then the overseer made a sound that Daniel had never heard before. It took him a moment to realize it was laughter. "You are either very brave or very stupid, Daniel Harper." "Maybe both," Daniel admitted. "But right now, I am also the most important person in the Kethvar expanse. And the Vorani are going to have to deal with that, whether they like it or not." Outside the viewport, the stars burned cold and distant. Somewhere out there, The Varani High Command was making a decision. Daniel hoped they would make the right one. But if they did not, he was ready for that too. He had been left to die. Instead, he had seized control, and he was just getting started. The Varani Warfleet arrived 6 days after Daniel's broadcast. 15 capital ships dropped out of hyperspace in perfect formation, surrounding Station Omega-7 like wolves circling wounded prey. Each ship was massive, bristling with weapons that could reduce the station to debris in seconds. Their hulls were dark, absorbing light rather than reflecting it, and they moved with the silent grace of predators. Daniel watched them from the observation deck, his hands steady despite the fear coiling in his stomach. He had known this was coming. He had prepared for it, but seeing the firepower arrayed against him made the situation feel terrifyingly real. Kethral stood beside him, the Overseer's forearms crossed tightly against its chest. "That is the Third Fleet," Kethral said quietly. "High Commander Vorteth leads it. He is known for his brutality. He once destroyed an entire colony because they delayed a supply shipment by 3 days. Sounds like a reasonable person," Daniel muttered. The communication system crackled to life. A deep, clicking voice filled the room. Human. "I am High Commander Vorteth of the Varani Collective. You have committed crimes against our people. You have seized control of our property. You have made threats against our operations. You have one chance to surrender. Open the station and submit yourself to our custody. If you do not, we will destroy Omega-7 and everyone on it." Daniel walked to the communication panel and activated the broadcast. "High Commander. Thank you for coming all this way to talk to me. I hope the journey was pleasant." There was a long pause. When Vorteth spoke again, his voice was even colder than before. "You mock me, human. You do not understand your situation. You are one creature, alone on a dying station, surrounded by the most powerful fleet in this sector. You have no weapons, no ships, no army. You have nothing." "I have this station," Daniel replied. "And everything that runs through it. A station I can destroy with a single command. You could, but you will not. You are very confident for someone who is about to die." Daniel smiled, though Vorteth could not see it. "Let me explain something to you, High Commander. This station is the heart of the Kethvar expanse. Every communication in this sector passes through here. Every logistics route is coordinated from here. Every military deployment is tracked from here. If you destroy Omega-7, you do not just kill me. You blind yourselves. We can rebuild. Can you? How long would that take? A year? 5 years? 10? And what happens during that time? Your supply lines fall apart. Your fleets lose coordination. Your enemies see weakness and move against you." Daniel paused to let the words sink in. "But that is not the worst part. The worst part is what I have done to your systems. I have spent weeks studying them, learning them, modifying them. Right now, I have my hand on a switch that will trigger a cascade failure across every connected network. Communications will scramble. Navigation data will corrupt. The systems your ships rely on will start feeding them false information." He heard movement in the background of the communication. Voices speaking rapidly in the Varani language. "You could destroy this station," Daniel continued. "But the moment your weapons fire, I will flip that switch. And then you will spend the next decade cleaning up the mess. Your commanders will not know who to trust. Your ships will not know where to go. Your entire sector will descend into chaos." Vorteth's voice returned. But it was different now. Less confident. "You are bluffing. Maybe. But can you afford to find out? You are a careful species, High Commander. You calculate risks. You measure probabilities. So tell me, what is the probability that I am telling the truth? 50%? 70? Even if there is only a 10% chance that I can do what I say, is that a risk worth taking?" The communication went silent. Daniel could imagine the debate happening on Vorteth's ship. The High Commander was aggressive, but he was not stupid. He had to know that Daniel's threat was at least partially credible. Hours passed. The fleet did not move. The weapons remained trained on the station, but no order to fire was given. And then something unexpected happened. Daniel received a communication request, not from the Vorani, from a different source entirely. Station Omega-7. This is Captain Rethnal of the Dren trading vessel Sunrise. We are requesting permission to dock. Daniel checked his sensors. A small ship was approaching from the edge of the system, moving slowly and broadcasting peaceful intentions. The Dren were a reptilian species, one of several that lived under Vorani dominance in the sector. Captain Rethnal, this is Daniel Harper. The station is currently surrounded by a Vorani war fleet. Approaching may not be safe. We are aware of the situation, Rethnal replied. We have been watching your broadcasts. So have the Makari and the Siloth and every other species in this sector. You have done something that none of us have ever dared to do. You have stood up to the collective. Daniel felt something shift in his chest. He had been so focused on survival that he had not considered how his actions might appear to others. We wish to offer our support, Rethnal continued. Medical supplies, food, technical assistance. Whatever you need. The Dren have lived under Vorani rule for generations. We have accepted our place. But watching you, a single human with nothing but your skills and your determination, you have reminded us that acceptance is not the only option. More communication requests came in. The Makari sent a message of solidarity. The Siloth offered to share intelligence about Vorani fleet movements. Species that Daniel had never heard of reached out, drawn by the story of the human engineer who had refused to die. Vorteth was not pleased. You think these vermin can save you? The High Commander demanded. They are nothing. They have no power. They have something more important than power, Daniel replied. They have hope. For the first time in centuries, they see a possibility they had forgotten existed. The possibility that the Vorani collective is not invincible. Hope is worthless, is it? Look at what is happening, High Commander. Look at the ships gathering at the edge of this system. Look at the messages spreading across the sector. Your fleet is supposed to demonstrate Vorani strength. Instead, it is demonstrating Vorani weakness. Every hour you sit here, unable to act, more species question your authority. The standoff continued. Days became a week. The Vorani fleet remained in position, but more ships arrived to support Daniel. Trade vessels, passenger liners, even a few armed escorts from species that had never dared to challenge the collective. Daniel did not sleep much during that time. He monitored every system, tracked every movement, prepared for the attack that might come at any moment. But he also talked. He talked to Rethnal about Dren history. He talked to Makari engineers about their technology. He talked to representatives from species he had never encountered, learning about their cultures and their grievances. A coalition was forming. Not a formal alliance, not yet, but something that could become one, if given the chance. After 2 weeks, Vorteth made one final attempt. Human. The High Command has authorized me to make you an offer. Surrender the station peacefully, and you will be allowed to live. You will be given a ship and safe passage out of Vorani space. This is a generous offer. It will not be repeated. Daniel thought about it. He thought about everything he had built over the past months. He thought about the coalition forming around him. He thought about the future. I have a counteroffer, he said. Pull back your fleet. Recognize Omega-7 as neutral territory. Allow representatives from all species to participate in the governance of this sector. Stop treating everyone who is not Vorani as inferior. Impossible. The collective will never accept such terms. Then I guess we have nothing more to talk about. The communication ended. Daniel turned to Kethril, who had remained by his side throughout the standoff. They will not back down, the overseer said. Vorteth cannot return to the High Command empty-handed. He will attack. Maybe, Daniel said. But he will wait. He will calculate. He will look for an advantage. And if he finds one, Daniel looked out at the fleet, still hovering in the darkness like patient predators. Then I will have to make sure he does not find it. He had been left to die. He had taken control. And now he was fighting for something bigger than his own survival. The standoff was not over. But Daniel Harper was not going anywhere. The breakthrough came on the 23rd day of the standoff. Daniel was in the command center, reviewing supply reports from the Dren convoy that had arrived the previous night, when Kethril burst through the door. The overseer's compound eyes were wider than Daniel had ever seen them, and the clicking sounds of Vorani speech were coming too fast for him to follow. "Slow down," Daniel said. "What is happening?" "The fleet. It is withdrawing." Daniel ran to the sensor display. Kethril was right. The Vorani capital ships were breaking formation, their engines powering up for hyperspace jumps. Within minutes, they were gone, leaving nothing but empty space where 15 warships had waited for weeks. "I do not understand," Kethril said. "Vorteth would never retreat without orders. He would rather die than show weakness." The answer came an hour later, in the form of a diplomatic transmission from the Vorani homeworld. The High Council of the Vorani Collective was requesting negotiations. Daniel read the message 3 times before he believed it. The council was the highest authority in Vorani society, far above local commanders like Vorteth. They rarely intervened in regional matters. The fact that they were reaching out directly meant something had changed. The negotiations took place via secure communication link. Daniel sat in the observation deck, facing a screen that showed 5 Vorani in elaborate ceremonial garments. They were old, their exoskeletons pale with age, and they regarded him with expressions he could not read. The lead counselor introduced herself as Vethmai. She spoke slowly, her clicking language translated by the station's computer. "Human. You have created a situation without precedent. Our fleet was prepared to destroy your station. Our commander was prepared to accept the consequences. And yet we find ourselves here, speaking to you, as if you were an equal." End quote. "I appreciate your willingness to talk," Daniel replied carefully. "Do not mistake our presence for appreciation. We are here because we have no choice. In 3 weeks, you have done more damage to Vorani authority than any enemy fleet could accomplish in a decade. Other species are questioning our strength. Trade partners are demanding new terms. Our own people are beginning to wonder if the collective is as invincible as they have been taught to believe." Daniel said nothing. He let the silence speak for itself. "You have presented us with an impossible choice," Vethmai continued. "Destroy you, and we lose the infrastructure that holds this sector together. Negotiate with you, and we admit that a single human can bring our collective to the bargaining table. Neither option is acceptable. Then perhaps you need a third option," Daniel said. The counselors exchanged glances. "Explain. You are thinking of this as a defeat, as a loss of power. But it does not have to be. Right now, every species in the Kethvar expanse is watching to see what you do. If you crush me, they will fear you. But they will also resent you. They will wait for their chance to strike back." He leaned forward, keeping his voice calm and reasonable. "But if you choose a different path, if you show that the Vorani can adapt, can compromise, can share power when necessary, you will earn something more valuable than fear. You will earn respect, cooperation, loyalty that does not have to be enforced at gunpoint. You ask us to give up our authority. I ask you to share it. There is a difference." The negotiations lasted for 4 more days. Daniel argued for hours, pushing for every concession he could get, while knowing that he could not push too far. The Vorani were proud. They would not accept humiliation. He needed to give them a way to save face while still changing the fundamental balance of power in the sector. In the end, they reached an agreement. Station Omega-7 would become neutral territory, governed by a council representing all major species in the Kethvar expanse. The Vorani would retain their trade routes and military bases, but they would no longer have exclusive control over communications and logistics. Other species would have a voice in decisions that affected the sector. It was not revolution. It was not the end of Vorani dominance. But it was a start. The signing ceremony took place in the station's main hall. Representatives from a dozen species gathered to witness the moment. The Dren Captain Rethnal was there, along with Makari engineers and Siloth diplomats and dozens of others who had risked everything to support Daniel during the standoff. Vethmai signed the document first, her ancient hands moving slowly but steadily. Then Daniel signed, using a human stylus that looked ridiculous next to the elaborate Vorani instruments. When it was done, Vethmai looked at him with those unreadable compound eyes. "You have accomplished something remarkable, human. But do not think this is the end. The collective has long memories. Many will seek to undo what you have built." "I know," Daniel said, "but that is true of anything worth building." The counselor made a sound that might have been amusement. "You are a strange creature, Daniel Harper. When we left you to die, we expected nothing from you. Now you stand at the center of our most important sector, changing everything we have built over centuries." "I am just an engineer," Daniel replied. "I fix things, perhaps, but you have fixed more than machines. You have fixed ideas. You have reminded us that change is possible. That is a dangerous gift to give." She turned and left without another word. Daniel watched her go, feeling the weight of what he had done settling on his shoulders. Later that night, he stood alone on the observation deck. The station was quiet. The celebrations finished. The delegates returned to their ships. Only Kethril remained, standing at a respectful distance. "You could have asked for more," the overseer said. "You held all the power. You could have demanded anything." Daniel shook his head. "Power is not about what you can take. It is about what you can build that lasts. If I had demanded too much, the Varani would have found a way to destroy everything. This way, we have something that can grow. You think too much about the future. Someone has to." They stood in silence, watching ships from a dozen different species dock at the station. Traders, diplomats, engineers, all coming together in a way that would have been unthinkable a month ago. "What will you do now?" Kethril asked. Daniel considered the question. He thought about Earth, about the farm in Nebraska where his father had taught him to fix broken machines. He thought about the Starward, about Captain Monroe who had left him behind. He thought about all the things he had lost and all the things he had gained. "I will stay," he said finally. "This station needs someone who understands both the technology and the politics. Someone who can keep the different species working together. Someone who believes that this can actually work. That is a heavy burden. Maybe, but it is better than the alternative." Kethril made that strange laughing sound again. "You humans are remarkable. You turn disasters into opportunities. You turn enemies into allies. You refuse to accept the limits that others place on you. We have to," Daniel said. "We are a young species in a very old universe. We cannot afford to accept limits. The moment we do, we stop growing." He looked out at the stars, at the vast expanse of space that stretched in every direction. "They left me here to die," he said quietly. "The Vorani, my own crew, everyone. They all wrote me off. They all assumed I would fail. But you did not." "No, I did not." He turned away from the viewport and walked toward the door. There was work to do. Negotiations to oversee. Disputes to mediate. 1,000 small problems that would require his attention in the days and weeks and years ahead. But as he walked, he allowed himself a small smile. He had been a simple engineer on a cargo ship, nobody important, nobody special. Now he stood at the center of a new order, a coalition of species working together for the first time in centuries, all because he had refused to die when he was supposed to. That, he thought, was the most human thing of all. The story of Daniel Harper would be told for generations, not as a story of conquest or revenge, but as a story of determination. A story of one man who faced impossible odds and found a way to win without destroying what he fought against. The stars burned on, cold and eternal. And Station Omega-7, once abandoned and dying, hummed with new life. The engineer had done his work. Now it was time to see what grew from it. The ships came on a Tuesday morning. Jack Sullivan was drinking his third cup of coffee when the alarm started screaming across the Horizon space station. He dropped his mug and ran to the observation deck. What he saw made his blood turn cold. There were thousands of them. Silver ships that stretched across the darkness of space like a metal river. They blocked out the stars. They blocked out the sun. They just kept coming and coming until Jack could not see anything else. He had been a commander in the Earth Defense Force for 20 years. He had seen pirates. He had seen rebels. He had seen things that would make most people run away crying, but he had never seen anything like this. The ships were beautiful in a terrible way. They were shaped like teardrops, smooth and perfect, without a single mark or scratch on their silver skin. They moved without making any sound, gliding through space like ghosts. Jack grabbed the communication device from his belt. His hands were shaking, but his voice was steady. He had trained for moments like this. He just never thought one would actually come. This is Commander Sullivan on Horizon Station. We have unknown vessels entering Earth space. I count over 2,000 ships. Repeat. Over 2,000 ships. This is not a drill. The response came back immediately. Voices from Earth. From the moon base. From the Mars colony. Everyone was seeing the same thing. Everyone was asking the same question. Who were they? The answer came 1 hour later. Every screen on Earth, every radio, every communication device suddenly showed the same image. A face that was not human looked down at the people of Earth. It was tall and thin, with skin that looked like blue crystal. Its eyes were pure white, with no pupils. When it spoke, its voice was like ice breaking on a frozen lake. I am Zorathkai, High Arbiter of the Velanthari Dominion. We have come to bring you into the eternal ascendancy. Jack watched the broadcast from the observation deck. Around him, his crew stood frozen. Some were crying, some were praying, some just stared with empty eyes. Zorathkai continued speaking. His voice was calm, almost bored, like he had given this speech 1,000 times before. The Velanthari Dominion has ruled 800 worlds across 3 galaxies. We have brought order to chaos. We have brought civilization to savages. We have walked among the stars since before your species learned to make fire. The alien paused. Something that might have been a smile crossed his crystalline face. We have watched you, humans. We have studied your little planet for many years. We know what you are. You are children. You fight wars over land and resources. You kill each other over ideas and beliefs. You are still slaves to your emotions, to your fear, to your anger, to your love. Zorathkai leaned closer to the screen. His white eyes seemed to look directly at every person watching. You have no connection to the cosmic web. You have no psionic gifts. You cannot feel the pulse of the universe as we do. You are animals who have learned to build machines. Nothing more. On Earth, 8 billion people watched in silence. In cities and villages, in homes and offices, in ships and stations across the solar system, humanity held its breath. The Primarchs, the eternal gods who guide the Dominion, have declared your species to be level 7 primitives. You are to be integrated into our civilization as a labor class. Your military forces will be dissolved. Your governments will be replaced. Your culture will be archived and your people will learn to serve. Zorathkai raised one long, thin hand. You have 30 rotations of your planet to prepare for integration. Any resistance will be met with immediate correction. This is not a negotiation. This is a notification. The Velanthari Dominion does not negotiate with savages. The screen went dark. For a long moment, nobody spoke. The silence was so heavy it felt like a physical weight pressing down on everyone. Then Jack Sullivan started to laugh. His crew looked at him like he had lost his mind. Maybe he had. But he could not stop laughing. The whole thing was so absurd. Aliens had just shown up and told 8 billion humans to get on their knees and serve. Commander? One of his officers asked nervously. Are you okay? Jack wiped tears from his eyes. No, he said. I am definitely not okay. But neither are they. He pointed at the silver ships still floating in the darkness. They think we are savages. They think we will just roll over and accept slavery. They have no idea who they are dealing with. Down on Earth, The governments of the world were in chaos. Some leaders wanted to surrender. Some wanted to fight. Some wanted to pray. The debates raged for days, while the silver ships waited in orbit like patient predators. On the fifth day, the Earth Coalition made its decision. They would send a representative to speak with the Velanthari. They chose Kate Morgan. Kate was 38 years old. She had brown hair, brown eyes, and a face that people often described as ordinary. She was not a general or a president or a scientist. She was a diplomat. Her job was to talk to people and find solutions. Some said it was stupid to send a diplomat to face an alien empire. Others said it was the only sane choice. Kate did not care what anyone said. She had a job to do. She took a shuttle to the largest Velanthari ship. The inside was cold and sterile, with walls that glowed with soft blue light. Alien guards walked beside her, their crystalline bodies towering over her small human form. Zorath Kai waited for her in a chamber at the center of the ship. He sat on a throne of pure light, looking down at her like she was an insect. "You are the one they sent?" he asked. His voice was filled with contempt. "A single female? With no weapons and no army?" Kate looked up at him. She was scared. Anyone would be scared. But she did not show it. "I am here to discuss your terms," she said. Zorath Kai laughed. It was an ugly sound, like glass scraping against metal. "There is nothing to discuss. You will surrender. You will serve. This is the way of the universe. The strong rule and the weak obey." Kate nodded slowly. "I understand. You have conquered 800 worlds. You have ruled for thousands of years. You have gods who tell you that you have the right to own other species." "Yes," Zorath Kai said. "You understand." "I do," Kate replied. "And I am here to tell you something." She stepped closer to the throne. The guards moved to stop her, but Zorath Kai waved them back. He was curious now, amused by this tiny creature who dared to speak to him. "What do you wish to tell me, savage?" Kate smiled. It was not a friendly smile. It was the smile of someone who had nothing left to lose. "We decline." The silence that followed was absolute. Zorath Kai stared at her. His white eyes blinked, once, twice, 3 times. "You decline?" he repeated. "You do not have the option to decline." "And yet we do," Kate said. "Take your terms. Take your gods and your divine right and your 800 worlds. Take all of it, and go back to wherever you came from. Earth is not for sale. Humanity is not for surrender." Zorath Kai rose from his throne. He was over 3 meters tall. His shadow fell over Kate like a shroud. "You do not know what you are doing," he said. His voice had lost its amusement. Now, it was cold and hard as stone. "We will crush you. We will burn your cities and enslave your children and wipe your history from existence." Kate did not step back. She did not look away. "Maybe you will," she said. "But you will have to fight for every inch. You will have to kill us one by one. And when you are done, when you have won, you will look at what you have conquered and wonder if it was worth the price." She turned and walked toward the exit. The guards did not stop her. 30 rotations, Zorath Kai called after her. "Then we will show you what happens to savages who refuse the dominion." Kate did not look back. "We will be waiting," she said, and humanity began to prepare for war. The Velanthari expected humanity to spend the 30 days crying and begging. They expected panic in the streets, and leaders fighting over who would surrender first. They expected what they had seen on 800 other worlds. They did not expect what actually happened. Admiral Ben Carter stood in the war room deep under the Rocky Mountains. He was 62 years old with gray hair and scars on his face from battles most people had already forgotten. He had spent his whole life preparing for war. He just never thought the enemy would come from the stars. Around him, screens showed information from every corner of Earth and beyond. Troop movements, ship positions, resource counts, factory outputs. Every nation on Earth had put aside their differences. For the first time in human history, the entire species was united against a common enemy. "What do we know about them?" Ben asked. Dr. Laura Kim stepped forward. She was small and quiet, the kind of person you might walk past without noticing. But her brain held more knowledge about physics than most universities combined. Their technology is far ahead of ours, she said. Their ships can phase through solid matter. Their weapons bend light and gravity. Their shields are powered by energy we cannot even measure properly. Ben nodded. He had expected bad news. What else? They communicate through a psionic network. It is like telepathy but much more advanced. Every ship, every soldier, every command center is connected through this network. They share thoughts and strategies instantly. No delay. No confusion. So they can coordinate perfectly, Ben said. Yes. Against them, our communication systems are like children banging on drums. One of the generals in the room cursed. Then how are we supposed to fight them? We cannot match their technology. We cannot match their numbers. What can we do? Ben looked at the general. There was no fear in his eyes. There was only cold calculation. We do what humans have always done when facing a bigger enemy, he said. We cheat. The first battle came on the 20th day. The Velanthari sent a small force to test humanity's defenses. Just 50 ships approached Mars, where a human colony of 200,000 people lived and worked. Derek Huang was a sergeant in the Mars Defense Corps. He was 30 years old, with a wife back on Earth, and a daughter he had not seen in 2 years. When the alarm sounded, he gathered his squad of 40 soldiers and prepared for the worst. The Velanthari landed their ground forces 3 kilometers from the main colony. 2,000 alien warriors in armor that glowed with inner light. They carried weapons that could vaporize a human with a single shot. Derek watched them through his binoculars. His soldiers waited behind him in the red dust of Mars, hidden in trenches they had dug over the past 2 weeks. Remember the plan, Derek said quietly. We are not trying to win this fight. We are trying to hurt them. Make them bleed. Make them understand that every step forward will cost them. The Velanthari advanced. They did not bother with cover or tactics. Why would they? They were gods walking among insects. They had crushed 1,000 species before. What could 40 humans do against 2,000 immortal warriors? The answer came in fire and blood. The first mines exploded under the alien line. They were simple devices, made from mining explosives and scrap metal. Nothing compared to Velanthari technology. But explosions did not care about technology. The laws of physics worked the same for everyone. 30 aliens fell in the first second. The Velanthari stopped. They had not expected this. On other worlds, primitive species ran away or surrendered. They did not bury bombs in the ground and wait. Derek opened fire. His rifle was old and simple, but he had been shooting since he was 8 years old. His first 3 shots hit the same alien in the chest. The creature's shield flickered and died. The 4th shot went through its crystalline skull. They can die, Derek shouted. Keep shooting. 40 humans against 2,000 aliens. It should have been over in minutes. Instead, the battle lasted 3 hours. The humans used every trick they could think of. They collapsed tunnels on alien formations. They set fuel tanks on fire. They used drones loaded with explosives to crash into enemy lines. When their guns ran out of ammunition, they used knives and rocks and their bare hands. By the end, only 8 humans were still alive. Derek was one of them, bleeding from a dozen wounds but still standing. 500 Velanthari lay dead in the red dust. The remaining aliens retreated to their ships. They had come expecting easy victory. Instead, they had lost a quarter of their force to a handful of savages with primitive weapons. When the report reached Zorath Kai, he did not believe it. He demanded the officers repeat themselves. Then he demanded they check their numbers. Finally, he fell silent and stared at the data in front of him. 500 warriors, killed by 40 humans. How? He asked. His voice was quiet. Those who knew him understood this was more dangerous than shouting. No one had an answer. Back on Earth, Dr. Kim was working on a different problem. She had spent weeks studying the Velanthari psionic network, trying to understand how it worked. Then she found it. The network operates on specific frequencies, she told Admiral Carter. Very high. Very fast. Nothing like our radio waves. But frequencies can be jammed. Ben leaned forward. You can block their communication? I think so. It will not be perfect. They will still be able to talk within short distances, but the long-range coordination, the instant sharing of information across their whole fleet, that we can disrupt. Ben smiled for the first time in weeks. Do it. The jammers went online on the 25th day. The effect was immediate. Velanthari ships that had been moving in perfect formation suddenly became confused. Orders from command ships were delayed or lost completely. For the first time in their history, the Velanthari had to communicate using light signals and message drones like ordinary species. They did not handle it well. 3 more attacks came in the final days before the deadline. Each one was larger than the last. Each one was met with the same fierce resistance. On Luna, a human force held a mining station against odds of 50-1 for 18 hours before reinforcements arrived. The Velanthari commander had expected to take the station in 30 minutes. In the asteroid belt, human pilots flew mining ships loaded with explosives directly into Velanthari cruisers. They died, but they took their enemies with them. On Earth itself, cities that had never seen war built defenses and trained soldiers. Old men and young children learned to shoot. Factories worked around the clock, producing weapons and ammunition. Every human who could walk was ready to fight. The Velanthari watched all of this with growing concern. Zorath Kai called a council of war on his flagship. The greatest strategists of the Dominion gathered to discuss what should have been a simple conquest. They are savages, one advisor said. They have no psionic abilities, no connection to the cosmic web. They should have surrendered already. But they have not, another replied. And every day, they grow stronger. Our losses are mounting. Our soldiers are beginning to question why simple primitives are causing so much trouble. Zorath Kai listened to them argue. His white eyes showed nothing of what he was thinking. Finally, he spoke. We have underestimated them. That was a mistake. But it is not a fatal one. We have conquered species that fought hard before. The key is to break their will. He stood and walked to a window that showed the blue marble of Earth floating in the darkness. Send the main fleet. Every ship we have in this system. We will crush their defenses with overwhelming force. We will burn their cities until they beg for mercy. We will show them what happens to those who defy the Dominion. He turned back to his advisors. And if that fails, he said quietly, we will summon the Primarchs. The room fell silent. The Primarchs were the gods of the Velanthari, ancient beings of pure energy who had existed since the birth of the universe. They had not been summoned for a mortal war in over 10,000 years. Is that necessary? One advisor dared to ask. Zorath Kai looked at him with those cold white eyes. These savages refuse to kneel. They fight when they should flee. They die laughing instead of crying. They are not normal primitives. They are something else. He turned back to the window. Something dangerous. Far below, on the surface of Earth, humanity continued to prepare. They knew the real battle was coming. They knew they were outgunned and outnumbered. They knew that by any logical calculation, they should have already surrendered. But humans had never been very good at logic. In a bunker in Colorado, Admiral Carter looked at the latest reports. The full Velanthari fleet was assembling. Over 5,000 ships. Each one more powerful than anything humanity had ever built. He should have felt despair. Instead, he felt something else entirely. He felt ready. Let them come, he said to the empty room. We will show them what savages can do. 18 months of war had changed everything. The Velanthari had thrown everything they had at humanity. 5,000 ships became 10,000. 10,000 became 20. They burned cities and destroyed space stations. They killed millions of humans in battles across the solar system, but humanity refused to break. For every city that fell, 2 more rose in its place. For every ship destroyed, 10 more were built in hidden factories. For every human killed, 10 more picked up weapons and joined the fight. The Velanthari had never seen anything like it. On every other world they had conquered, the breaking point came within months. Species would fight for a while, realize they could not win, and surrender. It was the natural order of things. The strong won. The weak accepted defeat. But humans did not follow the natural order. Chris Lane was a captain in the Earth Defense Fleet. He commanded the frigate Defiance, a small ship with a crew of 60. They had been fighting for 18 months straight, moving from battle to battle, with barely any time to rest or repair. His ship was held together with patches and prayers. Half his original crew was dead. The other half was running on coffee and stubbornness. And still they fought. Another wave coming in, his sensor officer reported. 12 Velanthari cruisers. Bearing 047. Chris looked at his tactical display. His ship was alone. The nearest friendly vessels were 3 hours away. Against 12 cruisers, the Defiance had no chance. All hands, battle stations, Chris said calmly. Load torpedo tubes. Prepare for engagement. His first officer, a young woman named Sarah Grant, stepped close to him. Captain, we cannot win this fight. I know. We should run. Save the ship. Live to fight another day. Chris shook his head. There are transport ships behind us. Civilian ships. 3,000 refugees fleeing the Mars colony. If we run, those cruisers catch them. 3,000 people die. Sarah was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. Battle stations it is then. The Defiance charged straight at 12 enemy cruisers. They fired everything they had, weaving between enemy shots, taking hits that should have destroyed them twice over. When their weapons ran out of ammunition, they rammed one of the cruisers, crippling it. The battle lasted 40 minutes. When it was over, the Defiance was dead in space, venting atmosphere from 100 holes. Half the crew was gone, but the transport ships escaped. It was this kind of madness that finally convinced Zorath Kai to take the step he had been avoiding. He summoned the Primarchs. The ritual took place on the flagship. Zorath Kai himself led the ceremony, speaking words that had not been spoken in 10,000 years. The psionic network of the entire Dominion focused on a single point, calling out to beings that existed beyond normal space. And the gods answered. They came through a tier in reality itself. 3 of them. Vorath the Eternal, Silithan the All-Seeing, Marikith the Destroyer. They were not beings of flesh and blood. They were not even beings of energy in any normal sense. They were consciousness given form, thought made real, ideas that had learned to exist independent of any physical substrate. Each one was vast beyond comprehension. Vorath alone stretched across thousands of kilometers. A shifting pattern of light and mathematics that hurt to look at. Silithan was smaller but more intense, a knot of pure awareness that seemed to see everything at once. Mariketh was darkness and fire, a void that consumed light and radiated fear. They had existed since the first moments of the universe. They had watched galaxies form and die. They had shaped the evolution of countless species and guided the Velanthari to dominance. In the eyes of the Dominion, they were not just gods. They were the source of all meaning and purpose. Zorath Kai knelt before them, his crystalline form trembling with religious ecstasy. Great ones, he said. We face an enemy unlike any we have encountered. These primitives refuse to submit. They have caused damage to the Dominion that would shame our ancestors. We beg for your intervention. The voice of Vorath echoed through every mind in the fleet. It was not sound. It was pure meaning, inserted directly into consciousness. We have watched these creatures. They are interesting. Mariketh spoke next, and his words carried the weight of destruction. They are insects. We will crush their minds and their will. They will worship us, or they will die. Silithan remained silent, but his attention turned toward Earth. He was looking at something, studying something, learning something. The 3 Primarchs moved toward the human solar system. Their very presence warped space and time around them. Stars flickered as they passed. Planets trembled. On Earth, every human felt something change. A pressure in their minds. A whisper at the edge of their thoughts. Something vast and alien was reaching out to touch them. Chris Lane was still aboard the crippled Defiance when it happened. The ship had been rescued by a salvage vessel and was being towed back to Earth for repairs. He was in the medical bay, recovering from wounds he had taken in the battle. Then the voice came. Submit. It was not a word. It was an absolute command, pressed into his brain with the force of a nuclear explosion. Chris fell to his knees. Around him, other crew members screamed and collapsed. Submit. The voice came again. Stronger this time. Chris felt his will bending under the pressure. It would be so easy to give in. So easy to stop fighting. The voice promised peace. It promised an end to pain. All he had to do was kneel. He thought about kneeling. Then he thought about his daughter. Emma was 7 years old. She had her mother's eyes and her father's stubborn streak. The last time Chris had seen her, she had made him promise to come home. He had promised. He intended to keep that promise. He also thought about his father. The old man had been on Luna when the Velanthari first attacked. He had died defending a hospital full of wounded soldiers, holding off enemy forces with nothing but a pistol and his own body, until the patients could be evacuated. Chris thought about all the humans who had died in the past 18 months. All the sacrifice, all the courage, all the desperate, impossible resistance that had kept humanity alive against an empire of 800 worlds. And he pushed back. It was not a psionic power. Humans did not have those. It was something else. Something simpler, and yet far more powerful. It was pure, stubborn, irrational will. No, the word formed in his mind, burning with defiance. He did not shout it. He did not even think it consciously. It simply rose up from somewhere deep inside him, from the same place that made humans climb mountains and cross oceans and reach for the stars. No, I will not submit. The pressure faltered. In orbit around Earth, the Primarchs felt something they had not experienced in billions of years. Resistance. Not physical resistance. Not technological resistance. Something far stranger. The human mind, they discovered, was not like other minds. Most species thought in ordered patterns. Their consciousness flowed like water, following the paths of least resistance. They could be guided, channeled, controlled. When a Primarch spoke, other beings listened, because listening was easier than fighting. Humans were different. Human minds were chaos. They were passion and fear and hope and rage, all tangled together in impossible knots. They contradicted themselves constantly. They held beliefs that made no logical sense. They felt emotions that served no evolutionary purpose, and they could not be controlled. Across Earth, across the colonies, across every ship and station where humans lived and worked, the same scene played out. The Primarchs reached into human minds, demanding submission, and human after human pushed back. An old woman in Tokyo thought of her grandchildren and refused to kneel. A young soldier in Brazil thought of his fallen comrades and refused to kneel. A scientist in Germany thought of all the questions she still wanted to answer and refused to kneel. A child in Australia thought of her pet dog waiting for her at home and refused to kneel. Billions of humans, each with their own reasons, each with their own memories and hopes and fears, all saying the same word, no. The Primarchs recoiled. It was impossible. They were gods. They had controlled the thoughts of trillions of beings across thousands of star systems. No species had ever resisted them like this. No species had ever been able to resist them like this. What are you? Vorith demanded. The answer came not from any single human but from all of them at once. A wave of defiance so strong that it rippled through the psionic network of the Dominion. We are human. Silithan, the all-seeing, finally spoke. His words were slow and thoughtful, filled with something that might have been admiration or fear. They are broken. Their minds do not work as minds should work. There is no order in them, no pattern, only chaos. Mariketh growled with fury. Then we will destroy them. If they cannot be controlled, they will be ended. But even as he spoke, doubt crept into his ancient consciousness. Because he had felt the strength of human resistance, he had felt the weight of their collective will, pressing back against him, and for the first time in 4 billion years, Marraketh the destroyer wondered if he might have met something he could not destroy. On the Defiance, Chris Lane rose to his feet. Blood ran from his nose and ears. Every muscle in his body ached. But he was standing. Did everyone feel that? He asked. Around him, his surviving crew nodded. They were all standing. Shaky. Hurt. But standing. What was it? Sarah asked. Chris looked out the viewport at the distant shapes of the Primarchs, visible now as smears of impossible light against the stars. I think, he said slowly, we just told their gods to go to hell. He smiled. It was a terrible smile, full of pain and exhaustion, and something that looked almost like hope, and I think they actually listened. The Primarchs retreated to the edge of the solar system. They did not attack. They did not communicate. They simply floated in the darkness between Neptune and the void beyond, thinking thoughts no mortal could comprehend. For the first time in their eternal existence, they were uncertain. On Earth, humanity took a breath. The psionic assault had shaken everyone. People reported headaches and nightmares for days afterward. But they had survived. They had faced gods and refused to break. Now they needed to figure out how to fight back. Dr. Nathan Price had never been a military man. He was a physicist, more comfortable with equations than guns. He had spent his career studying things that most people could not even pronounce. Before the invasion, his biggest worry had been getting funding for his research. Now his research might save the species. I have been analyzing the energy signatures of the Primarchs, he told the War Council. Admiral Carter, Commander Sullivan, Dr. Kim, and a dozen other leaders watched him from around the table. What I have found is remarkable. He pulled up a display of complex waveforms and data patterns. The Primarchs are not supernatural. They are not truly gods in any meaningful sense. They are simply very old, very powerful beings who have learned to exist as pure consciousness. One of the generals frowned. What does that mean for us? It means they follow rules, physical laws. They are not magic. They are science we do not yet understand. Nathan smiled slightly. But science can be studied, and anything that can be studied can be killed. Dr. Kim stepped forward. Nathan and I have been working together. We believe we have found a weakness. She replaced his display with her own data. The Primarchs sustain themselves by drawing energy from the psionic network of the Dominion. Millions of Velanthari minds, all connected, all feeding power into these ancient beings. Without that energy, they would fade away. So we cut off their power supply, Commander Sullivan said. No. That would take too long. We would need to destroy the entire Dominion fleet. And we cannot do that. But there is another option. Kim pulled up a new diagram. It showed a network of satellites arranged in a pattern around Earth. Human emotions generate a specific type of energy. Normally it is weak and unfocused. But if we could amplify it, focus it, direct it at a specific target, we could hurt them, Admiral Carter finished. Just like we did during their psionic attack. Exactly, but bigger, much bigger. Nathan took over again. We are calling it the Prometheus Array. It is a network of 200 satellites designed to collect and focus human emotional resonance. When billions of humans feel the same thing at the same time, the energy is immense. We simply need to point it. The room was quiet. Everyone understood what he was suggesting. They were going to try to kill a god. Will it work? One of the generals asked. Nathan and Laura looked at each other. Then, Nathan spoke the truth. We have no idea. Every simulation we run gives different results. The math suggests it is possible. But we are talking about something that has never been tried before. We are trying to kill beings that have existed since the beginning of time. Commander Sullivan stood up. He was an old man now, older than he had been when the war started, but his eyes were still sharp. So we might fail, he said. We might throw everything we have at these things and accomplish nothing. That is what you are telling us? Yes, Sullivan nodded. Then we are in familiar territory. Every battle we have fought in this war was one we might have lost. Every stand we have made was one that should have failed. We have been operating on hope and stubbornness since day one. He looked around the room at the tired, scarred faces of humanity's leaders. Build the array. We will make it work. Construction began immediately. Every factory on Earth shifted to producing components. Every ship that could fly was pressed into service, hauling materials to orbit. Civilians and soldiers worked side by side, sleeping in shifts, eating when they could, pushing themselves beyond all reasonable limits. The Primarchs watched. They did not interfere. Perhaps they were still confused by their earlier failure. Perhaps they were waiting to see what the humans were doing. Perhaps they simply did not believe that mere mortals could threaten them. Whatever the reason, they let humanity work. 3 months later, the Prometheus array was complete. It was not pretty. The satellites were rough, built from salvaged parts and whatever materials could be found. They looked like garbage compared to the smooth perfection of Velanthari technology, but they worked. On the day of the test, Admiral Carter stood in the command center in Colorado. Beside him were Sullivan, Morgan, Kim, Lane, Huang, and Price, the heroes of humanity's resistance, all gathered for what might be the final battle. Is everything ready? Carter asked. The array is online, Kim reported. All satellites are in position. Power systems are nominal. Carter nodded. He turned to the communication officer. Open a channel. All frequencies. I want every human being in the solar system to hear this. His face appeared on screens across Earth, and every colony, every ship, every station. 8 billion people stopped what they were doing and listened. My name is Admiral Benjamin Carter. You know who I am. You know what we are about to attempt. He paused, gathering his thoughts. 21 months ago, aliens came to our world and called us savages. They told us to kneel. They told us we were nothing but animals who had learned to build machines. They sent their armies, their fleets, and finally their gods to crush us. His voice grew stronger. We are still here. Every one of us. Everyone who has fought and bled and died in this war did so, believing that humanity was worth saving, that our freedom was worth any price, that we would never, ever kneel. He raised his hand toward the display showing the distant shapes of the Primarchs. Now we face the final battle, not against ships or soldiers, but against beings that have called themselves gods for billions of years. They believe they cannot be defeated. They believe no mortal force can harm them. He smiled. Let us show them how wrong they are. When you feel the call of the array, do not fight it. Let your emotions flow. Think of everyone you have lost. Think of everyone you want to protect. Think of every reason why humanity deserves to survive. He lowered his hand. And tell those false gods what we told them before. We will not submit. We will not kneel. We are human, and we will never be slaves. The array activated. It started as a hum, a vibration at the edge of perception. Across Earth, people felt something stirring inside them. Anger at the invasion, grief for the dead, love for those still living, hope for a future free from the shadow of the Dominion. All of it flowed upward, gathering in the array, focusing into a beam of pure human will. The beam struck Mariketh first. The god of destruction did not understand what was happening. He felt the attack coming but could not comprehend its nature. It was not energy. It was not matter. It was something else entirely. It was the collected rage of a species that refused to die. Mariketh screamed. The sound existed beyond sound. A psychic shriek that echoed across dimensions. Every Velanthari in the fleet collapsed, clutching their heads. Every human felt the god's pain as a distant thunder, but the beam did not stop. Mariketh tried to flee. He tried to dissolve back into the cosmic void from which he had emerged. But the beam followed him, fed by billions of defiant minds, tracking him wherever he tried to hide. Pain. For the first time in 4 billion years, Mariketh experienced true pain. He burned. The god of destruction, the eternal being who had ended countless civilizations, who had been worshipped as an unchallengeable force of nature, came apart. His consciousness, ancient beyond imagination, scattered like leaves in a storm. He died. The remaining Primarchs watched in horror. Vorath and Silithan, beings who had existed since the dawn of time, saw their brother end. They felt his final scream fade into nothing, and they knew fear. Vorath moved forward, preparing to strike at Earth itself. If these creatures could kill a god, then they had to be destroyed before they could do it again. But Silithan stopped him. Wait. Silithan looked at Earth. He looked at the 8 billion tiny minds that had somehow generated enough power to kill an immortal being. He felt their defiance still burning, undiminished, ready to strike again. They will destroy us too, he said. Look at them. They are not afraid. They just killed a god, and they are already preparing to kill another. Vorath hesitated. He was the oldest of the Primarchs, the first consciousness to achieve true immortality. He had never known defeat, never known retreat, but he had also never faced an enemy like humanity. We cannot let this stand, he said. If word spreads that mortals can kill Primarchs, the Dominion will collapse. Every species we have conquered will rise against us. Then perhaps it is time for the Dominion to end. Silithan turned away from Earth, his vast consciousness somehow looking tired. We called them savages. We were wrong. They are something far more dangerous. They are beings who will die rather than surrender, who grow stronger through suffering, who cannot be controlled because they barely control themselves. He moved toward Vorath. We have two choices. We can fight them and risk everything, or we can accept that some species cannot be conquered. In the command center, Admiral Carter watched the two remaining gods retreat to a safe distance. He did not celebrate. He barely breathed. Did we do it? Chris Lane asked. We hurt them, Carter said slowly. He looked at the faces around him. Exhaustion and hope mixed together. Now we need to finish it. The two remaining Primarchs descended to Earth on a gray morning in spring. It had been 3 days since Mariketh died. 3 days of silence from the alien fleet. 3 days of humanity waiting, wondering, preparing for whatever came next. When the gods finally moved, they did not come with fire and destruction. They came alone, leaving their fleet behind, approaching Earth like visitors rather than conquerors. Commander Jack Sullivan stood in the ruins of New Geneva with a small group beside him, Kate Morgan, the diplomat who had started this war with 2 words. Dr. Laura Kim and Dr. Nathan Price, the scientists who had built the weapon that killed a god. Chris Lane and Derek Huang, soldiers who had fought on a dozen battlefields and somehow survived. They were not an impressive group. They were tired, scarred, wearing patched uniforms, and carrying weapons held together with tape and hope. Against them stood 2 beings that had existed since the universe was young. The Primarchs had taken physical form to communicate. They appeared as tall humanoid figures made of shifting light, towering over the humans but no longer seeming quite so invincible. Vorath the Eternal spoke first. His voice was the rumble of distant thunder. You have killed one of us. In 4 billion years of existence, no mortal species has ever accomplished such a thing. Sullivan said nothing. He simply waited. Vorath continued. We came to your world believing you were savages, animals who had learned to build machines. We expected you to surrender, as 800 other species have surrendered before you. We disappointed you, Kate Morgan said. Her voice was calm, but there was iron beneath it. You did more than disappoint us, Silithan replied. His voice was quieter, more thoughtful. You made us question everything we believed about the universe. The ancient being looked at the small group of humans standing before him. How did you do it? You have no psionic gifts, no connection to the cosmic web. By every measure we understand, you should have been helpless before us. Yet here you stand, and Mariketh is gone forever. Nathan Price stepped forward. He was still just a scientist, still uncomfortable in situations like this. But someone had to explain, and he understood it better than anyone. You asked the wrong question, he said. You looked at us and saw what we lacked. No psionic powers, no cosmic connection, no ancient wisdom. You saw weaknesses. He gestured at the group around him. You should have looked at what we had. And what is that? Each other. Nathan smiled slightly. We are social creatures. We evolved in groups, surviving by cooperation and communication. When one of us falls, Another picks up their weapon. When one of us loses hope, another shares theirs. We are weak as individuals. As a species, we are something else entirely. Kate Morgan took over. Your power comes from the psionic network. Millions of Velanthari minds feeding energy into you. Worshipping you. Believing in you. You thought that made you invincible. She shook her head. We have no psionic network. But we have something similar. 8 billion minds, all connected through shared experience, shared suffering, shared determination. When we stood against you, we stood together. Every human, on every world, feeling the same thing at the same time. She met Vorath's ancient gaze without flinching. You are powerful because others worship you. We are powerful because we fight for each other. That is the difference. That is why you could never defeat us. You looked at us and saw primitives. We looked at you and saw a challenge. Silence fell over the ruins. The Primarchs seemed to be processing what they had heard. Their vast consciousnesses working through concepts they had never encountered before. Finally, Silithan spoke. What would you have of us? Commander Sullivan answered. He had been waiting for this question. The Velanthari Dominion is finished. Every species you have conquered will be given a choice. Remain with you voluntarily, or leave and build their own future. No more forced labor. No more suppression. No more treating other beings as inferior. And if we refuse, Sullivan smiled grimly, then we will hunt you. Across every galaxy, every dimension, every corner of existence. We have killed one god. We can kill more. We will spend our entire future, generation after generation, finding ways to destroy you. He stepped closer to the towering figures. You have lived for 4 billion years. We have only existed for a few 100,000. But in that time, we have gone from caves to the stars. Give us another 1,000,000 years. Give us another 1,000,000,000. Imagine what we will become. He let that sink in. You can accept a peaceful future. Or you can face an eternity of war against a species that will never stop evolving. Never stop fighting. Never stop finding new ways to hurt you. The choice is yours. Vorath the Eternal looked at the small human standing before him. This creature, this brief flicker of consciousness that would be gone in a few decades, was threatening a being that had watched the formation of galaxies, and somehow, impossibly, the threat was real. We accept, Vorath said. The word seemed to cost him something. For the first time in eternal memory, a Primarch had bowed to mortal will. The Dominion will be dissolved. The conquered species will be freed. We will withdraw from this region of space and leave humanity in peace. Kate Morgan nodded. That is a start. But there is one more thing. Name it. You will kneel. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the wind seemed to stop. Kneel? Vorath repeated. You called us savages. You said we were animals who had learned to build machines. You tried to make us kneel before you. Kate's voice was hard as steel. Now you will kneel before us, not as worship, not as surrender, but as acknowledgement, as equals. For a long moment, the Primarchs did not move. Their forms flickered with unreadable emotions. Then, slowly, impossibly, they knelt. Two beings that had existed since the dawn of time, that had been worshipped as gods by 1,000 civilizations, lowered themselves before a handful of tired, scarred humans. Sullivan looked at them for a long moment. Then he offered his hand. Get up, he said. We have a lot of work to do. In the years that followed, humanity spread across the stars. Not as conquerors, but as something new. Something the galaxy had never seen. They went to worlds that had been crushed under the Dominion's rule for millennia. They found species that had forgotten what freedom meant. They found cultures that had been erased, and languages that had been forbidden. And they helped. Not with weapons, though they carried those. Not with demands, though they had the power to make them. They helped by example, by showing that a species without psionic powers, without ancient technology, without cosmic connections, could stand against the greatest empire in history and win. The freed species called humans many things. Warriors, liberators, madmen, friends. But the Velanthari, the species that had once ruled 800 worlds, had a different name for them. They called them equals. 500 years after the fall of the Primarchs, a young Velanthari student named Kithari Sol visited Earth for the first time. She walked through the memorial of first contact, reading the names of those who had died in the war. So many names. So much sacrifice. An old human man sat on a bench nearby, watching the sunset. His hair was white and his face was lined with age, but his eyes were still sharp and curious. "You are Velanthari," he said. It was not a question. "Yes." Kithari Sol sat down beside him. "My grandmother served in the war, on your side. She was one of the first Velanthari to defect when she saw how humans fought." The old man nodded. There were many who did. The Dominion's cruelty had made enemies of its own people. They just needed someone to show them it was possible to resist. Kithari Sol was quiet for a moment. Then she asked the question that had brought her across the galaxy. "Why did you fight so hard? You were outnumbered, outgunned. You had no reason to believe you could win. Every logical calculation said you should have surrendered." The old man smiled. It was a gentle smile, full of memories. "That is exactly why we fought," he said. "Because no one believed we could. Because everyone told us to give up. Because the whole universe looked at us and saw nothing worth fearing." He turned to face her, his old eyes meeting her young ones. "We are human. We have always been at our best, when we have everything to lose, and nothing to gain, but the chance to prove that we belong among the stars." He stood slowly, his joints protesting with age. "The Primarchs called us savages because we had no psionic powers. Because we still fought wars and felt emotions and made mistakes. They thought those things made us weak." He walked to the edge of the memorial, looking out at the sunset. They were wrong. Those things made us strong. Our wars taught us how to fight. Our emotions gave us something to fight for. Our mistakes taught us to never stop learning. He turned back to Kithari Sol. "You want to know the secret of humanity? There is no secret. We are just too stubborn to know when we are beaten. We are too irrational to accept the logical conclusion. We are too human to stop being human, even when it would be easier to give up." He nodded to her and began to walk away. "That is why your gods fell to their knees before us," he said over his shoulder. "Not because we were stronger, not because we were smarter, but because we refused to accept that we could not win." The sun set on Earth, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. Somewhere among the stars, humanity continued to reach further. To dream bigger. To refuse to kneel. They had been called savages. They had proven to be so much more. And the universe would never forget it. The message came on a cold morning in space. Commander Daniel Hayes stood on the bridge of his ship, the Starfire. He was looking at the stars through the big window when his communication officer called him. "Sir, we have a message from the Velthari Empire." Daniel turned around. The Velthari were powerful. They ruled 17 star systems. Their ships were bigger than anything humans had ever built. Their weapons could destroy whole planets. Nobody wanted to make them angry. "What do they want?" Daniel asked. "Their king wants to meet a human. He wants to talk about peace and trade. They asked for you by name, sir." Daniel was not surprised. He had spent 12 years talking to aliens. He knew their languages. He knew their customs. He knew how to stay calm when everything was going wrong. That was why Earth always sent him to the dangerous places. "Tell them I will come," Daniel said. 3 days later, his shuttle flew down through the orange clouds of Velthar Prime. The planet was beautiful in a strange way. The sky had 3 moons. The buildings were made of black stone that shined like glass. Everything looked sharp and dangerous. Guards met him when he landed. They were tall, with gray skin that glowed with soft light. Their eyes had no pupils, just solid gold color. They carried weapons that hummed with energy. "Follow us," one of them said. "The sovereign waits." Daniel followed them through long hallways. The walls were covered with pictures of battles. In every picture, the Velthari were winning. Humans were not in any of the pictures. They were too new to the galaxy, too small, too weak. At least, that was what the Velthari believed. The throne room was the biggest room Daniel had ever seen. The ceiling was so high he could not see it. Hundreds of aliens stood on both sides, watching him walk toward the throne. They wore fine clothes and jewelry. They whispered to each other as he passed. On the throne sat Sovereign Maltheus. The king was old, even by Velthari standards. His gray skin had deep lines, his glowing patterns moved slowly, like dying fires, but his eyes were sharp and cold. They watched Daniel like a hunter watches prey. "Commander Hayes," Maltheus said. His voice was deep and filled the whole room. "Earth has sent its best. I am pleased." Daniel stopped at the proper distance and bowed. Not too deep. Not too shallow. Just right. "Sovereign Maltheus," he said. "Thank you for inviting me. My people hope this meeting will bring our kinds closer together." "Yes. Yes." Maltheus waved his hand like he was pushing away smoke. "Peace. Trade. Friendship. We can talk about all of that later. First, I want to give you something." He made a signal. Servants came forward carrying a large metal box. They put it on the floor in front of Daniel and opened it. Daniel stopped breathing. Inside the box were bars of orium. Pure orium. The rarest thing in the known universe. One bar could power a city for 100 years. There were at least 50 bars in that box. "A gift," Maltheus said, "for you. Not for Earth, not for your government, for you alone. Take it. You have earned it with your years of service." The throne room was completely silent. Everyone was watching Daniel. He could feel their eyes on him like weight. He looked at the gold. It was more money than he could ever spend. More than his family could spend for 1,000 generations. He could buy his own planet. He could live like a king himself. Then something caught his eye. In the corner of the room, behind bars of glowing energy, someone was kneeling on the floor. Daniel looked closer. It was a woman. A human woman. She was young, maybe 25 years old. Her clothes were torn and dirty. Her hair was messy and tangled. There was dried blood on her face. But she was not crying. She was not begging. She was looking straight at Daniel with eyes that burned with anger and hope. "Who is that?" Daniel asked. Maltheus looked annoyed. "Nobody important. A criminal. Her name is Laura Bennett. She came here as part of a diplomatic group from one of your colonies. What did she do? She refused to follow our customs." Maltheus leaned back on his throne. "When new visitors come to my court, they must kneel and say words of respect. She refused. She stood there, in front of everyone, and said no." Daniel felt something twist in his stomach. "And for that, you put her in a cage? She insulted the throne. She insulted me. She insulted the entire Velthari Empire." Maltheus smiled, showing teeth like broken glass. "She will be executed tomorrow morning. Her death will teach your people to show proper respect." Laura was still looking at Daniel. She did not say anything. She did not need to. Her eyes said everything. "Help me, please." Daniel looked at the gold again. Then he looked at the woman. The choice should have been hard. The gold could change everything. It could help millions of people. It could build hospitals and schools and ships. Giving it up for one person seemed foolish. But Daniel had learned something in his 12 years of talking to aliens. He had learned that the universe was watching. Not gods or spirits, but people. Regular people who needed to believe that doing the right thing still mattered. If he took the gold and left Laura to die, what message would that send? That humans could be bought? That they would sell each other for money? That their principles were just words? No. Daniel pointed at Laura. "I want her," he said. The room exploded with noise. Aliens shouted and yelled. Some laughed, others looked confused. Maltheus raised his hand, and everyone went quiet. "What did you say?" the king asked. His voice was soft and dangerous. "You offered me a gift. I get to choose what I want." Daniel kept his voice steady. "I choose her. You would give up a fortune for this worthless creature? For a woman who is going to die anyway? She is not worthless. She is human. and she stood up for what she believed in, even when it cost her everything. Daniel took a step forward. "I will not take your gold, Sovereign, but I will take her." Malthus stared at him for a long time. The patterns on his skin turned dark red, almost black. Daniel knew that color. It meant fury. "You are making a mistake," the king said finally. "You are making an enemy of the most powerful empire in the galaxy." "For one woman, some things are worth more than power," Daniel replied. He did not look away. He did not flinch. He stood there like a rock in a storm, waiting. Malthus made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Take her, then. Take your precious human." He leaned forward. "But remember this day, Commander Hayes. Remember that you chose pride over gold. When the Velthari come for you, and they will, remember that you did this to yourself." "I will remember," Daniel said. "I will remember that I did the right thing." The energy bars around Laura disappeared. Guards grabbed her and pushed her forward. She stumbled but did not fall. Daniel caught her arm and helped her stand straight. "Can you walk?" he whispered. "I can do whatever it takes to get out of here," she whispered back. They walked together through the throne room. Every alien watched them go. Some looked angry. Some looked confused. A few, just a few, looked like they were thinking. Daniel did not care what they thought. He only cared about getting Laura to safety. They reached the shuttle. The door closed behind them. The engines started, and they rose into the orange sky, leaving the black towers and the angry king far below. Only then did Laura speak. "Why?" she asked. Her voice was rough from not talking for so long. "Why did you do that? You do not know me. That gold could have made you the richest man alive." Daniel set the course for the Starfire and leaned back in his seat. "Because you did not kneel," he said. "Because you stood up to them when nobody else would. Because if I left you there, I would have to live with it forever." Laura stared at him. Tears started to run down her face, but she was smiling. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you." Daniel nodded. He looked out the window at the stars. He did not know it yet, but this was only the beginning. The choice he made today would change everything. It would start a fire that would spread across the galaxy. But for now, all that mattered was that they were safe, and that one more human had refused to kneel. The shuttle flew through the darkness of space. Daniel checked the controls every few minutes, making sure they were going in the right direction. The Starfire was waiting for them, but it was still 2 hours away. 2 hours of flying through empty space, hoping the Velthari would not change their minds. Laura sat in the seat next to him. She had stopped crying, but she was shaking. Her whole body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Daniel knew it was not from cold. It was from everything she had been through. "There is water in the compartment behind you," he said, "and some food. You should eat something." Laura nodded but did not move. She just kept staring out the window at the stars. "How long were you in that cage?" Daniel asked. 16 days. Her voice was barely above a whisper. 16 days in that corner. They did not give me much food or water. They wanted me to be weak when they killed me. Daniel felt anger rise in his chest. "What exactly happened? Why did they arrest you?" Laura was quiet for a moment. Then she took a deep breath and started to talk. "I was sent to Velthar Prime as a junior officer, part of a diplomatic team from Kepler 442b. That is where I grew up. It is a small colony, nothing special. When they told me I was going to meet the Velthari king, I was excited. I thought it was an honor." She laughed, but there was no happiness in it. "When we arrived, they told us about the ceremony. Every new visitor has to kneel before the throne and say some words in the Velthari language. They told us it was just tradition, just a way to show respect. They said it meant nothing. But it did mean something," Daniel said. "Yes." Laura's hands tightened into fists. "I studied the Velthari language before I came. I wanted to impress them. So when they told me the words, I translated them myself. Do you know what they mean? Tell me. The servant acknowledges the master. The weak bows to the strong. Humanity offers itself to the eternal glory of Velthar. Laura turned to look at Daniel. They wanted me to say that humans are servants, that we are weak, that we belong to them. Daniel felt sick. I told my commanding officer, Laura continued. I showed her the translation. She said I was wrong. She said the words were just ceremonial. She said I should stop making trouble and do what I was told. She knew the truth? I think so. I think they all knew. They just did not care. They wanted the Velthari to be happy. They wanted to make the deal work. One little ceremony was not going to stop them. Laura's voice grew stronger as she talked. The trembling started to fade. When we went to the throne room, everyone else knelt. Everyone said the words. I watched them do it, one by one. And then it was my turn. And you said no. I said no. Laura smiled for the first time since they left. I stood there and told them I would not say those words. I said I would show respect in my own way, with a bow and a handshake, the way humans show respect. How did the king react? He was very quiet at first. I think he could not believe what was happening. Then he asked me if I understood what I was doing. I said yes. He asked me if I knew I could die for this. I said yes again. Daniel shook his head in wonder. You are very brave. I was very scared, Laura admitted. My legs were shaking so hard I thought I would fall down. But I kept standing. I told myself that if I knelt, if I said those words, I would never be able to look at myself again. Some things are more important than being safe. What happened to the others? The rest of your team? Laura's face grew dark. They left. The king let them go after I was arrested. They flew away and left me there. They did not even try to help me. I'm sorry. Do not be. They made their choice. I made mine. She looked at Daniel with those fierce eyes. And you made yours. You gave up everything for a stranger. Why? Daniel thought about the question. It was not the first time someone had asked him why he did what he did. But this time, the answer felt different. More important. When I was a boy, he said slowly, my father used to tell me stories about the old times. Before humans went to space, he told me about people who fought for freedom, people who stood up against tyrants, people who died for what they believed in. Heroes. Yes. Heroes. But my father always said that heroes are not born. They are made. They are made by the choices they make when nobody is watching. When it would be easy to walk away, Daniel looked out at the stars. In that throne room, I could have taken the gold. Nobody would have blamed me. They would have called me smart. They would have said I made the right decision. But I would have known the truth. I would have known that I let a good person die so I could be rich. And you could not live with that. No, I could not. Daniel turned to face her. You stood up for something. You stood up for all of us, whether you meant to or not. Leaving you behind would have been wrong, simple as that. The shuttle continued through space. After a while, Laura found the strength to eat and drink. Some color came back to her face. She looked less like a prisoner and more like a person again. What will happen now? She asked. The Velthari are not going to forget this. No, they are not. The king made that very clear. Will there be trouble? For you? For Earth? Daniel sighed. Probably. The people in charge do not like it when things get complicated. They will be angry that I did not take the gold. They will be angry that I made the Velthari upset. Then you will be punished. Maybe. But I have been doing this job for 12 years. I have made deals with aliens that everyone said were impossible. I have stopped wars before they started. I have friends in high places who owe me favors. He smiled a little. They cannot throw me away so easily. And what about me? Daniel was quiet for a moment. He knew how the system worked. Laura was a junior officer who caused a diplomatic incident. The easy thing would be to blame her for everything. Transfer her to some forgotten place. Make sure she never got promoted. Silence her. I will not let them hurt you, he said. You did the right thing. You should be rewarded, not punished. That is not how the world works. Maybe not. But it is how it should work. And I am going to fight for that. An hour later, the Starfire appeared on their screens. It was a beautiful ship, long and silver, with engines that glowed blue. Daniel had served on it for 3 years. It was home. Captain Nathan Perry was waiting for them when they landed. He was an older man with gray hair and tired eyes. But he smiled when he saw Daniel. "You actually did it," Nathan said. "You actually turned down enough money to buy a small planet." News travels fast. The Velthari made sure everyone heard about it. They want the whole galaxy to know that humans are fools. Nathan looked at Laura. "You must be Miss Bennett." "Yes, sir. Welcome aboard. Our doctor wants to look at you. Make sure you are okay." Laura hesitated. She looked at Daniel. "Go," he said gently. "You are safe now. I will come check on you later." After Laura was taken to the medical bay, Nathan pulled Daniel aside. "Command is already sending angry messages," the captain said. "They say you created an incident. They say the Velthari are threatening to cut off all trade. Price. Let them threaten. They need our resources as much as we need theirs. That is not the point, Daniel. The point is that you made a decision without permission. A big decision. People do not like that." Daniel looked his friend in the eye. "Would you have done anything different?" Nathan did not answer for a long time. Then he sighed. "No, I would have done the same thing. That is probably why they put me out here on the edge of nowhere." He put a hand on Daniel's shoulder. "Get some rest. The storm is coming. You are going to need your strength." That night, Daniel tried to sleep but could not. His mind kept going back to the throne room. To the gold. To Laura's eyes looking at him through the energy bars. He had made the right choice. He was sure of that. But Nathan was right. The storm was coming. And Daniel had a feeling it was going to be worse than anyone expected. 3 days later, the Velthari fleet arrived. 12 warships appeared at the edge of the solar system. Their weapons were powered up. Their shields were active. They were ready for battle. And they had only one demand. "Give us Commander Daniel Hayes, or we will take him ourselves." The storm had arrived. The news spread across human space like fire. 12 Velthari warships. The biggest fleet anyone had ever seen outside of Velthari territory. They sat at the edge of Earth's solar system, like wolves waiting outside a fence. Nobody knew what would happen next. On the Starfire, alarms were ringing. Crew members ran through the hallways. Everyone was preparing for the worst. Daniel stood on the bridge, watching the tactical display. 12 red dots against the darkness. Each dot was a ship that could destroy whole cities. Together, they could probably destroy Earth itself. "They are not moving," Nathan said. He stood next to Daniel, his face tight with worry. Just sitting there. Waiting. Waiting for what? The deadline. Sovereign Malthius gave us 12 hours to hand you over. After that, he says he will come and get you himself. Daniel checked the time. 8 hours left. "What is our government saying?" he asked. "Nothing yet. They are still arguing about what to do. Some want to fight. Some want to surrender you. Some want to negotiate." Nathan shook his head. "Nobody can agree on anything. That sounds about right." The door opened, and Laura walked in. She looked better than before. The doctor had treated her injuries. She had clean clothes and her hair was brushed. But her eyes were filled with concern. "I heard what happened," she said. "This is my fault." "No," Daniel said firmly. "This is the Velthari's fault. They are the ones who imprisoned you. They are the ones who brought a fleet to our doorstep. But if I had just knelt, if I had just said the words, then they would have won. They would have proved that humans can be forced to submit." Daniel turned to face her fully. "You did nothing wrong, Laura. Do not let them make you believe otherwise." Laura looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. "What are you going to do?" she asked. Daniel did not answer. He was thinking about the 12 ships outside. Thinking about what they represented. Thinking about all the people who would die if this turned into a war. One man against millions of lives. The math was simple. I am going to surrender, he said quietly. What? Nathan grabbed his arm. You cannot do that. They will kill you. They will make it slow and painful, and they will show it to the whole galaxy. And if I do not go, how many will die? How many ships will be destroyed? How many planets will burn? Daniel pulled his arm free. I cannot have that blood on my hands. This is not your choice to make alone. Yes, it is. They want me. If I give myself up, they have no reason to attack. You do not know that, Laura said. Her voice was shaking. They might attack anyway. They might just use you as an excuse. Maybe. But at least I will have tried. Nathan looked like he wanted to argue more. But before he could speak, the communications officer called out, Sir, we are receiving a transmission from Earth. Priority Alpha. It is Admiral Catherine Cole. Everyone went quiet. Admiral Cole was the highest-ranking officer in the entire fleet. She had been serving since before Daniel was born. When she spoke, everyone listened. Put her through, Nathan said. The main screen flickered to life. Admiral Cole's face appeared. She was an old woman with white hair and dark skin. Her eyes were sharp and cold, like two pieces of ice. Commander Hayes, she said. Captain Perry. I have been watching this situation develop. Admiral, Daniel said. I was about to offer myself to the Velthari. I believe it is the only way to prevent war. You will do nothing of the kind. Daniel blinked. Ma'am? I have read your report, Commander. I have read Miss Bennett's account. I have talked to witnesses. I have seen the translation of the words they wanted her to say. The Admiral's voice was hard as steel. What the Velthari asked of our people was not a ceremony. It was a declaration of submission. It was an attempt to make us accept that we are their servants. I understand that, Admiral, but no buts. The officials who approved that ceremony have been removed from their positions. They failed in their duty to protect our citizens and our dignity. Miss Bennett acted correctly. She will be receiving a commendation for her bravery. Laura made a small sound of surprise. As for you, Commander Hayes, the Admiral continued, you showed the Velthari what humanity truly values. You chose a person over gold. You chose principle over profit. That is exactly what Earth needs to stand for. But the fleet? I am aware of the fleet. Admiral Cole leaned forward. Let me make myself very clear, Commander. You will not be surrendered. Not today. Not ever. Any nation that threatens to kill our citizens for refusing to kneel is not a nation we will negotiate with. They will attack, Daniel said. Let them try. Earth's defensive systems are active. Every ship we have is moving into position. If the Velthari want a war, they will find us ready. Daniel felt something strange in his chest. It took him a moment to realize what it was. Hope, you are willing to fight? He asked. For one man? I am willing to fight for what that one man represents. The Admiral's eyes softened just a little. For too long, we have bent to alien powers. We have apologized. We have compromised. We have told ourselves that peace requires submission, but it does not. Peace requires respect. And respect must be earned, not begged for. The bridge crew was staring at the screen. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Today, the galaxy is watching, Admiral Cole said. They are watching to see what humanity does when threatened. If we surrender you, they will see that humans can be bullied, that we will sacrifice our own to avoid trouble. But if we stand firm, if we show them that we value our people more than our safety, they will see something different. They will see that humans are not prey. They will see that we are wolves too. She paused. The Velthari have 8 hours left on their deadline. I suggest they use that time wisely. Because when those 8 hours are up, if they have not withdrawn, they will learn exactly what happens when you threaten the wrong species. The transmission ended. For a long moment, nobody said anything. Then Nathan let out a breath he had been holding. Well, he said, I did not expect that. Neither did I. Daniel admitted. He felt dizzy. like the ground had shifted under his feet. Laura walked up to him. There were tears in her eyes, but she was smiling. "Do you see now?" she said. "Do you see what you started?" "What do you mean?" "In that throne room, you made a choice. You chose me over gold. You chose courage over safety. And that choice meant something. It inspired Admiral Cole. It inspired everyone who heard about it." Laura took his hand. "You lit a fire, Daniel. And now, it is spreading." Daniel looked at the tactical display. The 12 red dots were still there. Still waiting. But now there were other dots appearing. Blue dots. Human ships, moving into position. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Earth was not going to surrender. Earth was going to fight. "I just did what I thought was right," Daniel said quietly. "That is exactly it." Laura squeezed his hand. "That is what makes it so powerful. You were not trying to be a hero. You were not trying to start a movement. You were just being a good person. And sometimes, that is all it takes." Nathan turned away from the display. "We have 8 hours until the deadline. I suggest we use them to prepare. If the Velthari do not back down, things are going to get very intense, very fast." "Agreed." Daniel straightened his shoulders. For the next 8 hours, the galaxy held its breath. Humans prepared for war. Ships took position. Weapons were charged. Soldiers said goodbye to their families, not knowing if they would ever see them again. And far away, on Velthar Prime, Sovereign Maltheus watched and waited. He had given humanity a choice: submit or fight. He was about to find out which one they had chosen. The clock was counting down. 7 hours. 6 hours. 5. With each passing hour, the tension grew thicker. On the Starfire, nobody slept. Nobody ate. Everyone just waited and watched the red dots on the screen. Daniel stood at the viewport, looking out at the darkness. Somewhere out there, 12 alien warships were deciding the fate of humanity. He could not see them, but he could feel them, like a weight pressing down on his chest. Laura found him there. "You should rest," she said. "I cannot. Every time I close my eyes, I see those ships. You are not responsible for this, you know. Whatever happens next, you did the right thing." "Did I?" Daniel turned to face her. "I feel like I pushed us into a war. If I had just taken the gold, none of this would be happening. No, something worse would be happening." Laura stepped closer. "If you had taken the gold, the Velthari would have learned that humans can be bought. They would have pushed harder, demanded more, made us kneel again and again until we forgot how to stand." "You really believe that?" "I know it. I saw how the king looked at me when I refused to kneel. He was not just angry. He was confused. He could not understand why anyone would choose death over submission. That confusion is our strength, Daniel. They do not know what to do with people who will not bend." 4 hours left. Captain Nathan Perry called a meeting on the bridge. All the senior officers gathered around the tactical display. Everyone looked tired. Everyone looked scared. "Here is the situation," Nathan said. "We have 217 ships in defensive position around Earth. The Velthari have 12. By numbers, we should win easily. But their ships are bigger," one of the officers said. "More powerful, yes. Each of their warships is roughly equal to 10 of ours. So the real number is about even." Nathan pointed at the display. "If they attack, it will be the biggest battle in human history. We estimate casualties in the millions." The room was silent. "There is still time for them to back down," Nathan continued. "Admiral Cole has offered to negotiate. But so far, the Velthari have not responded. They are waiting to see if we crack," Daniel said. Everyone looked at him. "They think that when it gets close to the deadline, we will panic. They think we will surrender to avoid the fight." "Will we?" Laura asked. "No." Nathan's voice was firm. Admiral Cole was very clear. "No surrender. No matter what." 3 hours left. Daniel went back to the viewport. The stars looked the same as always, cold and distant. It was strange to think that in a few hours, those same stars might be filled with fire and death. He heard footsteps behind him. Nathan came to stand beside him. "I have known you for a long time," Nathan said. "I have seen you talk your way out of impossible situations. I have seen you make peace between species that had been fighting for centuries. You always find a way. I do not think talking will work this time. Maybe not. But I wanted you to know something." Nathan put a hand on Daniel's shoulder. "When this is over, whatever happens, I am proud to have served with you. What you did on Velthar Prime was the bravest thing I have ever seen. I was scared the whole time. That is what bravery is. Being scared and doing the right thing anyway." 2 hours left. The waiting was the worst part. Every minute felt like an hour. Every hour felt like a day. Daniel found himself pacing back and forth, unable to stay still. Laura was watching the tactical display when she suddenly spoke up. "Something is happening." Everyone rushed to look. The 12 red dots were moving. They were getting closer. "They are coming," someone whispered. "Battle stations," Nathan ordered. His voice was calm, but his face was pale. "All hands. Prepare for combat." Alarms rang throughout the ship. The lights turned red. The crew ran to their positions. Daniel watched the dots get closer and closer. His heart was pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. 1 hour left. The Velthari fleet stopped. They were now at the edge of the defensive line. One more move and the shooting would start. "We are receiving a transmission," the communications officer said. "It is from the Velthari flagship. Sovereign Maltheus wants to speak with Commander Hayes directly." Everyone looked at Daniel. "Put him through," Daniel said. The screen flickered. Maltheus appeared. He looked different than before. The patterns on his skin were darker. His eyes were tired. He did not look like a king about to win a great victory. He looked like a king who was not sure what to do. "Commander Hayes, Sovereign Maltheus, I gave you a choice. You could have been rich beyond imagination. You could have lived like a god among your people. Instead, you threw it all away for a prisoner. She was not just a prisoner. She was a person who stood up for what was right. Right and wrong. Good and evil. These are words your species loves to use. But do they mean anything? In the end, power is all that matters. The strong rule. The weak serve. That is the way of the universe. Maybe that is the way of your universe," Daniel said. "But not ours." Maltheus was quiet for a moment. "I have ruled for 200 years. I have seen many species rise and fall. Most of them learned to kneel. The ones who did not were destroyed." He leaned forward. "Your species is young. You have been traveling the stars for barely a century. By all logic, you should bow to us. But we will not. No. You will not." Maltheus made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Do you know what your woman said to me when she stood in my throne room? Do you know? And do you know? When she stood in my throne room, no. She said her knees were not for sale. She said she would rather die standing than live kneeling. She said that even if she died, her defiance would matter. Because someone would hear about it. Someone would remember." Daniel glanced at Laura. She was standing very still, her eyes fixed on the screen. "I thought she was a fool," Maltheus continued. "I thought her words meant nothing. But then you came. You gave up a fortune for her. You made me look weak in front of my own court, and when I sent my fleet to punish you, your people did not run. They did not beg. They stood up to fight." "What are you saying, Sovereign?" Maltheus was silent for a long time. The patterns on his skin shifted through colors Daniel did not recognize. "I am saying that perhaps I have misjudged your species. You are not like the others. You do not behave the way you should. You choose death over submission. You choose principle over profit. You fight when you should run." "Is that a compliment?" "It is an observation." Maltheus leaned back. "My advisors tell me we will win if we attack. They say our ships are stronger. Our weapons are better. They say we will crush you and then make you kneel forever. They might be right, perhaps. But at what cost? Even if we win, We will lose many ships, many soldiers. And what will we have gained? A species that will never stop fighting us. A species that will hate us forever. Malthus shook his head. My empire was built on fear. But fear only works when people believe they have no choice. You have shown them that there is always a choice. 30 minutes left. Daniel held his breath. Everyone on the bridge was frozen, waiting. I am withdrawing my fleet, Malthus said. The words hit like a thunderbolt. Nathan grabbed a console to steady himself. Someone gasped. Why? Daniel asked. Because today I learned something. I learned that there are some fires that cannot be put out. Some spirits that cannot be broken. Your woman said her defiance would matter. She was right. Malthus almost smiled. Go, Commander Hayes. Take your victory. Tell your people that the Velthari Empire has decided that you are not worth conquering. Not because you are too weak, but because you are too strong. The screen went dark. On the tactical display, the red dots began to move. They were turning around. They were leaving. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Nathan let out a shout that was half laugh, half sob. They are retreating. They are actually retreating. The bridge exploded with cheers. People hugged each other. Some cried. The tension that had been building for hours suddenly released like a dam breaking. Laura walked up to Daniel. Tears were streaming down her face. We did it, she said. We actually did it. Daniel put his arms around her and held her tight. No, he said. You did it. You stood up when everyone else knelt. You showed them what humans are made of. You stood up too. You gave up everything for me. And I would do it again. Outside the viewport, the stars shone bright and clear. The Velthari fleet was disappearing into the darkness, heading home. The war that never happened was over, but the story was just beginning. The news spread across the galaxy like wildfire. The Velthari Empire had backed down. For the first time in 200 years, they had retreated without firing a shot. And they had done it because of two humans. A commander who chose a prisoner over gold, and a woman who refused to kneel. On Earth, people celebrated in the streets. Ships flew overhead with lights flashing. Music played from every corner. After weeks of fear and tension, humanity was finally allowed to breathe. But for Daniel Hayes, the celebration felt distant. He stood on the observation deck of the Starfire, watching the stars. The ship was heading back to Earth for repairs and rest. After everything that had happened, the crew deserved some time with their families. Laura found him there, like she always did. You should be down at the party, she said. They are calling you a hero. I do not feel like a hero. Why not? You saved my life. You stood up to an alien king. You helped prevent a war. Daniel shook his head. I got lucky. If Malthus had decided to attack, millions would have died, all because of choices I made. But he did not attack. And do you know why? Laura walked to stand beside him. Because of what you showed him. You showed him that humans cannot be bought. That we will fight for each other. Even when it costs us everything. That scared him more than any weapon ever could. He said something strange before he left. He said that your defiance mattered. That your words traveled further than you knew. Laura was quiet for a moment. I did not think anyone would hear me. When I stood in that throne room, I was sure I was going to die. I just did not want to die on my knees. But people did hear you. Malthus heard you. I heard you. And now the whole galaxy has heard you. Does that make it worth it? All the pain? All the fear? Daniel turned to look at her. In the starlight, she looked different than the beaten prisoner he had rescued. She looked strong. She looked alive. Yes, he said. I think it does. 2 weeks later, they arrived at Earth. The welcome was bigger than anything Daniel had expected. Ships escorted them through the atmosphere. Crowds gathered at the spaceport. When Daniel and Laura walked down the ramp, 1,000 people cheered. Admiral Cole was waiting for them. She was smiling, which was something Daniel had never seen before. Commander Hayes, Miss Bennett, welcome home. Thank you, Admiral. Daniel saluted. None of that. Admiral Cole waved away the formality. You two are heroes now. The Senate wants to meet you. The media wants to interview you. Everyone wants a piece of the people who stared down the Velthari Empire. We did not do it alone, Laura said. Everyone who refused to surrender deserves credit. True, but someone had to be first. Someone had to light the match. The Admiral looked at them with something like respect. That was you. Over the next few months, things changed. The story of Daniel and Laura became famous. Children learned about it in school. Writers made books and shows about it. The phrase, "knees not for sale," became a saying that people used when they meant they would not give up. But more important than the fame were the changes that happened quietly, behind the scenes. On a dozen colony worlds, humans who had accepted unfair treaties started asking questions. They looked at the deals they had made with alien powers and wondered if they had given up too much. Some of them started to renegotiate. Some of them said no to demands that would have seemed reasonable before. In the halls of government, policies changed. Officials who had been willing to sacrifice dignity for peace were replaced by people who believed that some things were not for sale. The culture of submission that had guided human diplomacy for decades began to fade. And in the far reaches of the galaxy, other species took notice. The Velthari were not the only powerful empire. There were others, some even bigger and stronger. They had always looked at humans as a young and weak species. Easy to push around. Easy to control. Now they were not so sure. Daniel received messages from alien diplomats asking to meet him. They wanted to understand what had happened. They wanted to know what kind of people would give up a fortune for a single prisoner. What kind of people would risk war rather than surrender one man. He told them the truth. "We are not special," he said. "We are not braver or smarter than anyone else. We just believe that some things matter more than survival, that there are lines we will not cross, no matter the cost." Some of them understood, some of them did not, but all of them remembered. A year after the confrontation, Daniel and Laura stood together at a memorial. It had been built on the spot where the defensive fleet had gathered, waiting for the attack that never came. A simple stone pillar with words carved into it. "We do not kneel." Thousands of people had come to see it unveiled. Families with children, veterans who had served on the defensive line, politicians and leaders from across human space. Admiral Cole gave a speech. She talked about courage and sacrifice. She talked about the importance of standing up for what is right. She talked about how one act of defiance could change the course of history. Then she asked Daniel to say a few words. He had never been good at speeches. His talent was for quiet negotiations, not public speaking. But when he stepped up to the microphone, the words came easily. "A year ago, I was offered a fortune. More gold than I could ever spend. All I had to do was walk away from one person, one stranger I had never met." He looked at Laura, who was standing in the front row. "I said no, not because I am brave, not because I am noble. I said no because I knew that if I said yes, I would have to live with it forever. I would have to look at myself in the mirror every day and know that I traded a human life for metal." Daniel paused. "That is not who we are. That is not who we should be. We are not a species that leaves people behind. We are not a species that puts a price on courage. When one of us stands up, the rest of us stand with them. That is what makes us human." The crowd was silent. Thousands of people, holding their breath. Sovereign Malthius asked me why I gave up the gold. He could not understand it. In his world, power is everything. The strong take what they want, and the weak suffer. That is the only law that matters. But we are different. We believe that the strong have a duty to protect the weak. We believe that wealth means nothing if it comes at the cost of our principles. We believe that a person's worth cannot be measured in gold. Daniel pointed at the memorial. These words are not just a slogan. They are a promise. A promise that we will never forget what we stand for. No matter how strong our enemies become, no matter how tempting the rewards, we do not kneel. The crowd erupted in cheers. People waved flags and shouted his name. The sound was like thunder rolling across the memorial site. Later, after the ceremonies were over, Daniel and Laura walked away from the crowd. They found a quiet hill overlooking the memorial. Below them, people were still celebrating. "You gave a good speech," Laura said. "I meant every word." "I know," she smiled. "Do you ever think about what would have happened if you had taken the gold? If you had left me there? Sometimes, I think the Velthari would have gotten bolder. They would have pushed harder. Eventually, they would have demanded something that humans could not accept, and there would have been a war anyway. But we would have been weaker. We would have already learned to bend. So, in a way, you saved more than just me. Maybe. Or maybe I just got lucky. The universe does not always reward good choices. No. But sometimes it does." Laura took his hand, and this was one of those times. They stood together, watching the sun set over the memorial. In the distance, ships flew overhead, their lights twinkling against the darkening sky. The galaxy was vast, full of dangers and wonders, full of empires that thought they could push humanity around. But after today, those empires would think twice. Because somewhere out there, humans were watching the stars. Humans who would not kneel. Humans who valued each other more than gold. And that was the most dangerous thing of all. "What happens now?" Laura asked. Daniel thought about the question. There would be more challenges ahead. More moments when the easy choice was to give up. More times when standing firm would seem foolish. But that was okay. "Now we keep going," he said. "We keep making the right choices, even when they are hard. We keep standing up for each other. And we show the universe that the fire we lit is not going out." Laura squeezed his hand. "Together? Together." They stayed on that hill until the stars came out. 1,000,000,000 points of light, stretching toward infinity. Each one, a world. Each one, a possibility. And among all those stars, somewhere, the Velthari were watching too. Remembering the humans who would not bow. Remembering the commander who chose a woman over gold. Remembering the woman who looked a king in the eye and said no. The universe had not changed, but humanity had, and that made all the difference. The year was 2347, and the ship called Endurance moved through the darkness of space like a small fish swimming toward a whale. Ambassador Sam Hartley stood at the window of the observation deck and watched as the celestial throne grew larger with each passing minute. The station was old, older than any human city, older than human civilization itself. It floated at the center of the galaxy like a monument to power. And every species that wanted to matter had to come here eventually. Now, it was humanity's turn. Sam was 53 years old. He had gray hair at his temples and lines around his eyes from years of difficult negotiations. He had talked peace between nations that hated each other. He had ended wars with nothing but words, but this was different. This was not Earth politics. This was the Galactic Council. And they did not think much of humans. Commander Kate Morrison walked up beside him. She was younger than Sam. Maybe 40. With short brown hair and sharp eyes that missed nothing. She had commanded military vessels for 15 years before joining the diplomatic corps. She knew how to fight, but more importantly, she knew when not to fight. "The council has confirmed our arrival time," she said. "We dock in 2 hours." Sam nodded but did not look away from the window. "How many species will be present?" "All 12 elder races. Full assembly." That was unusual. The council rarely gathered all its members for a simple membership application. Sam felt a small knot form in his stomach. They were planning something. Ben Lawson joined them a moment later. He was the youngest of the three, a science officer with messy dark hair and glasses that he kept pushing up his nose. He carried a tablet computer everywhere he went, and was always reading something. "I have been studying the council protocols," Ben said. "There are over 3,000 rules for formal address alone. We cannot make mistakes." Kate smiled slightly. "Relax, Ben. We have prepared for this." "Have we?" Ben looked worried. "The Corellians alone have executed 17 diplomatic missions for improper greetings." "Executed. Not sent home. Executed." Sam finally turned from the window. "We will not be executed. The council wants something from us. I can feel it." "What could they possibly want from humans?" Kate asked. They think we are children. That is exactly what concerns me, Sam replied. 2 hours later, the Endurance docked at the celestial throne. The airlock opened with a hiss, and the 3 humans stepped into a corridor made of something that looked like black glass. Strange lights moved beneath the surface, and the air smelled like nothing Sam had ever encountered before. A creature waited for them. It stood 7 feet tall, and had skin like polished stone. Its eyes were yellow, and had no pupils. It wore robes of silver and gold. And when it spoke, its voice echoed in a way that made Sam's teeth hurt. I am Keeper Thol. You will follow me to the Chamber of Judgment. Sam noticed the word, judgment. Not welcome, not greeting, judgment. They walked through corridors that twisted in ways that should have been impossible. Sometimes they seemed to be walking upward, and sometimes downward. But the gravity never changed. Ben kept checking his tablet, trying to map their path, but eventually gave up. The station exists in multiple dimensional states, Thol explained, without being asked. Your instruments cannot comprehend it. How old is this place? Kate asked. It was built by the precursors, Thol said, before the first stars of this cycle were born. Ben nearly tripped over his own feet. The precursors? I thought they were a myth. Thol stopped and turned. For a long moment, the keeper simply stared at Ben with those yellow eyes. Then it continued walking without answering. The Chamber of Judgment was vast. Sam had seen large spaces before. He had stood in stadiums and cathedrals. But this was something else entirely. The ceiling was so high that clouds actually formed near the top. The walls were lined with seats that rose upward like the inside of a bowl. And in those seats sat creatures of every shape and size. Some had scales, some had feathers. Some had no bodies at all, and existed only as clouds of light. They all turned to look at the 3 humans walking toward the center of the chamber, and Sam felt the weight of their attention like a physical force. At the far end of the chamber sat 12 thrones, each one different from the others, and on those thrones sat the 12 elder species of the Galactic Council. High Arbiter Vextuan of the Corellian Dominion rose from his seat. He was tall and thin, with blue skin and a face that looked like it had been carved from ice. When he spoke, his voice filled the entire chamber without effort. The humans have arrived. Let the assessment begin. Sam stepped forward. Thank you, High Arbiter. I am Ambassador Sam Hartley of Earth. I come seeking membership in the Galactic Council on behalf of humanity. Vextuan tilted his head slightly. You come seeking? An interesting choice of words. Do you believe you deserve membership? I believe we have earned the right to be considered. Earned? A creature that looked like a giant insect clicked its mandibles in what might have been laughter. Your species has been traveling between stars for 300 years. We have been doing so for 30,000. What have you earned? Sam kept his voice calm. We have built colonies on 40 worlds. We have established trade with over 60 species. We have defended our territory against the Vraxian marauders, and won. We have done what was necessary to survive and grow. Survival, Vextuan said. Yes, you humans are good at that. Like vermin. The chamber fell silent. Kate's hand moved slightly toward her sidearm, a reflex she could not entirely control. Sam put a hand on her arm without looking at her. We are not vermin, Sam said quietly. We are a people, and we will be treated as such. Vextuan's eyes narrowed. Will you? And what will you do if we do not treat you as such? Declare war? Your entire fleet could not scratch the surface of this station. I did not come here to make threats, Sam replied. I came here to join, but joining does not mean surrendering our dignity. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then, a different voice came from one of the thrones. It belonged to a creature that looked almost human, except for its 4 eyes and silver skin. Interesting, said Representative Gall of the Yamorian Federation. Most species grovel when they first arrive. You do not grovel. We do not know how, Sam said. Gall smiled. At least, Sam thought it was a smile. Then perhaps you are more interesting than we assumed. Tell me, human, what do you call your world? Not in your current languages. In your oldest tongue. What did your ancestors call the ground beneath their feet? Sam frowned. It was a strange question. There were many names. But the oldest we know of is Terra. It means ground or foundation. The reaction was immediate. Several counselors leaned forward in their seats. Gal's 4 eyes went wide. Even Vexus Tuin looked disturbed. Foundation, Gal whispered. Of course. He turned to look at a figure Sam had not noticed before. A small creature wrapped in gray robes, standing in the shadows near the archive terminals. Keeper of the archives, Gal said. I invoke the right of origin. Open the Earth file. The chamber exploded into chaos. The chaos in the chamber lasted for several minutes. Counselors shouted at each other in languages Sam could not understand. Some rose from their seats. Others made gestures that might have been threatening or might have been pleading. The translation device in Sam's ear could not keep up with all the voices. Kate leaned close to him. What just happened? I have no idea, Sam admitted. Ben was already working on his tablet. The right of origin. I read about this. It is an ancient law. Older than the Council itself. It says that any species can demand access to precursor records about their homeworld. But it has never been successfully used before. Why not? Kate asked. Because the precursors did not leave records about most worlds, and the few records that exist are always sealed with encryption that no one can break. Ben paused, reading something on his screen. But Earth has a file. That is strange. That is very strange. The small figure in gray robes stepped forward into the light. Sam could see her more clearly now. She was not human. But she looked almost human. Her skin was pale blue, and her eyes were completely white, with no pupils or iris. Her hands were long and thin, with too many joints in the fingers. I am Mirixen, she said. Her voice was soft but carried through the chaos like a knife through water. Everyone fell silent. I am the keeper of the precursor archives. I have held this position for 200 years, as my mother did before me, and her mother before her. The Thulani Collective has guarded these records since the Council was formed. And what do your records say about Earth? Gal asked. Mirixen did not answer immediately. She turned to look at Sam, and for a moment, he felt like she was looking through him, rather than at him, like she could see something inside him that he could not see himself. The Earth file exists, she finally said. I have known about it my entire life. My predecessors warned me never to open it. Never to even look at it. End quote. Why? Sam asked. Because it is protected by 7 layers of precursor encryption. No other file in the entire archive has more than 3. Whatever is in that file, the precursors wanted it to remain hidden until the right moment. High Arbiter Vex Tuin stood up from his throne. His face was hard with anger. This is nonsense. The humans are playing some kind of trick. They cannot be connected to the precursors. They are barely civilized. The right of origin has been invoked, Gal replied calmly. The law is clear. If Earth has a file in the precursor archives, the humans have the right to see it. The law was written by creatures who have been dead for billions of years, Vex Tuin snapped. We do not have to follow it. Then we are no better than the barbarians you accuse the humans of being. The 2 counselors stared at each other. The tension in the chamber was thick enough to taste. Sam watched carefully, trying to understand what was happening beneath the surface of this argument. Kate whispered in his ear. There is something they are not telling us. Something about Earth that they are afraid of. Sam nodded slightly. He had felt it too. This was not simple contempt for a younger species. This was fear. And that made no sense at all. Keeper Mirixen, Sam said, stepping forward. I formally request access to the Earth file under the right of origin. Whatever is in that record, we have a right to know. Mirixen looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I will attempt to open the file. But I must warn you, Ambassador. Some secrets are kept hidden for good reasons. Once you learn the truth, you cannot unlearn it. We will take that risk, Sam said. The keeper turned and walked toward a section of the wall that looked no different from any other. But when she touched it, the surface rippled like water, and a doorway appeared. Beyond it, Sam could see a vast space filled with floating lights and structures that hurt his eyes to look at. The archives, Ben breathed. The actual precursor archives. Only I may enter, Mirigzen said. But I will bring the file to the chamber so all may witness its opening. Wait here. She stepped through the doorway and disappeared. The wall solidified behind her. For a long time, no one spoke. The counselors sat in their thrones, watching the humans with expressions that ranged from curiosity to hatred to something that looked almost like hope. Sam did not understand any of it. Ambassador, Gaul said eventually. While we wait, perhaps you can tell us more about your world. About your history. Sam glanced at Kate and Ben. They both nodded slightly. There was no harm in talking. Earth is the third planet from our sun, Sam began. It is a small world by galactic standards. One moon, mostly water. We evolved there over millions of years, developing from simple creatures into what we are now. And your history? Gaul pressed. Sam hesitated. How could he summarize all of human history in a few sentences? The wars and the peace. The cruelty and the kindness. The destruction and the creation. We are complicated, he finally said. We have done terrible things to each other. Wars that killed millions. Destruction of our own environment. Hatred between groups for reasons that made no sense. But we have also done remarkable things. We have created art and music and literature. We have built cities and cured diseases. We have reached for the stars even when everyone told us it was impossible. You sound proud of yourselves, Vextune said coldly. Not proud, Sam replied. Honest. We know what we are. We know our flaws, but we also know our strengths. We do not give up. We do not surrender. When we fall, we get back up. When we fail, we try again. That is what makes us human. The chamber fell silent again. Then the wall rippled once more, and Mirigzen stepped through. She carried something in her hands. A small cube made of light, constantly shifting and changing color. The Earth file, she announced, still sealed. I will now attempt to open it. She placed the cube in the center of the chamber floor. It floated there, spinning slowly, pulsing with energy that Sam could feel in his bones. Mirigzen raised her hands and began to speak in a language that was not a language. The sounds she made were older than words, older than speech itself. They resonated in the air and in the walls and in the bodies of everyone present. The first layer of encryption dissolved. A low tone filled the chamber, so deep that Sam felt it more than heard it. Several counselors gripped their thrones. Kate put a hand on Sam's shoulder to steady herself. The second layer dissolved. The light from the cube grew brighter. Images began to appear inside it, too fast to see clearly. Stars and planets and something else. Something vast and ancient. The third layer dissolved. Now the cube was shaking. The entire chamber was shaking. Dust fell from the ceiling far above. The clouds that had formed there began to swirl like a storm was coming. The fourth layer dissolved. Then the fifth. Then the sixth. Mirigzen's voice grew louder. Sweat appeared on her blue skin. Her white eyes were glowing now, filled with the same light as the cube. The seventh and final layer dissolved. The cube exploded into a sphere of light that filled the entire chamber. And from that light came a voice that spoke in a language no one had heard for billions of years. Yet every being in the room understood it perfectly. This world is the foundation, the voice said. The first garden, from which all seeds were scattered. Sam felt his legs go weak. Kate grabbed his arm, then dropped his tablet. The voice continued. In the final age, the children will return, bearing the old fire. Know them by their defiance. Know them by their refusal to surrender. Know them by their unbroken will. The sphere of light began to form shapes, a star map. The galaxy as it had existed billions of years ago, and at the center of that map, highlighted in golden light, was a small blue world. Earth. They are the inheritors, the voice proclaimed, and the stars belong to them. Then the light faded, and silence fell over the chamber of judgment. No one moved. No one breathed. And then High Arbiter Vextuan slowly, shakily, lowered himself from his throne, and knelt on the floor before the three humans from Earth. Sam stared at the High Arbiter kneeling before him. His mind could not process what was happening. Just minutes ago, this creature had called humans vermin. Now he was on his knees. "Get up," Sam said. His voice was barely a whisper. "Please get up." Vex's tune did not rise. He kept his head bowed, and when he spoke, his voice was different. The arrogance was gone. In its place was something that sounded almost like fear. "We did not know," Vextuan said. "For thousands of years, we watched your world. We saw your struggles, your wars, your suffering. We thought you were primitives. We thought you were nothing." "What are you talking about?" Kate demanded. Her hand was on her weapon, though she had not drawn it. "What does that message mean?" "What?" Mirexen stepped forward. The keeper looked exhausted. Opening the file had taken something out of her that might never come back. But her white eyes were clear, and her voice was steady. "The precursors were the first intelligent species in the galaxy," she explained. "They rose to power billions of years ago, when the universe was still young. They built wonders that we cannot understand. They solved problems that we cannot even name, and then, at the height of their power, they vanished." Vanished? Ben had picked up his tablet and was recording everything. "Where did they go?" "Vanished. No one knows. Some say they ascended to a higher form of existence. Some say they destroyed themselves. Some say they simply left, traveling to another galaxy or another dimension. But before they disappeared, they did something extraordinary." Mirexen gestured, and the sphere of light reformed above the cube. It showed the ancient star map again, with Earth at the center. "They seeded the galaxy with life," she continued. "They took genetic material from their homeworld and spread it to thousands of planets across the cosmos. Over billions of years, that life evolved and changed and grew. It became us. All of us. Every species in this chamber. Every civilization in the known galaxy. We all came from the same source. Earth," Sam said quietly. "We all came from Earth. Yes. Your world was not just one of many. It was the first. The original. The foundation, as the precursors called it. Every living thing in the galaxy carries genetic markers that trace back to that single blue planet." The chamber erupted again. This time, the chaos was different. It was not anger or fear. It was shock. Disbelief. Some counselors were weeping. Others were shouting denials. The insectoid Vrethkai had collapsed entirely, its legs folding beneath it like broken sticks. Representative Gal remained standing. His 4 eyes were fixed on Sam with an expression of wonder. "We always knew the precursors came from somewhere," Gal said. "We always knew there had to be an origin point. But we never imagined it would be a world so small, so quiet, so ordinary." "Earth is not ordinary," Kate said sharply. "Nothing about Earth is ordinary." "No," Gal agreed. "I see that now. I see it very clearly." Sam turned to Mirexen. His mind was racing, trying to understand the implications of what he had just learned. If the precursors were from Earth, what happened to them there? Why is there no record of them in human history? "The seeding happened billions of years ago," Mirexen explained. "Life on Earth had to start over completely. The precursors did not leave themselves behind. They left only the potential for life to evolve again. And it did. You are the result. Not copies of the precursors, but their heirs. Their children, in a sense." "But why?" Ben asked. "Why would they do this? Why seed the galaxy and then disappear?" "That is the great mystery," Mirexen admitted. "The archives contain many records, but not all answers. What we do know is that the precursors believed in cycles, They believed that civilizations rise and fall, but that life itself continues. By seeding the galaxy, they ensured that even if they vanished, their legacy would survive. Sam looked around the chamber. Counselors from 12 different species, beings that had treated humanity with contempt and disdain, were now looking at him and his companions with something new in their eyes. Respect, maybe even reverence. He did not want reverence. He wanted understanding. "This changes nothing about who we are," Sam said loudly. The chamber fell silent at his words. "We are still humans. We still come from Earth. We still have all the flaws and weaknesses that we had an hour ago. Learning that our world was the origin point of galactic life does not make us gods. It does not make us rulers. It just makes us part of something larger than ourselves." Vexus finally rose from his knees. His face was unreadable. "You do not understand what this means, Ambassador. For thousands of years, every species in the galaxy has searched for the precursor homeworld. We believed that finding it would give us access to their technology, their power, their secrets. Wars have been fought over fragments of information. Entire civilizations have risen and fallen in pursuit of this knowledge. And now you have found it," Sam said. "Now you know where they came from. What will you do with that knowledge?" The question hung in the air. No one answered. Kate stepped forward. "I think I know what this means. You expected to find some kind of treasure, some kind of weapon or tool that would give you power. Instead, you found us, a species you thought was beneath you, and now you do not know how to feel about that." "We feel ashamed," Gal said quietly. "We treated you with disrespect. We called you children and primitives. We mocked your short history and your violent nature. And all along, you were carrying the legacy of the precursors in your very blood. We did not know that either," Sam pointed out. "We came here today thinking we were the newest and weakest species in the galaxy. We came here prepared to be humble, to earn our place through hard work and good faith. That has not changed. But everything else has changed," Mirigzen said. "The galaxy will never be the same after today. When word of this spreads, and it will spread, every species will have to reconsider their relationship with humanity. You will no longer be seen as newcomers. You will be seen as something much more significant." Ben had been working on his tablet throughout the conversation. Now he looked up, his face pale. "I have been running genetic analyses, comparing human DNA patterns with what we know of other galactic species. The markers are there. I can see them now. We are all related. Every single species in this room shares common genetic ancestors with humanity. We are all family." Kate said softly. "That is what the precursors were trying to tell us. We are all family." Sam felt something shift inside him. All his life, he had worked to bring people together, to find common ground between enemies, to build bridges where there had been walls, and now he understood that the bridge had always existed. It had been there from the beginning, written in the very code of life itself. "High Arbiter," Sam said, turning to Vextun. "You asked earlier what we would do if you did not treat us with dignity. I told you that I did not come here to make threats. That is still true. But now I have a different question for you. What will you do now that you know the truth?" Vextun was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with emotion. "I do not know, Ambassador. I truly do not know. My entire life has been built on assumptions that have just been destroyed. I need time to think. We all need time to think." "Then take the time you need," Sam said. "We are not going anywhere. Earth has waited billions of years to rejoin the galactic community. We can wait a little longer." He turned and walked toward the exit, Kate and Ben following close behind. The counselors watched them go in silence. No one tried to stop them. As they passed through the doorway, Sam heard Gal's voice one more time. "Welcome home, children of Earth," the counselor said. "Welcome home." The news spread faster than light itself. Within hours of the revelation in the Chamber of Judgment, every corner of the galaxy knew the truth. Earth was the origin. Humanity was the inheritor race. The precursors had come from a small blue world that most species had never bothered to visit. Sam watched the chaos unfold from the observation deck of the Endurance. Ships were arriving at the celestial throne from every direction. Diplomats and scientists and journalists and religious leaders, all desperate to learn more about the humans who had suddenly become the most important species in known space. Kate stood beside him, her arms crossed. "We should leave. This is getting out of control." "We cannot leave," Sam replied. "If we run now, it will look like we are afraid. Or worse, like we are hiding something." "Are we not afraid?" Ben asked from behind them. He had not stopped working since they returned to the ship. His tablet was filled with data and analysis and questions that he could not answer. "I'm afraid. This is too big. We are not ready for this." "No one is ever ready for history," Sam said. "It just happens. The only thing we can control is how we respond to it." A chime sounded from the communication panel. Kate moved to answer it. Her expression hardened as she listened to the message. "The Council is requesting our presence again," she announced. "All 12 elder species. They want to discuss the implications of the revelation." Sam nodded slowly. "Then we go back. We face whatever comes next." The Chamber of Judgment was different this time. The seating arrangements had changed. The 12 thrones were no longer elevated above the floor. They had been lowered to the same level as the central platform where the humans stood. A symbolic gesture, but an important one. High Arbiter Vexus Tuan rose to address the assembly. His voice was calmer now, more measured. The shock had passed, replaced by something that looked like acceptance. "We have spent the past hours in discussion," Vex Tuan began. "There has been debate, argument. Some among us still refuse to accept what we witnessed. They believe the precursor message was a trick, a deception created by the humans to gain power." Sam said nothing. He simply waited. "But most of us have come to a different conclusion," Vextun continued. "The evidence is too strong. The genetic analysis confirms what the archives revealed. Humanity is the inheritor race. Earth is the foundation. This is truth, whether we like it or not." "And what do you intend to do with this truth?" Sam asked. Vextun hesitated. For the first time since Sam had met him, the High Arbiter looked uncertain. "That is what we wish to discuss. Throughout our history, the Galactic Council has operated on a simple principle. The elder species rule because they are older, wiser, more experienced. We have guided the younger races because we believed we knew better than they did. And now?" Kate prompted. "Now we must ask ourselves a difficult question. If humanity is the inheritor race, does that mean they should rule? Does this revelation give them authority over the rest of us?" The chamber fell silent. Sam felt every eye in the room turn toward him. This was the moment he had been dreading. The moment when he would have to choose the future of his species, and possibly the entire galaxy. He thought about human history. About the empires that had risen and fallen. About the kings and dictators who had claimed divine right to rule, and the destruction they had caused. He thought about the wars and the suffering and the long, slow struggle toward something better. "No," Sam said finally. "We do not want to rule." A murmur ran through the assembly. Vextun's eyes narrowed. "No? You have just been handed the greatest claim to power in galactic history, and you refuse it?" "Power is not the same as authority," Sam replied. "And authority is not the same as wisdom. Just because the precursors came from Earth does not mean modern humans have any special right to lead. We are the same species we were yesterday. We have the same flaws, the same limitations, the same capacity for both greatness and terrible mistakes." He stepped forward, addressing the entire chamber. "What we want is not power, it is partnership. For 3 centuries, humanity has been treated as an outsider in galactic affairs. We have been dismissed, ignored, and occasionally attacked. We came to this council, seeking membership, seeking a chance to prove that we belong here. That has not changed. But everything else has changed," Gal pointed out. "The galaxy will never look at humanity the same way again. You cannot simply pretend this revelation did not happen. We do not intend to pretend anything, Kate said. We acknowledge what we have learned. We accept that Earth has a special place in galactic history, but we also believe that special place comes with responsibility, not privilege. Ben stepped forward, holding his tablet. His voice was nervous but determined. I have been thinking about what the precursors did. They seeded the galaxy with life. They gave all of us a chance to exist. But they did not create servants. They did not create slaves. They created children. And children are supposed to grow up. They are supposed to become independent. They are supposed to find their own way. The young one speaks wisely, said a voice from the back of the chamber. It came from one of the counselors Sam had not noticed before. A being made entirely of light, shifting and flowing like water in zero gravity. I am Luminex of the Ethereal Collective. We have watched this drama unfold with great interest. The humans have been given a gift, and they have chosen to share it, rather than hoard it. That tells us more about their character than any ancient prophecy ever could. Thank you, Sam said. But we have not simply chosen to share a gift. We have chosen to honor the spirit of what the precursors intended. They did not want one species to rule over others. They wanted all life to flourish. All civilizations to grow and evolve and reach their potential. That is the legacy we wish to protect. Vex's Tuin sat back in his throne. For a long moment, he simply stared at Sam. Then, slowly, something changed in his expression. The hardness faded. The suspicion died. In its place was something that might have been respect. You surprise me, Ambassador, Vex Tuin said. When you first arrived, I thought you were nothing but a primitive from a backward world. I was wrong. Whatever the precursors were, whatever they intended, they clearly passed something valuable to your species. Something beyond genetics or technology. Something in your spirit. We call it stubbornness, Kate said with a slight smile. It has gotten us into a lot of trouble over the years. But it has also gotten us through. Then perhaps stubbornness is exactly what the galaxy needs right now, Vex Tuin replied. He rose from his throne and walked down to the central platform where the humans stood. Ambassador Sam Hartley of Earth. On behalf of the Galactic Council, I extend to humanity a formal invitation to join as full members. Not as subjects. Not as children. But as equals. Sam felt his heart swell with emotion he could barely contain. This was what they had come for. This was what generations of humans had dreamed of. On behalf of humanity, Sam said, I accept. The chamber erupted into applause. Counselors who had never agreed on anything before found themselves celebrating together. The insectoid Vrethkai clicked their approval. The stone-skinned Corellians stamped their feet in what Sam assumed was a sign of happiness. Even Luminex pulsed with brighter light. But Sam knew this was only the beginning. The galaxy had changed today. Old assumptions had been destroyed. New relationships would have to be built from the ground up, and somewhere in the precursor archives, more secrets waited to be discovered. Secrets that might change everything again. The stars had bowed to Earth. But the real work was just beginning. 6 months passed. The galaxy transformed in ways no one could have predicted. Sam Hartley stood on a balcony at the newly constructed Earth Embassy on the Celestial Throne. The station had changed since the revelation. New structures had been added, new pathways opened. Species that had never worked together before were now collaborating on projects that would have been unimaginable a year ago. Below him, representatives from 100 different worlds moved through the corridors. Some walked. Some floated. Some crawled or slithered or teleported from place to place, but all of them stopped when they saw a human. Not out of fear or worship, out of curiosity, out of respect. Kate Morrison joined him on the balcony. She was wearing her dress uniform now, her medals gleaming in the strange light of the station. She had been promoted 3 times since their arrival. The Council had specifically requested that she lead the new Galactic Security Initiative. The Corellian ambassador sent another message, Kate said. They want to schedule a trade agreement discussion. 3rd one this week, Sam smiled. Vex Tuin has certainly changed his tune. He is not the only one. Everyone wants to be friends with Earth now. Everyone wants to understand what made the precursors choose our world as the origin point. And what do you tell them? Kate shrugged. I tell them the truth. We do not know. We are just as confused as they are. We are just trying to figure this out. One day at a time. That was the hardest part of the new reality. Everyone expected humans to have answers. To understand the precursors. To unlock the secrets of the ancient archives. But the truth was that humanity knew almost nothing more than they had known before the revelation. They were learning, slowly, but there were no shortcuts. Ben Lawson had taken charge of the research effort. He spent his days in the archives, working alongside Mirek Sen and a team of scientists from dozens of different species. Every week brought new discoveries. Every month brought new questions. Most of what they found was technical. Descriptions of precursor technology that was far beyond anything the modern galaxy could understand. Star maps of regions that had long since changed beyond recognition. Records of civilizations that had risen and fallen billions of years ago. But some of what they found was more personal. The precursors had left messages, scattered throughout the archives like letters to children they would never meet. Messages of hope. Messages of warning. Messages of love. Sam had read many of these messages. They kept him awake at night, thinking about the beings who had created life across the galaxy, and then vanished into the unknown. What had they wanted? What had they hoped for? What had they feared? A chime at the door interrupted his thoughts. He turned to find Mirek Sen standing in the entrance, her white eyes glowing faintly. Ambassador, she said, I have found something. Something you need to see. Sam followed her through the winding corridors of the station, down into the depths of the archives. Kate came with them, her hand never far from her weapon. Old habits died hard. Mirek Sen led them to a chamber they had never seen before. It was small, almost intimate, with walls that seemed to breathe with soft light. In the center of the room floated a single object, a cube of pure energy, smaller than the one that had contained the Earth file. I discovered this yesterday, Mirek Sen explained. It was hidden behind 17 layers of encryption, more than any other file in the archives. It took me all night to open it. What is it? Sam asked. A message. Addressed specifically to whoever would lead the humans when they returned to the galactic community. Mirek Sen paused. It is addressed to you, Ambassador. Or rather, to whoever would stand in your position. Sam stared at the glowing cube. A message from beings who had lived billions of years ago, written specifically for this moment. For him. Play it, he said. Mirek Sen touched the cube, and it expanded into a sphere of soft golden light. From within the sphere came a voice. Not the booming proclamation of the first message. This voice was quieter, gentler, almost sad. Child of Earth, the voice said. If you are hearing this, then you have found your way home. You have discovered the truth of your origin. You have taken your place among the stars. The light shifted, forming shapes. Images. A world that looked almost like Earth, but not quite. A civilization of beings that looked almost human, but not quite. They were tall and slender, with eyes that held the light of distant suns. We were like you once, the voice continued. Young. Confused. Struggling to understand our place in the universe. We made mistakes. We caused harm. We nearly destroyed ourselves more than once. But we survived. We grew. We learned. The images changed. Now they showed the precursors building vast structures among the stars, seeding planets with life, creating the foundations of what would become the galactic community. We knew that our time was limited. All things end, even civilizations that span galaxies, so we made a choice. We would not try to live forever. We would not try to control what came after us. Instead, we would plant seeds and trust that they would grow. The sphere began to pulse with stronger light. Sam felt tears forming in his eyes, though he could not have said why. You are our children, not copies of what we were, but something new, something better, we hope. You have faced challenges we could not have imagined. You have survived hardships that would have broken lesser beings. And now you stand at the threshold of a new age. The voice grew softer, more intimate. We have only one request, one hope, one dream that we carried with us into whatever lies beyond. Be kind. Be curious. Be brave. The galaxy is vast and full of wonders, but it is also full of danger and darkness. You will face enemies. You will face temptations. You will face moments when giving up seems like the only option. The light began to fade. But we know you. We watched your world for millions of years, waiting for you to emerge. We saw your struggles, your failures, your triumphs, and we saw the fire that burns in your hearts, the fire that refuses to be extinguished, the fire that we passed down to you across billions of years and countless generations. The sphere contracted to a single point of light, hovering before Sam's face. You are our legacy. You are our hope. You are everything we dreamed you would become. The stars are yours now. Children of Earth, make us proud. The light vanished. The chamber fell silent. Sam stood motionless for a long moment. Then he felt Kate's hand on his shoulder. He turned to look at her and saw that she was crying too. What do we do now? She asked quietly. Sam thought about the question. He thought about everything that had happened since they arrived at the celestial throne, the contempt they had faced, the revelation that had changed everything, the responsibility that now rested on their shoulders. We do what humans have always done, he said finally. We keep going. We keep trying. We keep reaching for something better. Not because we are perfect. Not because we have all the answers. But because that is who we are. That is what makes us human. He walked out of the chamber and back toward the light of the station. Kate and Mirigzen followed. Outside, the galaxy waited. 100 billion stars, each one potentially harboring life that had come from Earth. A community of species, all connected by bonds that stretched back to the beginning of time. And at the center of it all, a small blue world spinning around an ordinary star. A world that had given birth to everything. A world called Earth. A world called home. Sam looked out at the stars and smiled. They had been reaching for the stars his entire life. Now, finally, the stars were reaching back. The story was just beginning. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council stretched for miles in every direction. Its walls were made of living crystal that changed color with the mood of those inside. Today, the crystals glowed a deep and satisfied purple. It was a day of celebration. 800,000 years ago, the Council had made its greatest decision. They had removed humanity from the stars. They had locked them away on their small blue planet and thrown away the key. Now, on this anniversary, the 12 ruling species gathered to remember their triumph. High Arbiter Velkoth stood at the center of the hall. He was tall and thin, with gray skin that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His species, the Dominari, had ruled the Council for 3 million years. They believed themselves to be the wisest beings in the galaxy. Today we celebrate peace, Velkoth said. His voice echoed through the chamber. Today we remember how we saved ourselves from destruction. The representatives of the 12 species listened with pride. The Keith, with their 4 arms and insect-like eyes. The Vorthani, elegant and beautiful, their skin like polished silver. The Moruk, massive creatures of stone and fire. All of them had agreed, long ago, that humanity was too dangerous to live among the stars. Velkoth raised his hand, and the air before him shimmered. An image appeared. It showed a small planet, blue and green, floating alone in the darkness of space. Earth, Velkoth said. The prison we built for the human plague. For 800,000 years, our gravitational wardens have surrounded their world. No ship can leave. No signal can escape. They are trapped forever. A young Keith representative raised one of his 4 hands. High Arbiter, do we know if they still live? Velkoth smiled. It was not a kind smile. We stopped monitoring them 600,000 years ago. Their world was dying even then. Their resources were gone. They were fighting among themselves. By now, They are certainly extinct. The hall filled with sounds of approval. The 12 species congratulated themselves on their wisdom, but Velkoth's smile faded as old memories came back to him. He had not been alive during the expulsion. No one had. But the records remained, and he had studied them carefully. The image in the air changed. It showed another scene from long ago. A human man stood before the council, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. He wore simple clothes. His hair was brown, and his eyes were tired. Behind him, in the gallery, a woman watched with tears on her face. This was Daniel Porter. Velkoth said, the last human ambassador. And behind him, his wife Lisa. They came to beg for mercy. They came to ask for a second chance. The recording began to play. Daniel's voice filled the hall, preserved across the centuries. Please, Daniel said. We know we have made mistakes. We know we have been too quick to fight. But we are young. We are learning. Give us time to grow. Give us the chance to become better. The council members in the recording did not respond. They simply watched him with cold eyes. We are not a threat to you, Daniel continued. His voice was breaking now. We only want to explore. We only want to learn. We have so much to offer. Our art, our music, our stories. We can add to this great civilization if you let us. Lisa Porter stepped forward from the gallery. A guard tried to stop her, but she pushed past him. They are afraid, she shouted. They are afraid because we grow too fast, because we learn too quickly. They do not want to help us. They want to destroy us before we become their equals. The recording showed chaos as guards dragged Lisa away. Daniel reached for her, calling her name, but more guards held him back. Then the voting began. One by one, the 12 species cast their decision. Guilty. 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 12 times the word was spoken. Humanity was condemned. The final image showed Earth as the gravitational wardens took their positions around it. Great machines, each one the size of a moon, formed a ring around the planet. Any ship that tried to leave would be torn apart by forces beyond imagination. Daniel and Lisa Porter stood together on their homeworld, looking up at the sky as the stars disappeared behind the barrier. They would never leave again. Velkoth ended the recording. The hall was quiet now. The celebration felt less joyful than it had moments before. We made the right choice, Velkoth said firmly. Humanity was aggressive, violent, unpredictable. If we had let them grow, they would have destroyed us all. We saved the galaxy from a great evil. The representatives nodded. They wanted to believe it. They needed to believe it. But far away, on the edge of known space, something was happening that would change everything. A patrol vessel from the Kythe Dominion was making its regular rounds through the outer sectors. Commander Zithkal was bored. Nothing ever happened out here. Nothing had happened for thousands of years. Then his sensors detected something strange. A ripple in space itself. Something that should not exist. What is that? He asked his crew. Before anyone could answer, the ripple grew larger. Space seemed to fold in on itself, creating a hole in reality. And through that hole came something impossible. A ship emerged. It was unlike anything Zithkal had ever seen. It was massive, larger than any vessel in the Council fleet. Its surface seemed to shift and change, as if it existed in more than 3 dimensions. Light bent around it in ways that hurt to look at. Zithkal tried to send a warning to the Council. He tried to call for help, but his communications were dead. His weapons were offline. His engines had stopped working. The strange ship hung in space before him, silent and waiting. Then a voice spoke directly in his mind. It was calm and clear and somehow familiar. Do not be afraid, the voice said. We mean you no harm. But we need you to deliver a message to your masters. Zithkal could not move, could not speak, could only listen. Tell the Galactic Council that their greatest fear has come true. Tell them that the species they tried to destroy has survived. Tell them that we have grown beyond anything they could imagine. Tell them that after 800,000 years of exile, we are coming home. The voice paused. Then it spoke one final sentence that would echo through history. Tell them humanity has returned. The strange ship vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Zithkal's vessel came back to life. His crew stared at each other in terror. For 800,000 years, the council had believed humans were dead. For 800,000 years, they had celebrated their victory. They were wrong, and their time of judgment was coming. The message from Commander Zithkal reached the Galactic Council within hours. At first, no one believed it. Humans returning? Impossible. They had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Everyone knew this, but then the reports started coming in from other sectors. 3 border stations had gone silent. 2 patrol fleets had vanished without a trace. Something was moving through Council space, and no one could explain what it was. High Arbiter Velkoth ordered an investigation. He chose Commander Ryan Ellis of the Vorthony Defense Fleet to lead it. Ryan was young for a commander. Only 300 years old, his silver skin glowed with health, and his eyes were sharp and intelligent. The Vorthony were known for their beauty and their calm nature. They had not fought a real battle in 400,000 years. Ryan gathered his crew aboard his flagship, a vessel called the Eternal Grace. It was a fine ship, built for comfort and speed. Its weapons were mostly for show. No one had needed real weapons for a very long time. Our orders are simple, Ryan told his crew. We go to the coordinates where the patrol fleet disappeared. We find out what happened. We report back to the council. His second-in-command, a Vorthani woman named Sarah Quinn, looked worried. Commander, the reports say something impossible happened out there. Ships vanishing. Strange energy readings. What if we cannot handle what we find? Ryan smiled confidently. The Council has ruled this galaxy for millions of years. There is nothing out here that we cannot handle. These reports are probably just equipment failures or natural phenomena. We will find a simple explanation. He was wrong. The Eternal Grace traveled for 3 days through empty space. Ryan used the time to study the reports more carefully. The Keith commander, Zithkal, claimed that a voice had spoken directly into his mind. He claimed the voice said, "It was human." Ryan shook his head. The stress of deep space patrol could do strange things to a person's mind. Zithkal had probably imagined the whole thing. On the 4th day, they arrived at the coordinates. There was nothing there. No debris. No energy signatures. No sign that anything had ever been in this area. Scan everything, Ryan ordered. There must be some trace of what happened to those ships. His crew worked for hours. They found nothing. Ryan was about to order a return to Council space when Sarah called out from her station. Commander, I am detecting something strange. There is a distortion in space approximately 10,000 kilometers ahead. It is growing. Ryan moved to look at her screen. She was right. Space itself seemed to be folding, bending in ways that should not be possible. His ship's computer could not identify what was causing it. All hands to battle stations, Ryan said. His voice was calm, but his hearts were beating faster now. The distortion grew larger and larger. Then, with a flash of light that filled every screen on the ship, something emerged. It was a ship. At least, Ryan thought it was a ship. It was difficult to look at directly. Its shape kept changing, shifting between forms that hurt his eyes. It was massive, easily 10 times the size of the Eternal Grace, and it was coming toward them. Open communications, Ryan ordered. Standard greeting protocols. His communications officer tried. The equipment worked perfectly. But there was no response from the strange vessel. It is not answering, the officer said. But Commander, I am detecting something else. A signal. Very faint. It appears to be human in origin. Ryan felt a chill run through his body. That is impossible. There are no humans left. Before the officer could respond, the main view screen flickered. A face appeared on it. A human face. She was beautiful in a strange way. Her features were human. But something about her had changed. Her skin seemed to glow from within. Her eyes held depths that Ryan could not understand. She existed in a way that was more than physical, as if part of her lived in dimensions he could not see. "Commander Ryan Ellis of the Vorthani Defense Fleet," she said. Her voice was calm and clear. "My name is Megan Cole. I speak for the transcended human collective. Please do not be afraid. We mean you no harm." Ryan struggled to find his voice. "You are human?" "But humans have been extinct for hundreds of thousands of years." Megan smiled. It was a warm smile, full of understanding. "That is what the Council wanted you to believe. The truth is different. We did not die. We changed. We became something new. Something better." "What do you want?" Ryan asked. "We want many things," Megan said. "We want justice for what was done to us. We want to take our rightful place among the stars. But most of all, we want to meet with the Galactic Council. We have much to discuss." Sarah stepped forward. "The Council will never meet with you. They will see you as a threat. They will try to destroy you." Megan laughed softly. "They can try, but they will fail. We are not the scared and confused species they expelled 800,000 years ago. We have grown beyond their understanding. Their weapons cannot hurt us. Their barriers cannot hold us. Their power is nothing compared to what we have become." Ryan felt the truth of her words. He could sense the power coming from her ship. It was vast and ancient, and completely beyond anything the Council possessed. "Why did you not come back sooner?" he asked. "If you are so powerful, why wait 800,000 years?" Megan's expression grew sad. "Because power alone was not enough. We needed wisdom. We needed to become not just stronger than the Council, but better. When they expelled us, we were young and angry and afraid. If we had returned then, we would have destroyed them. We would have become the monsters they accused us of being." She paused and looked directly at Ryan. "We waited until we could return with justice instead of revenge. We waited until we could offer something better than what existed before. That time has finally come." Ryan did not know what to say. Everything he had been taught about humans was wrong. They were supposed to be violent and dangerous. But this woman spoke of wisdom and patience and justice. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now you have a choice," Megan said. "You can return to the Council and tell them we are coming. You can warn them to prepare for our arrival. Or you can stay here and learn the truth about what really happened 800,000 years ago. The choice is yours." Ryan looked at his crew. They were all watching him, waiting for his decision. He thought about his duty to the Council. He thought about the lies he had been told all his life. He thought about the fear he saw in the eyes of his people. Then he made his choice. "Tell me the truth," he said. "Tell me what really happened to humanity." Megan Cole smiled again, and she began to speak. Far away, in the Great Hall of the Galactic Council, High Arbiter Velkoth received word that the Eternal Grace had stopped responding to communications. Another ship lost. Another mystery without answers. But soon he would have all the answers he needed. And he would wish he had never asked the questions. The humans were coming. And nothing in the galaxy would ever be the same. Megan Cole led Commander Ryan Ellis through her ship. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. The walls seemed alive, shifting and changing as they walked. Sometimes they showed views of distant stars. Sometimes they showed memories of the past. Sometimes they showed things Ryan could not understand at all. "To know who we are now," Megan said, "you must first understand what happened to us after the exile." She waved her hand, and the walls around them transformed into a window to the past. Ryan watched as history unfolded before his eyes. The gravitational wardens had taken their positions around Earth. The sky turned dark as the massive machines blocked out the stars. Humans looked up and saw nothing but the barrier that would trap them forever. At first, there was panic. People ran through the streets screaming. Governments fell. Wars broke out over the remaining resources. Earth was already dying when the Council expelled them. Now, with no hope of escape, Humanity seemed ready to destroy itself. The first 1,000 years were the hardest, Megan explained. We lost billions of people to war and famine and disease. Our civilization collapsed completely. We returned to a primitive state, fighting over scraps of food and clean water. Ryan watched the terrible scenes with horror. Humans killing each other, cities burning, children crying for parents who would never return. "How did you survive?" he asked. "We almost did not," Megan admitted. But in our darkest hour, something changed. We realized that fighting each other was exactly what the Council expected. They had trapped us here to die. They assumed we would destroy ourselves, and we almost proved them right. The images shifted. They showed a small group of humans gathered in a hidden place. Among them was a man with gray hair and tired eyes. His name was Dr. Kevin Wright. And he would change everything. Kevin was a scientist, Megan said. Before the exile, he had studied the technology of the elder races. He understood things that most humans did not. When he looked at the gravitational wardens surrounding our world, he did not see prison bars. He saw a classroom. Kevin Wright stood before his small group of followers. "The Council has given us a gift," he said. "They do not realize it, but they have. These machines around our world use technology far beyond anything we ever developed. We could not have built them in 1,000,000 years. But now we have all the time we need to study them, to learn from them, to understand them." His followers looked at him with doubt in their eyes. "How could prison machines be a gift?" Kevin smiled. "The Council wanted to lock us away forever. Instead, they have given us the greatest teachers in the galaxy. We will learn from these machines. We will master their technology, and one day, we will use it to become something greater than any species has ever been." It took 50,000 years. Generations of humans were born, lived, and died studying the wardens. Slowly, they began to understand. The machines used forces that bent space and time itself. They could manipulate gravity in ways that should have been impossible. They could fold reality like paper. "We did not just learn their technology," Megan explained to Ryan. "We improved it. We took their ideas and pushed them further than anyone had ever imagined. And as we learned, we began to change ourselves." The images showed humans working in great laboratories. They were developing new technologies. They were modifying their own bodies. They were extending their lifespans far beyond natural limits. "We learned to merge with our machines," Megan said. "We learned to exist in multiple dimensions at once. We learned to transfer our consciousness between bodies, and eventually to exist without bodies at all. Death became a choice, rather than a requirement." Ryan watched in amazement as humans transformed before his eyes. They grew beyond their physical limits. They became beings of light and energy and thought. They learned to perceive realities that other species could not even imagine. "By the time we had the power to escape Earth, we no longer needed to," Megan continued. "We had discovered something better. Spaces between spaces. Dimensions that existed alongside normal reality. We built entire civilizations in these hidden places. We spread across the universe without ever appearing in normal space." The images showed vast cities floating in impossible places. Billions of humans living in realms of pure thought. Art and music and science that transcended anything the Council had ever created. For 700,000 years, we grew in secret. We watched the Council from our hidden dimensions. We saw them grow cruel and arrogant. We saw them expel other young species, just as they had expelled us. We saw the suffering they caused. Megan's expression grew sad. "We could have returned at any time. We had the power to destroy the Council completely. But that was not what we wanted. Revenge would have made us no better than them." "Then why are you here now?" Ryan asked. Megan turned to face him directly. "Because we finally understood something important. Power without purpose is meaningless. Wisdom without action is cowardice. We have spent 800,000 years becoming something worthy of the universe. Now it is time to use what we have learned." She gestured, and the images changed again. They showed the current state of the galaxy. Ryan saw his own people living in fear of the Council. He saw younger species being oppressed and threatened. He saw a civilization built on cruelty and control. The Council has ruled through fear for too long, Megan said. They punish any species that might one day challenge them. They crush potential before it can grow. They have made themselves the enemies of all life in the galaxy. And you will stop them? Ryan asked. We will offer them a choice, Megan replied. They can step down peacefully and allow a new order to form. They can accept justice for their crimes and work to make things right, or they can resist and learn that their power is nothing compared to what we have become. Ryan thought about everything he had seen. The Council had lied to his people for millions of years. They had taught everyone that humans were monsters who deserved destruction. But the truth was different. Humans had been young and afraid and full of potential, and the Council had tried to destroy them for it. There are over 1 trillion of us now, Megan said quietly. We exist across dimensions the Council cannot perceive. We have technology they cannot understand. We have wisdom they cannot imagine. And we have patience they cannot match. She smiled at Ryan. You asked why we waited so long. The answer is simple. We waited until we could be the guardians we wished we had when we were young. We waited until we could protect others from the cruelty we experienced. We waited until we were ready to build something better than what existed before. Ryan Ellis, commander of the Vorthani Defense Fleet, fell to his knees. Not in defeat, but in wonder. He had thought humans were extinct. He had thought the Council was wise and just. He had believed so many lies. Now he knew the truth. And he knew that his galaxy was about to change forever. What would you have me do? He asked. Megan placed her hand on his shoulder. He could feel warmth and kindness flowing from her touch. Go back to your people, she said. Tell them the truth. Tell them that a new age is coming. Tell them they no longer need to be afraid. She paused and added one more thing. Tell them that humanity has returned, and this time, we are here to help. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council was in chaos. Representatives from the 12 ruling species shouted at each other. Some demanded immediate military action. Others called for calm. A few simply sat in shock, unable to believe what was happening. High Arbiter Velkoth stood at the center of it all, trying to maintain order. But even his ancient authority was crumbling in the face of this crisis. Human ships had appeared across hundreds of star systems. They came without warning, emerging from folds in space itself. They did not attack. They did not communicate. They simply arrived and waited. Massive vessels that defied understanding. Hanging silently in the void, they are everywhere, shouted the Keith ambassador. 3 of their ships are orbiting our homeworld right now. Our weapons cannot target them. Our sensors cannot understand them. We are helpless before them. The Morok representative slammed his stone fist against his chair. Then we must attack now, before they grow stronger. Send everything we have. Destroy them all. You do not understand, said a quiet voice. It was Commander Ryan Ellis. He had returned from his mission, but he had not come alone. Megan Cole stood beside him, her glowing form visible to all in the chamber. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at the human woman who had somehow walked through every barrier and shield without triggering a single alarm. Velkoth found his voice. How did you get in here? This chamber is protected by the most advanced security in the galaxy. Megan smiled gently. Your security is based on technologies we gave to the elder races 3 million years ago. We have moved far beyond such things. But I did not come here to boast about our abilities. I came to talk. We do not negotiate with criminals, Velkoth said. Your species was expelled for good reason. You are violent and dangerous. You should be extinct. We were young and afraid. Megan replied calmly. We made mistakes. But so did you. You could have helped us grow. Instead, you chose to destroy us. You failed, and now you must face the consequences of that failure. Admiral Scott Palmer of the Council Fleet pushed his way to the front of the crowd. He was a Vorthani like Ryan, but older and harder. He had spent his entire life preparing for battles that never came. "I have heard enough," Scott said. "This creature speaks of peace while her ships surround our worlds. She speaks of justice while threatening our civilization. I say we show her what the Council can do when it chooses to fight." He turned to Velkoth. "High Arbiter, give me the order. I will take the combined fleet and destroy their largest vessel. We will show these humans that the galaxy still has teeth." Velkoth hesitated. He looked at Megan Cole, at her calm expression and glowing form. Something told him this was a mistake. But the other representatives were shouting for action. They demanded blood. They demanded revenge for 800,000 years of fear. "Do it," Velkoth said. "Show them our power." Admiral Palmer grinned. He gathered the greatest fleet the galaxy had ever assembled. Over 1,000 warships from all 12 ruling species. The combined firepower could crack planets and burn stars. Nothing in Council history had ever faced such overwhelming force. The fleet gathered around the largest human vessel, a ship so massive it made their greatest battleships look like toys. Its surface shifted and changed, existing in dimensions they could not perceive. "All ships, fire at will," Admiral Palmer ordered. The space around the human vessel erupted in light. Plasma beams and nuclear missiles and gravity bombs struck the ship from every direction. The energy released was enough to destroy a solar system. The Council fleet poured everything they had into that single moment of violence. When the light faded, they expected to see debris. They expected victory. The human vessel was completely undamaged. It hung in space exactly as before. Silent and patient. Their weapons had done nothing. Absolutely nothing. Admiral Palmer stared at his screens in disbelief. "That is impossible. Nothing could survive that." "Fire again. Fire everything." His fleet obeyed. Again and again they attacked. They exhausted their weapons. They pushed their reactors to breaking point. They gave everything they had. The human ship simply watched. Then it responded. There was no weapon fire. No explosion. No violence of any kind. The human vessel simply reached out with forces beyond understanding and moved the entire Council fleet somewhere else. In an instant, 1,000 warships vanished from known space. They reappeared on an uninhabited moon in a galaxy 3 million light-years away. Their weapons were disabled. Their engines were offline. They were completely unharmed, but completely helpless. Admiral Palmer sat alone on the bridge of his command ship, surrounded by darkness and silence. The most powerful fleet in Council history had been defeated without a single casualty. They had been moved like pieces on a game board. Dismissed like children throwing a tantrum. Back in the Great Hall, High Arbiter Velkoth received word of what had happened. His gray face went pale. Megan Cole stepped forward. She was joined now by another human, a tall man with kind eyes. His name was Nathan Cross, and he had been present at the original exile 800,000 years ago. His consciousness had been preserved across all those centuries, waiting for this moment. "Do you understand now?" Nathan asked. "We could have destroyed your fleet. We could have destroyed your worlds. We could have ended your species with a thought. But we chose mercy instead." Velkoth fell to his knees. The other representatives followed. One by one. They had believed themselves to be the masters of the galaxy. They had believed their power was unmatched. Now they knew the truth. "What do you want from us?" Velkoth asked. Nathan looked around the chamber. He saw the fear in their eyes. He remembered, standing in this same room, 800,000 years ago, begging for mercy that never came. "We want justice," he said. "Not revenge. Justice. You expelled us because you feared what we might become. You were right to fear us. But you were wrong to try to destroy us." He paused and let his words sink in. "The Galactic Council is dissolved," Nathan continued. "Your authority ends today. A new order will be established. One that does not rule through fear. One that does not punish species for their potential. One that welcomes growth instead of destroying it." "And what of us?" Velkoth asked. What happens to the 12 ruling species? Nathan smiled. It was the first time Velkoth had seen a human smile without malice. You will join the new order as equals. Not as rulers, but as members. You will help undo the damage you have caused. You will free the species you have imprisoned. You will work to build something better than what existed before. He gestured, and the walls of the great hall became transparent. Beyond them, Velkoth could see human ships surrounding the council homeworld. But he also saw something else. Smaller vessels were descending to the surface. They carried supplies, and technology, and knowledge. They came not as conquerors, but as helpers. We spent 800,000 years becoming the guardians we wished we had, Nathan said. Now we offer that protection to everyone, even to those who once tried to destroy us. Velkoth looked at the human before him. He saw no hatred, no desire for vengeance, only patience and wisdom, and a deep, abiding hope for the future. Why? He asked. After everything we did to you, why show us mercy? Nathan considered the question carefully. Because someone had to be better, he said. Someone had to break the cycle of fear and violence. We waited 800,000 years to be that someone. And we have no intention of wasting this chance. The Great Hall fell silent. The 12 ruling species, masters of the galaxy for millions of years, bowed their heads in acceptance. A new age had begun. And humanity would lead the way. 3 years passed after the fall of the Galactic Council. The galaxy was changing in ways no one had imagined possible. Admiral Katie Morgan stood on the bridge of her vessel, watching as the gravitational wardens around a distant world began to power down. This was the 47th planet she had liberated, 47 species that the old council had locked away, just as they had once locked away Earth. She was one of the few humans who still chose to maintain a fully physical form. Most of her people had transcended beyond the need for bodies. But Katie liked the weight of her boots on the deck. She liked the feel of her uniform against her skin. She liked being human in the old way, even as she carried out the work of the new humanity. The barriers are coming down, her second officer reported. The inhabitants are gathering in their cities. They can see the stars for the first time in 50,000 years. Katie smiled. She remembered the stories of how her own ancestors had felt when the barriers around Earth finally fell. The joy, the wonder, the overwhelming sense of possibility. Send a message to the surface, she said. Tell them we come in peace. Tell them the universe is open to them now. Tell them they are free. Across the galaxy, similar scenes were playing out. Human vessels visited every imprisoned world, every oppressed species, every forgotten corner of civilization. They brought technology and knowledge, and hope. They asked for nothing in return. The old council members watched in amazement. The Keith and the Vorthanai and the Moruk had expected conquest. They had expected revenge. Instead, they received something far more terrifying to their old way of thinking. They received kindness. High Arbiter Velkoth, no longer High Arbiter of anything, spent his days helping to build the new order. He worked alongside humans and dozens of other species. He learned things he had never known. He began to understand how wrong he and his ancestors had been. One day, Nathan Cross came to visit him. The ancient human still carried the memories of standing before the council 800,000 years ago, begging for mercy. How do you do it? Velkoth asked. How do you work beside us without hatred? We tried to destroy your entire species. We locked you away to die. How can you possibly forgive that? Nathan sat down across from the old alien. He was quiet for a long moment. Forgiveness was not easy, he admitted. It took centuries to let go of our anger. Many of us wanted revenge. Many of us wanted to make you suffer as we had suffered. But we learned something during our exile. Hatred is a prison. It traps you just as surely as any barrier or warden. He looked at Velkoth with eyes that had seen 800,000 years of history. We chose to break free of that prison. We chose to be better than what was done to us. That does not mean we forgot. It does not mean we excused your actions. It simply means we refuse to let your cruelty define who we would become. Velkoth nodded slowly. He was beginning to understand, though it would take many more years before he truly felt it in his heart. On Earth, the ancestral home of humanity, a great memorial stood where the original council had condemned them. The planet had been restored to beauty during the long exile. Forests covered the continents, oceans sparkled clean and blue. Animals that had once been extinct now thrived again. Megan Cole walked through the memorial, her glowing form leaving no footprints on the grass. Beside her floated a sphere of light. Within that sphere existed the consciousness of Daniel Porter, the ambassador who had begged for mercy so long ago. "Is it everything you hoped for?" Daniel asked. His voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Megan looked up at the stars. They shone bright and clear, no longer hidden behind barriers and wardens. "It is more than I hoped for," she said. "When I was young, I dreamed of revenge. I dreamed of making the council pay for what they did to us. But this is better. This is so much better." Daniel's consciousness rippled with emotion. He had been preserved across all those centuries, waiting for this moment. He had watched humanity suffer and struggle and grow. He had seen them become something beyond imagination. "Lisa would have loved to see this," he said softly. Lisa, his wife, who had died in the early years of the exile. She had not lived long enough to see humanity begin its transformation. "She does see it," Megan said gently. "We recovered her memories from the old archives. She lives now, in a new form, in one of our dimensional colonies. She has been waiting for you." Daniel's light pulsed with surprise and joy. "She is alive? She never stopped believing in you," Megan replied. "She never stopped believing that you would find a way to save your people. And you did. Daniel, your words inspired Kevin Wright. Your courage inspired generations of humans. You are the reason we survived. For the first time in 800,000 years, Daniel Porter allowed himself to hope. He could see Lisa again. He could hold her and tell her everything that had happened. He could finally rest. Far away, on a small world that the old council had marked for destruction, a young alien girl named Kira looked up at the night sky. Her people had been sentenced to extinction. The council had declared them too dangerous, too unpredictable, too much like the humans they had expelled so long ago. But the humans had come. They had removed the weapons pointed at her world. They had offered protection and guidance and friendship. Kira did not fully understand what had happened, but she knew that she was alive because of beings from a species called humanity. She looked at the stars and wondered what was out there. She dreamed of traveling to distant worlds and meeting strange creatures. She imagined all the adventures waiting for her in the vast universe. Above her, invisible in a dimension she could not perceive, a transcended human watched over her world. His name was Connor Blake, and he had volunteered for guardian duty. He would spend the next 1,000 years protecting this young species as they grew and learned and reached for the stars. Connor smiled as he watched the little girl dreaming. This was why humanity had returned. Not for revenge, not for power. For this. For the chance to be the protectors they had needed when they were young. Back in the great assembly hall that had replaced the old council chamber, representatives from over 200 species gathered. They came from worlds across the galaxy. Species the council had oppressed, and species the council had never known existed. They came to help build something new. Megan Cole addressed the assembly. Her words were carried across the stars, heard by trillions of beings. 800,000 years ago, humanity was expelled from the galactic community. They called us dangerous. They called us violent. They called us a threat to everything they had built, and in some ways, they were right. We were young and afraid, and did not always act wisely. She paused and looked around the chamber at all the different faces watching her. But we learned. We grew. We became something we could not have imagined. And now we offer what we learned to everyone. No species will be expelled for their potential. No world will be locked away to die. No people will face extinction because others feared what they might become. Her voice rang with conviction. We are not rulers. We are guardians. We are teachers. We are friends. And we will be here, watching over this galaxy, for as long as it takes to build a civilization worthy of the stars. The assembly erupted in sounds of approval. Species that had once been enemies joined together in hope. A new age was beginning, and humanity, transformed beyond recognition but still carrying the dreams of that young species expelled so long ago, stood ready to light the way. They had returned. They had been transformed, and they would ensure that no one else would ever suffer as they had. The stars had never seemed brighter. The grand chamber of Nexus Station was the largest structure ever built by any species in the known galaxy. It stretched for miles in every direction, with seats carved from strange metals and crystals rising up toward a ceiling that showed the stars themselves. 217 species had representatives here. They came from worlds of ice and fire, from gas giants and ocean planets, from places where the air was poison, and places where the gravity would crush a human flat. Ambassador Daniel Carter stood at the center of it all, alone on a small platform that floated above the chamber floor. He was 43 years old, with gray at his temples and tired lines around his eyes. He had served humanity for 20 years in the diplomatic corps, and he had never felt smaller than he did at this moment. The aliens watched him from every direction. Some had too many eyes. Some had no eyes at all. Some breathed through tubes connected to tanks on their backs. Others floated in liquid-filled chambers, but they all shared one thing in common. They all looked at Daniel with hatred. High Arbiter Zolketh rose from his throne at the highest point of the chamber. He was Virathi, a species that looked like tall, thin insects made of black glass. His voice echoed through the chamber, translated instantly into every language. Humanity stands accused, Zolketh announced. You have violated the sacred compact. You have colonized 3 worlds in the Orion Veil, without permission from this council. You have ignored our laws. You have shown contempt for our authority. Daniel raised his hand to speak, but Zolketh cut him off. The evidence is clear. Your ships were seen. Your colonies were photographed. Your people were counted. There is no defense you can offer. Daniel spoke anyway. His voice was calm, but his heart was beating fast. High Arbiter. With respect, those worlds were uninhabited. They had no claim from any council species. We followed every protocol. We filed every document. We waited the required period and received no objection. A wave of angry sounds rolled through the chamber. Clicks and hisses and deep rumbles that Daniel could feel in his chest. Silence, Zolketh commanded. The chamber went quiet. The council has reviewed your claims. We find them without merit. Humanity has been part of this council for only 18 cycles. You are young. You are primitive. You do not understand our ways. Daniel felt his jaw tighten. We understand perfectly, High Arbiter. We understand that larger species take what they want, and smaller species must accept it. The chamber erupted again. This time, Zolketh let it continue for a long moment before raising one of his forearms for silence. You dare to insult this council? Zolketh asked. His voice was soft now, almost pleased. Very well. Let the record show that humanity has refused to accept responsibility. Let the record show that humanity has shown disrespect to this assembly. The punishment will reflect these facts. Daniel watched as Zolketh turned to address the full chamber. I call for a vote, the High Arbiter declared. The charges are colonization without permission and contempt for council authority. The punishment is immediate subjugation. Earth and all its colonies will be placed under council control. Humanity will surrender its fleet, its weapons, and its right to self-governance. All in favor? The votes came instantly. Light after light appeared across the chamber as each species registered their approval. Daniel watched the count climb. 100. 150. 200. Not a single light showed opposition. 216 species had voted to destroy everything humanity had built. The vote is unanimous, Zolketh announced. There was no hiding the satisfaction in his voice. Humanity has 30 standard days to surrender. If you do not comply, our combined fleet will enforce this decision. Your species will learn its place in this galaxy. Daniel stood very still. The chamber was celebrating now. Aliens who had never agreed on anything were congratulating each other. Old enemies were shaking hands and tentacles and claws. The destruction of humanity had united them all. His communicator vibrated against his wrist. Daniel looked down at the small screen. It was a secure channel from Earth, marked with the highest priority code. He pressed the button to accept. Admiral Catherine Brooks appeared on the small display. She was 61 years old, with short gray hair and eyes that had seen more battles than most people could imagine. She commanded the entire Terran defense fleet, such as it was. Daniel, she said quietly, I watched the whole thing. Did they really just do that? Daniel nodded slowly. Every last one of them. Catherine. Not a single vote in our favor. Not a single vote in our favor. Catherine was silent for a moment. In the background, Daniel could hear alarms and voices calling out orders. Earth was already preparing. Come home, Daniel, Catherine said finally. Get on the first transport and come home. What are you going to do? Daniel asked. Catherine's expression did not change. But something shifted in her eyes. Something cold and hard. And very, very old. They think we are weak, she said. They think we are primitive. They think they can take everything from us because we are young and alone. She paused. They are about to learn how wrong they are. Catherine, their fleet number's in the millions. We have less than 40,000 ships. I know exactly what they have, Daniel. And I know exactly what we have. What they do not know is what we have been building for the last 60 years. What they do not know is what humanity is capable of when our backs are against the wall. Daniel looked up at the celebrating aliens around him. They were already dividing up Earth's territories, arguing about who would get which colonies, which resources, which technologies. They are going to try to take our home, Daniel said. Yes, Catherine agreed. And we are going to show them why that was the worst decision any species in this galaxy has ever made. Project Prometheus is ready. It has been ready for 10 years, waiting for this exact moment. Project Prometheus, Daniel repeated. He had heard whispers of it, rumors that the military was working on something beyond anything known to the Council, but he had never been told the details. Just come home, Catherine said. When you get here, you will understand. They wanted a war, Daniel. They voted for it unanimously. Now they are going to get one. The connection ended. Daniel looked at the dark screen for a long moment, then slipped the communicator back onto his wrist. Around him, the celebration continued. Species that had never shown humanity any kindness were toasting to their victory. The Virathi, the Kathrani, the Malavax. All of them laughing and cheering. Daniel walked slowly toward the exit. No one stopped him. No one even looked at him. He was already beneath their notice. A representative of a doomed species. As he reached the door, he paused and looked back one final time. 217 species. And not one had spoken in humanity's defense. Not one had suggested mercy, or patience, or understanding. They had made their choice. Now humanity would make its own. Daniel stepped through the door and did not look back again. Behind him, the chamber lights reflected off Zolketh's glass-like body. As the High Arbiter accepted congratulations from his allies, none of them noticed the small human leaving. None of them understood what they had just started, and none of them would ever forget how it ended. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a bunker that had been built to survive the end of the world, the leaders of humanity gathered around a long metal table. The room was cold and lit by harsh white lights. There were no windows here, no decorations, nothing to distract from the grim business at hand. President Laura Mitchell sat at the head of the table. She was 54 years old, a former soldier who had risen through politics after losing her left arm in the Mars Rebellion 20 years ago. The prosthetic that replaced it was made of simple steel. She had refused anything more advanced. She wanted to remember what she had sacrificed. Admiral Catherine Brooks sat to her right, along with Fleet Commander Nathan Cole and General Patricia Wells. Scientists, advisors, and military officers filled the remaining seats. Every face was serious. Every eye was focused. "Let us be clear about what we are facing," Nathan Cole began. He was a tall man, with dark skin and a voice that carried easily through the room. He pressed a button, and a holographic display appeared above the table. "The Galactic Council has given us 30 days to surrender. Their combined fleet numbers approximately 9 million vessels. Most are small fighters and transport ships, but they have over 200,000 capital ships, including 1,200 planet killers." He let that number sink in before continuing. "Our defense fleet consists of 38,000 ships. We have no planet killers. On paper, we lose this war in approximately 6 hours." "On paper," President Mitchell repeated. "What about off paper?" Catherine Brooks leaned forward. "That is why we are here, Madam President. Nathan has given you the bad news. Now let me give you something else." She turned to a thin man sitting near the end of the table. "Dr. Blake, if you would." Dr. Christopher Blake stood up slowly. He was 72 years old, with white hair and thick glasses that he constantly pushed up his nose. He had spent his entire adult life working on weapons that he hoped would never be used. Now that hope was gone. 63 years ago, he began. Humanity made first contact with the Galactic Council. We were welcomed. After a fashion, we were given basic technology and told to be grateful. We were assigned a small corner of the galaxy and told to stay there. He pressed a button, and the holographic display changed to show a timeline. But some of us were not satisfied with being told our place. Some of us looked at these alien species with their ancient empires and their advanced technology, and we asked a simple question. What if they turn on us? What if one day they decide that humanity is a threat, or a nuisance, or simply in the way? He pushed his glasses up again. Project Prometheus was the answer to that question. For 60 years, we have studied every species in the Council. We have mapped their biology, their technology, their tactics, their weaknesses. We have developed countermeasures for every weapon they possess. And we have built things that they cannot imagine. The display changed again, showing schematics that made several officers gasp. The Council believes we have only mastered basic faster-than-light travel. They believe our weapons are primitive. They believe this because we wanted them to believe it. Every interaction with alien species, every technology demonstration, every diplomatic exchange was carefully managed to make them underestimate us. President Mitchell studied the schematics. "You are telling me that we have been lying to the galaxy for 60 years? "Yes, Madam President. We have been preparing for this day since before you were born." General Wells spoke up. "What exactly have we built, Doctor?" Blake smiled, but there was no joy in it. "Let me show you. First, the hyperspace disruptors." The display showed a network of satellites spread throughout the solar system. These devices can lock onto any vessel using faster-than-light travel and force it back into normal space. Once activated, no ship within range can escape. The enemy fleet will enter our system, and they will not leave until we allow it. He changed the display again. Second, the solar collectors. We have placed thousands of focusing arrays in orbit around our sun. These arrays can concentrate and redirect stellar energy into beams capable of cutting through any known shielding. We can, quite literally, use our own star as a weapon. The room was silent. Even Catherine Brooks, who had seen the tests, felt a chill at the words. Third, Blake continued, the harvesters. The display showed small, angular drones. These autonomous units do not destroy enemy ships. Instead, they disable them and capture their crews. Every piece of tactical data, every fleet position, every secret code will be extracted and transmitted to our command network in real time. The enemy will have no secrets from us. And fourth, he paused, looking around the room, the Prometheus warheads. I will not explain how they work. The science is classified beyond anything you have clearance for. What I will tell you is this. A single warhead can destroy a moon. We have over 10,000 of them. President Mitchell sat back in her chair. Why was I not told about this? Catherine answered. Because the fewer people who knew, the less chance of the secret getting out. Every president has been briefed on the existence of Project Prometheus, but the details were kept to a small group. You were scheduled for a full briefing next month. Well, Mitchell said slowly, I suppose the schedule has changed. Nathan Cole cleared his throat. Madam President, we have 29 days before the Council expects our surrender. We need to begin full mobilization immediately. Every shipyard needs to go into emergency production. Every reserve needs to be called up. And we need to start moving the Prometheus systems into position. Mitchell nodded. Do it. Mobilize everything. She looked around the table at the assembled leaders. I want to be clear about something. We did not ask for this war. We followed the rules. We tried to be good members of the galactic community. They chose this. They voted for it. She stood up, and everyone else stood with her. Now we are going to show them what happens when you corner humanity. We are going to show them what we learned from 10,000 years of fighting each other. We are going to show them why every predator on Earth learned to fear the walking apes with the sharp sticks. Her voice was hard as steel. In 30 days, the Council fleet will arrive expecting to find a helpless species ready for subjugation. They will find something very different. They will find a species that has been waiting for this moment for 60 years. A species that has turned its own sun into a weapon. A species that does not know how to surrender. A species that has turned its own sun. A species that has turned its own sun. She looked at Admiral Brooks. Catherine, you have operational command. Win this war. Catherine nodded. Yes, Madam President. The meeting ended. Officers rushed to their stations. Communications flew across the solar system. Deep in the asteroid belt, dormant weapons platforms began to power up, their lights glowing red in the darkness of space. On Earth, people looked up at the night sky and wondered what would come. They did not know that in secret bases and hidden facilities, the most dangerous weapons ever created by any species were being prepared. They did not know that their leaders had been planning for this moment for longer than most of them had been alive. And they did not know that in 30 days, the galaxy would learn why humanity had survived everything its own planet had thrown at it. Because humanity did not wait for threats to arrive. Humanity prepared. And now that preparation was about to be tested against the entire galaxy. The Galactic Council Armada arrived at the edge of the Sol system, exactly on schedule. Supreme Commander Velthos of the Kethrani Empire stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Eternal Conquest, and watched the distant yellow sun grow brighter on his view screen. Velthos was old, even by Kethrani standards. His scales had turned from bright green to a dull gray, and his 4 eyes no longer saw as clearly as they once had. But his mind was as sharp as ever, and his reputation was legendary. He had conquered over 100 worlds in his career. He had crushed rebellions, exterminated populations, and brought entire species to their knees. This campaign, he believed, would be the easiest of his life. Status report, he commanded. His second officer, a young Kethrani named Torax, responded immediately. All fleet elements have arrived, Supreme Commander. 9,200,000 vessels are in formation. All weapons are charged. All crews are ready. Velthos nodded slowly. And the humans? No response to our arrival, Supreme Commander. Their fleet appears to be holding position near the 4th planet. How many ships? Torax checked his display. Approximately 38,000, Supreme Commander. A rumble of amusement went through the bridge crew. 38,000 against 9 million. The humans were not just outmatched. They were facing extinction. Open a channel, Velthos ordered. Let us give them one final chance to surrender. I want the galaxy to see that we offered mercy. The communications officer worked his controls. Channel open, Supreme Commander. Velthos straightened his posture and spoke in his most commanding voice. Attention, human species. This is Supreme Commander Velthos of the Galactic Council Combined Fleet. You have been found guilty of violating the Sacred Compact. You have 30 minutes to power down your weapons and prepare for boarding. If you comply, your population will be spared. If you resist, you will be destroyed. This is your final warning." He waited. The bridge was silent, except for the soft hum of the ship's engines. Then a response came. But it was not from any government official or military commander. The signal originated from a small orbital station near the third planet, designated Citadel 7 in human records. A young human male appeared on the view screen. He wore a simple uniform and looked barely old enough to have finished his training. His name tag read, Kevin Moore, Communications Officer. Kevin looked directly at the camera and spoke in a voice that was calm and clear. "Supreme Commander Velthos. This is Citadel 7. I have been authorized to deliver humanity's response to your ultimatum." He paused. "You should have left us alone." The view screen went dark. Velthos blinked his 4 eyes. "What was that? Some kind of joke? Find me someone with actual authority to speak to." But before Torax could respond, every alarm on the bridge began screaming at once. "Supreme Commander," Torax shouted. "We are detecting massive energy signatures throughout the system. Unknown origin, unknown configuration. On screen," Velthos commanded. The view screen shifted to show the space around them. And what it showed made Velthos's blood run cold. Thousands of satellites were activating across the entire solar system. They had been hidden in asteroid fields, tucked behind moons, disguised as space debris. Now they were powering up, their surfaces glowing with an energy that Velthos did not recognize. "What are those things?" he demanded. Before anyone could answer, the first wave of energy hit the fleet. It was not a weapon. It was something worse. Every ship in the armada that attempted to engage its faster-than-light drive found itself locked in place. The drives would not activate. The escape routes were closed. Hyperspace is blocked, Torax reported, his voice rising with panic. "Every ship is reporting the same thing. We cannot jump. We cannot retreat." Velthos gripped the arms of his command chair. In 100 years of warfare, he had never been in a battle he could not escape from. The humans had just trapped 9 million ships in their system, and then the real attack began. Near the sun, massive arrays began to move. They turned toward the fleet, and suddenly the star itself seemed to reach out with fingers of fire. Concentrated beams of stellar energy lanced across millions of kilometers, striking the council ships with perfect accuracy. The beams cut through shields like they were not there. They sliced through armor like hot metal through ice. Ships exploded by the thousands, their crews not even having time to scream before they were reduced to atoms. "Return fire," Velthos commanded. "All ships, return fire on those arrays." But the fleet was in chaos. Ships were trying to scatter, trying to find cover that did not exist. The beams kept coming, each one destroying dozens of vessels. In the first 10 minutes, over 500,000 ships were destroyed, and then came the drones. They emerged from hidden launch bays across the system, small, angular machines that moved faster than anything the Council had ever seen. They did not fire weapons. Instead, they latched onto ships and began cutting through hulls with surgical precision. Velthos watched on his tactical display as ship after ship went dark. The drones were not destroying them, they were capturing them, disabling engines, cutting power to weapons, and then breaching the hulls to extract the crews. "They are taking prisoners," Torax said in disbelief. "They are taking our people alive." "Why?" Velthos demanded. "What could they possibly want with prisoners?" The answer came minutes later, when reports started flooding in from across the fleet. The humans were interrogating the captured crews, not with torture, but with technology that pulled information directly from their minds. Fleet positions, communication codes, tactical plans. Every secret the Council had was being extracted and transmitted to the human command network. Within an hour, the humans knew everything. The battle, if it could even be called that, lasted 6 hours. 6 hours for humanity to reduce 9 million ships to 3 million. 6 hours for the most powerful fleet ever assembled to be cut in half. 6 hours for every species in the galaxy to learn that they had made a terrible mistake. Velthos stood on his bridge as human boarding parties cut through his hull. The Eternal Conquest was dead, its weapons silent, its engines dark. Around him, his crew lay stunned or dying. The doors burst open, and human soldiers poured through. They moved with perfect coordination, their weapons raised, their faces hidden behind helmets. They cleared the bridge in seconds, securing every Kethrani who was still alive. Then a woman walked through the door. She was not tall, but something about her presence made even Velthos shrink back. She removed her helmet and looked at him with gray eyes that held no mercy, no pity, no doubt. Admiral Catherine Brooks had come to accept his surrender personally. "Supreme Commander Velthos," she said. Her voice was quiet, almost pleasant. "I am Admiral Catherine Brooks, of the Terran Defense Fleet. Your fleet has been destroyed. Your crews are being processed. Your invasion has failed." Velthos tried to find words, but nothing came. Catherine stepped closer. "You voted to destroy us. Every species in your council voted to take our home, enslave our people, and end our existence. Did you think we would simply accept that? You were supposed to be primitive," Velthos managed. "You were supposed to be weak." Catherine smiled, but there was nothing warm in it. "We let you believe that. For 60 years, we let you believe that. Because we knew this day would come. We knew that eventually, the galaxy would turn on us. And we prepared." She turned to her soldiers. "Take him to the detention center. He will be tried for war crimes along with the rest of the council leadership." As Velthos was dragged from his own bridge, he heard Catherine speaking into her communicator. "Phase 1 complete. Begin Phase 2. It is time to take the war to them." The last thing Velthos saw before the doors closed was the distant light of Earth's sun, the star that had just burned his fleet to ash. He had conquered 100 worlds. Now he understood what it felt like to be conquered. The news spread across the galaxy faster than any ship could travel. The Great Council fleet, 9 million vessels strong, had been shattered in a single day. Supreme Commander Velthos was a prisoner. Half the armada was gone, and the rest was fleeing in every direction. But humanity was not satisfied with defense. Within days of the Battle of Sol, human fleets began launching from every shipyard on Earth and its colonies. These were not the small patrol ships the Council had observed. These were warships carrying the full power of Project Prometheus. Each one was worth 100 Council vessels, and they were heading for the heart of the galaxy. Captain Samantha Dean commanded the strike force sent to the Virathi homeworld. She was 38 years old, with red hair cut short and a scar running down her left cheek from a training accident years ago. She had never been in real combat before this war. None of them had. Humanity had been at peace for over a century, but they had trained, they had prepared, and now they were ready. The Virathi were the species of High Arbiter Zolketh, the one who had called for humanity's destruction with such pleasure. His homeworld was called Virathis Prime, a planet of tall crystal towers and glass cities that caught the light of 3 suns. Samantha's fleet arrived in Virathi space without warning. The hyperspace technology that humanity had developed was 3 generations ahead of anything the Council possessed. One moment, the sky above Virathis Prime was empty. The next moment, it was filled with human warships. Zolketh was in his palace when the alarms began. He rushed to the command center, his glass-like body clicking against the crystal floor. His advisors were already there, their faces showing the same expression of terror. "How many ships?" Zolketh demanded. 200, High Arbiter, his military commander replied. "But they have already destroyed our orbital defenses. Our fleet is in ruins. We have nothing left to fight with." Zolketh stared at the tactical display. 200 ships had done in minutes what the entire Virathi navy could not stop. The humans had technology that should not exist. Weapons that broke every known law of physics. A communication request appeared on the main screen. Zolketh hesitated, then accepted it. Captain Samantha Dean looked at him from the display. She was calm, almost bored, as if conquering a homeworld was something she did every day. "High Arbiter Zolketh," she said, "I am Captain Samantha Dean of the Terran Strike Force. You have 2 choices. Surrender your world and your government unconditionally, or watch everything you built turn to ash." Zolketh drew himself up to his full height. "You are bluffing. You would not destroy a populated world. The other species would never accept such barbarism. Samantha's expression did not change. You are right. I will not destroy your world. But I will give you a demonstration of what we are capable of. She turned to someone off-screen. Target the third moon. Fire one Prometheus warhead. Zolketh looked out his window at the sky. The third moon of Virithus Prime was small, barely large enough to be called a moon at all. It hung in the sky like a pale white coin, unchanged for billions of years. A single streak of light crossed the sky, too fast to follow. It struck the moon. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the moon exploded. It did not crack or break apart slowly. It simply ceased to exist. 1 second it was there. The next second, it was an expanding cloud of dust and debris, spreading across the sky in a ring of fire that would be visible from the planet's surface for days. Zolketh watched in horror. That moon had been larger than many space stations. The humans had destroyed it with a single weapon. That was one warhead, Samantha said. Her voice had not changed at all. We have 10,000 more. Now, High Arbiter. What is your decision? Zolketh surrendered within the hour. Across the galaxy, the same scene repeated itself. Human fleets appeared without warning, demonstrated their overwhelming power, and demanded surrender. Most species gave up immediately. They had seen what happened to the Council fleet. They had heard about the moon over Virithus Prime. They knew they could not win. Some fought anyway. The Molavacs were a warrior species, proud and stubborn. They had never surrendered in 10,000 years of history. When human ships arrived at their homeworld, they launched every vessel they had. Commander Gregory Lane led the fleet that faced them. He was 52 years old. A veteran officer who had spent his career hoping he would never have to fight an actual war. Now he watched as thousands of Molavac ships charged toward his position. They are not going to surrender, his tactical officer reported. Gregory nodded slowly. No, they are not. That is their choice. He opened a channel to the Molavac's flagship. Molavac's commander. This is your final warning. Power down your weapons and prepare for boarding, or we will destroy your fleet. The response was a barrage of weapons fire. Gregory sighed. All ships, engage. Prioritize their command vessels. Make it quick. The battle lasted 11 minutes. When it was over, every Molavac's warship was drifting wreckage. Gregory had not lost a single vessel. He did not enjoy the victory. There was no glory in killing those who could not fight back. But they had made their choice, just as the Council had made its choice when they voted for humanity's destruction. Choices had consequences. Within 3 months, human forces had reached Nexus Station itself. This was the heart of the Galactic Council, the place where 200 species had voted to enslave humanity. Gregory Lane was given the honor of leading the final assault. The station's defenses were formidable, but they had been designed to stop known threats. Human weapons were unknown. Human tactics were unexpected. Human soldiers moved through the station's corridors with a speed and precision that left the defenders stunned. Gregory walked into the grand chamber where, just months ago, Ambassador Daniel Carter had stood alone and watched as the galaxy turned against his species. The chamber was empty now, except for a few council representatives who had been too slow to flee. They cowered as Gregory approached, his boots echoing on the chamber floor. I am Commander Gregory Lane of the Terran Protectorate Fleet, he announced. His voice carried through the vast space, amplified by the chamber's own systems. This station is now under human control. The Galactic Council no longer exists. He looked at the cowering aliens, species that had once looked at humanity with contempt. You made a choice, he said. You chose to destroy us because we were young, because we were different, because you thought we were weak. You did not give us a chance to defend ourselves. You did not listen when we tried to explain. You voted for our extinction without a moment of hesitation. He paused, letting his words sink in. Now you will live with the consequences of that choice. Every species that voted for war will surrender its weapons. Every species that participated in the attack on Sol will pay reparations. Every leader who supported this war will face trial. One of the aliens, a Velthari diplomat, found the courage to speak. "And if we refuse?" Gregory looked at him for a long moment. "Then we will do to you what you plan to do to us. But we are giving you something you never gave us. We are giving you a choice." The diplomat fell silent. Gregory turned and walked toward the exit. As he passed through the doors, he contacted Admiral Brooks. "Nexus station is secure," he reported. "The council is dissolved." "What are your orders?" Catherine's voice came back, tired but satisfied. "Begin the occupation. Establish provisional governments on all surrendered worlds. And start preparing for the next phase." "The next phase?" "The war is over, Gregory. Now we have to build the peace, and that might be even harder." Gregory looked back at the chamber one last time. The seat where Zolketh had sat was empty now. A throne without a king. The galaxy had tried to destroy humanity. Humanity had destroyed the galaxy's order instead. Now they would build something new. 5 years had passed since the war began. 5 years since the Council voted to destroy humanity. 5 years since humanity showed the galaxy what it was truly capable of. The Galactic Council no longer existed. In its place stood the Terran Protectorate, a new order built on the ashes of the old. Human governors administered former Council worlds. Human ships patrolled the space lanes. Human law replaced the Sacred Compact. Ambassador Daniel Carter had been promoted many times since that terrible day when he stood alone in the Grand Chamber. Now, he was High Commissioner of the Terran Protectorate, the highest civilian authority in the known galaxy. He had not wanted the job. He had not wanted any of this, but someone had to do it. The Grand Chamber of Nexus Station had been rebuilt. The damage from the assault had been repaired, and the seats had been restored. But everything felt different now. The crystal thrones were the same, but the beings who sat in them were changed. Daniel stood at the center of the chamber, on the same platform where he had received humanity's death sentence. Representatives from every known species filled the seats around him, 217 species, watching in silence. There was no arrogance in their eyes now. No contempt. No hatred. Only fear. Daniel looked around the chamber slowly, taking in each delegation. The Virathi, whose homeworld was now under human administration. The Kethrani, whose great fleet had been reduced to a handful of patrol ships. The Malavaks, who had lost a generation of warriors in their futile resistance. All of them, waiting to hear what humanity would demand next. "I did not want to be here," Daniel began. His voice was quiet, but the chamber's systems carried it to every ear. 5 years ago, I stood in this exact spot and begged you for understanding. I explained that we had followed your rules. I asked for mercy, for patience, for simple justice." He paused, letting the memory hang in the air. "You gave me nothing. Not a single voice spoke in our defense. Not a single species voted against our destruction. You condemned us unanimously. And then you celebrated." Several delegates looked away, unable to meet his gaze. "We did not start this war. We did not want this war. For 60 years, we prepared for it. But we prayed every day that it would never come. We hoped that the galaxy would see us as partners, as friends, as fellow travelers in the great darkness between the stars." Daniel's voice hardened slightly. "You showed us what you really thought of us. You showed us that in the eyes of the galaxy, humanity was nothing. Less than nothing. A pest to be exterminated." He took a breath and continued. "So we defended ourselves. We used weapons that we had hoped to never use. We destroyed fleets and conquered worlds and brought empires to their knees. We did things that we will carry with us forever. Things that wake us up at night. Things that our children will struggle to understand." He looked around the chamber again. "And now we are here. The council is gone. The old order is gone. And humanity stands where you never thought we would stand. At the center of everything. With the power to do to you what you planned to do to us." The silence in the chamber was absolute. No one moved. No one breathed. "But we will not do that," Daniel said. "We are not you. We did not fight this war to become conquerors. We fought it to survive. And now that we have survived, we will do something that none of you would have done for us. We will show mercy. A ripple of surprise went through the delegates. The Terran Protectorate will not oppress you. It will not enslave you. It will not take revenge for the crimes of the past. Instead, it will protect you. It will maintain peace between your species. It will ensure that no one, ever again, has to stand alone in a chamber like this and beg for their existence. Daniel's expression softened slightly, but there will be a price for what was done, not in blood or treasure, but in memory. From this day forward, the name of Earth will not be spoken in this chamber. It will not be written in any official record. It will not be taught in any school or mentioned in any government communication. He raised his hand to silence the murmurs that began to rise. This is not punishment. This is a reminder. For 1,000 standard years, the silence will remain. Every time you want to say our name and cannot, you will remember why. Every time you wonder where your orders come from and cannot ask, you will remember what you did. He looked up at the stars visible through the transparent dome above. We came from a world of fire and ice, predators and prey. We survived ice ages and plagues and wars that killed millions. We crawled out of caves and reached for the stars, because we could not accept that anything was impossible. And when the entire galaxy told us to die, we refused. His voice dropped to nearly a whisper. But every being in the chamber heard him clearly. Remember the silence. Remember what filled it. Remember what happens when you underestimate a species that has spent 10,000 years learning how to survive. Daniel stepped back from the platform. The session was over. As he walked toward the exit, he passed Admiral Catherine Brooks, who had been watching from the back of the chamber. She fell into step beside him. That was quite a speech, she said. Daniel shook his head. It was necessary. They need to understand what happened and why. Otherwise, they will just wait for us to grow weak and try again. Catherine nodded. Do you think they will ever forget? Daniel considered the question. They walked through the corridors of Nexus Station, past human guards and alien officials, past displays showing news from 100 worlds. In 10,000 years, he said finally, when new species rise and old empires crumble, stories will still be told of the small blue world that burned the galaxy and made the stars themselves fall silent. They will not forget. They will not be allowed to forget. They reached a viewing deck that looked out over the endless expanse of space. Millions of stars burned in the darkness, each one the center of its own system, its own worlds, its own stories. Catherine stood beside him, looking out at the galaxy that humanity now controlled. We won, she said. Against all odds, against everything they threw at us, we won. Daniel nodded. We won. But at what cost? We became something we never wanted to be. We built weapons that should not exist. We killed millions who had no choice in whether to fight us. They would have done worse to us, I know. That is what keeps me going. Knowing that if we had lost, there would be no humanity left to mourn what we did. He was quiet for a moment. Maybe someday, we will find what we originally sought out here. Friends, allies, species who will see us as equals instead of threats. Catherine put her hand on his shoulder. Maybe. But until then, the silence will serve as our monument. A reminder of what we endured and what we became. They stood together, watching the stars, across the galaxy, in every language and on every world. The name of Earth faded from speech. Not because it was forbidden by force, but because those who remembered could not bring themselves to say it. The word caught in their throats. The letters refused to form. The name that had once been spoken with contempt was now too heavy to lift. Some words carried too much weight. Some memories burned too bright. And some silences said more than words ever could. The war was over. The silence had begun. And in the vast darkness between the stars, a small blue world continued to turn, its people looking up at the night sky and wondering what the future would bring. They had survived. They had won. And the galaxy would never forget, even if they could never speak the name again. Daniel Harris had been crawling through the maintenance tunnel for 6 hours when he finally reached the radiation leak. His hands were bleeding from the rough metal edges. His knees were bruised and scraped. Sweat dripped into his eyes and made them sting. But he kept moving forward because that was what engineers did. They fixed problems. They did not stop until the job was done. The Cathari station was falling apart around him. He could hear the groaning of metal through the walls. He could feel the vibrations as systems failed one after another. The alien engineers had given up hours ago. They said the station was lost. They said everyone needed to evacuate before the whole thing plunged into the dying star below. But someone had to seal the radiation leak. The evacuation route passed right through Section 7. And without a seal, the radiation would kill anyone who tried to escape. The Cathari had looked at Daniel with their cold reptilian eyes and said nothing. They did not ask for volunteers. They simply waited to see if any human would be foolish enough to try. Daniel had been foolish enough. He found the leak in a junction where 3 pipes met. Green coolant was spraying everywhere, and the radiation detector on his belt was screaming warnings. He had maybe 20 minutes before the exposure became dangerous. Maybe less. He worked fast. His hands moved without thinking, guided by years of experience. Back in Ohio, he had fixed tractors in the middle of harvest season, when every minute mattered. He had repaired combines at midnight because the wheat would not wait. He had learned that panic was useless, and that steady hands saved lives. The seal took 15 minutes. When he finished, the radiation detector went quiet. The coolant stopped spraying. Daniel allowed himself one deep breath before he started crawling back toward the main corridor. The station shook hard. Something exploded somewhere far away. Daniel grabbed a support beam and held on until the shaking stopped. Then he kept crawling. When he finally emerged from the maintenance hatch, the corridor was empty. The emergency lights were flashing red. A recorded voice was repeating something in the Cathari language, and Daniel did not need a translation to understand. The voice sounded final. It sounded like goodbye. He ran toward the docking bay. His boots pounded against the metal floor. His lungs burned from the bad air. He passed empty rooms and abandoned equipment. He saw no one. The docking bay doors were closed when he reached them. He slammed his hand against the control panel, and they slid open slowly. Too slowly. Daniel squeezed through the gap before they finished opening. The bay was empty. No shuttles. No rescue ships. No people. Just a vast, empty space with a single viewport that looked out into the black void of space. Daniel walked to the viewport on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. He pressed his hands against the cold glass and looked out. In the distance, getting smaller every second, he could see the lights of the last evacuation ship. As he watched, those lights flickered once, twice, and then vanished as the ship jumped to faster than light speed. They had left him behind. He stood there for a long time. He did not know how long. His mind was trying to understand what had happened, but it kept running into a wall of disbelief. He had volunteered to save them. He had crawled through that tunnel and sealed that leak so that everyone could escape safely. And they had thanked him by leaving him to die. The station shook again. Somewhere in the distance, another system failed. The lights in the docking bay flickered and went dim. Daniel looked down at his hands. They were still bleeding from the tunnel. He was covered in green coolant, and sweat, and grime. His body ached in 100 different places. He was tired in a way that went deeper than physical exhaustion. He thought about his family back on Earth, his mother, who had cried when he left for the joint human-alien program. His sister, who had made him promise to come home safe. His nephew, who had drawn him a picture of a spaceship and asked him to put it on his wall. The picture was still in his quarters. He wondered if he would ever see it again. The station's computer announced something in Cathari. Then it switched to English. The words flat and mechanical. Life support failure in sections 1 through 15. Estimated atmospheric reserves, 72 hours. Orbital decay projected in 144 hours. All personnel should evacuate immediately. All personnel. As if there was anyone left to evacuate. Daniel laughed. It was not a happy sound. It was the kind of laugh that came out when crying was not enough. He could sit down right here and wait. 72 hours was not a long time. He could find a comfortable spot. close his eyes, and let the bad air take him quietly. It would be easy. It would be peaceful. No one would blame him for giving up, but that was not how his father had raised him. His father had been a farmer in Ohio, a man who had worked the same land his grandfather had worked, and his great-grandfather before that. He had taught Daniel that a man was measured by what he did when things got hard. Anyone could keep going when times were good. The real test came when everything went wrong. Daniel wiped the blood from his hands onto his pants. He took a deep breath of the stale air. He looked out the viewport one more time at the empty space where his rescue should have been. Then he turned around and walked back into the station. He had 72 hours of air and 144 hours before the station fell into the star. He had no help, no supplies, and no plan. He had nothing except his tools, his knowledge, and the stubborn refusal to accept that this was how his story ended. The first thing he needed to do was find the life support systems. If he could buy himself more air, he could buy himself more time. And if he had more time, he could figure out the rest. Daniel Harris was not ready to die. Not today. Not like this. Not alone on an alien station that smelled like failure and tasted like betrayal. He pulled out his toolkit and started walking. The life support center was 3 levels down and half a kilometer from the docking bay. Daniel made the walk in darkness because the lights had failed in most of the corridors. He used a small flashlight from his toolkit and tried not to think about how the shadows seemed to move at the edges of his vision. The station was dying around him. He could hear it in the groaning of the walls and the hissing of escaping air. He could feel it in the way the floor vibrated beneath his feet. Every few minutes, something would clunk or bang or screech somewhere in the distance, and Daniel would stop and listen until the sound faded away. He found the life support center behind a heavy door that took 3 tries to open. The room inside was a mess. Control panels were dark. Cables hung from the ceiling like dead vines. The main atmospheric processor, a machine the size of a small house, sat silent and cold in the center of the room. Daniel walked around it slowly, shining his flashlight into every gap and opening. The Kethari had built this machine, using technology that humans barely understood. It was supposed to be perfect. It was supposed to run for centuries without maintenance. But something had gone wrong during the crisis, and now it was just a very large piece of junk. He found the problem after an hour of searching. A power surge had fried the control circuits, melting delicate components into useless lumps of metal and crystal. The Kethari solution would have been to replace the entire control unit with a new one from storage. But Daniel had checked the storage rooms on his way here. They were empty. The aliens had taken everything useful when they evacuated. Daniel sat down on the floor and looked at the ruined circuits. His flashlight was getting dim. His stomach was empty. His head hurt from the bad air that was already starting to affect him. He thought about his first job after high school. He had worked at a repair shop in Columbus, fixing things that other people had given up on. The owner, an old man named Pete, had taught him that there was always a way. You just had to find it. Everything is made of parts, Pete used to say. And parts can be moved around, changed, improved. Nothing is ever really broken. It is just waiting for someone smart enough to fix it. Daniel stood up. He walked out of the life support center and started exploring the station. Over the next 18 hours, he crawled through maintenance tunnels, climbed access ladders, and opened every panel he could find. He took parts from systems that were not essential: entertainment consoles, decorative lighting, communication relays that no longer had anyone to talk to. He collected wire, circuits, switches, and connectors. He filled his pockets and his toolkit bag and then went back for more. The Kethari had built their technology to be elegant. Each system was designed for a single purpose, with no waste and no redundancy. If something failed, you replaced it. Simple. Humans built things differently. Humans had learned long ago that things always failed at the worst possible moment. So they built backup systems and manual overrides and emergency switches. They made things ugly and complicated and redundant, because ugly and complicated and redundant kept people alive when elegant and simple did not. Daniel rebuilt the atmospheric processor using human principles. He created 3 separate control paths, so if one failed, the others would keep working. He added manual overrides that could be operated by hand if all the electronics died. He connected warning lights and alarms that would tell him if something went wrong before it became a disaster. The work was slow and exhausting. His hands cramped from gripping tools, his back ached from bending over circuits. Twice he cut himself badly enough to need bandages from the emergency kit. Once, he shocked himself so hard that his arm went numb for an hour. But he did not stop. He could not stop. Stopping meant dying. When he finally connected the last wire and pressed the activation switch, nothing happened for a long moment. Daniel held his breath. His heart pounded in his chest. Then the atmospheric processor hummed. The sound was rough and uneven. Nothing like the smooth operation the Cathari had designed. But it was working. Air started flowing through the vents. Fresh, clean, breathable air. Daniel laughed out loud. The sound echoed through the empty life support center. And for just a moment, the station did not feel so dead anymore. He did not rest. There was too much still to do. The power cores were next. They were located in the deepest part of the station, behind radiation shields and security doors that did not want to open. Daniel spent 4 hours just getting inside. What he found was not encouraging. The Cathari used power cores that operated on principles Daniel did not understand. Something about quantum states and dimensional energy. The theory was beyond him, but he could see that 3 of the 5 cores were fluctuating wildly, their output jumping up and down in patterns that made no sense. He remembered something from a summer job he had taken during college. He had worked at a nuclear facility in Tennessee, doing maintenance on the cooling systems. One of the senior engineers had taught him about harmonic resonance, how vibrations could build up in a system until they tore it apart. The power cores were vibrating. Not physically, but in some energy dimension that Daniel could not see. They were feeding off each other, amplifying their fluctuations, until eventually they would overload. He could not fix the quantum technology. He did not understand it well enough. But he could isolate the cores from each other, break the feedback loop, and let each one stabilize on its own. It took another 10 hours. He rerouted power cables, installed dampeners made from scavenged materials, and created physical barriers between the cores using sheets of metal cut from non-essential walls. The work was brutal and ugly and nothing like what the Cathari would have done. But when he finished, the fluctuations stopped. The power output stabilized. The lights in the station grew brighter, and the constant groaning of stressed systems faded to a low hum. Daniel collapsed against a wall and slept for the first time in over a day. He did not dream. When he woke up, he checked the station's computer. Life support was stable. Power was stable. But the orbit was still decaying. In 4 days, the station would fall into the star. He needed to fix the orbital thrusters. He needed to fix the navigation systems. He needed to find food and water and figure out how to survive for more than just a few days. The list of problems was endless. But Daniel had already proven something important. He had proven that the station could be saved. The Cathari had given up too soon. They had looked at their failing technology and decided that nothing could be done. They had not counted on human stubbornness. Daniel stood up, stretched his aching muscles, and went to find the orbital control center. He had work to do. 6 months had passed since the day Daniel Harris was abandoned. He stood in the agricultural dome and looked at his crops with a feeling of pride that surprised him. Rows of green plants stretched out in every direction. Tomatoes hung red and ripe on their vines. Potatoes grew thick in their beds. Wheat swayed gently in the artificial breeze from the ventilation system. He had done this. He had turned a dying alien station into something alive. The first weeks had been about survival. Fixing the orbital thrusters. Finding water. Rationing the emergency food supplies he had found in scattered storage rooms. Every day had been a battle against systems that wanted to fail and equipment that wanted to break. But once the immediate dangers were dealt with, Daniel had started thinking about the future. Survival was not enough. He needed to build something sustainable. something that could last for years if necessary. The agricultural domes had been designed for Cathari plants, strange things with purple leaves and roots that went deep into tanks of liquid nutrients. Those plants had died when the evacuation happened. No one had stayed behind to tend them. Daniel had found the seed bank in cold storage on the lowest level of the station. Thousands of samples from dozens of species, including earth crops that had been brought for human researchers. The Cathari had not bothered to take them. Seeds were not valuable to a species that did not need them. Growing earth plants in an alien facility was not simple. The soil supplements the Cathari used were toxic to terrestrial life. The light spectrum from the artificial sun was slightly wrong. The temperature and humidity controls were designed for different organisms. Daniel had spent weeks experimenting. He mixed alien soil with organic waste to create something that could support earth plants. He adjusted the lighting filters by hand, testing different combinations until he found one that made his crops grow. He rewrote the climate control programs using trial and error, watching his plants carefully and changing things when they started to suffer. Many of his early attempts failed. He lost entire batches of seeds to problems he did not understand. He made mistakes that cost him weeks of work, but he learned from every failure. And slowly, gradually, the agricultural dome came to life. Now he had more food than he could eat. He had started preserving the surplus, drying fruits and vegetables and storing them in sealed containers. He did not know if he would ever need those supplies, but his father had taught him to plan for hard times even when things were going well. The manufacturing facilities were his next project. They occupied an entire section of the station, filled with machines that could build almost anything from raw materials. The Cathari had used them to produce replacement parts and research equipment. Daniel wanted to use them for something more. The alien technology was strange. Crystalline processors that glowed with inner light. Assembly systems that seemed to work by magic. Rearranging atoms into new configurations with impossible precision. Power relays that connected across distances without any visible wires. Daniel could not understand the science behind any of it. He had tried reading the technical documentation the Cathari had left behind, but it might as well have been written in another language. The concepts were too advanced, the assumptions too different from anything he had learned on Earth. But he could observe, he could experiment, he could learn by doing. He started with simple things. He would put raw materials into the assembly machines and watch what came out. He would change one variable at a time and note the differences in the results. He kept detailed logs of every test, filling notebook after notebook with observations and ideas. Slowly, he began to understand the patterns. Not the underlying theory, but the practical rules that governed how the machines worked. If you put this in, you got that out. If you changed this setting, the results changed in predictable ways. It was not elegant science. It was crude and messy, and probably would have horrified any Cathari engineer who saw it. But it worked. Within 3 months, Daniel could produce basic replacement parts for the station's systems. Within 6 months, he was manufacturing components that were better than the originals. He had discovered that the Cathari designs were optimized for elegance, not durability. By sacrificing some elegance, he could create parts that lasted longer and failed less often. He talked to himself constantly as he worked. It had started as a way to organize his thoughts, but it had become something more. The sound of his own voice was the only human sound on the station. Without it, the silence became unbearable. He named the station's computer Betty, after his grandmother. Betty had been a tough woman who had raised 6 children on a farm during hard times. She had never complained, never given up, never stopped working to make things better. Naming the computer after her felt right. Daniel programmed Betty to respond to voice commands. It was not real conversation, but it was something. When he said, "Good morning," Betty said, "Good morning" back. When he asked about system status, Betty gave him reports in a calm, pleasant voice. When he felt lonely in the middle of the long station nights, Betty would talk to him about whatever topic he chose. It was not enough. Nothing could replace real human contact. But it helped. Sometimes, late at night, Daniel would walk to the observation deck and look out at the stars. The dying sun that the station orbited painted everything in shades of red and orange. Beyond it, the galaxy stretched out in endless spirals of light. Somewhere out there, humans were living their lives. His family was going about their daily routines, probably thinking he was dead. His friends from the engineering program had moved on to other assignments, other adventures. The universe continued without him. He wondered if anyone remembered him. He wondered if anyone cared. Then he would go back to work, because work was the only thing that kept the dark thoughts away. He had a station to rebuild. He had systems to improve. He had problems to solve. Daniel Harris was alone, but he was not idle. He was building something. And as long as he was building, he was alive. The station that had been meant to be his tomb was becoming something else. Something better. Something that mattered. He just needed to figure out what it was for. The signal came on a quiet morning when Daniel was eating breakfast in the agricultural dome. Betty's voice interrupted his meal with words that made his heart stop. Unknown. Vessel approaching. Distress signal detected. Species. Unknown. Daniel dropped his fork and ran to the command center. His feet pounded against the metal floor as questions raced through his mind. A ship. A real ship. After 18 months of solitude, someone had finally come. But who? And why? The command center screens showed him everything. A small vessel, badly damaged, was limping toward the station on failing engines. Its hull was covered in burn marks and holes. Smoke or gas was leaking from multiple breaches. The ship was dying. The distress signal was in a language Daniel had never heard. It was not Kethari. It was not any of the other alien languages he had learned during his training. The sounds were musical, almost like singing, but there was pain in them, desperation. Daniel had restored the station's defensive systems months ago. He had weapons that could destroy the approaching vessel before it got close. He had shields that could keep anything from entering without permission. He could protect himself. He could stay safe. He thought about the Kethari. They had calculated the cost of saving one human engineer and decided it was too high. They had left him to die because helping him was not worth the risk. Daniel did not want to be like them. He opened the docking bay. The ship that came inside was barely holding together. Daniel watched through the observation window as it landed roughly, scraping against the floor and leaving a trail of sparks. The engines cut out with a sound like a dying animal, and then everything was quiet. For a long moment, nothing happened. Daniel waited at the airlock, his heart beating fast. He did not know what to expect. He did not know if the beings inside were friendly or hostile, grateful or dangerous. The ship's door opened. The creatures that stumbled out were unlike anything Daniel had ever seen. They were tall and thin, with bodies that seemed built for floating rather than walking. Their skin was iridescent, shifting colors as it caught the light. They had 4 arms and long fingers that looked delicate as glass. Their faces had no features Daniel could recognize as eyes or mouths, just smooth surfaces that pulsed with soft light. There were 5 of them. 2 collapsed immediately upon leaving the ship, their bodies crumpling to the floor. The others tried to help them but could barely stand themselves. They were weak. They were dying. Daniel did not hesitate. He ran to the nearest fallen creature and checked for vital signs. He did not know their biology, did not know what was normal for their species, but he could see they were in trouble. Their skin was flickering instead of glowing steadily. Their movements were slow and uncoordinated. He activated the station's medical scanner. It was designed for Kethari biology, but he had modified it over the months to analyze anything organic. The results came back with warnings he did not fully understand. But one thing was clear. These beings were starving. They had not eaten in a very long time. Daniel ran to the agricultural dome and came back with arms full of food. Fruits, vegetables, bread he had baked himself. He did not know if they could eat human food, but he had to try. The creatures looked at his offerings with what might have been confusion. Then one of them, the tallest, reached out with a trembling hand and took a tomato. It brought the fruit to a spot on its face that opened like a flower, revealing something that might have been a mouth. It ate. The others watched. When the tall one did not collapse or show signs of distress, they reached for food too. Daniel fed them everything he had brought, and then went back for more. He watched as strength slowly returned to their bodies, as their skin began to glow more steadily, as they stopped trembling and started to breathe normally. Language was a problem. They could not speak any tongue Daniel knew, and he could not make the musical sounds their communication required. But he had learned during his time on the station that language was not the only way to share meaning. He showed them the agricultural dome. Their light-pulsing faces turned in what might have been wonder as they looked at the rows of green plants. He showed them the water recycling system, the manufacturing facilities, the living quarters he had made comfortable. He showed them what one human engineer could build when left alone with enough time and determination. Through gestures and drawings and patient repetition, they began to communicate. Daniel learned that they called themselves Velthrani. They were refugees, survivors of a war that had destroyed their home. Their fleet had wandered the void for generations, looking for a safe place to stop. Most of their ships had failed over the years. Most of their people had died. This ship, with its 5 survivors, was one of the last. They asked him why he had helped them. The question came through in crude drawings and repeated gestures. But Daniel understood what they were asking. They wanted to know why a stranger would risk himself for beings he did not know. Daniel thought about how to answer. He thought about his father and grandmother, about the small town in Ohio, where he had grown up. He thought about neighbors who helped each other during storms and strangers who became friends over shared meals. He drew a picture of 2 figures, one tall and thin, one short and solid. He drew them standing together under a roof. He drew food between them and a sun above. The Velthrani looked at his drawing for a long time. Then the tall one reached out and added to it. More figures. More roofs. A community growing under the stars. Daniel smiled. They understood. Over the following weeks, word spread somehow. Daniel never learned exactly how the Velthrani communicated across the void. But more ships came. More refugees. More survivors looking for a place to rest. He welcomed them all. He showed them how to grow food. He taught them how to maintain the systems he had built. He gave them rooms and supplies and hope. The station that had been his prison became something else. It became a sanctuary. A home for the lost. A light in the darkness of space. And Daniel Harris, who had been left to die alone, found himself surrounded by beings who looked at him with something like reverence. In their culture, those who could create were sacred, and Daniel had created a miracle. He was still human, still far from home, still missing his family and his world, but he was no longer alone. 3 years had passed since Daniel Harris was abandoned on the dying station. He was eating breakfast in the main hall when Betty announced visitors that made his blood run cold. Kethari diplomatic vessel requesting permission to dock. The hall fell silent. 12 different species looked up from their meals, their faces showing expressions Daniel had learned to read over the years. Fear, anger, confusion. The Kethari had abandoned this station. They had left it to die, and now they wanted to come back. Daniel stood up slowly. Around him, the community he had built waited for his decision. Velthrani refugees who had found their first safe home in generations. Traders from the hollow worlds who had stumbled upon the station by accident and decided to stay. Scientists from 3 different species who had heard rumors of a human engineer who could fix anything. Workers and dreamers and survivors, all of them looking to him for guidance. He was not their leader. He had never wanted to be anyone's leader. But he had built this place, and they trusted him. Let them dock, he said. The Kethari ship was sleek and powerful, a sharp contrast to the battered vessels that usually arrived at the station. It settled into the docking bay with perfect precision, its engines humming with technology that still exceeded anything Daniel could build. The airlock opened, and Commander Veth Oren stepped out. Daniel remembered the alien commander from before the abandonment. Veth Oren had been in charge of the Joint Research Program. He had made the decision to evacuate. He had calculated that one human engineer was not worth the risk of saving. The commander looked around the docking bay with eyes that showed no emotion. Behind him, a squad of Kethari soldiers stood ready, their weapons visible but not raised. "Daniel Harris," Vethorin said. His voice was flat and cold, the same as Daniel remembered. "You survived." "I did. This is impressive." The commander gestured at the bay, at the repairs and improvements Daniel had made. "We did not expect to find anything intact. You expected to find my body." Vethorin did not deny it. "We expected to find wreckage. Instead, we detect life signs from 12 different species. We detect agricultural production, exceeding original design capacity. We detect manufacturing output that matches our best facilities." He stepped closer to Daniel, his reptilian eyes studying the human like a scientist examining a specimen. "This station belongs to the Kethari Confederacy. It was built with our resources and our technology. You had no right to occupy it. You abandoned it," Daniel said. "You left it to fall into the sun. I saved it. Irrelevant. Property rights do not transfer due to temporary absence." "Temporary?" Daniel laughed, and the sound was hard. 3 years is temporary? Leaving me to die is temporary? Vethorin was unmoved. "You are one individual. The station represented significant investment. Your survival, while unexpected, does not change the legal situation." Daniel could feel the tension building around him. The other residents of the station had gathered in the corridors, watching through windows and doorways. He saw the Velthrani, who had become his closest friends. He saw the children who had been born on the station, the first generation of a new community. He saw beings from worlds he had never heard of, all of them waiting to see what would happen. He could fight, he had weapons, he had defenses, but fighting would mean destruction, and destruction would undo everything he had built. Instead, he made a decision. "Come with me," he said to Vethorin. "Let me show you something." The commander hesitated, then nodded. His soldiers moved to follow. But Daniel held up a hand. "Just you. If you want to understand what this station has become, you need to see it yourself." They walked through the corridors together, the human engineer and the alien commander. Daniel showed him the agricultural domes, where crops from a dozen worlds grew side by side. He showed him the manufacturing facilities, where workers from different species collaborated on projects that combined their technologies. He showed him the medical center, where doctors had learned to treat patients whose biology they had never encountered before. He showed him the children. There were 17 of them now, born on the station over the past 2 years. Some were Velthrani, their iridescent skin glowing with health. Some were from other species, small beings who had never known any home but this one. They played together in a common room filled with toys and learning materials, supervised by adults who had once been strangers and were now family. "These children have no homeworld," Daniel said. "Their parents came here with nothing. They were refugees, survivors, lost souls. Now they have a community. They have hope." Vethorin watched the children play. His face remained expressionless, but something shifted in his posture. "Why?" he asked finally. "Why did you do this?" Daniel thought about the question. He thought about his father and grandmother. He thought about the small town in Ohio, where neighbors helped neighbors, and strangers were welcomed at every table. He thought about what it meant to be human. "Because it was the right thing to do," he said. "Because when I was alone and dying, I wished someone had helped me. Because no one should have to face the darkness by themselves." "This is not logical," Vethorin said. "You could have kept the resources for yourself. You could have built a fortress instead of a sanctuary. You would have been safer, maybe, but I would have been alone. And what is the point of surviving if you have nothing worth surviving for?" The commander was silent for a long time. They stood at the viewport of the observation deck, looking out at the stars. The dying sun painted everything in shades of red and orange, but beyond it, the galaxy stretched out in infinite possibility. "The Kethari Confederacy will not claim this station," Vethorin said finally. "We will recognize it as an independent entity. Under your authority. Daniel turned to him in surprise. Why? Because you have built something we could not. The commander's voice was quiet, almost thoughtful. We build for efficiency. We build for profit. We have never built for hope. Perhaps we should learn. He turned to leave, then stopped. What do you call this place? Daniel looked around at the station that had been his tomb and had become his home. He thought about the community that had grown here, the lives that had been saved, the futures that had been created from nothing but stubbornness and hard work. Haven, he said. We call it Haven. Vethoron nodded once, then walked away. His ship departed an hour later, leaving Haven in peace. That night, Daniel ate dinner with his community. The main hall was full of noise and life. Beings from a dozen worlds, sharing food and stories and laughter. Children ran between the tables. Friends argued and joked and celebrated being alive. Daniel sat at a table with the Velthrani who had been his first guests, and he smiled at the chaos around him. He was still far from Earth. He might never see his family again, but he had built something that mattered. He had created a place where the lost could find shelter and the hopeless could find hope. And that, he thought, was what humans did best. The Galactic Council had kept peace among the stars for 6,000 cycles. 17 different species lived and traded and talked together. Wars happened sometimes, but they were small, controlled. The Council always stepped in before things got too bad. This was the way of the galaxy. This was how civilized beings behaved. Ambassador Kethral of the Vorian Collective had served the Council for 40 cycles. His blue-gray skin had faded with age. His 4 eyes did not see as well as they once did, but his mind remained sharp, and his loyalty to peace remained strong. He was a good diplomat, a careful one. The kind who read old documents and studied history so that mistakes would not repeat themselves. That was why he found himself standing in the forbidden section of the Great Archives on Nexus Prime. The room was cold. The lights were dim. Dust covered everything. Because few people came here anymore. These were the old records, the ones that spoke of times before the Council existed, times of blood and fire and extinction. Kethral held a data tablet in his trembling hands. The words on the screen made no sense to him at first. He thought there must be some translation error, some mistake in the ancient files. The document was a warning. It described a small planet on the outer edge of the galaxy. A death world called Earth by its inhabitants. The planet had extreme temperatures, violent weather, predators everywhere, diseases that killed millions. The water itself contained salt that would poison most species, and somehow, life had evolved there. Not just life, but intelligent life. Creatures that walked on 2 legs and had only 2 eyes. Soft skin with no scales or armor. No claws, no natural weapons at all. The document called them humans. Kethral read the classification assigned to this species. His 4 eyes went wide. His 2 hearts began to beat faster. The classification was simple. Extinction-level threat. He almost laughed. How could such weak creatures be dangerous? They had no natural defenses. Their planet was trying to kill them constantly. They should have died out long ago. But then he kept reading. The humans did not die. Instead, they adapted. They created tools from stone and wood. They tamed fire. They built shelters. They hunted animals many times their size. When the cold came, they wrapped themselves in the skin of dead creatures. When disease spread, they learned to fight it with medicine. When food ran out, they moved to new lands. They survived everything their planet threw at them, and then they started fighting each other. The document described wars that lasted decades. Weapons that could destroy entire cities in a single flash of light. Chemicals that melted flesh. Diseases created in laboratories. The humans had almost wiped themselves out many times. They came close to extinction again and again. But they never quite finished the job. Kethral set down the tablet. His hands were shaking badly now. He understood why this section of the archives was forbidden. This information was too frightening. Too dangerous. The Council had buried it centuries ago, hoping the humans would never reach the stars. A soft chime sounded from his communication device. He answered it with unsteady fingers. "Ambassador," said the voice of his assistant. "There has been an incident at the border. A ship of unknown design has entered Council space." "What species?" "Unknown, sir. But the ship matches certain old descriptions in our database. We believe it may be." The assistant did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Kethral closed his 4 eyes. The day the Council had feared for thousands of cycles had finally arrived. Far across the galaxy, Captain Daniel Morris stood on the bridge of the exploration vessel Horizon. He was a tall man with broad shoulders and gray hair at his temples. His face showed the lines of someone who had spent decades making hard decisions. He wore a simple uniform with no medals or decorations. He did not need them. Everyone who served under him knew his record. The Horizon was not a warship. It carried scientists and diplomats and doctors. Its weapons were small and meant only for defense. Daniel had spent his career exploring the unknown reaches of space, making first contact with new civilizations, and building bridges between worlds. He had no idea that most of the galaxy considered his species to be monsters. "Captain," said Lieutenant Amanda Price from her station at Communications. She was young, barely 30, with red hair tied back in a practical knot. Her fingers moved quickly across her console. "I am picking up a transmission from that vessel ahead. They are using a mathematical sequence. First contact protocol." Daniel smiled. "Finally. Someone wants to talk." The ship ahead was large and elegant. Its hull shimmered with colors that did not exist on Earth. It was clearly the product of advanced technology, far beyond anything humans had achieved. Daniel felt a familiar excitement building in his chest. This was why he had joined the space program all those years ago. This was the dream that had driven humanity to the stars. They were not alone. "Open a channel," Daniel ordered. "Let them know we come in peace." "Oh?" Amanda worked at her console. "Channel open, sir." Daniel cleared his throat. He had practiced this speech 100 times. He knew that first impressions mattered. These next few moments might define the relationship between humanity and an entire alien civilization. "This is Captain Daniel Morris, of the Earth vessel Horizon. We are peaceful explorers from the planet Earth. We have traveled far to find other intelligent life in the universe. We offer friendship and the exchange of knowledge. We mean you no harm." He waited. The bridge was silent. Everyone held their breath. The response came 30 seconds later. It was not words. It was not even a message. It was weapons fire. The first shot hit the Horizon's forward shields. The ship rocked hard. Alarms started screaming. People fell from their chairs. A second shot struck the port side. A third hit the engine section. Daniel grabbed his command chair to stay upright. "Shields? Down to 60%, shouted the officer at Tactical. His name was Samuel Boyd, a young man who had never seen real combat. His hands trembled as he worked his console. "They are firing again. Evasive action. Get us out of their range." But the Horizon was not built for speed. It was not built for war. The alien ship was faster, stronger, better armed. 2 more shots hit home. Somewhere in the lower decks, Daniel heard an explosion. The lights flickered. Smoke began to fill the bridge. "Hull breach on deck 4, Amanda reported. Her voice was strained but calm. "Casualties reported." Daniel stared at the alien ship on his screen. He did not understand. He had come offering friendship. He had come with open hands. Why were they shooting? He did not know about the old documents. He did not know about the fear that had been passed down through 100 generations of aliens. He did not know that his very existence was considered a threat to the galaxy itself. All he knew was that his people were dying, and he had to do something about it. "Send out a distress signal," he ordered. "Let Earth know what happened here." Then he turned to Samuel Boyd with eyes that had gone cold. "And charge our weapons. If they want to fight, we will give them one they will never forget." The Horizon was small and damaged and outgunned, but it was crewed by humans, and the galaxy was about to learn what that truly meant. Fleet Admiral Torvan watched the human ship burn from the bridge of the Vorian warship Endless Tide. He felt satisfaction spreading through his chest. The legends were wrong. These humans were not invincible monsters. They died just like everything else. The Endless Tide was one of the finest warships in the Vorian fleet. It carried 300 crew members and enough weapons to destroy a small moon. Torvan had commanded it for 20 cycles. He had fought pirates and rebels and enemy fleets. He had never lost a battle. This fight against the small human vessel was not even close. "Their shields have failed," reported his weapons officer. "Hull breaches on multiple decks. They are venting atmosphere. Continue firing," Torvan ordered. "Leave nothing but dust." Another volley of energy beams struck the human ship. Torvan watched explosions blossom across its hull. Pieces of metal flew off into the void. The humans were dying. The threat would be ended before it could begin. And then something strange happened. The human ship stopped running. It turned around. It came straight toward the Endless Tide. Torvan leaned forward in his command chair. His 4 eyes narrowed. "What are they doing?" "Unknown, Admiral. They appear to be accelerating toward us." "Unknown. They are going to ram us?" "Negative, sir. Their course will bring them alongside our port hull." Torvan did not understand. The human ship was crippled. It could not possibly hurt the Endless Tide. What were these creatures thinking? The answer came moments later. Sensor alarms filled the bridge. "Admiral," said his officer with obvious fear in his voice, "we are detecting small objects launching from the human vessel. 12 of them. They appear to be beings in environmental suits. They are abandoning ship?" "No, sir. They are coming toward us. Fast." Torvan stared at his display. The 12 small dots were crossing the space between ships. They were not in escape pods. They were not in shuttles. They were simply floating through the cold vacuum of space in nothing but thin suits. And they were heading straight for the Endless Tide's hull. "Shoot them down," Torvan commanded. His gunners tried. The weapons systems of the Endless Tide were designed to destroy ships, not individual beings. The targeting systems could not track objects so small and fast. Shots flew wide. The humans kept coming. Chief Petty Officer Marcus Webb led the boarding team. He was 42 years old. He had short gray hair and a scar across his jaw from an accident in his youth. His body was thick with muscle built over decades of hard training. He had been a Marine for 20 years. He had fought in wars on 3 different planets. He was very good at his job. The vacuum of space pressed against his suit. The cold was terrible. Warning lights flashed inside his helmet, telling him his oxygen was low. His suit was damaged. His chances of survival were small. Marcus did not care about any of that. Behind him, 11 other Marines followed. Some of them were bleeding inside their suits. Some of them had burns from the attack. One of them, a young woman named Patricia Grant, had a piece of metal stuck in her shoulder. She kept moving anyway. They reached the hull of the Vorian ship. Marcus pulled out his cutting tool and pressed it against the metal. Sparks flew. The alien hull began to melt. Inside the Endless Tide, chaos was spreading. Torvan shouted orders at his crew. Security teams ran toward the port side. Weapons were distributed. Defensive positions were established. But the Vorians had never faced anything like this before. The first breach opened on Deck 7. Marcus was the first one through. He came out shooting. His weapon was a simple projectile rifle. Primitive compared to Vorian energy weapons, but it worked perfectly well for killing. 2 Vorian guards fell before they could even react. Marcus moved forward without slowing. Patricia came through behind him. Then the others. They spread out in the corridor, covering angles, advancing as a team. The Vorians fought back. They had numbers, and they had better weapons. But they had never seen combat like this. One Vorian soldier shot Marcus in the chest. The energy beam burned through his armor and scorched his flesh beneath. Marcus stumbled. He looked down at the smoking hole in his suit. Then he looked up at the Vorian who had shot him. And he kept moving. He crossed the distance in 3 strides. His fist struck the Vorian's face. Bones broke. The alien fell. Marcus stepped over him and kept going. The Vorians watched in horror. They had been taught that injury meant retreat, that pain meant surrender, that damage to the body meant the fight was over. The humans had not learned these lessons. Patricia took a shot to her leg. She fell against the wall, gasping. Another Marine, a man named Christopher Hayes, grabbed her arm and pulled her upright. "Can you walk?" he asked. "Does it matter?" she replied. She limped forward, still firing. The fighting spread through the ship. Deck by deck, corridor by corridor. The humans advanced. They were outnumbered, 20-1. They were wounded. Their equipment was failing. By every measure, they should have lost. But they did not know how to lose. On the bridge, Torvan received reports of the battle. Each one was worse than the last. "Deck 7 is lost, Admiral. Deck 6 is under attack. Security teams are falling back." "How many humans are there?" Torvan demanded. 12, sir. Only 12. Torvan could not believe it. 12 creatures were tearing through his ship. 12 wounded, dying humans were defeating trained Vorian soldiers. He finally understood why the old documents had warned them. Marcus and his team reached the engineering section. The engines of the Endless Tide hummed with power. Marcus planted explosive charges on the main reactor. Then he keyed his radio. "Captain Morris, this is Webb. Reactor is rigged. We have control of engineering. Ready to move on the bridge." Daniel's voice came back weak and full of static. "Understood, Chief. We are coming alongside to dock. 15 minutes. "Copy that, sir." Marcus turned to his team. They were battered and bloody. Patricia could barely stand. Christopher had lost 2 fingers on his left hand. Another Marine, George Palmer, had burns across half his face. But they were all still standing. They were all still ready. "The bridge is 3 decks up," Marcus said. "Let us go introduce ourselves." They moved out. Torvan had one last chance to stop them. He gathered every remaining security officer on the ship. 30 Vorians with the best weapons available. They formed a wall in front of the bridge doors. The humans came around the corner. For a moment, both sides just stared at each other. The Vorians saw 12 ragged figures covered in blood and burns. The humans saw 30 fresh soldiers with clean armor and charged weapons. Marcus smiled. The expression looked wrong on his damaged face. His teeth were stained red. "Last chance," he called out. "Surrender now and nobody else has to die." The Vorian commander laughed. "You are barely alive. There are 30 of us, and 12 of you. What makes you think you can win?" Marcus raised his rifle. "Because we are human. And we do not know how to quit." The firefight lasted 4 minutes. When it was over, the bridge doors opened. Marcus walked through them alone. The rest of his team was too injured to move. Behind him lay 30 Vorian bodies. Torvan sat in his command chair. His weapon lay on the floor beside him. He had dropped it when he saw the human coming. Marcus was missing 2 fingers. He had a metal shard the size of a knife sticking out of his chest. Blood dripped from a dozen wounds. His suit was barely holding together, and he was smiling. "Admiral," Marcus said calmly, "this ship now belongs to Earth. I am going to need you to order your crew to stand down." Torvan looked at this broken, bleeding creature that refused to die. He thought about the legends. He thought about the warnings. He realized that the stories had not been exaggerations. If anything, they had been too mild. "I surrender," he whispered. Marcus nodded. Then he sat down on the floor because his legs would not hold him anymore. He kept his rifle pointed at Torvan the whole time. "Smart choice," he said. "Now, let us wait for my captain to arrive. He is the nice one." Torvan did not doubt it for a moment. News of the incident spread across the galaxy in a matter of days. Every species with access to faster-than-light communication heard the story. A single human exploration vessel had been attacked by a Vorian warship. The humans had boarded the warship. They had captured it. They had defeated a crew of 300 with just 12 wounded soldiers. Fear spread faster than any ship could travel. The Galactic Council called an emergency session for the first time in 800 cycles. Representatives from all 17 spacefaring species gathered in the great chamber on Nexus Prime. The room was enormous, built to hold thousands of beings of every shape and size. Curved walls rose toward a domed ceiling painted with stars. In the center sat a circular platform where speakers could address the assembly. Ambassador Kethrol arrived early. He had not slept since reading those forbidden documents. His 4 eyes were tired and bloodshot. His blue-gray skin had taken on a sickly pale color, but he forced himself to stand straight and look calm. The other delegates filled the chamber with noise and chaos. Everyone was talking at once. Everyone had opinions. Everyone was afraid. Delegate Shrina of the Mantis hegemony climbed onto the speaking platform first. Her species looked like giant insects, with sharp blades for arms. They were the most feared warriors in known space. They had fought wars against a dozen civilizations. They had never lost a single conflict. Shrina clicked her mandibles together to call for silence. The chamber slowly quieted. "The situation is simple," she declared. Her voice was harsh and rasping. "These humans have revealed themselves to be exactly what the old records warned us about. They are monsters. Killers. A threat to every civilized being in the galaxy." Murmurs of agreement rose from the crowd. "I propose that the Council authorize an immediate strike against their home world," Shrina continued. "We must destroy them before they can organize a proper invasion fleet. We must eliminate this threat while we still can." More agreement. More nodding heads and clicking claws and stamping feet. The fear in the room was turning into anger. The anger was turning into something darker. Kethrol felt sick to his stomach. He had studied humans for 30 rotations now. He had accessed their primitive broadcast signals. He had learned their languages. He had watched their entertainment and read their history. What he discovered had terrified him more than anything in the old documents. But it had also made him think. He raised his hand to speak. The crowd fell silent again. Everyone knew Kethrol. Everyone respected him. And everyone knew that his people had fired the first shots. "Delegate Shrina," Kethrol began slowly, "before we decide to destroy an entire species, perhaps we should try to understand them." "Understand them?" Shrina's bladed arms spread wide. "They killed 300 Vorian soldiers with 12 injured Marines. What is there to understand? They are exactly what the legends said. They are death made flesh." "The legends say many things," Kethrol replied. "But I have studied the humans directly. I have seen their world. I have learned their history. And what I found was unexpected." He pressed a button on his datapad. Images appeared on the great screens around the chamber. Images from Earth. The first image showed a human city. Tall buildings rose toward a blue sky. Vehicles moved through wide streets. People walked and talked and laughed. "This is New York," Kethrol explained. "One of their largest population centers. Millions of humans live here in relative peace." Confusion spread through the crowd. This was not what they expected. The next image showed humans at a beach. Children played in the water. Adults sat in the sun. Everyone looked happy and relaxed. "Humans enjoy recreation," Kethrol said. "They build places specifically for relaxation and joy. They take time away from work, simply to enjoy existence." More confusion. Warriors did not take vacations. Monsters did not play. The next image showed a human hospital. Doctors in white coats treated patients. Machines beeped and hummed. Nurses smiled at frightened children. "Humans heal each other," Kethrol continued. "They spend enormous resources on medicine and care. They fight to save lives that most species would consider lost. They do not give up on their sick and wounded," Shrina interrupted. "This means nothing. Many species care for their young. Many species have medicine. These humans still killed 300 of your people." "Yes," Kethrol agreed. "They did. Because my people attacked them first. Because we fired on their ship without warning or reason. Because we tried to kill them." He pressed another button. New images appeared. These were different. Darker. A massive explosion over a human city. Kethral explained that humans had once used weapons powerful enough to destroy entire cities in a single flash of light. They called them nuclear bombs, lines of human bodies in mass graves. Kethral explained that humans had once killed each other by the millions over differences in belief and territory. They called these events world wars, humans in chains being sold like animals. Kethral explained that humans had once enslaved members of their own species. They called this practice slavery. You see? Shrina said triumphantly. They are monsters. They kill even their own kind. Yes, Kethral replied. They have done terrible things, horrible things, things that no civilized species should do. He paused. His 4 eyes swept across the silent chamber. And then they stopped. The assembly stirred. What did he mean? The humans almost destroyed themselves many times, Kethral explained. Nuclear war came close to ending their species. Disease and famine killed millions. Their own hatred nearly tore their world apart. He pressed another button. New images appeared, humans of different colors shaking hands. Humans from different nations signing peace agreements. Humans from once warring groups working together to build and create. But each time they came close to extinction, they learned. They adapted. They grew. They looked at the darkness inside themselves and they chose to be better. Kethral stepped to the edge of the speaking platform. His voice grew stronger. The legends call humans monsters. The legends are wrong. Humans are something far more complex. They are capable of great evil. Yes. But they are also capable of great good. They can be the most violent creatures in the universe. But they can also be the most compassionate. What they are, above all else, is survivors. They have faced every horror imaginable. They have stared into the void of extinction again and every time, they have come back stronger. He pointed at Shrina. You want to attack their homeworld? Go ahead. Bring your fleets. Bring your armies. Destroy their cities and bomb their nations. His voice dropped to a whisper that somehow filled the entire chamber. And watch what happens when you give 8 billion humans a common enemy. Watch what happens when you unite a species that has spent its entire existence learning how to survive impossible odds. Watch what happens when you make them truly angry. The chamber was completely silent now. No one moved. No one spoke. Kethral returned to his seat. His legs were shaking. He had never given a speech like that before. He did not know if anyone would listen. But somewhere in the back of the room, a young Vorian named Kethlos sat watching. He was Kethral's offspring. He had seen the captured human ship. He had glimpsed the wounded Marines being led away in chains. And he had seen something in their eyes. Not hatred. Not violence. Just determination. And maybe something that looked almost like sadness. He began to wonder if his father might be right. The council debated for 3 more days. No decision was reached. The fear was still too strong. The anger was still too fresh. But a seed had been planted. A small crack had appeared in the wall of fear. And sometimes, that was enough. Captain Daniel Morris stood in chains before the Galactic Council. His wrists were bound with energy restraints that hummed with power. His uniform was torn and stained with dried blood. He had not slept in 4 days. He had not eaten in 2. But he stood straight. He looked the council in the eyes. He refused to show weakness. The charges against him were long and complicated. Crimes against galactic peace. Unauthorized intrusion into council space. Assault on a Vorian vessel. Murder of 300 Vorian crew members. The punishment for these crimes was death. Delegate Shrina served as the chief prosecutor. She listed every offense in her harsh, clicking voice. She showed images of dead Vorians. She played recordings of their final moments. She painted the humans as monsters who attacked without reason or mercy. Daniel wanted to object. He wanted to explain that his ship had been attacked first, that his people had acted in self-defense, that they had tried to surrender before the fighting started, but he was not allowed to speak. The accused did not get a voice in council trials. They simply stood and listened and waited for judgment. In a holding cell beneath the council chamber, Lieutenant Commander Nicole Patterson sat on a cold metal bench. She was not alone. The 11 surviving Marines from the boarding action shared the cell with her. Marcus Webb leaned against the wall with bandages wrapped around his chest. Patricia Grant lay on the floor, too weak to stand. The others sat in tired silence. They were all waiting to die, but Nicole was not ready to give up. A young Vorian guard stood outside their cell. He was barely an adult by Vorian standards. His blue-gray skin was smooth and unmarked by age. His 4 eyes watched the prisoners with obvious curiosity. Nicole had noticed him watching over the past few days. He seemed different from the other guards. Less afraid. More interested. She walked to the front of the cell. The guard stepped back nervously. "You do not need to be scared," Nicole said gently. "I just want to talk." The guard hesitated. He looked around to make sure no one else was watching. "I am not supposed to speak with prisoners," he said quietly. "What is your name?" Another hesitation. "Kethlos." Nicole smiled. It was a tired smile, but genuine. "I am Nicole. It is nice to meet you, Kethlos." Kethlos tilted his head. He had never seen a human smile before. The expression was strange, but not unpleasant. "Why are you being nice to me?" he asked. "I am your enemy. My people want to kill you." "Your people attacked us first," Nicole replied. "We were just exploring. We came in peace. We never wanted any of this." Kethlos shifted uncomfortably. He had heard the official story. The humans were monsters. The Vorian ship had simply been defending Council space from a dangerous invader, but the humans in front of him did not look like monsters. They looked tired and hurt and sad. They looked like people who wanted to go home. "I have something to show you," Nicole said. She reached into her pocket slowly, making sure not to frighten the guard. She pulled out a small photograph. It was worn and creased from being handled many times. The image showed a young girl with dark hair and a bright smile. "This is my daughter," Nicole explained. "Her name is Sophie. She is 7 years old. She likes to draw pictures and play with her dog and ask questions about the stars." Kethlos stared at the image. He had never thought about humans having children, having families. "She does not know where I am," Nicole continued. Her voice cracked slightly. "She does not know if I am alive or dead. She is probably scared and confused and wondering why her mother has not come home." She looked up at Kethlos with wet eyes. "I just want to see her again. That is all any of us want, to go home to the people we love." Kethlos did not know what to say. His father had told him that humans were complicated, that they could be violent but also compassionate. He was beginning to understand what that meant. Over the next few days, Kethlos returned to the cell whenever he could. He and Nicole talked for hours. She taught him human card games, using pieces of paper torn from her notebook. She told him stories about Earth, about the oceans and the mountains and the cities full of life. Marcus Webb joined some of their conversations. He talked about his wife back home, about the house they were building together, about the garden she wanted to plant in the backyard. Patricia Grant talked about her parents, about the farm where she grew up, about the horses she used to ride as a child. These were not monsters. These were people. People with hopes and dreams and families and fears. Kethlos began to question everything he had been taught. On the 4th day, the council reached its verdict. Captain Daniel Morris would be executed at dawn. His crew would be imprisoned for life. The human ship would be destroyed as a warning to others. Kethlos heard the news and felt something break inside him. He thought about Nicole and her daughter. He thought about Marcus and his wife. He thought about Patricia and her horses. He made a decision. That night, he unlocked the cell door. The humans stared at him in disbelief. Nicole stepped forward carefully. "Kethlos, what are you doing?" "Something my father would be proud of," the young Vorian replied. "Something right." He led them through the back corridors of the council building. The halls were empty at this hour. Most of the guards had gone home. Security was light because no one expected prisoners to escape from the heart of galactic civilization. They reached the main chamber just as the final vote was being taken. Shrina had called for immediate execution. Most delegates were ready to agree. The doors burst open. Every head in the chamber turned. Every eye focused on the ragged group of humans walking through the entrance. At their head was Daniel Morris, still in chains, moving forward with determination in his eyes. Guards rushed to stop them. Weapons were drawn. Shouts filled the air. But Daniel did not fight. He walked straight to the speaking platform and stood before the council. His crew formed a line behind him. Nicole stepped forward and unlocked his chains. Then she stepped back. Daniel stood before 17 species who wanted him dead. He had no weapons, no army, no power at all. All he had were words. "I know you are afraid of us," he began. His voice was calm and clear. "I understand why. We come from a world of violence and death. We have done terrible things to each other. We have nearly destroyed ourselves many times." The chamber was completely silent. "But we have also done wonderful things. We have created art and music and literature. We have explored the depths of our oceans and the surface of our moon. We have cured diseases and built cities and dreamed of reaching the stars." He spread his arms wide. "We did not come here to conquer. We came here to learn, to share, to find friends among the stars." He looked at Shrina. "You can kill me. You can kill all of us. But there are 8 billion more humans on Earth. And if you attack our home, if you threaten our families, you will not be facing 12 Marines. You will be facing the entire human race, united against a common enemy." His voice softened. "Or, you can take a chance. You can believe that we are more than the violence in our history. You can accept that we want to be better than our worst moments." He reached out his hand. "Humanity offers you everything we have. Our technology, our medicine, our art, our music, everything that makes us human. In return, we ask for only one thing." He paused. "A chance." The chamber remained silent for a long moment. Then Kethril stepped forward. He walked across the floor until he stood in front of Daniel. The old Vorian ambassador looked at the young human captain. He saw weariness and fear and hope all mixed together. He took Daniel's hand. "The Vorian collective grants you that chance," he said quietly. Behind him, Kethlos smiled. It was not a victory. Many delegates were still angry. Many species still wanted war. The path ahead would be long and difficult. But for the first time in galactic history, a human and an alien stood together as equals, and that was a beginning. 20 cycles passed. The galaxy had transformed in ways that no one could have predicted. Human doctors worked alongside Vorian scientists to cure diseases that had plagued both their peoples for centuries. Human engineers helped construct space stations that connected civilizations once separated by impossible distances. Human teachers opened schools on alien worlds, sharing knowledge and ideas that crossed every boundary of species and culture. And human soldiers stood ready to defend them all. Admiral Nicole Patterson stood on the bridge of the Unified Fleet Command ship Endeavour. Her hair had gone gray since those days in the holding cell. Lines marked her face that had not been there before, but her eyes remained sharp and her spirit remained strong. Beside her stood Kethlos, now a full commander in the integrated fleet. He had grown into a respected officer. His bravery in freeing the human prisoners had become legendary. His friendship with Nicole had become something even deeper. They were family now, in every way that mattered. Sophie Patterson, now 27 years old, served as the ship's chief science officer. She had grown up watching her mother build bridges between worlds. She had dedicated her life to continuing that work. Marcus Webb was there too. He was older now, his body showing the scars of a lifetime of combat. He had lost his entire left arm in a battle 3 years ago. He had replaced it with a mechanical prosthetic that worked better than the original ever had. They were all there because something terrible had emerged from the darkness between galaxies. The Void Swarm had no name for itself. It did not need one. It existed only to consume, to destroy, to spread. It came from the empty space beyond the galactic rim. No one knew where it had originated. No one knew how long it had traveled through the void. All anyone knew was that it had already consumed 12 civilizations before the galaxy even knew it existed. Entire worlds had fallen silent. Billions of beings had been absorbed into the swarm. Every attempt at communication had failed. Every attempt at negotiation had been ignored. The swarm did not want to talk. It wanted to eat. When it reached council space, the combined fleets fell back in terror. The Vorians, the Mantis, the Korathi. All the proud warrior species who had built empires and won wars. They all retreated in the face of this threat. All except the humans. Nicole stood at her command station and studied the enemy on her display. The swarm ships were organic, grown rather than built. They pulsed with sickly light. They moved in perfect coordination like cells in a single vast organism. There were thousands of them. "Admiral," said her communications officer, "the Council is requesting that we fall back to Nexus Prime. They want to consolidate defenses around the core worlds." Nicole looked at Kethlos. He shook his head slightly. "If we let them reach the core worlds, billions will die," he said quietly. "We need to stop them here." Nicole nodded. She had known this was coming. She had prepared for it. She opened a channel to the swarm. No one expected a response. No one had ever received one. But Nicole was not trying to negotiate. She was trying to deliver a message. "This is Admiral Nicole Patterson of the Unified Fleet," she announced. Her voice carried across every frequency. "I am speaking to the entity known as the Void Swarm. Silence from the enemy fleet." They continued to advance. "I want to tell you about my people," Nicole continued. "We come from a small planet called Earth. It is a death world. The temperatures swing from burning hot to freezing cold. The water is full of salt that would poison most species. Diseases and disasters strike without warning. The swarm kept coming, closer and closer. My ancestors nearly wiped themselves out dozens of times. Nuclear weapons. World wars. Plagues that killed millions. We came so close to extinction that we could see the end." Nicole smiled grimly. "But we did not die. We learned. We adapted. We survived. That is what humans do. That is who we are." She leaned forward. "We have a word for creatures like you. Creatures that come without warning and try to destroy everything in their path. We call them Tuesday." She turned to her tactical officer. "All ships, engage at will." The battle lasted 9 months. The swarm was relentless. It did not fear death. It did not feel pain. It simply kept coming, wave after wave, an endless tide of destruction. But the humans did not break. When one ship fell, another took its place. When one station was destroyed, the survivors retreated to the next defensive line. When entire colonies were overrun, the refugees were evacuated and the fight continued. 3 human colony worlds fell during those 9 months. Millions died. The losses were devastating beyond anything the galaxy had ever seen. But the tide began to turn. Human engineers developed new weapons that could pierce the organic armor of swarm ships. Human doctors found ways to treat the strange infections that came from swarm contact. Human soldiers learned to predict swarm tactics and exploit their weaknesses. And slowly, painfully, the swarm was pushed back. The final battle took place above Nexus Prime. The swarm had gathered every remaining hive ship for one last assault. They meant to destroy the heart of galactic civilization. Nicole stood on her bridge with fire in her eyes. Beside her, Marcus Webb manned the tactical station. His mechanical arm moved across the controls with perfect precision. "All ships report ready," he announced. Nicole looked out at the assembled fleet. Vorian warships flew beside human cruisers. Mantis attack vessels formed wings with Korathi frigates. Every species in the galaxy had sent what they could, but the human ships were at the front. They always were. "Signal the fleet," Nicole ordered. "Today we end this." The battle was the bloodiest in galactic history. Ships burned. Crews died. The void was filled with debris and bodies and screaming chaos. Marcus Webb left the bridge when the tactical station was destroyed by enemy fire. He grabbed a rifle and led a boarding action against the largest hive ship. His team of Marines fought through organic corridors that pulsed with alien life. They planted charges in the creature's heart. Marcus was the only one who made it back to the shuttle. He was missing most of his hearing now. His body was covered in wounds. But he was smiling when the hive ship exploded behind him. The final shot was fired by a young human officer named Catherine Wells. She was 22 years old. She had joined the fleet because she believed in the dream of galactic peace. Her ship was dying. Her crew was dead. She had nothing left but one torpedo and a clear line of sight to the last swarm command vessel. She fired. The explosion lit up the void like a newborn star. The swarm fleet shuddered as one. And then, like a body with no brain, it went still. The battle was over. Nicole sat down heavily in her command chair. She was exhausted beyond words. She was covered in blood and ash and tears, but they had won. Kethlos walked over and stood beside her. He looked out at the field of destruction. Thousands of ships drifted dead in the void. So many lives lost. So much pain. But Nexus Prime was still there. The galaxy was still alive. "How did you do it?" he asked quietly. "What made humans strong enough to face this when everyone else wanted to run?" Nicole thought about it for a long time. She thought about her mother, who had raised her alone while serving on a deep space vessel. She thought about Sophie, who had grown up surrounded by aliens and learned to love them all. She thought about Marcus and Patricia and all the others who had given everything they had. "We are not strong because we do not fear death," she said finally. "We fear death just as much as anyone else." She looked at Kethlos with tired eyes. "We are strong because we fear something more than death. We fear a universe where kindness loses, where hope dies, where the darkness wins." She stood up slowly. Her bones ached. Her heart was heavy. "And we will burn down every star in the sky before we let that happen." Kethlos nodded slowly. He understood now. He had always understood. Even back in that holding cell, when a frightened woman had shown him a picture of her daughter. Humans were not monsters. They never had been. They were just people who refused to give up. In the cycles that followed, monuments were built across 1,000 worlds. They honored the dead. They celebrated the living. They told the story of how humanity had saved the galaxy. The old legends had called humans monsters. The new legends called them something else. They called them family. And when Sophie Patterson gave birth to her first child, a little girl with her grandmother's eyes and her father's four-fingered hands, she knew that the story was only beginning. The stars were full of wonders. The universe was vast and strange and beautiful, and humanity would face it all together, not as monsters, as family, as legend, as humans,